Chapter 1 Prologue Arc. A peculiar occurrence happened in the goddess Arya realm. Inside such a vast, almost infinite place, mainly white rooms could be found where only servants lived while working for long periods of time. In one of these, there was a peculiar, lazy subordinate who was assigned with a dose of work too great for one to manage alone. This happened very frequently as the goddess made her servants overwork themselves, without giving any assistance whatsoever due to being lazy herself. This soul is proving to be incredibly hard, tougher than expected, the being exasperated harshly, "I'm already late again. How come this girl's soul has brought something so troublesome attached?" Upon the conflicted situation, he scratched his head while reaching a quick and simple solution. "Well, whatever really, don't want to be reprimanded by the goddess Arya again for being late with my daily quota. Sometimes I receive threats about my soul getting extinguished." He looked at the big white gate next to the table in front of him, where the soul was placed on. "The system shall handle it in my place. This way I'll be able to finish in time, and if necessary, I can always blame another god for whatever happens." Knowing the goddess had natural enemies, the man smiled to himself unknowingly at the consequences this would bring to the world of Artana, pushing the soul into the reincarnation portal. System working. Inspecting first soul. 50%. Reincarnate detected. 100%. Conferring 2 random skills to it, success. Inspecting the attached soul. 50%. Curse detected. Error. Splitting souls before reincarnation. Error. Soul size has increased significantly. Looking for an alternate option. Success. Creating an item from the system library. Success. Sealing the second soul into it. Success. Implementing the first soul into a new vessel. Success. Iris. Sealing vessel's memories related to the second soul. Success. Sealing the item into the vessel. Success. A voice barely audible popped in the baby's mind, waking her up from the darkness. System, the title reincarnated has been received. A familiar sound reached her tiny ears, a crying one along with a loud old man's voice. "It's a girl," the village doctor declared while holding her in his hands after having evaluated the gender and cleaning the baby's face with a piece of white clothing, drenching it in red. While the face is entirely cleaned, a soft sensation rubbed softly on the baby's eyelids, and upon the removal of the bloody clothing, the eyes opened. "Who are you? Why are you touching me? I can't seem to be able to let my voice go." The old white-haired man with a similarly toned beard cleaned the rest of the body, and then placed her on the mother's chest. The blonde-haired woman looked exhausted but happy while staring at the baby with 2 soft brown eyes. She then opened her pinkish lips to voice an unexpected compliment. "You're so beautiful, my little baby, quite similar to me. What's going on? Now I'm facing a woman? Who's this person calling someone a baby?" The brown-haired husband looked at the newborn daughter, threw similar toned eyes next to the wife while adding, "Indeed, she has a little blonde hair like you. Rosalind, my love, congrats on becoming a mother." He smiled at her while passing his hand softly on the wife's right cheek, who in response leaned the face comfortably with a smile while responding, "Thank you, and congrats on becoming a dad." They traded a smile and then a soft kiss, rewarding one another with some love. The man then adjusted his position and noticed something peculiar. He then lowered his head to confirm some suspicions while fixing the gaze on the baby's face, doing a thorough inspection. Strangely, our baby has green eyes. Haven't seen anyone with such a color before, other than the almighty Saint Tess, of course. How peculiar, must be from a very old generation from one of us." He traded some looks with the doctor, who became slightly interested, and then with the wife, who made a surprised expression before speaking. "Do you think so, honey? I don't really remember my grandparents having green eyes unless it was their parents whom I didn't meet. I'm not too sure either." Upon the couple's responses, the doctor decided to add an extra something to relax them. "There's nothing wrong with her eyesight, and having green eyes, the same as the Saintess, must be a good omen." The two of them nodded, and then all the 9 eyes gazed upon the baby, which allowed the parents to feel pride from such words. "Father, mother? Then who was the person holding me? Some baby doctor or something? Where the heck am I? What the hell is going on?" The baby thought, clueless and confused with the current situation, while the soul fitted inside the tiny body, merging with it completely. It further gave her the ability to feel and use the 5 senses fully, as much as a baby can use them at least. Both hands slowly passed in front of her eyes involuntarily as they moved randomly. "Are these my hands? They are so small. I can't really control them, ah. It's like they're moving on their own. Are they perhaps? I can't seem to get a grasp of the movement of the body properly. She attempted to move the different parts of the body, failing miserably. Nothing does what I want it to, and why am I a baby? Was I given another life? I don't even remember dying on my past one. Just what happened? How did I end up in this crazy situation? Rosalind touched the baby cheek softly with a finger while making a kind smile, attempting to calm my body, who seemed to be agitated, along with a soft sweet tone. There. Everything is all right, my dear baby. The father held the mother's other hand with a similar expression to match hers. I suppose these truly are my parents, my new parents? They look rather happy. The last thing I remember was me trying to enter the attic of my old house, and then... I don't know. The baby eyes moved from the beautiful mother's light tan skin towards the darker one of the father while fighting her fuzzy mind. Can't seem to remember the rest, it feels hazy whenever I try. I guess something happened where I ended up dying perhaps? Maybe I went into the attic and fell hurting myself somewhere? Instead of that, perhaps got kidnapped into this world? Maybe my soul alone was transferred here. She then noticed a shelf with very few but familiar items on it further away near the wall, situated opposite of the parents' bed. Maybe someone used magic from the stories of my books, and I ended up here as a baby. I really have no clue. Since I have different parents, it means I didn't go back to the past, nor traveled somewhere in time. I was just born again. The doctor noticed that the mother and the child's condition were fine, interrupting the little one thoughts. Everything's done on my side, your wife just needs to rest now, Luke. The old man picked his bag while speaking with a serious yet amiable tone, giving some peace of mind to the baby. I'm glad this time around there were no casualties. Back then in my past life, my mother died soon after giving birth to me. It was horrible. My noble father hated me for it, ending up marrying a vile noblewoman whose children turned out to take after her. As a result, I was mistreated by them every day, in ways that I rather not think further so that I don't remind myself of them. Thank you so much, Doctor, the father replied happily with a big smile while using a finger passing it softly on Rosalind's cheek, giving her some warmth, comfort, and happiness. Seems like this man truly is a baby doctor, thank you for the help. I suppose. You welcome, Luke, now be a good dad. I'll be taking the dirty clothes, you can handle the sheets. The doctor smiled and then gazed upon the woman after hearing her voice. Thank you very much, Dr. Vincent, I'm truly grateful for everything. Rosalind started tearing up happily, placing her right hand in front of her mouth, unable to add any other word. Take good care of yourself, Rosa. I'll be taking my leave now, still have some appointments to do. We'll see each other at the potion shop in some months. The old man changed the shift of his gaze, this time towards the baby father. All right, boss. We'll meet you as soon as possible. Luke replied eagerly to go back to work while looking at the newborn attentively. The doctor grinned cheerfully, waved goodbye, and left with big steps. Seems like they work for this old man Vincent, a baby doctor, at some potion shop, whatever that may be. Rosalind. The father looks at the wife with sparkling eyes, causing the woman to grow in confusion as she was not expecting such behavior from him. Yes, Luke? What's wrong? Nothing is, but, what are you naming her? The man's eyes became full of expectation upon noticing a small smile from the wife, making a kind smile of his own. I wonder which name should I take? Since we compromised, I'd name the baby if it was a boy and you'd name otherwise. After some time passed with the husband looking at both and the mother at the baby's eyes, she came up with a decision. Hey Luke, I've decided on a name for our daughter, I'll call her Iris. The mother smiled while holding her comfortably, without thinking too much, as the name insisted on replacing all others inside Rosalind's mind. How is that possible? What are the odds she picks the name I had in my past life? It's hard to believe this is a coincidence. Maybe it's the work of whoever made me a baby. Does this perhaps mean that someone did bring me here? That's an adorable name, honey, a calm tone resounded from the man, soothing the wife and especially the baby, who seemed rather energetic. A bit more time passed and Iris started growing tired, fighting to keep her eyes open. I'm starting to feel rather sleepy. I estimate babies don't have much stamina to start with. Not as I had much back then on my past life, always being starved by my family, makes me sad just thinking about it. They looked in my direction while appreciating me, as my body decided to give it a rest. Iris looks comfortable in your arms, dear. Indeed, Luke, she looks so adorable. System working. Register complete, sending information into the baby's mind. Welcome to the world of Artana. You have been gifted with 2 random skills from the goddess library. Your mana will be sealed till the human ceremony at the age of 7. Enjoy your new life. The baby suddenly became a tad more energetic, surprising both parents. Wait, who are you? Skills? Goddess? Mana? Sealed? Where am I? Is this a new world or my old one? Second life in a new place perhaps? Hello, can you hear me? Hi? Hey? No use, not getting any answer. Almost as she was about to give up, the last thought restarted before she fell asleep. Hello? Anyone listening? Was worth a try, too bad it didn't work. What do I do now? I suppose I can't do anything as I am now. I'll have to wait till I grow up. Sane Tess perspective. Around the same time, in a different place inside a church, a 20-year-old green-haired woman can be found in bed asleep. In the church since ancient times, 4 ranks are used to show and differentiate the authority of the people who serve the goddess. Starting from the lowest ones, the priests, then bishops, archbishops, and the pope as the highest one. This woman, however, hosts a unique title. She's ranked higher as the kingdom's one and only Sane Tess. Famous for possessing the blessed skill Oracle, inherited from her mother, the former owner of this title and class. This skill is known through the entire kingdom as a future vision granted or through her dreams. However, it is not perfect since not all of them become true. And like any other day, this woman was having a nightmare. People dying, peasants and nobles alike, 8 million people within the Lumen Kingdom being massacred. An army with green flags, a vast one of countless black armored enemies. She woke up screaming and a priest who guarded the door outside barges inside yelling. Sane Tess? I heard some noise, is there an intruder? Are you okay? He gazed worriedly at the bed then everywhere else just in case. Ah! The Sane Tess looked around realizing everything was only just a nightmare. After some panting, she became calmer, ending up looking at the source of the voice, finding a priest inspecting the room. The woman, after regaining some air by breathing slowly, ended up declaring fearfully. I had a possible premonition. I understand, Sane Tess, I'll wait for you outside. Comprehending that there was no enemy, the man moved outside, closing the door, while the woman got up, changed clothes, from a white silk pajama to a long white cloth robe, making her look like a nun. I sure hope it was a nightmare and not a premonition, otherwise, may the goddess drop by her realm to save us all. A fearful expression could be seen painted on her face, as it could be a devastating future. After a while, the two of them head to the Pope's office. Once they arrive, the priest opens the door after knocking twice, shouting loudly. Your Holiness, it seems something unexpected has happened. What happened, priest? The Pope, startled, raised from the chair, looking at the man and the Sane Tess who barged into the room. Yes, the Sane Tess woke up from one of those special dreams and. The priest looks at her expectantly without knowing what it was about. I probably had a bad premonition in my dreams. In them, our kingdom being attacked, eventually destroyed somewhere in the future. The woman looked at the floor with both hands still trembling. Our Lumen Kingdom will? Is it the work of some demon lord or maybe a beast king? The Pope questioned worriedly, trying to know more of it, as any additional information could make a big difference. At the very least, I believe it to be an invasion from a force with a great number wearing black armors. The priest, while uneased, commented, if the Sane Tess dream is indeed true, then it could be the army of the demon race. They are known for their dark red armors. The Pope agreed with a small reply while putting the pieces together. That's quite possible. The old man then placed a hand on the chin, adding his own suggestion. It may be the armies of the beasts to the south. It wouldn't be a surprise as they've tried to invade us multiple times over the centuries. Yes, I'm not fully sure, but I believe that happened not so long ago. The priest declared, unsure, faintly remembering something about it in the archives. To that a calm yet sad tone left the Pope's mouth. Since our kingdom is located in the center of all the territories, protecting it is truly arduous. Perhaps even the kingdom located to the east past the Great Mountains, their forces have been increasing for the past years. I believe the ogres wouldn't attempt to cross the mountains while fighting the golems. It would be incredibly hard. We'll need more information to prepare the church and the Lumen Kingdom for what's to come. Go tell the other priests to investigate about the black armors. The priest bowed lightly and left the room. Well, we don't have enough information as it is, so for now, if you may, Sane Tess, take a seat and tell me all the details of your dream. Of course. She took a seat and started explaining every piece of it. Iris perspective. A year passed since Iris's birth and the sane Tess vision, which allowed the knowledge about the dream to spread even to the most remote churches of the kingdom. Located close to the southeast border of the Astia village, there is a small house, and in it lives Iris with her parents. Hey honey, while I was working in the village, a priest friend of mine told me about something important. Rosalind replied with a curious expression while watching me crawl on the floor of the living room towards her leg. Oh? What did he say, Luke? The father responded anxiously with a soft tone to not make the wife fret. It seems the sane Tess of our Lumen kingdom had a premonition that it would be destroyed in the future. The sane Tess? Who's that? Which kingdom is that? That's not the one I lived in my past life, and I've studied all of them, from all the books I read in that big library of my past father. I focused my best on this new piece of information. After all, I gathered as many as possible during the past year. That's terrible, especially since our sane Tess dreams tend to happen, so for just this one time, I hope it was only a nightmare. Rosalind expressed a worried expression as she looked at me using her leg to help me get up from the floor. Yeah, she usually doesn't fail, but I think that we should be fine nonetheless. You think so, honey? Yes, after all, we do live pretty far in the southeast side of the kingdom. I do hope so. I can't imagine anything happening to us, Luke, especially towards our beloved daughter. Did I perhaps get reincarnated into a different world after all? I pondered deeply as a lot of things pointed that way, but not all of them since magic apparently existed in this world too. Don't worry, love, I'll make sure to protect us. Luke hugged Rosalind, making her feel secure, who was now holding me in the arms after picking my body up from the floor. My parents sure are lovely to one another, it really does make me happy. Honey, come here, Luke winked at his wife with wild thoughts. Rosalind followed Luke while placing me in the nearest wooden cradle and then goes closer to him smiling. Ah, there they go again under the sheets, they're sure carefree. Faint kissing and moaning sounds could be heard for a while, and a while later. Yes, right there, Luke. Oh Rosalind, you feel pretty tight, I miss you every time. Luke, don't say those things, you make me embarrassed, and the baby could hear. Don't worry honey, here, Luke started striking harder, disabling her of plausible thoughts, she's just a baby, it's perfectly okay. Oh, not like this, so rough. Rosalind, who's below, crossed her legs on Luke's back. You feel so good, honey, Luke stated with a passionate voice, making her blush deeply. It's getting bigger, allowing it to reach even deeper. If this keeps up, I'm coming. Rosalind, I love you. What am I hearing from these pervert parents, and what did father mean by that? Not like anyone's going to explain things to me. I've grown used to it, but I still wish I could talk with someone. I can barely say words with this body, it just doesn't keep up with me. Sometimes parents read books to me, I was able to see some words in it and the language seems to be the same one. I'll at least already know how to write and read, as well as math, which will save me some time from learning. I've had the chance to learn etiquette from my past life, just hope it's the same in this world or close to it. I'll sadly have to keep on waiting till I grow up some more before I can do interesting things. Chapter 2 Prologue Arc. 6 long years pass and I'm now 7 years old, living in a different room which is the closest one to the house exit. The room is nothing special, it's medium-sized with a wardrobe where my clothes are stored, a bed big enough for 3 of my figure to fit next to each other's, it has a small window on the white wall glued to my bed, which is directed north, enabling me to see who approaches the house entrance, and has a view to the green plains outside. It has a black curtain that I usually leave open as I enjoy to stare at the stars while I fall asleep, and it also helps me wake up with the sunlight. The floor is made of wood, oak type, I believe that's what father once mentioned to me, everything else is white, the walls and the ceiling. The continuous sound of birds chirping at my window wakes me up. Is it morning? I rub my eyes and look around, opening them slowly. I get up and as I do, I accidentally push my cloth doll down. It has been the gift I received for one of my birthdays. It has black ears, and by that, I mean black stripes carefully stitched to the small head of it, a white bunny doll of sorts, with a black little nose and 2 similar brown buttons for eyes, and above them, on the forehead, it has a little grey bump. It falls and a small noise echoes through the room. Right after, I hear a voice. Hey Iris, are you awake? I I wonder what's going on. If you are, come have breakfast with us, before your dad goes to work. I picked my doll and lay it on my bed. I put the white linens on top of it all the way to the neck and let it rest in my place. I stretch my arms upwards while yawning, then I put on some normal clothes and put my pajamas on top of the bed folded as best as I can. All right, I'm ready. I go to the door and open it. Two voices in unison echoed loudly in front of me, "Happy 7th birthday, Iris." Tears run down my face. Ah! I had totally forgotten about it. Thank you, Dad, thank you, Mom, I smiled greatly with all my heart bursting with joy. My parents hugged me tightly, and I hugged them back the best I could as my arms aren't long enough and didn't go around them, allowing my hands to meet each other. These past 7 years have been the best years I've ever lived. We have a surprise for you, baby girl, Mom said while happiness radiated from her. A surprise? I wonder what it could be. I giggle childishly, acting like a big baby, making them smile. Iris, don't move. I see my mother taking a black cloth thing that slowly resembles a black bandana of sorts. Okay, Mom, I smile as she places it around my eyes softly while Dad holds my hair in a ponytail. My parents have been truly kind to me, and I've recovered a lot from that. Even though I've lived my past life till my 15 years, I'm still acting a bit like a soft child for their sake. I'm afraid they wouldn't cope with the fact I've reincarnated, and well, I'm also their only child, even though they've been trying for a long time to have more, but it just didn't work out so far. Can you see anything, Iris? Mother questions me happily with a big smile which I'm unable to notice. I can't see anything, Mom, I giggled while stretching my arms trying to find something to grab. Yes, my dear daughter, it's a blindfold, Rosalind laughed happily. Come, we have a surprise for you. I felt my hand being grabbed softly. Come, Iris, I heard Dad's voice as he releases my blonde hair, making it fall naturally to the sides. After we walk what feels like the outside of the house, and a bit further than that, I hear Mother's voice. All right, here we are, remove the blindfold, honey. Leave it to me, replied Luke with a smile that I couldn't notice. Dad then whispers in my ear, are you ready, baby girl? I nod in agreement, making Dad remove my blindfold. With the sunlight directly hitting my eyes, I open them carefully, and when I do I'm unable to contain myself, instantly letting out a smile. Happy birthday, Iris. A lot of people from the nearest village where Dad works were here to celebrate my birthday, as today it is a special one which I don't remember the reason why. Thank you, everyone. I smile kindly at them while blushing from all the attention I'm getting. One of the men patted the back of my dad. Would you look at that, such a lovely young girl, it sure doesn't look like her father, the man joked at Luke, teasing him as per usual. The man's wife joined the conversation and said, well, that's true, but she does look up after her mother, they're both beauties. At their comments, I replied, we might not be alike, but Dad's the best father in the world. Suddenly I'm grabbed and lifted, ending up flying in the air. When I looked down, I saw my dad. He raised me a bit higher and started spinning me around while smiling happily. Seems like he enjoyed me protecting him. I match his smile without feeling sick from the spinning. When Dad placed me back on the floor, the woman who complimented me and my mother approached and presented a gift box, making me look curiously at it. Here, dear, a little gift from the two of us, hope you'll enjoy it, she smiled while extending the gift box in her hands. It's a heavy box, I replied while looking at her. Thank you though, can I open it? You're very welcome, and of course my dear, go for it. After opening the box, I pick the rectangular shaped item inside and take it out of the box. A nostalgic scent was picked by my nose, the scent of a book. I looked at it and read its title out loud, The Tales of Artana. Hey, what's Artana? Iris, you can read? The lady that gifted me the book asked. Yes. I reply, naturally forgetting that I haven't been taught beyond the basics of the words my parents would read at night. Most peasants generally don't learn reading till a lot of years later, if they learn at all. Seems like your parents have been teaching you rightfully. I look at my parents and see their surprised faces. I look at the lady who gave me the book and speak, is that your daughter? Yes, William, please bring Elise closer for a minute. All right, Olivia. The man brought his daughter closer, a black-haired girl with black eyes like her parents. Say hi to Iris, dear, she's 7 years old today, 3 years younger than you. Hello Iris, she says shyly. Hi Elise, I reply smiling. Did you like the gift? I picked it when I was shopping with my parents in the village. Yes, I love books, I reply with a big smile. You probably still can't read books too well without the help of your parents, but I hope you like it when you do. Thank you. I reply happily, and we smile at each other. If one day you drop by the village, I'm usually playing by the garden that surrounds the fountain with other kids. Sure. If the chance occurs we'll meet. A voice pops into my mind. System, mana has been unsealed, skills status, and system library can now be used. That sure was a fun party. Rosalind said excitedly despite being tired of standing the whole day. Yes. It was very fun. I replied with a happy smile. After 7 years you finally decide to talk. So, my dear daughter, is there anything else we should know aside from you being able to read? My dad asked. I placed my hands on my lap and started rubbing my thumbs at one another. It's obvious to us that you are trying to hide something from us, but we're your parents, you can trust in us, baby girl, we're here for you. I see my mom kneel in front of me, grabbing my hands with hers softly. I may be able to fully read and also write and do the math. My hands started trembling due to feeling anxious. My parents shouted, "What? How?" I stared at them, surprised and fearful from their shout. Dad hid his face with his hand and started laughing. To think we had given birth to a prodigy, Luke, Mother said proudly with her eyes beaming with excitement. She must have been blessed by the goddess like some people are. Exactly. Since you already know so much, we could start teaching you swordsmanship and magic instead. It is normal for the goddess to bless individuals with titles or skills, others with statuses, and some die without knowing what they were blessed with, though natural talents can also be given, and in your case perhaps you can simply learn things faster, Dad added. I've heard from time to time since I was born parents talking with one another about a thing called magic and mana. As I grew older they'd always kept quiet about it. I guess they were waiting for something. Why now? What do you mean, daughter? You and father wouldn't tell me anything before, so why do you want me to learn magic now? Oh. That's because only at the age of 7 the system allows us to use mana and skills. It locks it so that accidents don't happen. I suppose it was that message from earlier. Right, Iris, imagine what it'd be like if a baby would accidentally shoot a fireball and burn the house down with him in it. That's dangerous. I replied after thinking about the problems it could bring. Exactly. Not like that would be a problem since we humans don't start with any skills, but if the possibility exists it would refrain from such problems. We humans don't. I've always remembered myself of the 2 skills the system told me about. I'd be happy to learn both things nonetheless. If Dad and Mother would like to teach me, I smile innocently. We'd be more than happy. They shouted in unison. Seems like I'll have a lot of fun ahead after 7 years of not doing much. For now you can go play in your room, we have a lot of cleaning to do from the birthday party. All right, Mother. I head to my room and close the door behind me, laying on the bed facing the ceiling. I say lowly, status skill. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System, the title mana has been received. Notice, mana has been unlocked in status. Notice, wisdom has been unlocked in status. Notice, titles have been unlocked in status. A yellow screen with black letters appears in front of the girl after all the messages voiced in her mind. Status. Mana, 10/20. Wisdom, 1. Titles, Reincarnated, mana. Skills, status, system library. Those were a lot of messages, but all together basically mean that I used this mana thing. 10 mana, so I can use status one more time. I'm not sure what wisdom is, but it seems I have one of it. Use wisdom 1, I wait for a while after trying to use it mentally. Doesn't seem to do anything, let's check the rest. Titles reincarnated, since this is my second life it makes sense, and mana from using it I guess. Use title reincarnated. Use title mana. Doesn't seem to work, I guess titles aren't usable either. Skills status and system library, since status worked earlier let's try to focus on the skill system library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. My eyes forcefully close while I hear voices in my head. System, the title mana exhaust has been received. System, the title health has been received. Notice, health has been unlocked in status. Notice, stamina has been unlocked in status. Chapter 3 Prologue Arc. After 30 minutes I regain control of my body. What happened? Was it perhaps hitting 0 of mana? Mana exhaust title. It felt like my body got very tired. I stretch my arms, bending them a few times, then I do the same with my legs. Seems to be working better now, also I don't feel weird anymore. It should have recovered that mana thing by now, no? Seeing as I haven't suffered any injuries, it should be fine. I take a look around my body just in case, not finding anything strange with it. Let's check it. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Health, 75/75 mana, 20/30. Stamina, 7 Wisdom, 3. Titles, Reincarnated, Mana, Mana Exhaust, Health. Skills, Status, System Library. Is that my health? What happens if it reaches 0? Do I die? Do I faint? Do I get sick? I'll have to ask parents in a bit for more details. They should be able to tell me, unless it works differently for them, which would be strange in a way. Seems like my mana and wisdom increased. It looks like they raised at the same time. Perhaps they influence each other. Seeing as I got health and stamina at the same time the way I got mana and wisdom at the same time too. It kind of makes sense. I seem to have received a new title, Mana Exhaust, when I emptied my mana, I believe, and title Health, not sure about this one though. For now let's try the other skill. This time I have leftover mana, System Library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I. Fishing I. Baking I. Cooking I. I guess I have to choose one. I was quite the fond reader in my past life. If these are books, then I'll have a lot of fun from here onwards. Let's try the first one, World of Artana I. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. After almost 2 hours I regain control of my body. Seems like I hit 0 mana again. I didn't expect for it to cost that much. What in the hell was that amount even? Now I'm extra curious about what I was about to see. I won't give up. I'll repeat everything again if I must. Open status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Health, 60/60 mana, 90/100. Stamina, 7 Wisdom, 10. Titles, Reincarnated, Mana, Mana Exhaust, Health. Skills, Status, System Library. Wait, my health decreased. My mana increased a lot. Was it the Mana Exhaust? Or was it the health title? I'm lacking information. I could get it from the library. I smile proudly after making a big discovery. This time around I should have enough mana. System Library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I. Fishing I. Baking I. Cooking I. Now I want the first book, The World of Artana I. I look at it and then touch it with my index finger. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. World of Artana I. Author name, Sage John. Long ago many injustices and strife across the world existed. This came to be as each god created a race as they seemed fit. The problem started with the races seeking world domination. Many kings surged, many kingdoms and armies built. A world covered with wars, making the weaker races lose the most. With the human race loved by the goddess Arya almost coming to extinction, she proposed a deal to the other gods. Upon hearing the constant prayers and pleas of their subjects, the gods decided on accepting it. They created a system that makes the world more balanced and the meddling of gods restricted. Thanks to that, each god kept a different race which they helped them from time to time. The system takes care of everyone by its laws. At the beginning of the world, 4 races were born: humans, beasts, demons, and monsters. Despite the balancing of the system, some races are born stronger than the others, some individuals are better than others. Due to everyone being ultimately different and the humans the very weakest, the goddess Arya summons heroes from other worlds every 100 years to help us, so that humanity can prevail a bit longer. Notice, race has been unlocked in status. Notice, name has been unlocked in status. System, the title beginner reader has been rewarded. Whoa, I don't think I want to live in such a dangerous world. I make a fearful expression as I don't want to die again. Even if this goddess Arya summons heroes, I don't think they'd be able to beat beasts and demons and monsters all together. It seems way too many things to handle. It could depend on how many heroes she summons too, but even then, I don't quite know how strong these humans are. Sounds like I should take parents' lessons extra seriously and become strong as fast as I can. I wonder when this book was written. All the information I have is the title and the author. He could very well already be dead. Let's see what differences it unlocked. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Race, human name, Iris. Health, 60/60 mana, 20/110. Stamina, 7 Wisdom, 11. Titles, Reincarnated, Mana, Mana Exhaust, Health, Beginner Reader. Skills, Status, System Library. My wisdom raised again? Is it from the new title Beginner Reader? I gaze at it, checking it out. Sounds like reading books will help me able to read more of them. That book was very interesting, can't wait to read more of them. Even if it was a pretty short one, maybe the people of this world have some sort of difficulties. In my old world, despite everything, my father was quite rich, so he had his own library. It also seems like my status gets newer things as I read, which is pretty cool and extra motivation to keep going. It can't be a coincidence. Well, it can. I wonder what else can I receive from these books. Though for now, I'm feeling very comfortable in this bed. I think I'll nap a bit. 2 hours pass and I start stretching my arms and legs, doing a little noise with the bones, and the bed below tags along. Then my eyes and lips open about the same time. Yawn, that was a good nap. I'll try to not sleep more, otherwise I'll have trouble sleeping at night. Guess I'll read a bit more, nothing else to do. System Library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I. Fishing I. Baking I. Cooking I. I wonder what these symbols are after the books. I've read a lot of books in my past life, but I'm pretty sure it didn't have them. Could it possibly be different series, like how sequels and prequels existed for famous authors? Maybe different chapters to them? Mine's had normal numbers to them. I can't tell yet as I don't have enough information, so for now, let's read the fishing I. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Fishing I. Author name, The Fisherman Felix. In the world of Artana, there are many classes, and fishing is a basic graded one. Peasants are generally granted one of these lower-ranked classes. The lower-level fisherman will enjoy learning the basics, from knotting to put a worm in the hook. Advisable to buy a rod made of bamboo since it is flexible. Should buy a wooden bamboo rod, as normal wooden sticks will break with the fish pulling strength. Should buy either a wire made of horsehair or finely woven flax, as they're very consistent. Regarding the bait, one can buy worms from the general store. Also, do not forget to buy the hook. Once you have all the materials required, you can ask a blacksmith to fuse them for you. Now you should have a fishing rod and lots of worms. You should procure a small river. Once you find a spot you like, get some big stones, so that you can stick the rod there. That way you'll be able to avoid staying lots of hours holding the rod by yourself, which is tiring. The moment the bamboo starts bending, you'll have to pull the fish with a lot of strength out. Don't forget a basket with long leaves to cover your fish with once you get one. Notice, level has been unlocked in status. Notice, status skill has reached level 10. Additional information will be shown. Notice, class has been unlocked in status. Notice, system library skill has leveled up to 2. Additional books will be shown. It's a good thing the books are so short. I wonder if the library is being considered to me being young, unless it's only the first page. I'm used to reading big books, so I'll be ready. That's all I did anyway. I just remembered, but it's a good thing that the language is the same, otherwise both skills would have been useless. It makes me wonder if this is the world I was in before or not. They're kind of similar in a few things at least. I look through the window at my right side. I didn't get to leave my mansion in my past life. I've read everything there was in Father's library, but the common knowledge I have doesn't match this world so far. For example, one of the books I remember reading was one about wars, and it was only a human kingdom against another of the same race. I changed the focus of my gaze to the door. The fact that this world has more races than humans already makes me doubt this is the same one. I don't remember this system with skills things either. I could also be missing memories like the ones from before I went to the attic. Since I haven't received a gift from my parents, I'll ask them at dinner if I can get a fishing rod. I look once more through the window to check the weather. Now I'm curious for the rest of the books. I couldn't have asked for a better skill, as that was all I loved in my past life. Let's see what parents are doing while Mana recovers. I open the door which connects directly to the living room, finding my parents on the sofa talking to one another. Iris, baby, come sit with us. She gestures me to approach, which I do with a big smile on my face. So what were you doing this long in the room, dear? I was reading a book. How about you two? A book? We've finished cleaning the leftovers of the party a few minutes ago, so we took the chance to rest here. Mom's hand approached to pat my hair. Could I request a gift? I smile happily, melting their hearts as they tilt their heads. A gift? My parents asked in unison, surprised as I never asked anything before. Yes, I'd like a fishing rod. A fishing rod. Once more they asked me in unison, confused. Yes, I'd like to fish. We've gone on a stroll before near the river, it's not far so I could fish whenever I'd like. My parents looked at each other as if trying to mind read one another. Oh, and some wire in case it breaks, and worms too, otherwise I won't have bait for fishes, please. Well, honestly it's quite a cheap present, so I'll get you one. Thank you, Father, I smile happily at him, ending up giving a hug. If there's anything else you'd like, I'll gift it to you, dear, that way you'd have a present from both of us. Mom hurriedly added, as she didn't want to feel left out from such a unique occasion, and possibly from the hug I gave Dad. Of course, Mother, I'll let you know once I have something in mind, thank you. I give her a hug so she doesn't feel left out. Chapter 4 Prologue Arc. Later that day, let's read some more before dinner. System Library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I, 2. Fishing I, 2. Baking I, 2. Cooking I, 2. Let's try the World of Artana 2, the first one was rather interesting. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. World of Artana 2. Author name, Sage John. A very interesting topic about this world is what I've found out from the system. It is composed of 8 laws, possibly more, but these are the ones I've figured so far. Together they make me realize that humans will always be the weakest race as we're born inferior. The reason is due to these laws, the strong will become stronger, crushing the weak. These 8 laws make the world a bit more balanced from what it used to be. The leveling law, where everyone starts at level 1. The experience law, where everyone can level up by killing other beings including their own race. The status law, where they can select their status points. The skill law, where they can learn skills with skill points. The class law, where everyone can get a class and level it up. The title law, where everyone can be rewarded for their achievements. The grading law, where everything is graded in a specific way. The language law, where everyone can understand each other with enough intelligence and wisdom. Thanks to these laws, when the other races build large enough armies, we're sure to be wiped out. For those of the next generations, if you can, don't hesitate on growing stronger. Otherwise, you'll lose everything and everyone you love at some point in your life. Notice, experience has been unlocked in status. Notice, status points have been unlocked in status. Notice, skill points have been unlocked in status. Notice, grades have been unlocked in status. Notice, intelligence has been unlocked in status. This author really does sound threatening and serious. In the sentence where he says we're born inferior, does that mean that other races are born with higher statuses than us humans? Is there possibly a way to outdo such natural growth? If that's the case, I wonder what humans are doing to prevent such invasions. These books must be in every library through the Lumen Kingdom. No. I look around my room as if looking for an answer, fully knowing there would be no such thing. I somehow have a bad feeling. In this world, if we don't get strong enough, we'll most likely die, won't we? Does that possibly mean that I have to level up a lot? It might also mean that I'm bound to die early. I want to live a long and happy life. I'll have to kill things if I want to become stronger for experience and leveling up. Will I be able to achieve it? If it is to protect my family, then best to think about something else for now. I inhale and exhale deeply to relax. Some time has passed, so I should have recovered a bit of mana. I retake my stare upon the screen and gaze upon the list in it. Let's go with baking. Even though it's probably a recipe book, there were a few of them back then as well. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Baking. Author name, Baker Sugzu. The art I make is baking. I use a skill that allows me to make a lot of different food. My class is baker, one of the possible choices when we're peasants. Personally, I love it. I make the most delicious bread, cakes, pastries, pies, cookies, and other things. I can also cook many meals a person with the chef class would be able to. The difference is that I receive experience by doing these things and my skills level up faster. I also can learn advanced skills from doing so, while chef ones I don't have access to. Unless I learn how to make it with a chef or even create a recipe on my own. It'll never be as good as a real chef, but it'll still be pretty good. I'll be passing some of my recipes to future generations, like the ash cake. The first step is to build a fire and let it burn down to a thick layer of coals. We'll know it's ready once the coals have become white ash. We then make a thick dough made of flour, adding only enough water so that it doesn't stick in the hands. We can add wild fruits that you can find in the forest, as well as chopped nuts or even wild berries. Then roll the dough into small balls and smash them so they become plain circles. Place them onto the hot ash, not on the coals, then it'll slowly become cooked and brown. Once it's brown you can lift it, clean the rest of the ashes, and use butter or some jelly to eat it. I hope you'll enjoy this recipe. Baker Sugzu, her name sounds so adorable, it's truly fluffy like, makes me imagine the woman being a bit like an old lady, giving sweets to the children with a happy smile. So doing the things our class is meant to, will allow us to grow stronger faster? If I get a class of producing something, it doesn't sound like I would become stronger. Acquiring more experience and skills certainly sounds like a goal. It sounds important, to think I'd find such information in a baker book. Despite the possible odds, I ended up with a pretty good ability or skill. Not only that, but I really want to try making this bread and tasting it now, hopefully, it's good. I'll try it when I get a chance and surprise my parents. Iris. I hear a loud voice calling for me from the direction towards the living room, just outside my room, and after a thin hall. I head through my room door and collide with Dad, bumping my head onto his soft and small belly. Ouch, didn't expect you there, I laugh lightly towards Father, who doesn't seem to be surprised. Hey Princess, I wanted to know if you'd like to come to the blacksmith with me to buy the rod, and I always tell you to not go so fast through the house, you're bound to hurt yourself greatly otherwise. Thankfully this time it wasn't one of them. Of course, I'd love to. I shout energetically, making him smile instantly at my attitude and happiness. I barely ever get a chance to go to the village, if not mistaken, since birth may have gone there like 2 times. Alright, let's go and see what we can find there, hopefully, something promising for you to become a master fisher. Yes, like a magical fishing rod capable of pulling any type of fish, no matter how big or strong they are. Don't take too long you two, I'll be preparing our dinner. Mother shouted at us with a serious yet happy expression, making sure we would understand the idea, otherwise, punishment might befall the both of us. Yes ma'am. Father opens the door that is a little further ahead from the one I came through to the right, the exit one. Alright, Mom. I shout happily back, stealing her a smile. After 20 minutes of heading northwest, we arrive at the village. I see a wooden sign, it says Astia Village, it is a pretty name. We walk for a bit more, soon coming closer to a shop called the Three Hammers. Upon entering it, we're greeted by 2 men. Welcome, welcome to the Three Hammers blacksmith shop. Thank you, we replied in unison, making us smile at each other and chuckle a bit. I take a good look around, finding all sorts of weapons, armors, helmets on top of tables used for display. They are sorted in what looks from the worst quality to the best one, since the shinier ones are the furthest away. Shouldn't they place the best looking stuff closer for more appealing? On second thought, perhaps since this is a village the people may not want to afford the expensive stuff. I find the balcony to be relatively close to the entrance, where I see one of them writing something while checking some equipment pieces. Perhaps something related to restocking them. I notice that the walls are dyed in a yellow tone, which corresponds to the color of the ceiling. It leaves the floor to be in a grey tone, perhaps stone, which doesn't quite match the color's palette. I take notice of mostly how it feels to be a house of 1 room alone, a long and wide enough one with lots of tables, barrels, 2 balconies, and some boxes. On top of the tables, there are some dressing objects, possibly armor pieces, at least the helmet is easy to understand where it would fit. On a table next to that one, different swords can be seen. The weapons have similar tones, but they're mostly grey, and the last 2 seem to be made of silver. Further to that table, there's a barrel and in it, lots of different looking rods. We take a turn to the right and find a window, whose light shines on top of some pieces, but they're too far away. Furthest to the right there are some boxes and what looks like a treasure chest. How can we be of service today? The man gazing at our happiness makes a big smile of his own. We've come looking for a fishing rod for my daughter. Did the little miss get her fishing class so early? Ah. No, I believe she's just interested in trying it out. That's quite remarkable. Come here, young one, let me show you the medium rods we have since you're still small. I walk closer and start gazing at the multiple rods on one of the wooden barrels where they're placed vertically. There are a few long ones that look very heavy, made of light brown wood, some medium ones also made of a darker looking tone type of wood, and a few green ones, but no clue about the material. What are the green ones made of? I ask curiously, taking a great and strange interest at them. They're made of bamboo, they are a bit flexible so they can bend. Here, let me show you. He picks one and starts bending it softly without breaking it. That looks lighter and interesting, I turn to Dad and point at it. You're the one in charge, Iris. How much is it? For this enthusiastic little miss, I'll make it 400 copper. Dad gave me the coins while smiling happily. Here you go. I give the coins to the shopkeeper, making them do some sounds in the man's hand, by dropping 4 of them each with a number 100 in them. Thank you for the purchase, young miss. If you ever need it to be repaired, let us know, and we'll make you a discount. I smile at him in gratitude for all the kindness displayed. System, the title purchase has been received. A new title. Did Dad give me the money on purpose for this to happen? I look at him and see him smiling kindly at me. I guess not, he just looks happy at me buying things with him. Dad probably doesn't think much about titles. Here you go, little miss. I placed some paper around the hook so that you don't get hurt with it. Thank you for everything, I'll be careful with it. I grab the bamboo fishing rod, it heights around 80 centimeters, Dad helps me with it. They have some very long ones, double and even triple this size. Let's head to the general store for the bait, daughter. All right, Dad, I swift the focus from Luke to the man and bid my farewell, bye-bye, and thank you for the rod. Take care, both of you. The men from the blacksmith shop said in unison. 3 minutes later we enter the general store. I look around it once I enter, noticing a woman behind a balcony in the furthest center end. Possibly to force people to go through the middle of everything she has to sell. Everything is inside either small bottles or boxes with a name label above them. Good afternoon, Dad said, smiling while looking at the lady from afar next to me. Hello. I add softly, gazing at everything while mesmerized without knowing what most things are. Welcome, how may I help? We walk closer to the balcony, going through the middle of 2 tall wooden shelves with 4 shelf brackets dividing the different products. I'd like 4 boxes of worms for fishing. That'll be 50 copper each for a total of 200. Dad gives me the coins once again. Here you go, lady, I give her 2 copper coins of 100 each. Thank you, young girl, the woman smiles at me while giving me the box carefully, so they don't open in an accident. We leave the shop and then the village, having gotten everything we needed, and head back home. On the way back, Dad asks, will you be okay with killing the worms to feed the fishes? Yes. Bugs don't bother me, I find them cute. If you take the fishes out of the water, they'll die too. I know, but they won't die without a purpose. I want to learn how to cook and make good dishes for you and mother. Seems like my daughter doesn't worry much about animal lives. I wonder if it was a different animal like a fluffy bunny or a dog. Perhaps a cat or a horse. I wonder how'd she look at death then. Innocence truly is bliss. I hope she doesn't get scared with the worms later or the slippery fishes. Are you excited to be able to fish tomorrow? Yes, Father. I wonder if I'll be able to catch anything though. I understand what Father meant, but after reading those books I'll have to resolve myself. There is a big need to be able to kill things to become stronger at some point, better earlier so I get used to it before it is too late. Otherwise, when I face a monster and hesitate to kill it, it'll most likely kill me instead. Chapter 5 Prologue Arc. The following day in the morning. Let's dress in some casual brown clothes since I might dirty them near the river. I want to see the status, haven't checked the changes since yesterday, was too excited with fishing. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris. Health, 60/60 mana, 160/170. Status points 10. Stamina, 7 intelligence, 0 wisdom, 17. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, F, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, F, Beginner Reader, C, Purchase, E. Skill points, 2. Skills, Status level 16, System Library 3. Seems like I have a bit more mana, and points to spend. I'm assuming we spend those points in the things below. I could really use a lot more mana to read more books and be able to check status freely. Well, I want all points in Wisdom. System, the title Wisdom has been received. Notice, Disgrace has been unlocked in status. Notice, Fame has been unlocked in status. What are these new things I got? Status again please. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 10. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris. Health, 60/60 mana, 250/270. Status points 1. Stamina, 7 Intelligence, 0 Wisdom, 27. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, F, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, F, Beginner Reader, C, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F. Skill points, 2. Skills, Status Level 18, System Library 3. I wonder what it does. It seems that I received it from the Wisdom title for spending 10 points in Wisdom. Is that a bad thing? I also won another status point. I'll save this one just in case. I think 270 mana will last me for a while now. I wonder what these letters in front of the titles are. System Library. Let's spend the mana before fishing. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I, 2. Fishing I, 2. Baking I, 2. Cooking I, 2. Farming I, 2. Farming I, it sounds interesting, and I'll save mana to read Fishing 2 before I leave the house. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Farming I. Author, Farmer Alex. As a fellow human and now as an old grandpa who can't plow his fields anymore, I've decided to slowly write my lifetime down in regards to my farmer class. I started as a very weak kid around my 10 years, and slowly as I used a hoe to plow, my strength increased with time. I'm not sure of the reason, but perhaps the farming titles I gained had something to do with it. I'd do a lot of hours every day of exercise from this job, and from time to time I'd get new titles, or their grades would rank up. In the end, my status became enough for me to do my job a lot faster and consistently. I initially started with very few cheap things. I bought a hoe from the blacksmith, tomato seeds from the general store, and also a hat from the clothing store due to the sunlight. I'd wake up early where the sun wasn't as intense and start plowing my fields. Then I'd sow everything and close the holes, watering everything once I had finished. I made a scarecrow to deal with the birds with some wood I cut from a few trees. I remember my strength increasing from chopping trees too. Later on, as I grew up, I ended marrying and having a very cute daughter. She asked me if we could have some plants, so at 40 years old I started harvesting plants in a different field. It was then that I became stronger. It felt then at the age of 50 that I had mastered all the titles of farming. The day I finished I felt my strength increasing greatly. Sadly, I took too long to understand the art of a farmer. I believe that future farmers will not bother themselves reading this book, as most don't know how to read. I do hope my tale goes across so that everyone who decides to try farming, be it due to the job or not, is able to become stronger. Notice, strength has been unlocked in status. Seems like there are various titles that help the status grow. I'll ask Mother to buy me a hoe and some seeds since she wanted to gift me a present. I smile. Magic lessons, swordsmanship, fishing, and farming. When I have vegetables and other things, I'll start cooking and baking. I'll do a bit of everything and hopefully get stronger that way. Of course, reading too, it's way too fun, I just can't stop it. I want to read Farming 2 next. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Farming 2. Author, Farmer Alexandra. My grandpa died, when I was 7 years old. A special ceremony took place for me, which also happens to every human being. I spent my status points and my skill points, on skills that I felt would help me continue his honorable job. I wanted to be like him, so I took the class Farmer. Some people call it a profession or even a job, but the real name is Rank 0 Farmer class. At least that's what the system calls it. I'm not sure what the rank part means, but it doesn't matter. I grew up following his advice he wrote in the past volume, and also from his daily teachings. I reached the peak at the age of 30 and my mother at the age of 40. I discovered some interesting things that allowed me to make things faster. I believe it can go even faster in the future generations. One of them was sowing different seeds from the start and harvesting different plants. These two will contribute with titles of their own. I believe the Farmer title series requires all kinds of farming titles. They give especially good bonuses. I at the age of 25 ended up marrying a fisherman, who'd complain about having to buy lots of worms and that was expensive. Due to farming and plowing after harvesting, I started boxing a lot of worms that lived in my fields. This allowed my husband Felix to increase his fishing skills, earning titles a little bit faster. The worms that lived on my fields were also bigger and fatter compared to the ones sold in the general shop. That may have impacted his fishing as well. I asked him to write a few notes as my grandpa did in order to help the future fishermen of our Lumen kingdom. Humans aren't helpful to one another sadly, due to the system they seclude from each other as they try to improve alone. The kindness of my grandpa and my own will try to change a bit of such behavior with the notes I left here. I pray to the goddess Arya who saved us all that humans will start being friendlier to one another. Especially the nobles, they mistreat us, peasants, way too much. I hope the peasants from this country start learning reading and writing earlier on so that they can spend some time in the few libraries around the kingdom. That way they'll surely improve their life status and live better than we have. Notice, age has been unlocked in status. It is a little sad to know the grandpa died, he sounded really kind in the writing he did. I'm very honored to be able to read their works, I can feel the love they imbued the books with. It seems like I'll be able to get worms of my own, maybe even find a way to mate them. Perhaps with herbs that grow along with the vegetables that I don't need. To my surprise, the fisherman was her husband. It's really complicated to know when things happened without proper dates. From this information, I now know that there's a chance that everyone who wrote these books is already dead. Being a peasant or not, it doesn't bother me, but I want a class that can help me defeat harmful beings. Be them humans or monsters, I think magic could be quite interesting since I have a lot of mana. There's a chance the mana I have isn't enough. Hopefully, I can raise it further along with the rest of the stats by doing all sorts of things. I'll try to collect all types of titles, just hope I can learn different classes ones too. Even if the learning rate is slower, I'll persist and endure it. I wonder what kind of training nobles do, seeing as they look down on peasants on this world. They must be really strong to do, otherwise, a peasant would retaliate. Let's read fishing too before I head to the river. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Fishing 2. I've been helping my wife at farming and ever since then fishing, which requires a lot of strength, has become easier. Thanks to this I've felt my body agility and dexterity increase, I've been able to run faster, to jump higher, to use my hands better at small works. Believe it or not, I felt like fishing has become slightly faster. The number of fishes caught has increased. I've used some worms I've been getting from my wife, making fishing more profitable. I've befriended a merchant who doesn't take a big tax to sell the things I catch. The same friend also sells my wife's harvest. I feel like catching fishes, different types of fishes, fishing in different places have all been changing me. I'm currently 30 years old and I haven't mastered fishing, nor have I found all the titles required for the fishing series. They usually complete with an S in front of them. I believe the ranks go from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, not sure if it works like that to every title and skill. This is everything I was able to understand as I spent part of my life fishing. If in the future I find something else, I may attempt a new book. Even though just a tiny book of 1 page is already very expensive. I hope the future fishermen have better luck than me. System, the title reader series has been received. Notice, agility has been unlocked in status. Notice, dexterity has been unlocked in status. So that's what the letters are. Wait, let's compare everything now that I know the ranks. Status please. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 10. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 7 years old. Health, 60/60 mana, 130/350. Status points 1. Strength, 0 stamina, 7 agility, 0 dexterity, 0 intelligence, 1 wisdom, 35. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, F, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, F, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, F. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 22, E, System Library 3, F. Seems like Mana Exhaust and Beginner Reader are maxed if what Felix the Fisherman wrote is correct. My wisdom seems to have taken quite a boost again. It was most likely from that second rank S title, and I have 1 intelligence now. I feel like that came from the last title or the S rank of the other one, hard to know. Status seems to have ranked up as well, and I still have a long way to go with System Library, seeing as status is level 22. Let me prepare everything so I can go fishing and talk with Mother about the farming tool, seeds, and a hat that I need. Chapter 6 Prologue Arc. After running around crazily through the house, I find a basket with a lid made of straw knotted, making it light and flexible. I also find a similar straw hat which is a bit big for my head, but with my long blonde hair, filling the emptiness, I manage to hold it steady. Where do you think you're going, little miss? My mother stops me from running around. To fish. Have you ever fished before, dear? No, but I know what I need to do. You do? How so, dear? Where could you possibly have acquired such knowledge? Books. I smile at mother. We have a few at home, but we don't have one about fishing, I believe. Or do we? Oh right, mother, I thought of what I want to as a birthday present. I want a farming hoe, watering can, and seeds of all kinds. Don't tell me you received a farming class? Since you said you just wanted to try fishing for fun. No, mother, I haven't decided on a class. I don't even know how to get one. To get one you have to spend your first 10 status points and the 2 skill points to be able to use skills for the first time. Oh. So that's how. Yes, but we'll tell you how to spend them tomorrow when we start teaching you the basics. I've already spent them, mother. What? Her shout echoed in my ears. What did you spend on? I wanted more mana, so I spent everything in wisdom. Oh my. That's not advisable, honey, at all. How come? Well, imagine you end up fighting something, without a balance of all status, which are. Interrupting her, I say, strength, stamina, agility, dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom. Exactly, they contribute in different ways to our growth as human beings, so balancing them is what every human does. Everyone does? Why? It's due to the only thing we get as we age being stamina, and we need a bit of everything in our daily lives. Can I have an example? Of course, baby, let's see. A blacksmith that you visited recently needs the dexterity to use his tool correctly. Right. He also needs strength to hammer it with the force he needs, and stamina to not get tired doing that repeatedly. I see. He also needs intelligence to speak with fellow clients and to learn new things, and wisdom to have the mana for his crafting skills. Crafting skills. Every class has a set of skills, and being a blacksmith has its own. One of them is crafting equipment, material evaluation, and another is refining. Oh. That's interesting. Exactly so, dear, and the more wisdom we have, the better we use the knowledge we understand from this world. The knowledge that comes from intelligence. Yes, the more you have, the more things you'll be able to learn by observing the world. Can I learn them through books instead, since I don't have much intelligence? Of course you can, dear, that's what books are made for, even though not many bother with them. How come? Not many get to learn how to read, and most rather put some points in intelligence and learn things as they go. I see. You can consider books a mix of intelligence and wisdom. It also depends on the writer. What do you mean, mother? Well, baby. If the writer doesn't express his knowledge properly on the subject, you won't learn things properly. Ah. Now I understand. Another reason for people to not read books is that if the knowledge is wrong, their intelligence can decrease. The stats we put points in can decrease. Yes, as we get really old our stats start decreasing as well, around 70 years old for most. That's awful. Mother approached and patted my hair. It's part of the cycle of life, baby girl. From that explanation, does that mean mother also has a skill called status? A skill called status? That's new. I have what most people have, baby, a skill called personal data, that opens a screen called status. That's weird, my skill is called status and it also opens a yellow screen with black letters named status. It indeed sounds unusual, Iris, but it sounds like both do the same, so don't worry about it, dear. True. Wait, Iris, if you have a skill, does that mean you have a class? Wait, earlier you said you didn't. I still haven't used my 2 skill points, mother. Then how do you have a skill? We aren't born with skills, Iris. I don't know, I guess I just happened to be an exclusion to that rule. I look anxiously at her while saying the truth. Just how blessed were you by the gods, dear? Am I supposed to answer that? Is there any other thing I should know about? Should I tell her about the system library skill? It is my mother's, so there shouldn't be a problem. I actually was born with another skill called system library. What? Not only 1 but 2 skills? I haven't heard of that one before, dear. What does it do? It allows me to read books. I've read baking, fishing, and farming books. Oh, so that's where your interest suddenly came from. Yes. I smile, feeling more relaxed. Sounds like you got very lucky with the skill you got. I'm totally in favor of my daughter reading a lot of books. I'm glad to hear that, as I love to read books. Rosalind went into deep thought. Still, why does my daughter has 2 skills already? Unless she's level 3. Did she leave in the middle of the night or something? No. That's impossible, she's too young and too weak. Even the weakest goblin would have more status than her. I've heard that people summoned from the goddess Arya come with very special skills, they're called unique skills, they appear when many ranked S skills merge to form a new one. However, the skills my daughter seems to have gotten don't seem anything amazing. Sure is nice to see the information, but everyone has that. The other skill gives her the ability to read books, apparently about classes. Knowledge is a good thing, but it won't make her strong. Since in the end, she will not be able to have more than one class. It'll still be useful for her to know what everyone can do, that way if in the future she needs something she'll know who to ask. Well, just in case, don't mention those skills to anyone, and also that you might have been born with them. How come, mother? Just in case, dear, as we don't know if there's anyone who would force you to use them for their own gain. Can they steal them from me? No dear, not like that, more like hurting you to force you to do their will. Ah. Now I understand what mother means. All right, mother, I'll be careful. That's a promise then, she smiles. What other things can you see in that personal data skill, mother? Personal data, let's see, I can see the level, experience, titles, name, age, status points, strength, stamina, agility, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, skill points, and skills. Anything else? No dear, that is all. Then how do you know what class you are, for example? Or the race? I know it from the skills I can learn, and I'm human, I know from looking into a mirror. She started laughing. How about the titles and skills, do they have small letters in front of them? Letters? No baby, it's only named. Fame and disgrace. Mother makes a surprised face upon hearing that. Where'd you learn those terms, dear? I can see it in my status screen when I use the skill. That's very interesting. Basically, depending on the titles we get, our fame and disgrace increase. How do you know how much you have, mother? When we attempt to advance our class, we get to learn how much we have. We can advance classes. Yes, you can also swap them if you don't like what you picked, but its level returns to 0. That doesn't sound so good. True, it's not, but you do keep the skills you learned, even though they won't level up as fast as they used to be. That sounds even worse. Mother laughed a bit more upon hearing my words. Well, you should think wisely before deciding on a class, and despite we both being peasants, which means you can learn one of the lower professions. The nobles can't. They can, but their choices start from rank 1 classes like mage and warrior, while we peasants have to work extra hard for it. Once you spend your skill points, you'll receive a title that matches in what social class you were born, in other words, a peasant title. I used to be a noble, and now I'm a peasant. Honestly, it doesn't bother me. Oh. In other words, what do I do to become a mage? You need to get the fame and disgrace, dear, to increase, in other words, titles. Ah. I understand. The easiest ones would honestly be to kill other beings, like weak beasts or very weak monsters. That's. I know they have personalities, can feel, they're no different than us, just a different body and aspect, but. She kneels in front of me and stares at me. If you don't, you'll end up being a farmer, a fisherman, or something along those lines, which I personally don't mind. I want to be a mage, Mom. I'd like to do all kinds of things with this life, and also be strong enough to protect you and Dad. A few tears fell from Rosalind's eyes as she was touched by her daughter's words. She hugged her and said, "You're truly so very precious, Iris. Don't cry, mother," I pat her while tearing up too. "We were going to teach you the basics and let you decide if you wanted to learn or not, but it seems like you truly wish to learn." "Yes. I want to be strong." She stared at me, looking into my eyes. "I can't get enough that you have such different color than my side and Luke's side brown-eyed families." She smiles at me. "They're green, right?" "Yes, green like the vivid grass of the plains outside our home. I'll totally make a small field outside of the house. You should make it near the river, baby, that way you won't have to water as much and it's easier to get water from." "Mother, you're a genius. I'm sure you'd find about it in one of those farming books of yours, but better now as you won't have much time." "What do you mean by time?" "You'll practice swordsmanship with me in the morning, magic in the afternoon, and you can go fishing afterward. I can wake up earlier to do the farming. The first part of the training will be to build your stamina so that you have more energy to spend." "How do we do that?" "Laps around the house. You can start today by running 30 in a big circle." "All right, mother. Meanwhile you do, I'll head to the village and get you the gift you asked for." A smile appeared on my face as I heard those words and say, "Thank you, mother. I love you." "I love you too, my fluffy daughter. Now go run, and when you're done you can rest, then I'll help you with fishing. You going to teach me? Just the basics. I'm not an expert either, but I did learn a few things in the past. It shouldn't be too hard. It truly isn't, as long as it's not big fishes, those have quite the strength. If it was in the ocean, they'd be the ones pulling you. The ocean? Yes, perhaps one day you'll visit some lands across the ocean to the west of the Lumen Kingdom capital. Sounds exciting. It is pretty dangerous as well due to octopuses, big monsters that can damage ships. I want to be able to beat them. If you did, you'd be the first, honey. They're truly strong. Now go run, I'll be back soon. Alright, mother. Don't leave near the house. If anything happens, just lock yourself inside. There's a short sword over there in the worst case. I'll be fine, it won't take that long. We do live pretty much in nowhere, but I like to be sure to avoid accidents. Yes, mother, I'll do as you say. Good girl, get going. She smiles happily. Chapter 8 Prologue Arc. Chapter 7 Prologue Arc. While I was running from the 2 hours of exercise, I received a title called Body Training. I'm sitting close to the river, with the fishing rod and the straw hat in my head. That sure was tiring, but it must have been worthwhile. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 10. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 7 years old. Health, 70/70th mana, 260/350. Status points 1. Strength, 0 stamina, 8 agility, 0 dexterity, 0 intelligence, 1 wisdom, 35. Titles, Reincarnated, F. Mana, F. Mana Exhaust, S. Health, F. Beginner Reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader Series, F. Body Training, F. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 22, E. System Library 4, F. Seeing as my health and stamina went up, it was quite worthwhile. Mother arrived while I was training with a few things. I believe she got everything I asked. Baby. I turn around and look at my mother heading towards me with a basket, a bag, and a 60-centimeter long hoe. Alright, I was able to get everything you needed and also brought you an extra basket so you can keep the different seeds I bought. Thank you very much, mother, I tell her happily and gratefully. You're very welcome. So which one would you like to start with? We can try fishing first. I've already grabbed some rocks on the floor to put the rod stuck once everything's set, that way I can do farming afterward while a fish gets baited. That's very smart, Iris. Did you thought about that? I read it from one of the fishing books. Oh. Well, that does help you with saving time. Indeed. Have you thought about what you're going to do with the fishes? I'd like to learn how to handle them and cook them if I fish any. It'll be a bit bloody. I learned how to cut fish at 12 with my mother. You're the one who said I needed to get used to these things if I wanted to get stronger, right? My mother smiled. Absolutely. Alright, grab your rod and stretch it on the river, I'll help you stick it into the stones afterward. Okay, mother, I do as she said. Now come closer and be careful to not touch the wire. Once I get really close to her, she continues. Open your hand and pick a worm from the box. Without hesitation, I remove one of the fluffy worms from the box. They're kind of cute. I touch them softly, and they tickle my hand. Mother makes a little weird face looking at them. I guess she's not into worms. I smile. Now what you do is pierce the worm in this metal hook. I grab the worm with my index finger and thumb, and grab the hook with the other hand and pierce the worm in it. Mother does a disgusted expression as she sees the worm liquids coming out of it. I notice it smiling at her, feeling less bad for doing this to the little cute worm. After some seconds it stops moving and voices resound in my head. System, the title Animal Slayer has been received. Notice, Soul has been unlocked in status. Seems like we even get titles for killing things. What is the soul? Mother, what is the soul? Upon hearing those words she looks surprised at me. The church says that the souls are what make us being who we are, the only immortal, in other words the only aspect that never dies about us, kind of like energy. Like mana. Yes, you could say that, but why do you ask? I lower my voice and say, it appeared on my status just now. Really? What does it say about it or show? Let me check. Status skill. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 Experience 0/100. Fame, 0 Disgrace, 20. Class, None. Race, Human Name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 70/70th mana, 250/350. Status points 1. Strength, 0 Stamina, 8 Agility, 0 Dexterity, 0 Intelligence, 1 Wisdom, 35. Soul, 110. Titles, Reincarnated, F. Mana, F. Mana Exhaust, S. Health, F. Beginner Reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader Series, F. Body Training, F. Animal Slayer, F. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 23, E. System Library 4, F. I'm not really sure but it says Soul 110. When I and Luke were adventurers and we'd kill a monster, a sparkling stone would appear consuming the corpse around it. That stone is equal to the soul amount, therefore the name the Adventurer Guild uses for it is Soul Stone. I see how much would this amount to. I have no clue, daughter. They use a device that ranks the different soul stones and awards them a rank, and same ranks are used towards skills and titles. In my status, I can see the ranks, in other words the letters of my titles and skills, but mother doesn't, so how do you know about their ranks? We can check them on a device at the Adventurer Guild when we place our hand in it to make a card. A page inside with our information is saved. Inside the book? That's interesting, but that way other people would be able to see my skills, no? Yes, but you can rip the page, it's not against the rules to do so. If I ever become an adventurer I should do it so that I keep secret of these skills, right? Absolutely, Iris. Okay, Mom, I'll make sure to do it if it ever happens. Just for reference, the same book is used to apply to other places like the church, and the Battle Academia and the Magic Institute, important places basically. I see. What are the Battle Academia and the Magic Institute things? They're a place where nobles learn how to fight, or research magic. You can even learn skills without using skill points by doing what you'd normally do with the said skill. Sounds like expensive places to go. So how can we learn skills? Once I teach you swordsmanship, you should get a skill with that name. Don't worry, dear, with time you'll get what you need. Alright, mother, I'll be patient. I hear a weird sound coming from the riverside and look into it. Mother, the fishing rod is bending. I walk to it and grab it. You got to wait a bit to make sure the fish is hooked and start lifting it so that you force the fish out of the water. I put my strength in my hands and feet and start lifting the rod in the air. As the fish starts leaving the water I hear it splashing on top of it and then no noise when it's completely out. System, the title fish caught has been received. Now you place the rod fully vertical so that the fish goes close enough for you to place it inside the basket. I do as I'm told and the line comes closer to me, bringing the fish closer. I take a grab of it and it slips my hands. I try again and for the fourth time, I fully grab it and release it off the metal bait. I stare at it as its life dissipates soon after stopping moving. I place it on the straw basket I brought and surround it with 2 big leaves I found on the way here. System, the title conserved fish has been received. Seems like I do get titles from doing these jobs. Status open. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 Experience 0/100. Fame, 0 Disgrace, 20. Class, None. Race, Human Name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 70/70th mana, 250/360. Status points 1. Strength, 0 Stamina, 8 Agility, 1 Dexterity, 2 Intelligence, 1 Wisdom, 36. Soul, 110. Titles, Reincarnated, F. Mana, E. Mana Exhaust, S. Health, F. Beginner Reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader Series, F. Body Training, F. Animal Slayer, F. Fish Caught, F. Conserved Fish, F. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 23, E. System Library 4, F. It seems like I got some dexterity and agility from the titles. My disgrace seems to have increased, probably from killing the worm and the fish, or the Animal Slayer title. I'm not entirely sure, but I think my mana also went up. I wonder which title did that. Probably one of the fishing ones. My mother approaches and pats my hair and says, "Are you, all right, honey?" She must be referring to the fish. It did pain me a little bit, but I'm doing my best to contain it. Yes, it was a little sad, especially when I received the Animal Slayer title, but I chose to do this so there's no turning back now. My mother hugs me, good girl, she pats my hair some more. That's very brave of you, Iris, it shows that you're maturing, I smile at the compliment she gave me. Alright, now you need to set another worm and repeat what we did before. Sure. After we finish, I walk a little above following mother and she makes a big square with the hoe close to the river. Here you go, this is the field area, you can expand it when you have more seeds, and I tried to buy a few things that would grow easily. This is how you plow, you lift the hoe and smack the ground and then pull the earth backward so it makes kind of a long hole. Take it and do it so you learn, she gives me the hoe. I spend 3 hours plowing the whole area of 30 meters while catching some worms I find on the way and placing new worms and catching new fishes. I received 2 titles called Plowing Fields and Fish Type. I then spent 30 minutes placing some seeds of 4 different types and closing the holes, from that I received a title called Seed Types. Another 30 minutes went by as I used a watering can that my mother got me from the house, she had one from a garden she was meant to build but never felt motivated to. This awarded me with a title called Watering Field. I lay on the floor exhausted. In total, I caught 6 fishes which surprised mother as she didn't expect me to get anything at all from fishing, honestly neither did I. I'm going to prepare the dinner, come back home when you're done resting Iris if it gets colder than this, go home, take a shower and rest in bed. Will do mother, thanks for teaching me. You welcome dear, even though you were the one who did the most work. We laugh at each other. I left the fishing rod on the floor with a rock on top of it and the bag with the worm boxes together with it. It shouldn't fly as I also left the hoe close to it, I think I'll leave these things here and head home. Mother took the bag with the empty seed boxes, she didn't tell me what was in it. Guess it's her way of surprising me, but she certainly bought a lot to fill that whole area. Tomorrow I won't have to plow anymore, it'll just be watering and fishing, so my broken body can rest. Mother also said she wouldn't make me do any exercise, but father would get that chance to teach me about magic. I'm very excited to finally use magic other than these skills. I get up and head home. Chapter 8 Prologue Arc. The following morning after a long sleep. My body is sore everywhere. Was so tired yesterday that I didn't even check the status, let's have a look at it. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 120. Class, none. Race, human name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 150/150 mana, 350/360. Status points 1. Strength, 4 stamina, 16 agility, 1 dexterity, 2 intelligence, 3 wisdom, 36. Soul, 130. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, E, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, F, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, F, Body Training, F, Animal Slayer, E, Fish Caught, F, Conserved Fish, F, Plowing Fields, C, Fish Type, E, Seed Type, C, Watering Field, C. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 23, E, System Library 4, F. Disgrace went up a lot, if I were to guess it must have been from the worms and fishes. A necessary sacrifice, after mother's constant support I've grown a bit more used to handling their deaths. Honestly speaking I don't feel bad about it, in the end, without food we'd starve. Like this, I'll be able to return the money they spent and if everything goes well, maybe make more. My health has increased a lot, it's still barely half from my mana though, it seems farming and fishing didn't help to increase it. I've gathered enough different status to compensate the 10 points I spent in wisdom, so it ended up being worthwhile as I received an extra status point from doing so. My soul seems to have increased very slightly, not like it matters as it only influences something after I die. The titles have been ranking up, some faster than others, it seems like I'll have to plow some more fields to max the title. It doesn't snow during winter, and I've only heard about it from my parents, so having to plow more, possibly either to make more fields or after harvesting. The river is big enough to never have to worry about water, the weather is pretty good during the year, so I should be able to have a decent crop all year long. I feel like I'm starting to think like a farmer, I smile. Well, it is a good thing, doing the things I want to do, and even having a lot of support for them. I couldn't ask for better parents. Just hope they didn't think my requests were too much or that I made them think I'm selfish. Mother said I could learn skills from doing things, but I didn't learn any fisherman or farming skills. Swordsmanship skill which she referred sounds like something would be able to learn. In that sense, skills unique to classes are not learnable without it. Which is too bad as I'd love to have some free skills to make my two hobbies more fun. I'm still too tired to move, think I'll let my body rest some more. System Library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I, 2. Fishing I, 2. Baking I, 2. Cooking I, 2. Farming I, 2. Lumberjack I, 2. A new thing. I think I'll save baking and cooking for later since I guess they're probably recipes. Let's check Lumberjack I. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Lumberjack I. Author, Eric the Strong. This is the year 170 after the system was established. There are no book records before the system was created. I'm a commoner who earned the title Strong after reaching 200 strength. Thanks to the fame I got even among nobles, I used part of the money I received from a sponsor to write a piece of my story. I started as most peasants start, we spend our status and skill points. I invested everything in strength and became a lumberjack, one who cuts trees and turns them into logs. I helped my wife with her fields in farming, especially plowing, which granted me more strength. I killed roaming monsters who approached our fields. I learned axe art and axe mastery passive skills and used them almost every day of my life. At some point, I was cutting small trees with one chop, and well, monsters in half. Every time I'd level up I'd get 5 points, which I'd spend 4 in strength and 1 in stamina. By level 12 I reached 200 strength, earning the title Strong. One day when I was out woodcutting, my wife and son were assaulted by bandits and they died. When I found out, I was overwhelmed by madness and rage. I followed the footprints and blood trails I found towards the woods while carrying an axe in each hand. After I found them I went crazy in rage and bloodlust. When I was done I was surrounded by a bloodbath. I discovered later I received a title called Rampage, and I was also able to change jobs to a class named Berserker. I had gathered enough disgrace from killing humans to do so. Ever since that day, my fame skyrocketed among the peasants, and I dedicated the rest of my life killing bandits. I was the first one to reach the Berserker rank 4 class, but it seemed like there was another evolution to it. By the time I almost mastered the class I was too old to continue. It seems that titles are conditions to learn hidden classes, and another condition is to have a lot of fame and disgrace. I believe it might be possible to even become a hero other than being summoned by the almighty goddess Arya. Or not, who knows. However, if the old man Sage John said the system is fair and works on conditions, then I believe the chance exists. I've also done my share on the beast and monster slaying. The more variety that is killed, the more titles one will get. I hope the future generations will have a lot of strong classes and turn the tides in wars to come. It is a violent world. System, the title Intermediate Reader has been received. Seems like this man knew the author of the World of Artana. Like him, he also suggests getting strong due to the world being dangerous. I'm very sorry for him and his family. If it happened to me, I'd most likely do what he did, if not worse. Even though compared to him I'm super weak. Seems like it's wise to try to get this fame and disgrace as high as possible for good classes. Perhaps classes that need conditions are not stronger or weaker than the normal ones. It sounds more like he needed a class that fitted him. I'm not really sure, but I am curious about the next volume, so let's read more of this strongman guy, Lumberjack 2. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Lumberjack 2. Author, Eric the Strong. This is the year 175 after the system was established. Before I die, I've decided to write about a very scary encounter that I experienced. The old man John has already passed away. One of the most amazing human beings ever existing. If it wasn't for the wise people like him that planned amazing strategies to outdo other races in wars, we'd have perished by now even with the help of the heroes. In a request to the deceased John, I went to explore the land between our kingdom in the north and the demon kingdom. I found a lot of monsters. I killed a lot of monsters. I ran from a lot of monsters. I did my best to survive, and eventually, after traveling for a long time, I reached a place with red sand, instead of the typical ground made of earth with bits of grass here and there. From my traveling, I figured it was a zone that covered the south path of the demon kingdom. It was then that I discovered the reason why humans and demons don't fight much. From all the opposing forces from the different races that we humans know exist, beast race, monster race, and demon race. None of them matter compared to what I found. In the middle of our kingdoms, a certain creature owns territory as large as the whole human territory. Everything it owns is marked by this red sand. A monster above all monsters, a red dragon. To our current knowledge there's a chance that more creatures like this one exist through the world, and more races too. Towards the center, I saw a gigantic turtle fighting the red dragon. It was a fight between two colossal monsters. Ultimately the dragon won, I think. After the dragon left, an army of sandworms started digging below the gigantic turtle and it drowned under the red sand. I don't know if it died devoured by the worms. After my return to the kingdom I was diagnosed with mana disease. It seems like those lands were very rich with mana. My mana pool was too small and couldn't handle it. There's no cure for it, so sooner or later I'll meet my friend John. It certainly wasn't much about learning more things about his lumberjack class, especially since he changed it. There are places that we humans can't walk into without suffering consequences. Mana disease. I wonder if there's a cure for it now. A red dragon, is there a race of dragons or it belongs to the monster race? What was that giant turtle he mentioned? Are those things even possible to exist? In my past life, I've read stories about what was written in them as fantasy creatures. To think they're not fantasy but real instead. Just how strong is a red dragon? Is it even a unique monster or simply one of many? Is the world truly so vast that we're just little fluffy worms living in it? What if one of those big monsters would drop by in our Lumen kingdom? Even with every human together, are we strong enough to stop them? It makes me wonder if the red sand comes from it being owned by a red dragon. If the dragon leaves that territory or maybe dies of age, in case they die of age, will the territory around him change back, allowing the demons to freely invade us? I wonder if the king even thought about any of this. Chapter 9 Prologue Arc. After spending part of the morning thinking about possibilities, I decide to head outside towards the field I'm making. On my way to the exit, I hear a voice behind me. Good morning, Iris. I turn around. Good morning, Mother. It is time for you to learn how to cut the fish. She smiles evilly, making me gulp. Yes, Mother. I followed her to the kitchen where she placed a fish on a wood board. So first what you have to do is with this knife scrape the fish scales with this. She scraped the scales by pushing them from tail to head. Then she turned the fish around and placed the knife next to the table. Understanding what she meant, I got closer and did my best to copy what she had done. Once I finished, Mother told me, now with the big knife slice the head off. I look slightly scared at the fish. You can do this, Iris, you can do it. I repeat it countless times through the whole process that follows. I lifted the dagger and looked at the fish, shaking a bit with my hand, and Mother said, "Focus on this spot," she indicated while showing me where by using her index finger, then removing it and saying coldly, "Cut it." My hand went down and a heavy sound was heard on the fish, a little of blood gouged out. Again, in the same spot till it's fully separated. I repeat it a few times till the head is completely off the body. As I repeat it, my hand shakes less and less. With this smaller knife, cut the side fins and the fins under like this. She cuts one of them by holding it and then removing it. The knife goes very close to the fish's skin, then the fins are cut by the root as she stretches them. She then places the knife next to it and looks at me. I approach and start removing the rest of the fins. Now do a cut under the belly to remove the guts and little organs the fish has from here to there. She makes a line with her index finger. I do a cut and blood and guts start falling off it. This is completely disgusting. You can put them in this bag, then once all of it is out, wash the fish inside and outside. Then do everything you've done till now with the rest of the fishes you caught. Once I'm done with the first fish, a voice resounds in my mind. System, the title fish processed has been received. After I'm done with everything, Mother places all of the fishes on a plate and takes them to the oven. She puts some logs inside the oven and then a metal oval pan above it that gets warmed up. Now you just have to grill the fish on top of that. Don't touch the metal, it'll burn your hands. I lift a fish carefully and place it inside the oven on top of the pan, then do it with another one. Once it's grilled on one side, we turn it around with this big fork while holding the wooden pan so it doesn't slip. Once the fish is finished cooking, a voice resounds in my mind. System, the title cooked fish has been received. I do it to every fish, and once I'm finished, Mother removes the pan and places it on the sink so it cools down. We usually eat bread, stews of meat, cheese and vegetables, some ham, cheese, butter, some fruits, and lots of soups. I look at Mom, who is smiling very happily. It is rare for us to eat fish. She patted my hair. I smiled, relieving myself of all the tension I went through. I'm very proud of you, Iris, for committing yourself to everything I just taught. Thank you, Mother. I shout happily. I almost threw up a few times when the organs came out. Mother laughed hearing those words. When I was your age I actually did. You're strong-minded, honey. She puts a fish inside of the bread and places it on a plate on the kitchen table. Eat it, you'll love it. I eat while thinking about everything I did since yesterday while tearing up. Noticing this, my mother smiles and eats without saying anything, reminiscing of the days her mother taught her. After we finish eating, Mother says, "You can go do whatever you'd like now. I'll wash the dishes. If you need anything I'll be here." "Alright, Mother, I'll go a bit to the field, I have to water it up." "Do it softly as you just ate, let the food sink in before exercising." "Sure will do." I walk outside with a straw hat on my head. As I move towards the field I check my status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 120. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 7 years old. Health, 150/150 mana, 370/370. Status points 1. Strength, 4 stamina, 16 agility, 1 dexterity, 10 intelligence, 3 wisdom, 38. Soul, 130. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, E, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, F, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, F, Body Training, F, Animal Slayer, E, Fish Caught, F, Conserved Fish, A, Plowing Fields, C, Fish Type, E, Seed Type, C, Watering Field, C, Intermediate Reader, E, Fish Processed, F, Cooked Fish, F. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 23, E, System Library 5, F. This is starting to have a lot of titles, seems like I'm doing a good job. The more titles the more statuses I'll eventually have, as I believe not all titles give extra statuses. Seeing as some titles even decrease them, like Mana Exhaust. At least it's maxed, so I don't think I'll lose health anytime soon. Suddenly I trip on a rock and fall on the floor. Notice, 2 health has been deducted. Ouch, my knee, I voice my pain in words. Good thing I landed on grass, but I still scrapped a little bit of it. Seems like it warns me when I lose health. It was quite the timing, hurting myself when I said that I wouldn't be losing health. I lay down on the floor with my belly up as I rest. My body is still a bit sore from yesterday plowing the field. Notice, 1 health has been deducted. I lost health again. I feel the blood slipping through my leg. Bleeding makes me lose health? That's important to know. Can only wait for it to close. The sky is clear and beautiful. There are very few white fluffy clouds floating in it. I see a bird coming down to my field. I get up and walk closer to it. It starts digging my hard-worked field. I pick the hoe and throw it at him to scare him away. The hoe flies, and by the time the bird noticed it, it gets crushed by it. System, the title preyed upon has been received. Ah! I run closer and see the poor bird dead. I didn't realize I had this much strength. I accidentally killed it and won a title. I lift the hoe from it and place it on the floor. I go grab a long leaf and surround the bird with it. I place him inside the straw basket. Sorry, birdie. I wonder if my mother can cook birds. I prepare the fishing rod and place a worm in it. I lift it while holding the bait to not get hurt. I put the worm box in the pocket well closed and walk south towards the direction where the river flows. I bring the basket with the leaves with me. After walking for 10 minutes I put the rod between 2 big rocks and I throw the line, making it fall on the water. I look in the river transparent blue water and see my reflection in it. I wonder why my parents say I have green eyes. Every time I look at mirrors and places with reflections I see cold blue eyes. They feel nostalgic, but I can't seem to remember from where. Could they be part of the memories I can't seem to recover after I went into the attic on my past life? After a while, I catch a fish and a voice resounds in my mind. System, the title fish spot has been received. With this title, I've now acquired all the titles I learned by reading the fishing book. I walk further south after conserving the fish the way I did with the bird, and a voice resounds in my head. System, the title fishing series has been received. I place another worm in the fishing rod while I think on this title. From what I've come to understand so far that these series always show up when I get a rank S from one of the titles that belong to it. If I'm right, I should get some fishing title with that rank. Let's check status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 120. Class, none. Race, human name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 170/170 mana, 360/380. Status points 1. Strength, 4 stamina, 18 agility, 3 dexterity, 16 intelligence, 4 wisdom, 38. Soul, 130. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, E, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, D, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, F, Body Training, F, Animal Slayer, E, Fish Caught, F, Conserved Fish, S, Plowing Fields, C, Fish Type, E, Seed Type, C, Watering Field, C, Intermediate Reader, E, Fish Processed, F, Cooked Fish, F, Preyed Upon, F, Fish Spot, F, Fishing Series, F. Skill Points, 2. Skills, Status Level 23, E, System Library 5, F. I look at the yellow screen in front of me searching for one. Conserved Fish Rank S. It seems like I was right. In other words, like this, I know that the other fishing titles will eventually be maxed and then the fishing series will rank up for each maxed title all the way to S. Since it is like this, I can also understand how many titles there are in total. I start counting with my fingers, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 7 ranks, so 7 fishing titles. I look back at the screen, I have 5 titles so far. If I'm right then I'm missing 2 more titles. A snap sound is heard and a voice then resounds in my mind. System, the title Broken Wire has been received. I run at the water and get the hold of the wire that is running away with my metal bait. I do my best to pull the fish out of the water, and as I do the wire starts hurting my hands. Notice, 2 health has been deducted. I don't give up and keep putting strength in the wire, rotating it around my wrist. Notice, 6 health has been deducted. Notice, the skill Bleeding Resistance has been acquired. A new skill. Wait, now's not the time. I put my feet back and start pulling with a lot of strength. Notice, 8 health has been deducted. One last pull, I shout and lift both arms up, pulling the string as if I was holding the fishing rod. Notice, 12 health has been deducted. Notice, Bleeding Resistance skill has leveled up to 2. The fish falls on the grass, splashing on the floor. It was the only bait I had, I did it. The skill leveled up, that's pretty amazing. I breathe fast while closing my eyes. Notice, 10 health has been deducted. The adrenaline and excitement were overwhelming the pain I was feeling. I unwire the wires from my wrists, let them breathe. It's dripping a lot of blood and burning too. Notice, 8 health has been deducted. I managed to get another title. I guess the last one could be a bit more hardcore and be breaking the rod. I put the wire that has the bait around a stick nearby, then break the stick in half while doing a fishing pose. Notice, 8 health has been deducted. Notice, Bleeding Resistance skill has leveled up to 3. System, the title Broken Rod has been received. It actually worked like that. I repeat the idiocy I thought. Notice, 6 health has been deducted. I'm starting to lose less and less health. Seems like the new skill is taking effect. It's a little scary to be losing health like this, makes my heart race, but at the same time I know I have a lot of health now, so I'll be fine. Notice, 4 health has been deducted. I do the broken rod stick trick one more time. Let's check the status. Notice, 3 health has been deducted. Notice, Bleeding Resistance skill has leveled up to 4. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 120. Class, none. Race, human name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 156/220 mana, 350/380. Status points 1. Strength, 4 stamina, 22 agility, 5 dexterity, 16 intelligence, 5 wisdom, 38. Soul, 130. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, E, Mana exhaust, S. Health, A. Beginner reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader series, F. Body training, F. Animal slayer, E. Fish caught, F. Conserved fish, S. Plowing fields, C. Fish type, E. Seed type, C. Watering field, C. Intermediate reader, E. Fish processed, F. Cooked fish, F. Preyed upon, F. Fish spot, F. Fishing series, F. Breaking wire, F. Breaking rods, E. Skill points, 2. Skills, status level 23, E. System library 5, F. Bleeding resistance level 4, F. Seems like my health went up by a lot together with stamina and the title health, it's almost maxed. The title, breaking rods leveled up, so I'll break some more rods the way I did. After breaking some more rods and losing a bit more health from bleeding, I open the status again to see the changes that happened along with some voices I heard. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 120. Class, none. Race, human name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 210/280 mana, 340/380. Status points 1. Strength, 4 stamina, 28 agility, 17 dexterity, 18 intelligence, 5 wisdom, 38. Soul, 130. Titles, Reincarnated, F. Mana, E. Mana exhaust, S. Health, S. Beginner reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader series, F. Body training, F. Animal slayer, E. Fish caught, F. Conserved fish, S. Plowing fields, C. Fish type, E. Seed type, C. Watering field, C. Intermediate reader, E. Fish processed, F. Cooked fish, F. Preyed upon, F. Fish spot, F. Fishing series, E. Breaking wire, F. Breaking rods, S. Skill points, 2. Skills, status level 23, E. System library 5, F. Bleeding resistance level 5, F. Seems like I was right, the rod title completed and the fishing series went up a little. Now to break this wire 10 times, let's see if it'll be enough. I'll tie it to my bamboo fishing rod every time just in case. After a while, I open the status to check if it worked. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System, the title cheater has been received. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 220. Class, none. Race, human name, Iris 7 years old. Health, 210/280 mana, 330/380. Status points 1. Strength, 4 stamina, 28 agility, 20 dexterity, 21 intelligence, 16 wisdom, 38. Soul, 230. Titles, Reincarnated, F. Mana, E. Mana exhaust, S. Health, S. Beginner reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader series, F. Body training, F. Animal slayer, E. Fish caught, F. Conserved fish, S. Plowing fields, C. Fish type, E. Seed type, C. Watering field, C. Intermediate reader, E. Fish processed, F. Cooked fish, F. Preyed upon, F. Fish spot, F. Fishing series, D. Breaking wire, S. Breaking rods, S. Cheater, S. Skill points, 2. Skills, status level 23, E. System library 5, F. Bleeding resistance level 5, F. Cheater title. Rank S. I laugh loud for some minutes. Seems like disgrace went up a lot. Well, sooner or later I would have ended up finishing the titles, so I don't think the system is actually mad at me. In fact, having a title for such occasions seems like it expected someone to do it. It sure was quite a surprise. My status has come a long way. I even got a new skill. I'm really happy. I knot the bamboo wire to the bait and place another worm in it while smiling. I get closer to the river since I lost some wire and place it on the water. I place the fish I left in the ground from the earlier struggle inside the straw basket. It's a good thing I learned how to knot with mother, otherwise I'd be screwed right now. Can't be always depending on my parents. I spend a few hours fishing. Chapter 10 Prologue Arc. I return home after fishing and watering the field with my body extra sore and my wounds healed. I was able to get 4 fishes in total and 2 new types of them. Hello my beautiful daughter, where have you been? Hey dad, I was fishing and watering the fields. I approach him and show him what I caught. Is that a bird? Did you hunt it? How? Ah. The bird was actually an accident. I kind of threw the hoe to scare him away from digging my fields and it fell on him. Sorry for it, but it won't be wasted, can make a meat stew with it. Dad smiles kindly at me. I smile back as I feel reassured by his words. If you'd like while I rest a bit from work you can handle the fish and then we can go learn some magic. Sure. I reply happily. After an hour, I return to the living room sitting on the sofa next to Dad. Rosalind, come here a moment, Dad shouts. I'm here Luke. She walks into the living room. Have a seat, Iris, we're now going to do a little test to see what element you possess. Dad left then brought a cup of water and said, so Iris, it is important to know that there are 4 basic elements. 4 basic elements? Yes daughter, they're known as fire, water, earth, and air. Basic elements. Does that mean there are other types? I questioned. There exists a couple of rare and unique elements as well, one of them being the one I have, unique light element. Oh, so Dad is a species in extinction. My parents started laughing. Yes, you could say that, my funny little daughter. Dad patted my head while I smile happily. Mother placed her hands in the cup of water and a thin aura of mana surrounded her hands embracing the cup. I stare at it intensively as the water became bluer and bluer. Wow, such a pretty blue color mom, what does that mean? My mother smiles and as she's about to reply, I say, is it perhaps water since it's bluer than it was before? It certainly is my dear Iris, mother here has the basic water element and Dad uses the unique light element. Water and light. Wondering if I'll get either of them. I don't have a secondary element, however, I'm great with weapons, so I haven't really put much effort into magic as your dad did. Here, give it a try, she smiles while pointing towards the cup. So, which of you is stronger? I asked curiously. Dad laughed and started rubbing his chin, well you see. Mother is far stronger than me. Mom laughs at Dad's reaction as he explained. I'm more of a stay far away healer kind of ex-adventurer. Dad keeps on laughing embarrassed. Is it possible to have more than one main element? I questioned. It's not impossible, people usually inherit the elements from their parents, sometimes they even receive a new one. Rarely the elements combine with each other giving birth to a new one, Dad explained. That's a lot of possibilities. Worst case you'll have only one element, in the best case you'll get 2 or 3, Mother said. Well, there's also a usual rule for us humans, where we don't get to master opposite elements. Mastering opposite elements? I look confused at them. For example, how some monsters can both use water and fire, Dad clarified. Oh okay, that makes sense. Monsters are capable of having a deeper understanding of magic than us as they use it from the moment they're born. Upon hearing that, Dad added, demons, however, are a bit more similar to us elementally speaking. In what way, Dad? They usually don't master opposite elements, however, they have a lot more mana than us. Is there anything special about having more mana? I asked. I have a decent amount of it. Yes, a demon usually is able to put more mana into a spell, making it stronger. That's quite useful. For future reference, if you ever see a demon, don't hesitate to run, Dad said with the most serious face I'd ever seen. How come? Father here wouldn't want to see his cute daughter die. I gulped. I'd definitely find and chase that demon even if I had to go to the deepest ends of the world to kill him, Mother said with a scary face. They sure love me too much, I smiled kindly to them. Well then, here goes nothing. I placed my hands around the cup and I focus all my mana in the water inside while staring at it to find out its color. As my mana flows through the water glass, a cold aura starts surrounding me. The water shape started to change slowly. The mother who was sitting next to her husband started whispering to him a bit after the water started giving off a reaction. Dad looked at her and heard her voice saying, "This cold aura is giving me chills, honey." Dad too started feeling cold from Iris's aura. "It seems like our baby will be quite the ice mage in the future," Dad said while his hands were shivering. Notice, element has been unlocked in status. The water slowly froze on top of the glass, leaving a thin crystal clear layer, and as it did, I saw it. I saw my reflection, and in it, a very evil, wicked, and terrifying smile from someone nostalgic to me resided. The face that fills the small reflection inside of the cup gets slowly further away from me, without me moving, and then the image stops moving. She looks really focused, Mom thought proudly. I see the full body of a girl who extends her hand towards me, and one of my hands moves on its own in response. It leaves the cup and heads towards the water slowly as I lose myself in a trance. Then my icy aura starts to change, becoming darker, creating an ominous aura. Notice, Soulbound has reacted. It has been unlocked in status skill. As I'm about to hit my finger in the thin ice layer, I feel something stopping my arm or someone. I look up and there he is, my father. He seems to be talking to me with a concerned face, but I can't hear him at all. I feel drained. I think I used too much mana. I need to check my status and look at it. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 420. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 7 years old. Health, 50/340. Mana, 0/380. Status points 1. Strength, 5 stamina, 34 agility, 22 dexterity, 24 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 38. Soul, 260. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, E, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, F, Body Training, F, Animal Slayer, D, Fish Caught, D, Conserved Fish, S, Plowing Fields, C, Fish Type, C, Seed Type, C, Watering Field, S, Intermediate Reader, E, Fish Processed, E, Cooked Fish, E, Preyed Upon, F, Fish Spot, D, Fishing Series, D, Breaking Wire, S, Breaking Rods, S, Cheater, S, Farming Series, F, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S. Skill points, 2. Skills, Status Level 25, E, System Library 5, F, Bleeding Resistance Level 5, F. Rare Element, Ice. Soulbound. Seems like my parents even went as far as to provide me with a rare element for magic. I'm truly grateful. I sit back, placing my head on the sofa as I let my voice out. My mana and health have been mostly exhausted. I feel so tired. Dad, Mother. We were so worried, they said in unison. Wait, your health? Heal. Luke shouted as he used a skill on Iris. After a while, my health is fully recovered. So that's what happened. You overdid your mana usage. Well, sometimes when we overuse mana we use health in mana place. That's how some beasts and monsters use skills. We do forget you are still so young sometimes due to how mature you are, baby, my mother said with a sad look on her face. We're such bad parents. My parents look at me with sad faces. Not at all, Rosalind, my dear mother. Luke, my dear father. You're the best parents I could ask for. I love you both. I close my eyes and fall asleep. Can you take her to the bed, honey? Yes, of course. Luke grabbed Iris and took her to bed, then he returned. Welcome back, dear. Say, what do you think about what just happened? Rosalind showed a concerned and sad expression to Luke. That felt truly eerie. I've never seen such compatibility between elements, especially a rare one such as ice and the unique element dark. It did feel incredibly powerful. I've never heard of any human possessing a rare element with a unique element. I haven't either. Just having one of each grade is already considered being very lucky. A serious and pensive expression was shown on Luke's face. I know our daughter is very special from what you told me, having 2 skills since birth, but even so that was something else entirely. What should we do, honey? Luke thought, then started speaking about what he studied in the past. I think that in the end exceptions are bound to appear. 3 basic elements are considered normal, or 2 basic and 1 rare/unique. Thinking like that, having one of each grade doesn't sound bad, right? Yes, you're right, honey, but I'm not worried about her having a rare with a unique one. I'm worried about the unique being dark one. I know, dear, the church hates demons, and they're known for using that element. There have been demons with light elements too. Indeed, Rosalind, the church needs to stop discriminating people the way they do. Luke hugged Rosalind softly. In times, Goddess Arya had reincarnated and summoned random individuals from other worlds and granted them unique and blessed skills. These allowed them to become strong in a short time. Furthermore, if she summoned them, they'd be able to maintain their current body and age. Especially so if she liked the appearances that they had in their former worlds. This world currently consists of a large human kingdom called Lumen, but even all 10 million humans together only amount to 10% of the entire world population. Arya Goddess is known for loving humans the most out of all the races. She didn't help them expand to other territories or annihilate the other races. In times of great crisis, she summoned these so-called heroes to help the two existent kingdoms. In the end, these heroes would age and die, that way the balance between the different races in the world would remain. There is a certain law that disables the goddess from meddling with the soul of a being once it has gone through the reincarnation portal. There is more than one god, thus there is also more than one reincarnation portal. She ordered her servants to put the random souls that arrived directly in her portal as long as the souls came from the world of Artana. Thus, Iris's soul went through without any meddling. In fact, upon going through the portal it received a boost from the system. In a failed attempt to break the contract between Iris and her other soul, the link between them became stronger. In Iris's case, due to the system failure, her soul got stronger, but this was only one of two consequences. This fact would remain unaware to the goddess Arya for a long time as souls kept pouring every day, and the servant forgot about it soon after what he did. I leave my bed after sleeping for what feels like an eternity. Outside it's raining. Upon going through my room door, I head towards our kitchen. "Good morning, sleepyhead," my mom greets me with a smile. "Good morning, Mom," I retribute the smile. "Are you feeling better now, my dear daughter?" she asks with a serious and concerned expression. "Yes, Mom, I feel like I've recharged my mana," I voice myself loudly and cheerfully so she doesn't worry. "Good good, I'm glad, honey. Here, come to sit next to me and eat some bread with butter." Mother signaled me with her hand to sit in the chair next to her. "Has Dad gone to work already?" "Yes, he had some important matters to deal with." "All right. Well, you see, about yesterday you..." "Yesterday? Oh, right, I discovered my element was ice, but shouldn't she be happy about it? It's supposed to be a good element, no? You see, Iris, you may not have realized, but yesterday when you were doing the test to see what element you had, you..." "Yes," I replied, confused. "You showed a different element than the ice one you initially showed us," Mom said with a concerned expression. "A different element? Didn't I just use ice?" "What are you talking about, Mom? I only used ice," I laughed a little to cease her worries. "No, you did not, dear. In fact, we saw a different element in your aura even if it wasn't for a long time." What?" "Dad said it was an element usually used by high-ranked demons, the unique dark element." "Dark element? Status open. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 0 disgrace, 420. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 7 years old. Health, 340/340 mana, 380/390. Status points 1. Strength, 5 stamina, 34 agility, 22 dexterity, 24 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 39. Soul, 260. Titles, Reincarnated, F, Mana, D, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, F, Body Training, F, Animal Slayer, D, Fish Caught, D, Conserved Fish, S, Plowing Fields, C, Fish Type, C, Seed Type, C, Watering Field, S, Intermediate Reader, E, Fish Processed, E, Cooked Fish, E, Preyed Upon, F, Fish Spot, D, Fishing Series, D, Breaking Wire, S, Breaking Rods, S, Cheater, S, Farming Series, F, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S. Skill points, 2. Skills, Status level 25, E, System Library 5, F, Bleeding Resistance level 5, F. Rare element, Ice. Soulbound. See, I knew it, I don't have a dark element. Mother. I really don't have the dark element, I only have the ice element, I said with eyes brimming with confidence. But we saw it, dear. Rosalind went deep into thought. I just checked my status and the only element I have there is ice. I even received a title with the same name. I believe you, daughter, she holds my hands. Maybe the reason my aura changed was that I lost health while having no more mana. I don't think so, baby girl, I suppose it is your second element, just that you're not ready to use it. Well, if that's the case, I just have to get stronger, and in the end, it is my element, the more the merrier, right? Yes, of course, just don't tell anyone you might have it. The church hates that element. The church? The race they hate the most is demons. A lot of them use that element, and their god also has a big rivalry with goddess Arya. A rivalry between gods affects races. It is a complicated matter, but yes. I figured from the stories I've read that our advantage was having the heroes summoned by the goddess Arya. Yet if other races who are already stronger than our also have a god to support them as well, then... Mother, I'd like to become stronger and enter the Adventurer Guild or the Magic Institute or even the Battle Academia. Rosalind looked at Iris with a serious expression. If the day comes where you can beat me in a duel, then I'll allow you to attempt the Adventurer Guild entrance exam. The other two are very, very expensive, sadly we can't afford it. I understand. I get up from the table and then I sit again. I was about to go do some laps, but I just remembered it's raining outside. Mother started laughing upon hearing my words, losing the serious expression she had. We spend the day cooking the fish and my mother teaches me how to pluck the bird feathers and cook it. Chapter 11 Prologue Arc. 1 year later, after the training started with Dad and Mother. The river is so pretty, Mother, I can't get enough of living near it. It sure is, dear. You can go closer if you'd like. Just don't go too deep to not wet your dress. I extend my hand towards my mother while smiling, who then grabs it joyfully. This way for sure I won't fall into an accident. My daughter is so smart. Just like my parents. Sit here, Iris, close to the water. I want to show you something you'll enjoy. I take a seat next to Mother while facing the river. Our elements are different, yet they're the same. How so, Mom? Your element is a variation of my element. It seems you took after me instead of Dad, who actually uses magic the most. You're saying that because when the ice melts it becomes water? Yes, in other words, let's use what Luke taught you this past year in this river. I'll do it first. Rosalind's hands aimed at the water, and as she did, a mana aura started pouring out of them towards the river water. When it connected to the water, the mana and the water merged and it started flowing upwards. Then while above the river water level, it started making circles in the air, squares, triangles, and then it splashed in all directions. Both of them were splashed with a bit of it and started laughing. All right, my dear, try it. I focus on my mana extends its aura, who reaches out for the river as it pours out from my body. Once the water starts going up, due to my natural ice affinity, it freezes the liquid, making it shine beautifully. I start to make an ice pillar, which proves to be the easiest, and then a square, a triangle on top of it like a small house, and then a circle next to it, which ends up rather strange looking. Notice, 60 mana has been deducted. Lastly, I try splashing it, but it does not work, so instead, I attempt shooting ice instead. Upon getting up, I aim at one of the trees on the other side of the river. The mana that was already in ice form forced an ice spike to pour out from it, sending a piece of ice that flies over the river for 2 centimeters, falling back to the water shortly after. Notice, 20 mana has been deducted. With a disappointed tone, I voice out my displeasure. It didn't work. Why didn't it? I look at my mother with a somewhat sad expression, and as I do, my eyes gaze upon a very happy expression from Rosalind. You might truly be a prodigy, my dear Iris, but nonetheless you didn't expect to learn how to shoot with your element in one go, did you? I kind of did. Silly pumpkin, these things take their time, be it martial arts or magic. In the end, they're both skills, and they take time to learn. I understand, I'll keep trying. After practicing for a while, shooting more 19 ice spikes, each costing around 20 mana. Come sit with me, let's eat so you can rest, dear. After training for a year, I learned 2 active skills, and 4 passive skills, ones that represent my mastery about something. I've been leveling them up and learned everything I could from my parents, and now we're celebrating with a picnic. Even though Dad is currently at work, he's busy as ever. This strawberry jam we made from the field is so sweet, I smile while eating it with bread. Indeed, daughter, we sure did an amazing job with the farming. There have even been some merchants trying to buy our products, I giggle joyfully after chewing another bite of it. It's not a bad thing if you do decide on selling some of the stuff you have. I barely spend money on vegetables and fruits nowadays. I might do that at some point. If you do talk with Rohan, he's a friend of ours, as you know, he's a good merchant. Will do, mother. It's also a shame you stopped fishing. The fish you caught was very good and fresh. It literally came straight from the river, mother. I smile, stating the obvious, making my mother chuckle charmingly. I ended up selling the rod and a few boxes of worms I produced through farming as I finished the fishing titles, they all disappeared when I did. Same for farming titles, but I can't just sell the fields as my mother still takes care of them, and ends up saving us some money. I've tried a lot of different things with my element but sadly haven't won any active skill. Dad told me it was quite normal as he himself took a while learning his, it was in a desperate moment where a friend got hurt that he learned to heal. In a different time, he learned to protect when he saw an arrow heading to a party member from his old group of adventurers. He taught me what he knew about magic, how to control mana, how to control my ice element. My training with both ended recently and now I'm just enjoying these moments while I try to discover my elemental skills. I've been so busy this past year handling the farming and mother training exhausted my body every day. Then mentally being lectured by Dad and spending my mana in exercises he created. In the end, I learned close combat and ranged combat from both, so I haven't decided where to place my skill points and what skills to learn. I've had a look at the possibilities, both active skills that require mana to charge and use, and passive ones that increase the expertise in some way. It was a long list of skills with just names, it didn't even say what they did, so I just had to guess. Mother chose her class when she was 13, and I'm 8, so I still have time to decide. I still haven't recovered my memories, and I'm still stuck at level 1. I think I'll have the talk with Mother today about joining the Adventurers Guild, and taking their exam. From our last spar, we managed to draw without her using any skill. She calls me a prodigy because I'm strong for my age, but it was the collection of titles that allowed me to grow strong. Also the training I did with both, without everything I wouldn't have been able to reach this far. I've been trying a lot of things with my ice element, mostly ice forms like Mom taught me. From time to time, when I'm bored, I try to make sculptures of ice, the best one was a little bunny that looked a bit identical. On that day I ran as fast as I could to show Mother, but by the time I got home it melted partially, I let out a sigh. It was worse when I remembered afterward that I could have simply used my ice aura to keep it frozen. At least I made parents laugh when I arrived at them with my watery hands. Lately, I've been trying to find ways to use my ice magic in an offensive way, but I've been mostly successful in using it as a defense. My favorite trick is to freeze the ground when my mother tries to come after me during our sparring sessions. She ends up slipping and sometimes I get a hit on her. Are you ready, daughter? Yes. Let's go then, please do bring the bag. Sure, Mom. I smile at her. We leave the garden where we had our breakfast and head to the village. Mother wants to go shopping with me today. A precious date to the village with my beautiful daughter, she lets out a big smile. I look at my short legs, I'd like to grow faster. Mother almost mind reading me speaks, don't worry dear, you'll grow with time. I want it to be fast. I shout happily. I like you as my baby doll, so grow slowly, she smiles kindly. A doll. A miniature Rosalind, I smile, making my mother giggle happily at it. As we walk our hands connect tightly, making it look like a very adorable scene. A while after we arrive at the village, the guards at the south gate greet us. Good morning, Miss Rosalind. Good morning, gentlemen, how are you today? Quite good, who's this little girl with pretty green eyes? The man approaches me suddenly, attempting to catch my arm, getting me surprised in a panic. Without realizing it, like a marionette my body moves on my own, stepping back while freezing 2 of his fingers. Notice, 30 mana has been deducted. What the fuck, my fingers hurts, this little bitch, I'll kill you. A pained expression was painted on his face. He looked at the state of the fingers and then shouted to the other guard. Tyler, you're a fire type, right? Melt this for me. Yeah sure, he put his hand on top of Tyson's, melting the ice. Are you okay, Tyson? Mother asked with a natural tone. Yeah, don't worry, didn't expect such a cute little girl to be a tiger on the inside, he laughed as the pain got alleviated. Sorry. You startled me, I replied shyly while looking to the floor. It happens, don't worry, it was my bad for scaring you. This girl should have been my daughter instead of that guy's. He closed and opened his hand multiple times. It's fixed, thank you, Tyler. You're welcome, partner, go put on a bandage for the burns from the ice. Alright, talk with you another time, Rosalind, have a nice day. The man walks away, hiding his anger. Let us go do some shopping, Iris, see you soon, Tyler. Alright, Mom. The leftover guard speaks to Mother. Have a good day, Rosalind. He stares at me with a serious expression and adds, stay out of trouble, young one. Yes. After we walk a bit, Mom speaks with a serious expression. Didn't know you were a scaredy cat, Iris. I'm not sure myself, my body just moved on its own. Sounds like I should have trained you less hard, my mother laughed happily. You're not mad? I asked, making a confused expression while looking at her in the eyes. Not at all, it's not like he asked for permission to touch my daughter. I take a deep breath, feeling relieved. He didn't have bad intentions or anything, but that person is a bit annoying, always trying to flirt whenever I pass by. Flirt? It is an act of seducing attempt, plus if in the future, be it a man, a woman, or even a monster or anything, tries to do anything bad to you. Yes. Hurt them if you must so they stop. Sadly, I or your dad might not be there to protect you. I understand. Rosalind pats my hair and then adds, but don't forget to be kind to those who treat you good. I look at my mother, smiling beautifully, full of kindness. He used to be an adventurer and me and Luke would party with him sometimes. They'd fight over me. But Dad won. I replied happily. Exactly. She smiled upon hearing my words, making me giggle joyfully. Between them, Dad is better. Mother laughs. I agree with you, dear. Her expression became even brighter. As we walk, I look around, noticing the fountain, surrounded by a garden and kids playing, eventually stopping while checking them out. Due to these actions, my mother notices me and tells me to go play with them while she heads to do some shopping nearby. There's a lot of villagers around and also parents checking up on their kids, so just don't leave this little garden. All right, Mom, I give the bag to Mom. If anything happens, I'm in that house over there. She points towards one while my green eyes follow through. I nodded, then ran at the kids to play with them. Rosalind heads to the general shop to buy some groceries. I don't see Elise among them. Perhaps another time we'll meet. They're playing a game called Stop. I put myself in a horizontal line with the rest of the kids. I stare at them to see how it's played. After a few minutes I understand. There's a person in front of all of us at the wall and he counts, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. When he finishes counting, he shouts the word stop and then turns around. If he sees anyone moving, they go back to the starting line. We also can't move while he's watching, we must remain still like statues. Whoever hits the wall takes his place, everyone goes back in line and the game starts anew. I spend about 2 hours playing with the kids, then my mother picks me up and we head back home. Did you have fun, dear? Yes, Mother, we were playing a game called Stop. Ah, I used to play that game when I was young, along with some others. Did you look like me when you were younger? Yes, even though you're a lot prettier, especially with those green eyes of yours. I blushed with the compliment, despite knowing that my eyes aren't green as I see them being clear blue when I see a mirror or any other reflection. Thank you, Mother. Noticing my cheeks becoming rosy, she speaks in a teasing yet happy tone. Look at you blushing, my daughter is so adorable. Mother hugs me, increasing the effect, making me lower my expression, causing a smile to appear. Chapter 12 Prologue Arc. On the following day, I wake up early as always. Today is the day, I'll ask for permission from Mother. This past week has been quite a blessing towards resting, haven't felt my body so light like now for a while. I go pee, then shower and then wear a green dress. Mother loves to see me in dresses. I head towards the living room and find her. Good morning, Mother, I bow while raising my dress skirt as skillfully as I can. Good morning, daughter, that was flawless. I smiled at her and said, I did learn with the best. I had some etiquette lessons in my past life and it was pretty similar to this world customary. Despite we being peasants, Mother and Father have strong connections to very important nobles. Father works in a potion shop, and due to his past and light element, he heals the prince's friends. Thanks to that, he has never publicized the fact that he has a daughter, since it could put me at risk. There are many political factions in the kingdom who seek to raise in status. Around 800 high noble families are attempting to reach the pinnacle of nobility. Personally, I don't know much about it. Once I'm able to enter the guild adventurer, gaining more freedom, I'll start leveling up my system library skill. Then I'll start checking for political books about Lumen Kingdom. Mother, I'd like your permission to enter the Adventurers Guild. Upon hearing my words, her proud happy smile turned into a serious expression. I told you, you'd have to beat me in a spar for that, she said rigidly and coldly. Sure, I smile happily as I always do. I head towards the exit. Does she really think she can beat me? Rosalind thought to herself, confused. It seems like scaring her didn't work. A few moments later, we face each other face to face while holding the usual wooden swords we use to train with. Being 10 meters apart, Mother starts running towards me to get the first strike in. As she gets closer I freeze the ground beneath her where she's going to step next. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. She loses her footing, losing balance, and I strike her body making her fall. I smile at her innocently. Mother gets up upset and starts running at me. This time I see her expression upset and she charges mana. I throw my sword in her direction and freeze her feet to the ground, then dash at her as she parries my sword back. Notice, 30 mana has been deducted. Notice, the skill Ice Bind has been acquired. Mother lets out a moan of pain due to the ice. My first active ice skill. Without losing focus I grab the sword that is thrown back at me then run around her to strike her on a blind spot. She screams and breaks the ice with pure raw strength, and then charges at me with her lunge skill. With one hand I strike and the other I sneak some ice under her freezing the ground. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. Realizing this typical trick of mine she jumps over the ice and I dash to it sliding under her. I quickly get up and turn around grabbing the wooden sword with both hands, then I use the skill Mana Coat to cover it with an aura. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. The sword starts shining and in response Mother covers her own sword with mana. I'll go serious and scare Mother, I increase the Mana Coat with 400 more mana. Notice, 400 mana has been deducted. This is my trick in the sleeve that Mother doesn't know I've acquired. We dash at each other and as our swords collide, hers falls on the ground cut in half and then I shout, Mana Wave. A wave made of mana flies towards the ground without hitting her creating a long slice in the ground. I fall on my knees exhausted from using almost all my mana. Mother has a dumbfounded expression as she sees that I could have sliced her in half. What in the hell was that, Iris? That was Mana Wave, Mother, a skill the opposite of Mana Coat. I learned it by overcharging mana in the Mana Coat to see what would happen. Then when I sliced, the mana went on cutting a part of a tree. Daughter, you're actually insane for trying random things like that, you could have gotten yourself hurt. I was careful, but I can't help but be curious and try new things to become stronger. I still find myself too weak. She puts herself on her knees and hugs me. You're not weak at all, dear, if you wanted you could have defeated me with that one strike, I wasn't aware of it. That's what I'm good at, surprising you, I laugh. Mother started laughing upon hearing those words. Dear, you shouldn't use that skill in real combat as it seems to consume too much mana. Why? If you do that you won't have more mana if you need, so you should learn how to control that skill first as well as Mana Coat. Okay, Mother, I will. The higher the level the more power you'll be able to use, but your mana control will have to keep up with it. That's why your dad has made you try a lot of exercises to increase your control above all else. Firstly, it is more important to have control over power, since if you use it in a fight and use this amazing skill that absorbs your mana, it can also absorb your health cause it went out of control. Then you can get easily killed and that would backfire, dear. You're right, Mother, I'll be careful and train both things as much as I can. Good girl, she pats my hair. Also, that ice skill you used to freeze my feet, if you put more power into it, it should be able to freeze strong creatures. You think? Yes, dear, you might even freeze them whole if needed. I feel like the reason you took so long to learn ice skills was because you're scared of hurting others. Well, now that Mother mentions it, it could indeed be the issue. I didn't want to hurt you, and only when I hurt you that I did receive a skill, Ice Bind. Unlike Dad's healing and protecting light magic, yours is both defensive and offensive, like how you could possibly make an ice wall to protect yourself from an enemy skill. That sounds cool. I could block a fireball. Yes, baby, but while the wall is defending you, finding ways to attack your opponent while he's busy destroying it is a must, otherwise the wall melts and his next skills will hurt you. A lot to learn and try, I have to be creative. Exactly, Iris, and things will become harder when you learn the darkness element, the possibilities of what you can do will surely increase. The unique dark element. If I truly have it, then surely I'd have some interesting skills to try. Seeing as you've come this far, allow me to tell you a story of when I was a little older than you. We move a bit to the side and then sit in front of each other. 20 years ago, when I was 15, ended up wandering around the city where I casually found an old man with ragged clothes on. He looked extremely poor even though a sword was next to him, which at the time was the only thing of value with him. As I was passing by him, he spoke to me and asked if I could give him some money to buy food, and out of sympathy I bought him some food. He thanked me and then I left. Later that day, after being declined by several dojos, I ended up going towards the last one on the list. One that did not belong to any noble family. Back then when I saw the dojo for the first time, it looked cheap. It was just next to a small house, it looked very simple and old. Since I had nothing to lose, I went inside of it and there ended up meeting the man I offered food early that day. He was teaching a girl named Sylvia who later I got to know was the same age as me, and eventually we became good friends. However, after spending some time training with them, I realized the disparity between the two of us. The teacher had accepted to teach me out of the kindness he received that day, as he only selected the most talented disciples. While he polished the basic swordsmanship I had, the one I taught you that still has a long way to go, and in the future, you may even learn with him if you'd like to follow the path of the sword. To my friend Sylvia, he taught very advanced swordsmanship, some of it that to this day I completely gave up trying to learn. However, I sparred daily with Sylvia. Thanks to that I learned how to mana coat, in other words, infusing mana into the sword, creating an aura around it, which was what you displayed today, but that mana wave you did, I believe it should either be a medium or an advanced swordsmanship skill, a truly prodigious one. Does that mean I'm actually proficient enough to perhaps have a chance to take this path of the sword you mentioned, mother? Yes, baby daughter, I do believe so. We smile at each other. After discussing a lot of possibilities after the story, we head inside the house to rest. Once we arrive, we drink some water and sit on the sofa. Regarding the Adventurers Guild, you're allowed to take the exam. I'll write a letter that has my approval. Do I have to duel Dad too? No, silly daughter, he's not even the offensive type, but I'm sure he'd manage to beat you. What? How? I asked, confused, as I didn't expect that since my mother is stronger than him. Let's just say he's tricky like you. That does make me want to try. You sound like a battle maniac, Iris. A what? Is what we call people that love to duel others, and well, fight in general. Oh. I guess I have fun fighting. People with the sense of wanting to become stronger usually do. If you'd like, you can go to the Adventurers Guild later today and take the exam. With sparkling eyes, I say, I'd love to. Mother gets up and writes a letter. Once she's done, she gives me the paper. Here you go, make sure you recover your mana first. Okay mother, I head to bed to rest a bit. Every year a tournament in the Lumen Kingdom is made. The top 10 candidates out of all the participants get to win a recommendation letter signed by the king. The letter allows the candidate choice to become sponsored by the king itself, in other words, it becomes free and a way for peasants to join. With it, one can enter either the battle academia that is usually for nobles only, where they can learn martial arts. There's also a magic institute where one can learn from the best teachers in the kingdom. Only children from 7 to 15 years can enter the annual tournament, as 16 years and above, they're considered young adults. Above 15, the noble family usually have their kids marry other families for power rise, since it's the legal time for marriage. The tournament is regulated with a stone similar to the Adventurers Guild stone, in other words, they can confirm the age of the individual. There are also the royal guards who reside by the king, since it is an event provided by his grace. There are also the mages who stop the combats if they get out of hand, in order to avoid casualties. That's the reason why the age permitted goes as down as 7 years, since it's relatively safe. There are usually 1 or 2 heavily injured participants at most, and normally no deaths in these tournaments. Iris's parents aren't nobles, they live on the south border of the Lumen Kingdom, they're not essentially poor. However, the price to study in the Battle Academia or the Magic Institute is truly expensive, therefore, mostly nobles study there. The recommendation letter can also be used in 2 more places, although the winners generally don't go for them. One is the Adventurers Guild, where they start in a higher rank than usual, skipping the easy F and E ranks. The other is the church, where they usually become either a priest or a paladin. It is one of the few events where the strongest 4 forces of the Lumen Kingdom join together to watch the new talents. The king, his children, and the royal guards, where the strongest swordsman resides. The Pope and the Saintess, along with their elite paladins and priests, where they recruit strong people. There's also the man who is known as the strongest magician of Lumen, who is the head of the Magic Institute. Lastly, the Adventurers Guild Master, who is one of the strongest martial artists of the kingdom. Point of view: Saintess. That nightmare again, where an army in black comes to destroy our Lumen Kingdom. It's been 8 years since I've had it. Since it has now happened twice, it is not a dream but a premonition that my heritage skill oracle has shown me. I inherited this skill from my mother, the past Saintess. Forever I've lived inside this chapel in the name of the goddess Arya, yet I haven't received any message from her about this premonition. I'm worried. As much as I don't care about my job, I do care about my life, thus I can only pray for the goddess to aid us. That man, Kraus the Pope, has been doing his best to recruit talented martial artists and mages with rare elements to increase our power. For the day the invasion happens is to come, we must bolster our forces while we can. I've been going to every annual tournament to recruit new soldiers for our cause, however, not many of the top winners are interested in us. Even the ones below the top 10 didn't want to join us due to the church being a very secluded and strict force. Unlike the royalty, we don't pay the soldiers as much money as we're not as wealthy. On top of that, we're very strict with our doctrines and duties towards serving the goddess Arya. We're a religious bunch, I know. I personally am not happy with my job, but if it wasn't for it, and my mother. Certainly, the generations in the past from the Kingdom of Lumen wouldn't have survived as long as they did. She looks at the mirror in front of her sighing, being the sane Tess sure is tough. Chapter 13 Prologue Arc. Later that day I and mother arrive at the village. Iris, here's the paper signed in case you pass the exam. I save it in one of my blue dress pockets. In case the receptionist insists on having me go there personally, just let me know. Good luck, dear, and be careful, okay? Yes, mother, I will. I hug her waist. She pats my hair while smiling. I move towards the path Mom told me. The village is pretty big, with a lot of houses, a few wells, and even a fountain surrounded by a garden with some wooden benches. I see people resting there, some are reading books, others are relaxing while receiving the sunlight. There are a lot of kids around my height playing around with each other. From what I've observed so far, it looks like it's a game called tag. The one who catches someone has to be the one catching someone else afterward. One of the kids finds me staring at them, he runs towards me and catches me. He looks at me and says, "I'm Miles and now you're it." He runs away. Some of the kids around him stare at me, surprised for seeing me. Seeing as there's no one else with blonde hair, it could be due to that, I touch my long hair. Sometimes the kids of the village have this reaction, especially since I barely dropped by since I was born. I shout, making a funny face, "My name is Iris and I'm coming to catch all of you." They heard me and started laughing, and then they started running away from me. I looked at them and started running after them. Eventually, I caught a girl whom I ended up befriending. A black-haired girl with black eyes, she's cute and is 1 year older than me, named Alicia. The white dress she's wearing is very beautiful, it has white roses scattered on it. It looks expensive. I spent a few hours playing with them. Ah, that sure was fun. You're right, Iris, I'm glad you enjoyed playing with us. It's the first time I've seen you. Are you from the kingdom? Oh, no, I actually live in a house a bit further to the south from the village. I didn't know that there were houses that far. My mother has blonde hair and she works here. Maybe you've seen her around? I don't think I've ever seen any women with a hair like yours in this village, but I'm not from here, so. That's weird since mother works here. I think, ignoring the last part of what she told me. Oh, by the way, Alicia, would you take me to the Adventurers Guild? Yes, of course, I'll take you there. Come. She extended her hand towards me and I held it. I've only held hands with my parents, it feels like I made a friend other than them. Even though it's too early to be sure. We go through the village and she shows me the existent inns where people rent rooms. The local blacksmith where 3 men work, one of them being a dwarf where I bought my fishing rod. It seems like her dad came here earlier. There's a potion shop where my parents work, a general shop, and a herb shop. After a while she points at a specific place, she says, "This is my favorite shop, a clothes shop, I and Mom always come here." We continue walking and soon she stops. "It's here, Iris." She points at the wooden sign above the door. It says Adventurers Guild. I start moving towards the entrance and I feel my hand stuck behind me. I turn my face around. "What's wrong, Alicia?" "Ah, that place is filled with dangerous people, so I don't want to enter." "Oh. Alright, in that case go back to the fountain, I'll meet you there when I'm done," I said, smiling. "Alright, it's a promise. I'll be waiting for you, Iris." I waved goodbye as I entered the guild's house through 2 large wooden doors where we only have to push them forward. As I slowly walk to the lady behind the balcony at the end of this big hall, a lot of people start staring at me and a few commenting with one another. One of them stops in front of me, and asks me, "Are you lost, kiddo?" I look at him, lifting my face higher due to the difference in heights. "Thank you for your concern, but I am where I need to be." I smile kindly and walk around him smoothly, making my hair wave to my back. He turns around and grabs my hair, causing me pain. "This is an interesting hair color you have here." I turn around and glare at him, covering my body with mana, creating a chill aura around me. The hall goes silent. I hear a voice from one of the tables. Is she really thinking of using magic against an adventurer? A kid's magic is nothing compared to an adult. A different male voice next to the woman commented, "That's true, her mana would run before doing anything to him." The people around me started laughing at their commentaries. "Whoa, whoa, no need to look so cold, I was just curious." He lets go of my hair. "The next time you touch me, you'll lose your hand," I say while glaring with my deep green eyes. The adventurers, men and women, started whistling and laughing at my words. I keep moving, and the moment I do I feel pain from my hair being grabbed again. I turn around and glare at him. I put my small hand on top of his wrist and start freezing it. "Notice, 100 mana has been deducted." "A nice burst of mana you have there, for a kid that is." He started laughing at me. "Oh, look at her, she's truly using magic, and going all out at that," the woman on the table commented, laughing. Everyone laughed. The man in front of me started pulling my hair strongly. "Mana coat," I say coldly while in pain, focusing the best I can, increasing my mana output as I do with my sword. "Notice, 500 mana has been deducted." The man's face turned pale as the amount of mana I used burst his. Upon looking at his face, I say, "I warned you." I put all my strength in my hand and smash his, freeing my hair. Beautiful white shards glowing in a mix of red with blue inside started falling on the floor. I let go of his handless wrist and turn around. I start walking to the receptionist. The man started screaming due to the mental shock that he lost his hand. He felt no pain from having his hand smashed to pieces since I had frozen it. Everyone stood up and glared at me, and when two of them were about to make their move on me. "What's all this noise, you good-for-nothing idiots?" Silence reigned when the man shouted close to the balcony. "So, you guys call yourselves adventurers? Ganging up on a little girl when Tony was the one at wrong. Have you guys no shame of yourselves?" The woman who was commenting earlier complained, but she smashed his hand. "So," he shouted with even more fury, "Tony got lucky she did it, or otherwise, I would have done it myself. We are adventurers, our daily lives are meant to protect the people from the Lumen Kingdom." He smashed a nearby table, breaking it, "Not hurt them, you shitheads." "Hello receptionist, I'd like to register for this guild," I smile kindly at her. The man was still in shock even though someone healed his hand back with a healing spell. Some of the adventurers turned to me and apologized. I smiled in return to them. "I'm sorry, but you're too young to join the Adventurers Guild," the receptionist replied. "But I came all the way here to join." I make a sad face. I looked at the man who was shouting at them, "Can't I please?" He looked at me and spoke. "It's normal sometimes for kids like you who have a little more mana than usual to appear, but the enemy can just dodge your spells. Please." I repeat. "You got lucky that fool allowed you to grab his arm." He throws one of the swords on his waist at me, and once I pick it in the air, he dashes at me fast. I run at him while freezing the floor under him where his foot would land next. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Despite him being a lot faster than me, he placed his foot on the floor and unaware he slipped, losing balance. In the meantime, I had gotten close enough and smashed him with the blunt part of the sword. He went against the balcony, destroying a part of it with the impact. However, he suffered no damage. He looked towards the floor and realized what had happened. He started laughing happily, crazily even. "I hadn't met a tricky kid like you yet," he laughed, "even though you were a lot slower than me, you did me good." I heard a voice from behind, "Looks like we got ourselves a strong rookie." I look upwards to see his face, curious as I didn't hear him appearing behind me. "Oh? It's not only strong but cute too," he laughed while crossing his arms. "Thank you for the compliment," I replied while looking up smiling. The man laughed, "Don't look at me like that, your smile looks inverted as if you were sad." I laughed, "This man seems friendlier than the rest of them." I turn around as I place my head normally. "I'm Iris, the daughter of Luke and Rosalind, both ex-adventurers." The man who was on the floor got up, cleaning the pieces of broken wood and dust he had on his clothes. "Oh, your dad, an old friend of mine, we used to get drunk together before he married that evil woman," he laughed. "Evil woman?" My smile disappears. "Yes, ever since they married, she didn't let him get drunk with me anymore, it was pretty lonely," he kept on laughing. My smile returned upon hearing the stupidity of this man. "I'm the one in charge of this small branch of the guilds. The leader lives in the kingdom." "Small branch? I guess they have places like this all over the kingdom." "Before I forget, I'm Alex, and the guy you tricked is Edward. He is actually extremely powerful, you just happened to outsmart him." "You're being kind, boss." He came closer to me and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Iris. I extended my hand and grabbed him, and in the next second, I was in the air upside down looking down on everyone holding my dress. I told you he was strong, Alex was laughing happily. This man sure is strong, I thought while looking at him. Edward lowers his arm slowly so I don't get hurt and says while grinning, there you go Iris. Alex. I say hesitantly. Yes, Iris. I'd like to join the Adventurers Guild. Then do it, you're qualified to be at least an E ranked, but of course you'll start at the lowest rank, F. A tear fell out of my eye from happiness for being accepted, thank you. Boss. Alex smiled upon hearing that. I turned around to the receptionist with brimming eyes of excitement. Yes, yes, come along, Edward. The receptionist shouted. Yes, Leonor. Fix the balcony and the table you broke, come follow me, Iris. We enter a room with a bookshelf, 2 large sofas and a large table in between them. She tells me to sit in one of the sofas as she searches through the bookshelf. The receptionist then brings a large book and places it on top of the table. The book has a stone aspect. It looks like a brown covered by grey in its edges, and what looks like a stone handprint in the middle. Leonor says, all you got to do is place your hand in it. I follow her instruction, placing my hand on top of it. Once it finishes registering you, you'll receive a card. What do I do with the card? You can present it in many territories and the guards will let you pass, and will update your rank in it as you complete quests. Oh, so it shows my name and my rank. Yes, pretty much, and also where you registered, in other words in Astia, our village name. It's a cute name. I agree with you Iris, I'll be back in a bit, wait for me here, okay? Okay, ma'am. A few moments after, a light appears above my hand and I see a white card. As I'm about to take my hand off, the whole process repeats. I grab the cards and turn them around. The first card says name, Iris, age, 8, registered at Aria Village, rank, F. I check the second. Chapter 14 Prologue Arc. Leonor enters and I save the second card before reading it in my pocket scared. She closes the door then turns to me and says, is it done? Ah. Yes, I give her my card. Iris sounds a little shaken. Is she okay? Maybe the light spooked her, in the end, she's still a kid. There, Leonor starts patting me for some reason while looking at the card. Okay, the card looks perfect, let me return it to you. Thank you. I'll cherish it. On our side, it's complete, from this day onwards you can just drop by and talk to one of the receptionists. We're the ones who handle all the quests and deliver them to the appropriate adventurers based on their ranks. Okay, I will. I smile happily. As I pass through the balcony gate, I notice 3 people approach me. The guy who pulled my hair, Tony, and another man with a woman waiting for me. I look up at his face. Yes. I wanted to apologize to you for my earlier behavior, it was my bad. The other 2 apologized and introduced themselves. I am Etna and his Robert, the woman said. The guy added, we got a little carried away before with the bashing, but no one was going to hurt you. We're one of the parties in this guild, the 3 of us, Tony added. It's all in the past, my head still hurts but it'll pass, I smiled at them. I guess the boss talked some sense into them. I see his hand approaching my hair and react to it by stepping back. He looks at my reaction and says, it's okay, don't run, I just want to heal you, it's the least I could do. He takes a step further and this time I don't move, looking around. I suppose he wouldn't dare hurt me with so many people around after what unfolded. He cast heal on me, a light healed the wound I received from the hair pulling. Thank you, I smile kindly. You welcome, Iris, was it? Yes Tony, that's my name. Alright, well, if in the future you need anything, you can just ask Big Brother Tony here, he smiled. Thank you, if the time arises I will, I smile back. Perhaps he's not a bad person. Okay, well we'll go on a quest now, we got to make money, Tony laughed, see you around kiddo. I waved them goodbye and headed to the receptionist, reminded of something from Tony's words. Hello again, Leonor. Hello Iris, how can I be of help? I'd like to receive my first quest if possible, I smiled. Before I give you one, have you ever fought any monsters like slimes, horned rabbits, goblins, and the like? None, it's my first quest. This girl is a mix of swordsmanship and magic, but she's alone so I need to find a I wait patiently as I watch Leonore thinking while checking the many papers passing through her hands. I take a look around me, evaluating the large building. The building has many tables with long benches of the same lengths. There's a big hall between the front doors and the balcony where people go for information, splitting the tables. I'll be right back, Leonore. Take your time. On the sides, there are balconies where mainly adventurers buy food and drinks. I approach one and buy 3 big pieces of bread with ham and cheese in there for later. They're placed in a black bag that was given to me. It's on my tab since I'm not carrying any money. When I finish the quest, I'll make sure to pay them. All I had to do was show them the card. I returned to the receptionist area. Iris, I'd like you to take this quest. She handed it to me and asked if, do you know how to read? Yes, I do, let's see. Quest. Rank, F. A group of slimes between 10 to 20 has been sighted on the east farm of the village. They have been eating the crops and so a farmer requests support from the guild. You'll be rewarded 2 points and 5 copper per slime killed. Leonore, what are these points in the reward? Oh, they are the points we use to rank up our adventurers. In other words, you need X points every rank. Sounds simple, thank you. I smile happily. You're very welcome, the receptionist smiles while thinking how cute this little girl is. I turn around, and as I start to leave, Leonore says, for reference, you must bring the soul stones as proof to get points. We'll then trade it for points and we'll pay you for their grades properly. She waves goodbye as she finishes talking. Can I bring any other soul stones I find aside of slimes? Yes, of course, they'll be exchanged by points and money. We have a device that checks their origin. Alright, see you later, Leonore, and thank you. Be careful, Iris. Okay. I leave the guild house with a happy face heading towards the fountain to meet Alicia. Upon reaching the fountain area, I stare at Alicia being slapped by an older man. I stay there a bit further and hear their conversation. I told you many times to not play with these peasants, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Alicia's a noble. I think surprised. Alicia was crying with her head lower. I'm sorry, father, she said while mumbling in tears. Look at your dress, it's so dirty, do you have no dignity? Another man approaches them, a man dressed in black attire. Master, your wife has called for you, she has finished shopping, the man politely bowed. It's time to go, he grabs Alicia's hand and moves towards the carriage. The moment he starts moving away, his arm gets stuck. He turns around, and asks the daughter, why aren't you moving? He asks with an angry face. Alicia grabs her dress tight, promised I'd wait for my friend Iris. Did you not understand what I said earlier? He lifted his arm in the air to slap her again. As I saw what was unfolding, I stepped in close to them. Hello, Lady Alicia, I'm truly sorry for the wait. Happy to see me, she replied. Welcome back, Lady Iris, while smiling nervously at me. I've just finished my business in the Adventurers Guild, I said with a slow, proper tone. Her father thought about what kind of business she'd have in the Adventurers Guild. I then flawlessly bow slightly towards her while lifting my dress properly and then turn to her father and repeat the gesture. In my past life, I was forced to learn the noble's etiquette, which happens to be quite similar to this world. I tested this fact with my mother as she taught it to me when we weren't training. She said I was extremely good at it and a fast learner at that, so we didn't waste much time on it. Alicia bowed properly by picking her skirt dress and lifting it slightly while bowing. Her father, mistaking me for a noble due to my trained courtesy, tone, and the guild business, bowed slightly to return the greeting. He then said, seems like you did learn something, after all, we'll be waiting on the coach. Have a good day, Lady Iris. Have a good day, Alicia, father. Don't take long, Alicia, the trip back to Lumen awaits. Yes, father. The butler bowed towards me while smiling kindly before leaving, almost as if he was thanking me. I smile back at him. Alicia then grabs my hands and says, I'm sorry you had to see that, Iris. It's okay, milady, I start laughing as I tease her. Her body loses some tension, starting to laugh along with me. How did the trip to the Adventurers Guild go, Iris? I take out my adventurer's card and show it to her. Her eyes become shiny as she reads the card. This girl is so easy to read, I think as I stare at her expression. I'm so proud of you, Iris, I'm glad you were able to pass the test to enter. Write the test. Wait, what was the test? I think awkwardly, thank you, Alicia. I hope you can become a famous adventurer. I'll do my best to become strong. Upon hearing my words, her expression changed. I must go, Iris, but I hope to see you again someday. She removes a ring from her finger, placing it in one of mine. This is... I looked curiously at it. It's cute, a white ring with a tiny white rose emblem in it. It's one of my 5 family rings, only the head successor has them. She shows me her hand and the other 4 rings. A white ring with a white rose emblem on each finger shone under the sunlight. It sounds very precious, you shouldn't give it to me, Alicia. I start removing it. Her hands stop mine and she looks at me. I am the successor of my family, and through the life of every generation we give out 5 rings to possible candidates. Candidates to what? I question her, curious. To become my knight in the future or part of them. Every great noble family can have up to 5. A knight? I'm an adventurer though, I clarify it to her. Yes, for now, but we never know in the future, and every family has these rings for their own successors. I don't know if in the future I'll want to be a knight though. I replied while feeling awkward. She hugged me and whispers in my ear. Even if you don't, you're a friend I don't want to lose, and this way we'll surely meet again in the future. She lets go of me and stares at me. In that case, I adjust the ring back in my finger. I'll keep and cherish it, I reply with a friendly smile. Please do, and don't worry about the ring size, it's magical, it'll adjust to the user's hand. That's very convenient, I replied laughing. I wonder how much a ring like this would cost to make. She must be from a rich family. I really have to go, dear friend. I'll see you someday, Iris. She starts running to the couch. Take care, Alicia. I wave her goodbye while thinking, a knight. Perhaps that would be fun too. Chapter 15 Prologue Arc. White Rose Family Perspective. Inside a moving white carriage with rose patterns, a woman's voice was heard. You seem happy, my dear daughter. Alicia looks at the woman in front of her and replies with a smile, yes mother, very. Did anything fun happen? She asks curiously, noticing something about her amiss. She looks attentively at her daughter's face, passing the right hand softly on it, noticing a swelled cheek. Her arm returned to her chest as the eyes looked to the husband. She releases a bloodthirsty aura worse than an enraged beast towards everyone around, making the carriage shake of pressure. Alfred, did you hit Alicia? She shouts, filled with rage while glaring at him. The husband looks at her, slightly shivering from the pressure. Someone has to educate our daughter, she was playing with peasants, the father replied coldly. Sweat was dripping from everyone inside the carriage but the mother. The butler pitied her in his mind. Monstrous parents handling a child, hang in there young lady, it'll be over soon. She looks back at Alicia and stretches the right hand once more slowly towards the hair. As the hand approaches, Alicia feels more and more pressure while shaking. In her eyes, it was like a beast about to devour her. She raised both hands, covering the fear in her face. The moment her hand touched the daughter's hair, the aura vanished, and words came out of the mother. Well, your dad is right, it would bring shame to our family if someone important saw you with them, Alicia. Her arms lowered down to the lap as she looked at the mother in the face. She reminded herself of Iris wanting to become strong, gripping both hands onto each other strongly. I understand, mother, I'll be more careful in the future. Inside the mother's mind, an unexpected thought went by. I didn't expect her to be so unfazed after that, seems like she's grown up, upon meeting that new girl perhaps. Alicia stares at her mother, and on the lips, notices a faint smile. So, Alicia, you haven't replied to my question. I'm very curious as to where one of the 5 heirlooms has run off to. Upon hearing that comment, the husband and butler look simultaneously at Alicia's hand. I gave it to someone I estimated worthy of wearing it, she declared to her parents, having grasped some confidence. The father, upon remembering the girl with the exquisite hair color, turned his face back to the window. The mother, noticing this, realized she had finally made friends with a fellow noble. I made a friend, her name is Iris, she's 8 years old and today passed the adventurer's exam. A noble passing that exam at such a young age. They're usually lazy and spoiled kids, the butler thought, confused. Sounds like this Iris friend of yours has some potential, but... Alicia, upon hearing those words, expressed a confused face. Her mother, realizing the cheek was already red, decided to leave it at that. After all, she knew that no noble girl would take such an exam at such a young age. Noble kids at such an age already have everything they wish for. What is your friend like? She's fun, friendly, kind, and strong-minded, Alicia smiled as she finished. Talking on Lady Iris, what's her family name? I didn't have time to ask father. Very well, also, you could improve your greeting to her level. The one presented by the girl was flawless. Upon hearing that, her mother thought confused. Is she really a noble? Peasants don't learn etiquette praiseworthy of my husband's daughter. Tell me about the appearance of your friend. Ah, well, she's very pretty with green eyes and blonde hair. Blonde hair? I can count the people I've seen with such hair with one hand, not to forget that such eye color is even rarer. Robert. Yes, milady. I want you to find to which family does Iris belongs. I wish to meet her. As you wish, though it might take a while. That is fine, she declared effortlessly, looking to the wagon window. Iris perspective. Later that night at home. I take a piece of bread I bought at the guild and start eating on the bed while using my other hand to go inside the pocket, taking out my adventurer card. I should do the slime quest tomorrow. I look at it happily and then I remembered, I take out the other card from my other pocket. Let's see. The second card says name, Aurora, age, 8, registered at Aria Village, rank, F. Aurora? Who's that? I voice confusing, and as I do a voice resounds in my mind from my status skill. Notice, Soulbound has reacted. A dark aura expands from me, devoiding the room from light, making everything pitch dark. What's going on? I can't see anything. I tremble in fear due to the magical pressure and the blindness. Notice, due to Soulbound influence, Iris memories sealed by the system will now be released. Past life Iris memory. Inside a secluded noble mansion, Iris, a young girl, would spend her days playing with dolls and other things alike alone. She was often ostracized. The mother had died giving birth to her. On top of that, the father, a baron, spent his days and nights working. He'd exclude her from attending noble events. The man would rather do it with his new wife and children instead. A 15-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl. Iris was 11 years old when her father remarried. His new wife was a widow whose husband died in a war against the Kingdom of Baltimore. Thus, when they remarried, Iris's father adopted both of the kids. The father had ignored Iris. Ever since his wife died, he felt disdain and hate for her daughter due to that. Iris was useless to her father since she could only marry at the age of 16. He hated her so much that the baron hired maids to raise the girl in his place, even though all they did was give food. Iris didn't care about the world since the entirety of it was the mansion she lived in, along with the garden within the fences that surrounded the place. She would spend most of her days reading books in the great library of the father. Her personality was closed along with an empty heart, however. The mind was colorful and full of imagination. She'd create a lot of amusing and interesting plays for her dolls, sometimes balls with princes and princesses. Sometimes, due to the influence of a few books, adventures of brave people and heroic deeds, against monsters and demons through different perils. Every so often she'd even imagine using these super amazing magic spells herself, one of the rare things that made her eyes sparkle and the lips turn into a faint smile. Once she heard the maids talking about a famous magician, a noble who could shower the kingdom with rain for a while. Inside the mansion, the Baroness mistreated Iris, alongside her children, verbally and physically, without ever damaging the face so the Baron wouldn't notice. I wonder how we should torment Iris this time, my dear children, Marie and Johann, any suggestions? The mother Joanna, asked with an evil grin inside her own room. Marie, with a cold smile and a twisted vile face, had a peculiar thought and voiced it out loud. Esteemed mother, perhaps we should lock her in a room and starve her to see how many days she can last. The mother laughed happily upon hearing her daughter's comment. The boy chuckles evilly while looking at Marie. That sounds like a splendid idea, dear sister, however, let's make sure to not overdo it, otherwise Dad might notice. Possibly so, my dear son, let's attempt a 2-day starving for now and we'll see how she handles it. The three of them smiled and laughed happily upon reaching that decision. A maid who was serving tea to them shivered in fear towards the wickedness of such conversation, promising herself to stay away. Iris grew colder and colder as the years went by ever since they started living there. An unknown desire within her was born, a seed of hatred within the heart sprouted and kept expanding inside it endlessly. Some years later, by chance or perhaps by fate, Iris decided to walk up to the attic. An abandoned place untouched for decades, perhaps even longer, the door was rusted and dirty. Everything inside was full of objects and spider webs. The air in there felt heavy, which made Iris think it was due to the accumulation of dust. She explored such a place and soon found something tall and white. Inside the attic was dark and hard to see as it had no windows, the only light was the one coming from the open door that Iris used. She wondered what was that white thing. Due to curiosity her feet moved closer to it and extended her arm. Realizing it by the touch, Iris could tell it was like the blankets used in her bed when she slept, and so decided to pull it off. As the blanket fell, her expression grew fearful and her mind screamed to run, but the body did not move, frozen in fear. Some moments passed and her calmness came back as the mind relaxed. "Silly me," she said, as it was only a tall mirror, bigger than her even. Due to the darkness inside the attic, Iris thought there was a girl in front of her at first glance, but now she was reassured that it was just a reflection. Then it happened, as if to betray the reassurance she had placed in herself, the reflection lips moved and words echoed through the room. "Can you help me? I'm trapped inside this mirror." The air felt even heavier for Iris, her heartbeat got so fast that it reverberated through the attic, and the fear dominated the delicate lady. The voice resurged and said, "Hey, I'm stuck in here, can you please help me?" Iris kept on shivering due to fear, paralyzed in that spot looking at the mirror. "I'm sick of living here in this small place surrounded by darkness," the reflection made a sad expression. Iris clenched the fists as hard as she could, piercing the nails in the hand to control her emotions. The reflection stared at her behavior attentively. Blood came out of her skin painting the floor, she moaned softly from its pain. She held herself the best possible, and while trembling asked, "What's your name? Why are you there?" The reflection shortly answered, I'm here because I was sealed inside this mirror a long time ago," she said with a teary expression. To that Iris replied confused, "I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear your name and sealed? Why would someone do that to you?" Once more the reflection spoke, "If you didn't hear my name, then you won't be able to till I'm out of here, my name too is locked." "Oh. As for why I got sealed, well, I killed someone very important a while ago, the first king of Ludrika, the founder of it." Iris remembered the name of the current kingdom and thought out loud, "Ludrika? There's no kingdom with such a name." The girl inside the mirror heard it and shouted, "What? Just how long have I been trapped here?" Tears fell from the reflection blue eyes as it was the only detail that was different from Iris's physique. The girl in the attic, feeling pity for the one trapped in the mirror, attempted to console her. "Hey, it's okay, everything will be okay, what can I do to get you out of there?" Iris's reflection stopped crying upon hearing that. "I no longer have a physical body, so I need an individual that fulfills 3 conditions." "What are they?" Iris asked innocently without expecting anything in return, other than granting the girl some freedom, and even happiness. "First, someone willing to do a soul bond contract with me, second, someone that has enough magical potential, and third—" Iris, a little sad, interrupted the girl and mentioned hastily, "I'm not really sure what a soul bond contract thing is, but I've never used magic." The reflection stared and waited for her to finish patiently. "I'm Iris, also only 15 years old, so I don't know if I'm someone who can help you get out of there." "Don't worry, Iris, since you can see me, your potential is the real thing." "Really?" the innocent girl asked hopefully, making a faint smile. "If you wish to take me out of here, Iris, then yes." Both girls hear someone coming up the attic stairs. "Ah. So, this is where the little bitch was," Johann said while holding a long knife. "What are?" As Iris was about to finish saying the question, Johann jumped on her. "No. Stop. Let me go." Iris did her best to stop his lustful self despite being overwhelmed by him, a young man in his 19s. Compared to her adopted brother, she was an underfed skinny girl of 15 years. He started cutting off her clothes, hurting parts of Iris's skin in the mix, blinded by the lust of wanting to abuse her. Iris screamed from pain, and as she heard a voice calling out to her, the eyes gazed onto the mirror. "Iris, touch this glass wall fast with your hand, and make the contract with me." Iris kicks his brother's leg, making his leg slip to the side. He loses balance, making the arm that was in the air holding the knife, it goes down, piercing Iris's chest. She starts coughing blood, some of it tainting Johann's face, which frightens him, making him back away from her. Iris took the chance to use her remaining energies as red kept pouring from the chest wound, coloring the floor. She crawled with her hands red while using the leftover energies on the arms to slide through the crimson liquid. A desperate expression was painted on Iris's bloody face as she persisted through the pain. She touched the mirror and a light eluded, then heard a faint whisper close to her ear. "From today onwards your soul is mine, Iris, and my soul is yours." Iris stared at the mirror while on the verge of death. The girl then said, related to the question that remained unanswered, "My name is..." As she was about to tell Iris her name, the girl's heart stops beating from the blood loss and she dies. Iris present perspective. "I see, so that's what happened. I think after relieving my sad memory that was sealed." "Aurora. Is that your name?" I attempt to converse without knowing if I truly spoke, as I could not hear my voice inside this darkness. Suddenly I could see beautiful light particles leaving my chest. It looked like they were being absorbed by the darkness around me. Notice, due to soulbound the system seal is breaking. Is that a good or a bad thing? If something is sealed, it generally means that it's bad, no? Unless... My memory showed me the girl trapped inside the mirror. Could they be the same person? I didn't get to hear her name, but in the Adventurer Guild card the name I saw. The device Leonore uses to make these cards, did it perhaps connect to my soul? If it did, then perhaps it also connected to her soul. Since Aurora was trapped inside a mirror, how did she reincarnate? I asked myself, unsure. Seems like we somehow got reincarnated together, that's the only explanation I can think of. If that's how it is, then she must be trying to set herself free from the curse she had in the other world. To think that it would be as persistent as going with her through reincarnation. Even though my skills mentioned a seal from the system. Could it be a mix of the two? Status: I know you can hear me, I want to help the soul inside of me, please. Notice, all mana has been deducted. I fall asleep due to mana exhaustion. Notice, Aurora received mana from Iris. Notice, seal removal concluded. Notice, the contract between two souls can now terminate. Notice, Aurora has consumed the curse with her dark element. Notice, due to the influence of Aurora the contract has been cursed, unchangeable by any means. System, the title Soulbound has been received. Notice, an unidentified cursed skill has been received. System, the title Reincarnated has been received. Notice, item inspection skill has been received. Notice, material evaluation skill has been received. System working. An error has occurred, the same individual cannot have two titles of the same type. An error has occurred, the same individual cannot receive two extra skills from the reincarnated title. Looking for a solution. Success. Merging titles. Success. Title reincarnated end has emerged. Merging skills. Success. Unique skill appraisal has emerged. Notice, a skill has been used against Iris. Notice, a skill has been used against Iris. Notice, a skill has been used against Iris. Notice, no longer under the effects of the dark element. Notice, status has been updated. The epilogue of the first arc. A Goblin Shaman perspective. As the night passes, the terrors of the world continue. Today we shall select from the 10 of you, 2 with the highest fighting potential. You shall do anything and use everything possible to survive. The survivors will then be rewarded with the opportunity to live until their age ceremony provided by the system. The goblins around started stepping the floor while clapping, making a heavy tune, bringing pressure to the young ones. Around a bonfire, the newborn goblins are put to fight among each other. The small goblins pick the different weapons on the floor and start attacking one another. One of them picks a long stick, who uses it to push one of the goblins into the bonfire, burning him. He pushes him further deep into the fire to make sure it dies. Goblin fried. A big goblin yells, laughing, increasing the surrounding clapping and stomping. On the other side of the bonfire, the smell of burnt meat and blood enters the nostrils of the shy goblin children, causing fear and panic to enter their brains. They quickly pick a weapon at random and jump on one another. A dagger hits the elbow of one, and a different one hits the eye of the other. The one-eyed one starts running away from the goblin who hurt him, colliding against one behind him. Due to the impact, the young one is pushed onto a sword in front of him, dying. The feet smacking on the floor gets louder as the goblins die. The older ones around start yelling, "Kill, kill, 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 kill." He pulls the sword out of the one who died and takes a step on the corpse, jumping and slashing at the neck of the one-eyed goblin who fell due to the collision, making his head roll on the floor, causing blood to spurt on the ground. Without time to waste, he climbs on the new corpse, running towards the goblin who was dumbfounded, looking at him with a dagger in his left hand. They strike one another, clashing weapons. The one wielding the dagger moans of pain as blood pours out of his shoulder. The sword one kicks the opponent's stomach, lifting his sword upwards to slash the one in front of him. At the same time, the goblin hurt from the kick responds by thrusting his dagger deep into the chest of the goblin in front of him, seeing an opening. Blood comes out of his mouth as he lets the sword fall from his hands. The weapon ruthlessly slices the right hand of the goblin whose dagger is stuck on the opponent's chest, ending up screaming from pain. Handless one! Handless one! Handless one! A goblin warrior yells repeatedly, excited from the clash between the children in front of him. A moment earlier, on the other side of the bonfire, the goblin who fried one of them pushes another with the long stick. It forces the enemy to take a few steps towards one in front of him, which leads to both fighting. Without wasting much time, the stick wearer turns around and sees every goblin, some dead some alive. He then notices the screams of the handless one and runs at him, picking a sword on the way. Once the goblin gets closer, he stabs it in the back of the enemy's neck, killing him. He looks around once again and sees that there are only 2 leftover goblins. Picks the dagger that's being held by a sole hand without an arm, attempts to throw it with all his strength at the back of one of the goblins. Due to the lack of precision and strength, the dagger curves, hitting the foot of one of them, making the goblin scream in pain and raise both arms. This allows the goblin in front of him to attack freely, cutting both arms off and then with a second slash half the neck. The blood squeezes out from the wound he inflicted, soon falling among the rest. The remaining 2 goblins look at each other and prepare to attack one another. The sound of a particular staff with bells echoes the surroundings and everyone goes quiet. It seems the goddess Luna has offered us a goblin with an actual brain, and another who knows when to take his chances. Upon hearing those words, everyone around the 2 survivors starts laughing. In the name of the Goblin King and the goddess Luna, the mother of us all, who keeps an eye on the goblin tribe, we welcome you 2 to the family. The shaman smacked the staff 2 times on the floor, and a party to celebrate went on. A while later, the old one with the staff moved closer to the king, who was watching the festival. He bowed and heard a voice from above. When the time comes, I shall name the one who pushed the goblin into the fire. He might become a great leader one day. As you command, Almighty Goblin King Vrag. Soon we will destroy those filthy humans, he thought as Vrag looked into the thousands of goblins in front of him. Soon. Chapter 16 Adventurer Arc. Adventurer Arc Prologue. Lumen Kingdom Capital. At a long, exquisite and beautiful sculpted stone table there lays 10 well wooden carved chairs with rose patterns. The king sits in the middle. There are 4 chairs on both sides of the table, left and right of the king. Seated in these 8 chairs are the current heads of the most famous and powerful noble families. One of the 8 seats is vacant. The 8 strongest out of all the existent 800 noble families that reside in Lumen Kingdom. Such households receive the title of a colored rose. Each head receives 5 colored rings, of equal color to its family title. For example, Alfred received 5 white rings with white rose patterns from his father, whom he passed on to Alicia, the future heir. These rings have 2 skills imbued in them. One of them is that they adjust themselves to the finger of the selected person. The other is that when the time comes to select the next knight, the ring shines. Once it shines, it allows the successor to find the ring wearer. A magical trail appears indicating where they have to go to find them. The king spoke, I thank you all for attending my estimated reunion. Everyone bowed their heads. You may lift your heads. Today I have unhappy news to share with the 7 of you. One of you is currently on a mission, but the information presented here will be shared. In Sylvia's mind, she thought, for that person to not be here, it means this reunion will be serious. Call her here, Sylvia, the king ordered her royal guard, who was standing at the door with another one. Sylvia and the guard opened both doors and she said, the king has summoned you, Saint Tess. A young woman with long green hair and green eyes stared at Sylvia for a moment and spoke. Thank you, head of the royal guards. She moved inside the room. An aura made of mana emanated from her, giving a sense of tranquility and warmth. The guard who was next to Sylvia thought, yet another monster joins the room. The Saintess looks at the guard with a boring look, as if reading his thoughts, making him gulp. Then she moved to the table where the king was. She bows gracefully in her long white dress. She says, I've arrived, King Lark Lumen. You may rise, Saintess. I'm grateful that you came so promptly. To that, she replied, of course, your highness. She thought, Kraus wouldn't shut up for a month if I hadn't come here. I hope his eminence is doing well. Yes, your highness, despite his age his health seems to somehow get better as the days go through. That almost sounds like a bad thing, Saintess, the head of the Black Rose commented. Saintess thought, this fellow always trying to provoke me, one of these days. Not at all, Saintess replied with a faint smile. Charles was a handsome black-haired man with brown eyes, known for his persistence towards the Saintess. She ignored him for years, completely knowing fully well he was a womanizer. Despite this, he was a capable man of great political strength. Someone to be wary of, certainly. If the Saintess wasn't who she is, for sure he'd have her kidnapped by now. The king laughed at this conversation and says, the 2 of you are always too humorous. Thank you for your kind words, your highness, Charles spoke with a charming smile. Another voice is heard. I'm assuming that the sane Tess presence means that it is about the rumored premonition she had 8 years ago. That is so, Alfred of the White Rose. Sadly for everyone here, the premonition has been declared a reality recently. Alfred, the owner of a house who trains swordsmen, his swordsmanship is the strongest in the kingdom. A man who sees honor above all else, even above his family members. Known to have only lost one duel during his prime, and against a woman. He ended up marrying her and later have a daughter, Alicia. Do we know who's the attacker, Your Highness? Alfred replied. I've brought the sane Tess here today to know more about it myself, thus summoning all of you. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sane Tess, sit on that chair opposite of mine and tell us about what you saw. As you wish, Your Highness. The guard helped her with the chair. Thank you, Sir Rudolph. Always a pleasure, sane Tess, he said despite what he thought earlier about her. I'll start with what happened 8 years ago towards my most recent visions. My first vision indicated a war where our kingdom ultimately got decimated by an army of black armors and green flags. A dark-skinned woman spoke. Green flags? Is there such an army that uses them? This woman is famously known for her archery skills. One who decided by herself who to marry instead of allowing her parents to decide. She's fairly beautiful with her light brown hair and eyes. Is also known for her 2 dark-skinned sons who are also very good-looking and have an amazing mastery with the bow. Elaine of the Green Rose. I believe that a green flag is one of the factions towards the south where the beasts live. The king questioned as he looked at the sane Tess. Yes, I had some of the oldest members of the church research the old books. Did they find anything? Elaine asked, feeling worried. Yes, we found something of relevance, but... Everyone looked at the sane Tess with extra attention as she said but. It was from one of the old books, The Invasion of a Level 100 Goblin King 150 years ago, where the 10th hero summoning call was done by our goddess Arya. A wave of nervousness filled the room for a while as she finished speaking. Charles decided to break the silence with a question. Did it invade alone? Since by itself at such a level it would be already quite powerful to deal with alone. He invaded together with its army, leading the kingdom almost to its destruction. That's a nightmare, the king replied while wiping his sweat with an embroidered handkerchief. Back then 2 heroes had been summoned and trained for some years before the king moved. A tanned man who was observing the sane Tess soon started speaking as he had a question to make. By your expression, it means the goddess hasn't relayed one of her divine messages, right? That is so, Ryu of the Blue Rose, the sane Tess replied with a sad look in her eyes. Upon hearing that his confirmation was right, he crossed his arms and went into deep thought. There's a chance that it's the same goblin then. At that time, goblins learn with their mistakes. It wouldn't be abnormal for him to wait this long to rise a new army as well. Even his level could be higher for all we know, as we are now. He stared at those around him as if to confirming something and then he back into thought. If on top of the heads we gather the strongest adventurers and organize the military correctly. We also have the vision of the sane Tess who gives us some time to plan things properly. If it was a surprise attack, we'd be all dead by the time it happened. The man looked at the king. Your Highness, I have a plan I'd like to discuss. I understand, Ryu, but I want to ask a few more things before we go into the next phase of the reunion. As you wish, Your Highness, he replied with a patient, serious tone. Ryu is a black-haired man with dark blue eyes and is known for his vast knowledge in the arts of war. One of the youngest generals in Lumen's history and one of the best. He received enough achievements to stand where he is now. The king thought, a very capable and educated man this one, he has done a lot for this kingdom. Yes, one of the pieces of information I wanted to add to this conversation is the date of the invasion. Everyone went quiet including the king as his intentions were read by the sane Tess. The invasion will start somewhere in 5 years. There's not much time left then, we must organize ourselves, put our soldiers into shape. Exactly, Your Highness, the earliest the least casualties, said Alfred of the White Rose. Zylph, a man known for his quietness during reunions, opened his mouth. An eccentric man with red and white hair. Famous for his money and power. Infamous for his tastes in both genders, especially men. Your Highness. He received the immediate attention of everyone around him. Yes, Zylph from the Grey Rose. I believe it is in everyone's interests to not evacuate those who are currently living in the outskirts of our walls at the south. A woman smashed her fist making a loud bang noise on the stone table, and at the same time, Sylvia moved at an abnormal speed. The sword was now in her neck. This woman has gotten faster from the last time I saw her, she's quite the monster, Ryu thought. What is the meaning of this Angelica of the Golden Rose? The king questioned, upset. There is no way we're going to abandon our citizens, how could he even think about it, she shouted. Angelica is one of the few nobles known for her kind heart. She doesn't belittle peasants or looks down on people. Sees every human as they truly are. She's also known for her extremely muscular body and physical strength. That's enough, head of the royal guards. The king said as he thought, it was just another one of her emotional outbursts, they happen every once in a while. Sylvia sheaths her sword and returns to the door. A ginger-haired man upon watching Angelica spoke. I agree with Angelica, I'm also in opposition to abandon the southern territories, the head of the Red Rose family stated. The king spoke, nothing's decided yet. I'd like to know the reason for that argument. ZYLPH, Charles spoke curiously. Before giving a chance for ZYLPH to reply, Ryu spoke. If we were to move the villagers, the goblins would find suspicion finding the villages empty and know that we were waiting for them. ZYLPH looked at Ryu, who was next to him from bottom to top, and thought to himself. Ah, how I love intellectual men, the things I would do to him if I could. He nodded in agreement with Ryu and said, it would certainly lower our chances of victory. Angelica clenched her fists as she heard Ryu taking his side. Seeing as people were nervous and angry, the king took a decision. Before we continue, let's take a break to calm down and enjoy lunch together. Call the servants outside and tell them to bring the food, Sir Rudolph. As you command, your highness. Chapter 17 Adventurer Arc. Later that day, I open my eyes after sleep for a while and then look around, finding something unfamiliar on my bed. What's this black cover book doing next to me? I don't remember having a book like this. I sit on the bed and place the book on top of my lap excitedly to check its contents. Once I open it, my fingers start passing the pages, making my expression change to disappointment. The book is blank? What's the point of it being empty? I put it back next to me as I couldn't find the title or anything written in it or outside of it. The moment I do, the book suddenly transforms into a blonde girl with blue eyes, startling me in the process, an exact reflection of myself but the color that gazes at me. Who are you? Aurora, the girl you saved from the mirror in your past life, didn't I release your memory? Oh. I understand now. I exasperate, releasing all the tension from such a surprise. It's been 8 years since we last met, it took quite the effort to free myself. Why do you look so much like me aside from the blue eyes? Oh, this. She transforms into a floating grimoire. That's amazing. Is it a skill or something? I shout, surprised while clapping twice, unable to hold my excitement. She transforms back to a human being. Can't communicate in a grimoire form, and this one feels better overall. That was my skill, one called transformation. Thank you. You can't chat because you don't have a mouth as a grimoire. I think so, yes, but I can see somehow even though I don't have eyes, which by itself is odd, she replies with a cold tone, despising being a magical book. To have one thing but not the other, it's so strange. I laugh innocently, unaware of her emotions. To think you'd keep your name from the past life, Iris, she stares at me expressionlessly. True, I was surprised myself, but it feels best like this. Also, your name is very pretty, Aurora, it sounds delightful. I smile brightly, irradiating my happiness towards her. Thank you, Iris, I like yours too. It's funny you say that, as I have the unique dark element, in her mind she recalled, and a pretty dark personality. That element? Does that mean that you were the one who had it back then when I did the test with my parents? Yes, when you activated yours, mine got activated too, and ever since then I've been eating the light from that stupid seal. She then fixes her hair due to the transformation, leaving it in a strange shape while continuing to talk. Apparently not only do I get sealed in our past life, but I also received the same treatment in this world by the system, and cursed too. Well, the seal is gone, I believe, but how about the curse? I was able to uncurse myself. I absorbed it with my dark element and it became a skill. A skill? What's it about? What does it do? I ask excitedly, unable to contain my interest. I don't really know what it does now. I really do wonder what it does. I repeat to myself in a lower voice, entangled in my own curiosity. Would you like to see it? She looks at me expectantly. Sure. Please show me. I replied excitedly, and full of curiosity, brimming with delight to see what else Aurora can do. She extends her left arm to the side of the bed and shouts, "Mirror." It's the one from back then. I'm surprised it even kept its appearance. An antique mirror bigger than ourselves, about 2 meters tall and 40 centimeters in width. Since it's a skill and has glass, maybe it reflects magic. I take out my shoe and mana coat it with a bit of mana. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. I throw it at the mirror the moment, and the moment it touches it goes inside, suddenly disappears. A moment later, I feel something hitting the back of my head, hurting me slightly. Ouch! What just happened? Notice, 2 health has been deducted. I look behind shocked and find my shoe there, hearing Aurora words next to me. Cursed mirror. Aurora says with a cold tone along with an eerie expression, looking at it, shivering slightly. I throw my shoe again to understand what happened, this time ducking the moment it hits. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Nothing happens and the shoe falls on the floor. I try again. Yet nothing. I pick other things and try with various items I find in the room. So strange, it's not working anymore. I look at Aurora but she shrugs her shoulders, feeling as clueless about it as I do. Have you tried to go inside? I don't want to, I've had my share of it, she said with a cold voice, remembering the horrors from being locked there. You're right, I'm sorry. Would you like to try it? Though you could get stuck inside, so I don't suggest it. She stares at me with a nervous, sorrowful expression. I'm trying to light her up but she feels a bit of a sad person, though after being stuck inside a mirror for who knows how long I feel like it's normal. Excluding that place, the life she had before possibly was filled with a lot of bad things too. I'll try to support her, and do my best to open her up as my parents did with me. I smile innocently at her and add, sure, it made me curious. Since the curse is gone, I can only expect something interesting to happen. I place my hand in the glass and put strength into it. It doesn't work, Aurora. The girl, upon hearing me out, leaves the bed, walking next to me slowly, and then touches it with the nail, putting strength into it while feeling scared. Guess it doesn't work with me either, she answers while feeling relieved about it, breathing deeply and calming down. Mind if I try something else? I ask her politely with a kind smile. Go ahead, and be at ease, you're like a sister to me now, in her mind she thought, more than that even. I thought Aurora was upset at me due to her cold tone, I guess that's just how she is normally. Like? Why don't you become my real sister? I mean, we even share the same appearance. Iris, do you mean like twins? She tilts her head, taking an interest at the idea. Yes. We are very hard to distinguish disregarding the eye color, after all, the one my parents told me I had is green. I can finally see it in the mirror, and yours is blue. Her cold eyes look at the glass, following my gaze. Sure can be, she spoke coldly while reminding herself of someone from the past. I place my hand on it and try to put mana into the glass, but nothing happens. Notice, 20 mana has been deducted. Well, I don't know, for now, it looks like a normal mirror, a very durable one. True. It's okay, maybe in the future we'll figure something out, we have time. I take a look at my status to see the changes from yesterday. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 50 disgrace, 3270. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 8 years old. Health, 458/460 mana, 670/800. Status points 0. Strength, 133 stamina, 46 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 70 wisdom, 80. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 640. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, E, Body Training, B, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Book Reader, F, Advanced Reader, C, Soulbound, S. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 2. Actives, Status Level 40, D, System Library Level 10, E, Mana Code Level 5, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 1, F. Passives: Bleeding Resistance level 10, F. Swordsmanship level 20, E. Sword Mastery level 10, F. Mana Control level 20, E. Ice Control level 10, F. Unique: Appraisal level 1. Cursed: Unidentified skill. Rare element: Ice. Cursed Soulbound. Unique skill: Appraisal. Cursed Unidentified skill? What are these things? The first one I don't know, but the second one I also received it from the soulbound that connects us. What does it do, Aurora? I ask her, shouting due to my curiosity startling her. I don't know, you received it just before I left. I believe our soulbound gave it to you. I see. I look back at the glass while thinking, yet another possibility. At this pace I'm stuck due to lack of knowledge. I frown, which makes Aurora extend her right hand, patting my hair. Don't worry, Iris, as you said with the mirror skill, in time we will get to know more. Yeah, you're right, sister. I stare at her, who doesn't disapprove of it, blushing while feeling happy inside. I push the mirror in front of the bed all the way to the opposite wall, so I can use it later to brush my hair and check outfits since it's so big. Once I'm done, the door of my room opens suddenly. What's up with all the dragging noise and the shouts, Iris? Why are you talking alone as well? Rosalind stares dumbfounded at both of us, then quickly finds the right one, me with the green eyes. What in the world is this? Why, there's a copy of you! She shouts loudly, surprising both of us. Everything is okay, mother, she's a friend, and apparently, transform back please. Aurora transforms back into a grimoire. Mother approaches and grabs the book, then she opens it and checks the pages. They're empty. An empty book? What's the meaning of this, Iris? She stares at me, feeling confused about it. Yes, it's a level 1 grimoire. I guess she needs to level up some more till it can learn some skills. Mother lets go of it, and it floats back to bed, gaining some distance and transforming back into human form, which starts complaining. It's truly annoying how I can't speak in that form, she said in a cold tone, despising the book once more, then adds a bit more information to the conversation. I've been reincarnated as a grimoire. She pulls the hair behind the shoulders, adjusting her looks. Reincarnated? A grimoire? Humans going through the cycle of life and death is something normal, but keeping memories is not. What does this mean? Just who are you? Rosalind questions while pointing towards her. My name is Aurora. I too have a soul, and I'm a magical book of sorts. I believe the goddess of this world made me like this, or to be more specific, the system did. So. I interrupt the argument and then add with a kind smile, trying to bring some peace between the three. Mother, I present to you my twin sister Aurora, the blue-eyed me. Rosalind takes some steps towards the bed, sitting on it, and then remembers something. When Iris was younger and she did the element test, was it perhaps the influence of this being? She stares at Aurora and questions her without hesitation. Were you, the one with the dark magic? A book with such an ominous power? Yes, Rosalind, I possess the unique dark element, she replies in a cold tone, despising being referred to as an item. Quite the tone this thing has. Rosalind grabs both hands tightly, changing her expression to a fierce, threatening one, and speaks seriously. What insurance can you give me that you are not harmful, so that I don't kill you right here, right now? I can't lay a finger on Iris. We're soul bonded. If she dies, I die. If I die, she dies. I vouch for that much, mother. Aurora's telling the truth. I can see the soulbound in my status. She's also not an enemy. How do I break the contract? Mother's expression changes into a worried one, concerned by such a side effect. It's cursed, you can't. It's something that we have from before this life. From a past life? Does that mean you have the memories from before? Rosalind asks, feeling half confused and half curious. Yes, I've met Aurora in a different life. I even saved her, though I've never confessed the truth to either of you. Why, Iris? Do you not trust me and your father? I do. I just didn't wish to ruin the happiness you two felt as you were watching me grow up. With a relieved heart, feeling that it was for a good cause, Rosalind smiles kindly towards me, giving the three of us some space to calm down. So my daughter saved her. It would be nice if Aurora had some gratitude towards Iris. Changing the focus of her gaze from me to Aurora, Rosalind starts with a question. I understand the story more or less. Tell me, girl, what is your goal? To research magic and be proficient at it, also to repay Iris in any way I can for saving me. Upon that answer, Rosalind sighs and starts thinking deeply about everything that transpired in this room. She doesn't seem like a bad person, and I can't find a way to split them if their souls are bounded. I'll have to research about this after work and talk with Luke. For now, I'll temporarily accept her. After all, it's best if she's on our side and keeps Iris safe since her life also depends on it. That is, if what she said is true. This girl could be hiding something else. I'll have to keep an eye on both. If you wish to be part of the family, and my daughter, you must promise me you'll always protect Iris, Aurora. I promise, she smiles kindly without a hint of hesitation. That smile is pretty convincing. Is her personality just a bit twisted? Rosalind thought to herself, feeling unsure. I'll make sure to discuss this with Luke, and try to reach some sort of solution with him. If we fail, we'll have to accept this situation and adapt to it the best possible. Grasping this moment of silence, I take a few steps forward, pulling them closer to me, hugging both, feeling tired of the discussion. We're family now, please understand Mother Aurora's not a bad girl. I voice out in a low tone towards both ears that are close to me. Aurora, you got to be nice to Mom and Dad too, otherwise I won't like you. I understand, she said expressionlessly without resenting the situation, taking it in as natural as possible. Mother pats us both, understanding that this argument isn't going anywhere. Alright girls, let's go take the breakfast and speak some more about this. Speaking of which, can you even eat, Aurora? I don't need to eat or sleep or go to the bathroom, I'm ultimately a book. Weren't you sleeping earlier? I asked, confused, remembering how she was in a grimoire form, not moving. Sort of, I can shut down a bit, but it's something different than sleeping, it's more like resting, I suppose. I see. Mom got up and said, well, keep us company at the very least. This way I can learn more about this Aurora person, and study her personality and get to see if she really is good or not. Alright. Let's go. As we are eating breakfast, Mother questions me. So, what do you remember from your past life? Not too much, and from what I remember it wasn't a happy life. I look at Aurora and pat her hair. I believe the same can be said for you. Yes. She replied with a sad look. Well, you both have received a new chance to live happily. I can tell that Iris has been, so Aurora, you can grab that chance too, Mom replied with a smile. Hopefully, she gets influenced by Iris, who's usually cheerful and happy. Perhaps, I may be able to, who knows. One day at a time, that's how I started, Aurora, I add a kind smile at the end. I know, sister, I copied your memories. You can copy memories? Mother asks, surprised, making some of the crumbs fly to the table. Ah, not anymore, I was able to when I was sealed inside Iris' soul. That means you already have the same knowledge she does, reading, writing, basic math, etiquette, and so on. Pretty much, yes. How about swordsmanship? I questioned her curiously. I have, but I don't have the skill or the feel for it. I copied your skills, but I'm ultimately a book. Hey, that wouldn't be fair. I worked hard for them, I shout at her in a joking tone. We laugh together, except Aurora, who looks sad. If that's the case, did you manage to copy some of them at least? Yes, the ones related to magic, since I'm a magical book, a grimoire. Sounds like we're on equal foot in that aspect, which is great, so you don't have to spend the time I did learning them. That's right. By the way, Mother, I'm stuck with my system library skill for a while now. I haven't received any new books. Did you finish all the ones you had to read? Yes. System library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System library. World of Artana I, 2. Fishing I, 2. Baking I, 2. Cooking I, 2. Farming I, 2. Lumberjack I, 2. Hunting I, 2. Maid I, 2. Butler I, 2. Miner I, 2. World of Artana, Fishing, Baking. Aurora starts reading from my screen, uninterested in them. You can read my screen, sister. I shout, startled, thinking that no one could. Yes, probably due to the soul bound. She presses her finger in the World of Artana, but the finger goes through the screen. Seems like you can't touch it. How about thinking mentally about wanting to read one of them? Nothing happens, it doesn't work. It's already good you can read them with me at least. I'll let you read them at some point so you get the same knowledge that I possess. I copied your memories, Iris. Oh right. Perhaps the future books then, if I get any new one. Have you tried physical books, since it's a system? It can probably copy a book into it as I do with my transformation skill. I didn't think of that. I leave the table and run to my room where I have my old birthday gift. Once I grab the book from inside the box, I use the skill system library on it. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. Chapter 18 Adventurer Arc. Let's see what happened. System library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System library. World of Artana I, 2, 3. Fishing I, 2. Baking I, 2. Cooking I, 2. Farming I, 2. Lumberjack I, 2. Hunting I, 2. Maid I, 2, 3, 4, v. Butler I, 2, 3, 4. Miner I, 2. Tales of Artana I, 2, 3, 4, v. 6, 7, 8, 9, x. Oh my, it actually worked, even older books have gained more volumes. I'll finally be able to read more. I'm so happy. I go back to the kitchen smiling, and once I arrive I hug Aurora from behind when I get close to her. Since you're smiling happily, I'll take it that it worked. Yes, thank you so much. I smile gratefully while rubbing my cheek on hers. You're welcome, Iris. After talking about all kinds of things with my sister and mother, I and Aurora return to the room and sit on the bed. Notice, 40 mana has been deducted. Notice, a contract between human Iris and item Aurora hasn't been made yet. A contract? We have soulbound already. Notice, 40 mana has been deducted. Notice, a contract between a being and an item, depending on the grade of the grimoire, it'll grant benefits to both. Not sure she'd be happy with such a contract. I glance at her who's looking in the mirror at the dress she wore shortly after returning to the room. I feel stared at. What's wrong, Iris? Sister. Would you like to make a contract with me? Don't we have one already? A soul contract. This one is different, it's a contract between our identities. Like human and item. I don't mind, as much as I dislike being a grimoire, if it proves to be useful for the both of us. I believe so. But do promise me you'll never mistreat me, sister. Her cold eyes shift to me as the words come out. Of course, I promise, you're my sister after all. Only because you were the one who saved me, Iris. We smile at each other. How do we make a contract? Notice, 40 mana has been deducted. Notice, write your name on the first page of the grimoire with your mana. Alright, sister, revert and come here. Aurora transforms into a grimoire and floats to me, which I then open and place the point of my index finger on the first page, coding my mana along with my ice element while writing it. Iris, I say letter by letter out loud as I sign it. There, I'm done. I believe you can revert to the other form. I smile happily, and then voices start resounding on my mind. System, the title element has been received. System, the title contracted has been received. Notice, soulbound has reacted. Oh noes, not again. My eyes close as I faint. A memory of Aurora resounds in Iris's mind. For as far as I can remember, I've explored this incredible and beautiful garden. A complete fantasy by itself, the grass is always so green, fresh, and soft. Just laying down on it relaxes me to the point of falling asleep on it. The soil is clean without fissures or bugs, there are no insects or any life form other than the plants that adorn the grass itself. The flowers on it are always perfectly nourished and blossomed, and they're simply divine beauties. I fall into little pieces whenever I think negatively of this garden, but loneliness is a feeling that perdures even after this long. It exists to remind me that I shouldn't be here alone. I can't wait to be free again like the person I once was, to avenge for all the things I had to go through. I can't help but feel like the day may come where I'll miss this garden where the word beauty falls far below in comparison. This place where my mind and heart feel the safest. Yet why is it that I can't help but not be content to stay forever in it? I've walked in the same direction for a very long time, and in all that time I've never seen a pattern of flowers that looked the same. Attempted to go in multiple directions, but it did not work. Stayed in the same spot for a good amount of time, but also nothing. I did everything I could to understand this place, however, nothing ever changed aside from me. I've realized the max mana inside of me kept on growing for all these years despite not being able to use magic inside here. I can feel it, a tremendous pressure piled up inside of me wishing to be used. Yet no magic I use does anything in this place. Many flowers I met and talked with, sang and befriended. I still seek the way out of this place, the exit to this maze. Why am I lost in this garden? I shout madly. I have done everything I could have done, yet none of it ever worked. I've ripped flowers, but every time I do, they grow back like magic. This symphony plays endlessly, repeating this monotone life of mine. Look at this white dress I wear that loves to reflect the infinite sunlight. I don't even remember what night was like. The long-forgotten sense of being hungry, of being tired, and of being sleepy. Day by day, without ever stopping looking for a crack, a rupture, a hidden door, or something to get me out of here. Who am I? Why am I here? Why can't I leave? I scream with all I have. This place seals my memories, my very existence from the outside world. There must be a reason, yet I can't figure it out. I seek guidance, but never have I seen a guide. After walking for who knows how long, I see a golden rose and bend my knees on the floor to smell it. This flower has such a fragrant, lovely smell, it feels nostalgic. It appears like a light melody ascending from my heart that makes me feel at ease. What a mysterious rose. I sat in the garden next to the rose and stared at it with sparkling eyes of admiration that consumed the very essence of the rose. I wouldn't mind becoming a little flower like you, you know. At that moment a vile thought reached my mind, and my hand approached the rose to pluck it out of the earth. Upon contact with the stem, where thorns seldom await to be touching, my finger skin ripped and blood dripped, turning the green thorn red. I forgot beautiful roses had thorns, silly me. I smile in pain. A strong breeze flew through the garden, passing by the rose, bringing many kinds of petals and making them fly. The petals circulated me in a twisting way, like a little tornado, making them floating randomly. It's so beautiful, like a festival of fireworks. The rose was shaken by the wind like a human nod, as if it was in agreement. I approached the rose petals with my finger, and when I did, a heartbeat I felt from the rose. I removed the hand from the rose, surprised. I started wondering about it. For an eternal amount of time I've walked through this garden, and I've only found a flower like you, little golden rose. All the others had their friends and family, yet you seem lonely like me. Perhaps we could be friends. At that moment I felt my finger itching, and my curiosity forced me to look at it. My finger is healed. I jumped out of the floor, standing still in surprise, and the finger was fixed as it had never been ripped before. Its skin was intact and smooth like the rest of the hand, soft like silk. You who gave me pain and also who comforted me through healing, will you tell me the way out of this place? A wind blew against the rose, and this time it nodded in a different direction, resembling a human saying no with their head. Ah! I burst into tears. I feel like this world may have been created by someone or something, yet I'm alone and lonely. I mustn't be. The world surely was made for more than one. However, if I'm wrong, I'll end up more insane than what I already am, so Rose, become my guide and guide me to the exit, please. What have I done to deserve such an excruciating, suffocating curse? I start crying, causing my tears to fall on the golden rose, making it heavier and heavier. Won't you let me go no matter what? I kept crying as I was exhausted from it all, and proclaimed that I would pluck her out of the earth, even if it meant to taint her hands in blood. If taking your life will free me, that is what I shall do. A strong warm breeze went against me like a warning. The tears that had fallen from me were now descending between the petals through the stem down to the very roots, as if the golden rose was shedding her own tears. A melancholic view that would sadden any who saw it from a spectator seat. My hands approached the rose body, the stem, and started plucking it from the earth, suffocating the rose. The tears fell from the rose, mixed with my bloody hands, both on the same course towards the floor, towards the roots, and even deeper they went, far from human sight. The petals fell one after another, the golden rose was plucked off the floor, and its color lost, slowly becoming grayer and grayer, withering away. This time a new flower did not grow back in its place. The protection I received from the world had worn off as its guardian died, and now my feelings and memories were coming back. I looked at the dead rose, expressionless like a marionette whose strings had been cut. The beautiful world around me was now filling itself with pure darkness. It was consuming the world from far, far away. I saw it approaching very, very slowly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please forgive me. She yelled sadly. I got up scared and ran in the opposite direction of the approaching darkness. I ran the fastest as I could while tripping here and there, feeling sad as I advanced. My vision distorted due to the tears, like looking through a glass lens that doesn't suit my eyes. Far away, after running for a long time, something picked my sight. I saw a mirror and approached it. On the other side of the mirror a blonde girl. I pressed my hands against the mirror, but what felt like my physical body was stuck. With my memories having returned, the only spell I can possibly be able to make is a soul bound. If that doesn't work, I'll die in this place. I don't have much time left. I must make a contract with this girl and save my soul. Everything is better than the darkness behind me, even becoming her slave if I must. In exchange, I'll only ask one favor from her, to be able to avenge myself for this time trapped in this cursed place. When I get the chance, I will have my revenge on the gods, on the sage, on the hero, on the kingdom. Those who sealed me by sacrificing millions of innocents. I will destroy everyone in this world that treated me as a monster, I will consume everything and everyone but this girl. I tell her, can you help me? I'm trapped inside this mirror. She's looking at me but I'm not sure if she's seeing me. Hey, I'm stuck in here, can you please help me? I continue begging. Not sure if she heard me, if my voice is going through or not, I'll try again. I'm sick of living here in this small place surrounded by darkness, I make a sad expression. The reflection upon seeing me asked me, what's your name? Why are you there? In turn, I replied, I am Aurora, I'm here because I was sealed inside this mirror a long time ago, I said with a teary expression. The girl makes a confused expression and speaks. I'm sorry but I couldn't hear your name and sealed? Why would someone seal you? The reflection asked me. If you didn't hear my name, then you won't be able to till I'm out of here, my name too is sealed. Oh. She replied with a disappointed look on her face. I replied quickly as my time was running out. As for why I got sealed, well, I killed someone very important a while ago, the first king of Ludrika, the founder of it. The reflection replied astonished, Ludrika? There's no kingdom with such a name. I too, feeling surprised from hearing such a reply, shouted, what? Just how long have I been trapped here? Tears fell from my blue eyes. The reflection, feeling pity for me, said, hey, it's okay, everything will be okay, what can I do to get you out of there? I stopped crying upon hearing her. I no longer have a physical body, so I need an individual that fulfills 3 conditions. What are they? The girl looked at me with an innocent expression. First, someone willing to do a soul bond contract with me, second, someone that has enough magical potential, and third. The girl looked at me a little sad, interrupting me. I'm not sure what a soul bond contract thing is, but I've never used magic. I waited patiently since I could scare her away if I pressured her too much. She continued talking, I'm Iris, also only 15 years old, so I don't know if I'm someone who can help you getting out of there. Don't worry, Iris, since you can see me, your potential is the real thing. Really? The innocent girl asked hopefully. If you wish to take me out of here, Iris, then yes. Both girls hear someone coming up the attic stairs. I see a young man attacking her, and say, Iris, your hand, touch it in the mirror fast, and make the contract with me. Come on, Iris, you can do it, I think, as blood pours from beneath her as she crawls closer. My reflection touches the mirror and a light eludes, allowing me to leave. The darkness behind her was approaching, engulfing everything in its path. She had no time, so she entered the mirror. After walking through the passage, she looked back briefly towards what was left behind, and after looking, the darkness consumed the world. On the other side, I kneel and whisper in Iris's ear. From today onwards your soul is mine, Iris, and my soul is yours. I see her staring at the mirror while on the verge of dying. Related to the question that remained unanswered, my name is Aurora, the woman that will destroy this world. I raise my hands in the air and darkness surrounds them. Death to those of this house, but Iris. The darkness spread through the entire mansion, killing her stepmother, stepbrother, stepsister, maids, butlers, and her father. I see Iris's eyes closing, and then I feel my life extinguishing. But I just came out of that prison. I stretch out my hand to hers, and upon touching it, I'm consumed by her soul, dragging along the cursed mirror with me. For thousands of years, the woman's soul walked through this dimension, and now she was finally free. Chapter 19, Adventurer Arc. I wake up and feel something wet falling through my cheeks. I place my hands on them and realize they're tears. Seems like I was crying during my sleep. Also, why is my lap so heavy? I sit on the bed and look at my lap to discover why it's heavy and realize Aurora is there in grimoire form. I grab her and place her on top of a pillow. Let me have a look at status, to see the changes. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 50 disgrace, 4270. Class, none. Race, human. Name, Iris, 8 years old. Health, 460/460 mana, 790/800. Status points 0. Strength, 133 stamina, 46 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 71 wisdom, 80. Attack, 0 magic attack 0 defense 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 1640. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, D, Body Training, B, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, C, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 2. Actives, Status Level 40, D, System Library Level 20, E, Mana Code Level 5, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 1, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 20, E, Sword Mastery Level 10, F, Mana Control Level 20, E, Ice Control Level 10, F. Unique, Appraisal Level 1. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 0/100. It seems like the contract was successful. I pat the grimoire while smiling. My disgrace and soul went up yet again. I feel disgraceful at this point. I wonder what I did wrong. Though the rank of the grimoire turned out to be the very worst, I think a little disappointed. Oddly enough, I expected Sister to have become a high-ranking grimoire since it has a soul and a unique element in it, not a ranked F1. What is that thing after the grade of the grimoire? Notice, suggestion to use the appraisal skill. Sure. Appraise the grimoire rank F. Notice, 500 mana has been deducted. Notice, appraisal unique skill has leveled up to 2. A little screen appeared next to it. Grimoire, F, 0/100, evolutionary type of item that requires killing enemies to awaken to the next rank. Whoa! What's up with that mana consumption? Unique skills are scary. That definition is very unexpected and incredible at the same time. I say with excitement. Seems like Aurora can become stronger. Even though I have yet to see how strong she is in reality. Can she even fight? She's a book. Am I supposed to use her instead? I see mana shining on the grimoire and then it transforms back into my appearance. Good morning, sister, I tell her happily. You seem awfully happy, but then again I suppose that's normal. A faint smile is shown on her face. By the way, Iris, you should use your skills points so you can get a class. Why? It'll make you stronger and we're both level 1, so we're worse than ants. Do ants have levels? Probably. We look at each other wondering. I'd like to see my possible skills. Notice, due to the gigantic list of skills, would you like to see active or passive ones first? Skills related to wisdom or mana, I really need more of it please. Notice, loading specification into a screen. Available skills. Slight wisdom boost. Slight mana recovery. Solo boost. Party boost. I look at my sister. Is she part of the solo? Or the party section? I don't have enough mana to use appraisal, so I'll get the first 2 skills. Notice, skills successfully learned, status updated. System, the title peasant has been received. Let's check the skills open status please. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 50 disgrace, 4270. Class, none. Race, human name, Iris 8 years old. Health, 460/460 mana, 290/810. Status points 0. Strength, 133 stamina, 46 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 71 wisdom, 80, +1. Attack, 0 magic attack 0 defense 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 1640. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, D, Body Training, B, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked fish, S. Preyed upon, F. Cheater, S. Heritage, S. Amalgam, S. Ice, S. Cooked bird, F. Cooking series, E. Slayer series, F. Sale, E. Advanced reader, C. Soulbound, S. Element, F. Contracted, S. Peasant, F. Completed series, fishing, S. Farming, S. Skill points, 0. Actives, status level 40, D. System library level 20, E. Mana code level 5, F. Mana wave level 1, F. Ice bind level 1, F. Passives, bleeding resistance level 10, F. Swordsmanship level 20, E. Sword mastery level 10, F. Mana control level 20, E. Ice control level 10, F. Slight wisdom boost level 1, F. Slight mana recovery level 1, F. Unique, appraisal level 2. Cursed, unidentified skill. Rare element, ice. Cursed soulbound, grimoire rank F, 0/100. Seems like this is it, I've worked the hardest I could, I hope I get good classes. So you got mana skills, Iris, well they're bound to become useful. You can see my status screen too. Yes, I couldn't see the skills you could choose but your library and status are viewable. Does that mean I can see your status? I'll open it, status. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100 class, none. Race, human name, Aurora 8 years old. Status points 0. Health, 1000/1000 mana 1000/1000. Status points 0. Stamina, 100 intelligence, 90 wisdom, 100. Attack, 5 magic attack, 90. Titles, Eternum, S. Uncursed, S. Soulbound, S. Contracted, S. Skill points, 0. Actives, status level 40, D. Darkness barrier level 2, F. Piercing darkness level 1, F. Mana code level 1, F. Dark code level 1, F. Mana wave level 1, F. Dark bind level 1, F. Passives, Mana control level 20, E. Dark control level 10, F. Unique, transformation level 2. Blessed/cursed, mirror level 1, unidentified. Unique element, dark. Cursed soulbound. Whoa, you have a lot of things and really high status with barely any titles. Her race is human after all. Is it because of her soul? Seems like she has similar skills to mine's, she didn't copy my bleeding resistance. Maybe she can't bleed. She does have attack and magic attack like I have when wielding a weapon. Aurora's not holding any weapon so it must be due to being a grimoire. What a strange status, I expected it to be a little different, more weapon-like. Anyway, time to check the possibilities of my future. I want to see the classes please. Notice, loading the possible choices based on status. Classes available. Witch. I only have the talent for one class called Witch. Aurora starts laughing upon hearing my words. Take it sister, it's a very interesting and complex magical class. Why are you laughing? I asked confused. In our past world it was a job for female evil mages, and whenever I look at you I don't see much evil. Evil? Could it be my disgrace? I think about all the animals killed and things I did to get all that disgrace. I guess I am evil to some extent. I'll take the witch class, it'll be my apology for the lives taken. Notice, the witch class has been acquired. Notice, witchcraft skill tree is now available. System, the title class has been received. Well, I got it. I'll check the witchcraft skill tree when I have skill points to spend. Good, you won't regret it, despite being evil in our world doesn't mean that it's the same in this world. I suppose you're right. I used my status and skills but I'm not able to acquire any class for now. Well, that's what you get for laughing on mine. At least I got one. We spend a while teasing each other. I check my status to see the information on the class. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 0/100. Fame, 50 disgrace, 4270. Class, which rank 1 experience 0/2000. Race, human name, Iris 8 years old. Health, 460/460 mana, 285/810. Status points 0. Strength, 133 Stamina, 46 Agility, 85 Dexterity, 107 Intelligence, 71 Wisdom, 80, plus 1. Attack, 0 Magic Attack 0 Defense 0 Magic Defense, 0. Soul, 1940. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, D, Body Training, B, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, C, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 0. Actives, Status Level 40, D, System Library Level 20, E, Mana Code Level 5, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 1, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 20, E, Sword Mastery Level 10, F, Mana Control Level 20, E, Ice Control Level 10, F, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 1, F, Slight Mana Recovery Level 1, F. Unique, Appraisal Level 2. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 0/100. At least it's not a rank 0 class like farming. It seems like I'll need 2000 experience to rank the class higher, sounds like a lot. The wisdom has an extra 1 next to it, is it due to the wisdom boost? Must be. For now, my best offensive stat is actually strength, so I'll take the metal short sword of my mother as it increases my attack status. I can manage the mana with some mana coding and use my stats together like that. I'll save mana wave for emergencies as mother advised me. I take Aurora to the river to show her my field, which I water every day except on rainy days. Would you like to water it? You might get a title which will make you stronger. The farming series that took you a year to complete did give you a lot of statuses. Exactly, try it. I watch her get water from the river, then water the whole field. Any luck? None, she replied coldly. Seeing as she was sad about the swordsmanship skill earlier, and the title not working, does it possibly mean that? Since she's a book, the system doesn't apply to her. Seeing as in her status earlier she had an experience bar and a level, I think that is not the case. Maybe. I think the titles you get will be different than the ones I get. Like titles only for grimoires. Yes, exactly. That's why some skills you were able to copy and others not. That could be true. If I'm right, then you don't need to be sad. I'm sure you'll do great with magic, even better than me since you have a unique element. She nods silently. We head to the farm at the east which needs help with the slimes. I check the guild quest one more time to make sure. Quest. Rank, F. A group of slimes between 10 to 20 has been sighted on the east farm of the Astia village. They have been eating the crops, and so a farmer requests support from the guild. You'll be rewarded 2 points and 5 copper per slime killed. I head home to get the short sword and a bag with a water flask in it and head there with Aurora. Chapter 20 Adventurer Arc. Inside a church perspective. A black-haired figure with dark eyes stands on the tribune, and in front of him, hundreds of citizens wait seated. The church is completely full today, there are even people standing up and people outside of it. A conversation between 2 of the citizens could be heard at the gates of it. I want to hear what the Pope has to say, he rarely shows up. Exactly, it's a once-in-a-lifetime to show our dear Pope our resolution, but it's so packed as it is. Words started echoing through the church all the way outside with wind magic. An unusual way to use magic, but it allowed speeches to be heard from a good distance. Good morning, my dearest followers, I am honored to have all of your presence surrounding me. A woman in her 40s was already wiping her tear from her eye. As you all know from our teachings, the time to summon the next hero is approaching. While that is good news to the kingdom, it also means the enemy has started to move. Thanks to this, we've been recruiting strong people so that we may protect all of you. It was assured by His Honorable Majesty that the church would get to keep one of the 3 people our goddess shall summon. The citizens started clapping in bliss and making sounds. To honor His Majesty, we shall join him with our forces so that the kingdom may prevail when the time comes. I Pope Klaus guarantee to all of our followers that I and the Saint Tess are doing their best to recruit strong individuals. The stronger we become together, the more followers we'll be able to save. A man within the spectators shouted. I give my life for the church. A different woman proclaimed. For the goddess Arya and the Saint Tess. The Pope shouted happily to them, we are truly honored for thy devotions. As many of you know, the funds we use for the expeditions to the demon territory shall be halted. Many followers started talking. But the demons, they mustn't live? They taint out goddess just for existing in this world. Yes, if it's about money, I'll give everything I have, eradicate them. They mustn't be allowed to enter the human territory. There is only one human kingdom left. We humans compared to our enemies are far smaller. Pope spoke, that is so, my devoted followers, but you all are forgetting about something very important. The people shut up and heard while feeling curiously what was about to be said. Yes, what is most important is not the purge of the demon race but the salvation of the human race, our race. The spectators were touched. Today I brought a person that I'd like all of you to hear. As the woman walked to the tribune, light sparkled and a warm aura spread from her. Almost as if the goddess herself had descended from the heavens, tears and echoes filled the church. The aura of serenity filled the church and brought warmth to the devotees' hearts. Her soft yet clear voice echoed, my dear citizens, it is of rare appearance that I stand here today. You all know I'm not in favor of the eradication of other races, as I believe that they were all created to coexist with the rest. I am here to support the Pope in regards to protecting all of you. The light started merging with her mana aura around her. I harbor ill intent towards those who threaten our lives. The two auras fully merged, causing a very warm aura around her. I promise to all of you, that I will protect those who seek to devote themselves to our goddess Arya. As such, I'd like to ask all of you to treat everyone around as your equal. In the end, we're all humans. At some point, all of our souls went through the goddess Arya that we so love. The crowd heard silent while being preached. We do not need to resent other races, we don't need to resent other hair colors, we all owe that to our goddess Arya. The Saint Tess looks from left to right and points forward. All of you owe that to yourselves too. So, take care of each other and those around you, we're a big family with the same purpose. A soft clapping echoed in the church. A few hours later, our presence sure increases the motivation of the followers to donate more funds. Sounds like you got enough funds for the following years. Yes, Saint Tess, thank you for that magnificent demonstration. Sure, Klaus, as long as we survive what's to come, that much was nothing. Well, then we ought to repeat today's act through the leftover 7 churches around the kingdom. Serenity sighs. The Pope laughs upon hearing her sigh. Now, it is for a good cause, plus it'll incite strong people to join us, the bigger our influence the more benefits for the church. That's true. As the sole religion of this kingdom, even a lot of nobles donate a lot of money. In the pretext of the goddess Arya to reincarnate their souls, the Saint Tess adds. Pope laughs. Yes, even though she would do it nonetheless, religion truly is a good way to make money. A cold gaze was expressed in the Saintess's eyes. He coughs and speaks, of course, all in the name of the goddess Arya, may she bless us in the future. This man sure is despicable, Serenity thought, but at the same time he knows what he's doing. She looks at his face as she heard him whispering. Soon the octagram meeting will happen between the 8 leaders of the church to discuss the future. I see, she replied coldly. I'd be happy to have the Saint Tess there. If I must. Klaus smiled. The new Saint Tess sure reminds me of the last one, even though this one has a lot to learn still. Let us go, our followers await. They walk outside the church through the back door escorted by 4 paladins. 4 years ago, in the residence of the White Rose family. A violent sound of swords clashing is heard inside the main dojo. Excellent parry. Thank you, instructor. I'm your butler, but if you'd like you can call me by my name Robert. Now avoid this, a slow swing was aimed at her head. The 5-year-old Alicia ducked slowly. Left, right, duck, stab, jump. Slow swings executed against the girl in front of him. Good dodging, Lady Alicia, keep the body moving. Alright, one more rotation, stab, duck, right, left, right, duck. A successive amount of attack flowed towards Alicia which she barely dodged. Very good job, alright, you can take a break. What a disappointment display of skills. The butler turned around to meet the source of the voice, bowing in his direction. Welcome back, Master Alfred. He kept complaining, at her age, I was already striking back. A delicate womanly voice from an unnoticed presence was heard behind the butler. That may be so, but you weren't a girl, I'm sure. At her age, I was moving slightly slower. The butler turned around and bowed. Welcome back, milady. Then he thought about her. It used to creep me out how skilled the mistress is, but I've come to accept the gap we have. Thank you, Robert. Your gratitude is wasted on this old one. Alfred stared at Alicia. What do you think of her, Robert? You who once were an S-rank adventurer. I started swinging my sword when I was 10, and I was slow like Lady Alicia, but she's a kid so that's natural. Robert turned to Alicia, who was taking a break 3 meters away from them under a tree's shadow. I'm just teaching her the basics so that her body slowly gets used to it, then slowly she'll grow up and put up a fight. Alfred looks at him, listening to him. She does have a good perception, a natural talent I never had, he sighs. I believe that in the master's hands she'll become a prodigy of the sword in the future. Alfred said, I sure hope so. Due to the way she was born, my wife can no longer give birth. Unfortunately, I wish I could have had the chance to serve more of your lineage. The mother moved to Alicia. Robert looked at Alfred. But at the very least, I'll use the last years I have left building the foundation I know to the miss. Alfred stared at him silently. After that, I'm sure Master will be able to teach her the strongest swordsmanship this kingdom has to offer. Without a shred of doubt or arrogance, Alfred simply replied, of course. Lots of hardships await Lady Alicia with 2 monsters as her parents. He thought with a serious look and a glimpse of sadness. Chapter 21 Adventurer Arc. As I enter the house to pick the things, I meet Mother. Welcome back, daughter. Where could the miss be planning to go? To do a quest from the Adventurers Guild. I show her the paper. She takes it and reads it. Quest. Rank, F. A group of slimes between 10 to 20 has been sighted on the east farm of the Astia village. They have been eating the crops, and so a farmer requests support from the guild. You'll be rewarded 2 points and 5 copper per slime killed. From now on, whenever you get a quest, I want to check it first, as I'm an ex-adventurer and I know what you can and can't fight, okay? Alright, Mother, I'll show you. Regarding the quest, slimes are very dangerous, baby. They use magic and can be tricky to kill since they're made of mana. Physical attacks don't have much of an effect. Is there no way to defeat them? They're weak to elements and mana, but they can have immunity to some elements depending on their color. For example, red slimes will be immune to the fire element. Oh. That's quite interesting. I still get surprised at how carefree my daughter can be about things, and how she can smile this happily when talking about things that could kill her. How did I go wrong about raising her? She turned into a battle maniac, but also a very happy and adorable daughter. I just hope Aurora has more sense than her. From the time I spent with both, I felt like Aurora could easily pass as the older sister. Rosalind smiles thinking about it. Just make sure you don't get close to them, as they have a corrosive element called acid that can melt anything inside them. I gulp hearing that. I'll make sure to attack from far away. Good girl. Another tip I'll give you is if you monocoat weapons, they will also damage the slime, but be wary that it is very consuming doing so. Yes, Mother, I'll be careful, and I'll have Aurora to help me. The unique dark element will certainly be useful against monotypes of beings such as slimes, Mother thought with a smile. If you see any slime that isn't blue, just run away, especially green ones. They cast poison skills, and be wary of other monsters and beasts. We live close to the border after all. Yes, Mother. Well, off you go, dear daughter. This is the path you chose for yourself, and knowing how capable you are, I'm sure you'll be fine. Thank you for the support, Mother. I smile cheerfully. Don't forget to bring flasks with water and some bread, she said, still worrying despite everything. I smile and pick everything I need, and then before leaving I kiss her cheek. Have a good day, Mother. You too, dear. Take it easy and don't go into the forest to the east of the farms. There are too many dangers. I remember you telling me to not go to the south forest of our house either. Are all forests dangerous? The ones closest to the border, since beyond it is where the beast and monster races live. Ah. We've talked before about other races, but we never discussed it too deeply. When I'm back after the quest, I'd like to know more about the other races. Sure, Iris, I'll be happy to teach you, Mother smiled kindly. After getting everything Mother tells me to include a few healing herbs, I head outside, meet with Aurora, and head northeast to the farms. On our way there we chat. How strong do you think those monsters are going to be? The slime creatures, Iris. Yes. Probably strong, but since every system works the same way, then they're the weakest at rank F threat level monsters. It is an F rank quest, but monsters are monsters. In other words, there is a big chance that we can die fighting with them. Yes, Mother told us to be careful of the different colors of the slimes. The colors. Apparently if they have specific colors they'll be immune to that specific element, like the trial to figure out my element. Oh. If we see any red slime, it'll use fire, if blue water, around that. In other words, the first quest will be magic vs magic, quite a task for our first mission together. Leonore chose it for me, so I believe she's convinced that I can handle it. Well, if you couldn't you'd either run or die, to the guild your life doesn't matter, you're just another adventurer they can dispatch, she replies with a cold tone and an eerie expression. Ah! I feel hurt from hearing those words, not having realized that before on my own. I suppose Aurora's right, though I don't believe they'd send me to my death, they couldn't have right. I don't know Leonore for a long time, but she did look very kind. Mother told us to be careful with not being close to them as they can melt our bodies with their own. Aurora looks at me with a serious expression and says, those things sound very strong. True, she also said that coating the sword with mana would be able to damage them as physical attacks are pretty much useless against it otherwise. So Mother said they're not only immune to a specific element but also to weapons. Yes, pretty much. Yet she allowed you an 8-year-old girl to go. Yes, this is what I chose to do, I even fought her for it, and so she believes in me. Why adventuring? If you only wanted to become stronger you could have asked them to hire a teacher for you know. Not sure if they earn enough money for that, plus I want to get money to help them as well, and I'd like to get levels and skills, don't you want them to? As Aurora pondered on Iris's question a dark ominous aura started spreading from herself. From the memories I have from Iris, I can guess that fishing which led to killing animals gave her a lot of disgrace. I'd like to have a ton of it too for my own wish, since I'm a grimoire there's a very small possibility that other thing came with me to this world. To deal with it, I'll have to go back to my prime where I was able to. A wicked smile surfaces on her expression. I'll have to find a way to take care of it, while I also find a way to obtain my past life wish. I'll need to get a class fast and useful skills, seeing as in this world it is normal to summon heroes in this Lumen Kingdom. Being stuck as a grimoire, I'll have to get things that could prove useful to Iris, more than getting myself stronger for now at least. However, if in the future I get my hands in everything from my past life, then I'll be able to protect Iris and even. Sister, you're making my cute face look very much weird, I tell her as I stretch her cheeks. Ow, ow, ow. The eerie aura and the wicked smile dissipates. There, that smile looks much better, what would the other villagers around us think if they had noticed that expression and aura? I'll be more careful. Good, you're supposed to be the wise of the two of us, you did live longer than me after all. Yes. She replied with a cold tone. That's more like the mysterious girl I've got to know, silly Aurora. We pass by Dad's workplace, a potion shop, where he learns alchemy from a very old man named Vincent who was the doctor that saw me being born. Mother said she'd speak with Dad and Vincent about Aurora and she even made a story for it if anyone asks about her. As much as I'd like to barge in and surprise Father, I'll have to do it after they speak with one another. We continue towards the northeast. After a while, I'm suddenly grabbed with tiny arms from behind. Iris, it's you, isn't it? A face approaches looking at me and then at Aurora. I look at her and notice a familiar face with black hair and eyes. Haven't seen you since the birthday where you attended Elise, how you been? I stare at her seeing that she's grown a bit being 3 years older than me. I've been good, but I didn't know you had a twin sister, with pretty blue eyes. That's Aurora, she was born a bit sick so she was resting at home on our birthday party. That's very sad not being able to attend her own party, nice to meet you Aurora, I'm Elise. Likewise, she replied expressionlessly. She's a bit shy. That's okay, I've met other shy kids before, and so where are the two of you going? She smiles. To do a guild quest, we're both adventurers. What? She shouted, no way. You two are so young. I know, but it's not like time passes faster, and I'm done learning how to read, write, my skills, magic with Father, and swordsmanship with Mother. You sure have been working hard. Luckily for me, I've done those things as well except swordsmanship. Really? Then what class are you? I have a few choices, I could learn a rare class called Alchemist since I learned a lot with Grandpa. That sounds very interesting, since my parents work there I know they make potions. Yes, it is very complicated and needs a lot of studying, and I want something more interesting. Like what? I don't know, seeing as you're both adventurers it makes me want to become one too since I have the aptitude for some other things. Must be nice to have a lot of choices. Since I have many classes I can choose from, I'm stuck on deciding which one I want to become. I picked one where I could learn more magic since that's what fascinates me the most. That's interesting, what class did you two pick? I'm a witch, and Aurora hasn't decided yet. She puts her hand tapping my mouth and then looks around us. I and Aurora stare confused at her. Elise then gets closer to the middle of us and whispers, "Don't mention your class ever again, the church hates classes that are evil." Aurora starts laughing. Is it really? I look with sad eyes at Elise. Yes, Iris, so please don't mention it to anyone. If someone asks just say you're a wizard. All right, I will, I say lowly looking down with a sad expression. Don't be sad though, in the end, I believe all combat classes are evil since we can only level them up by killing others. I look at her, said like that you're right, it's like the system made it so that we must kill each other if we want to become stronger. I believe so, yes, that's why I'm still deciding what class I'll take since I can either spend my whole life taking over Grandpa's business. That doesn't sound bad. True, especially since I was blessed with the light element, it's very useful to enhance the potions. Is that what Father does at work since he has the unique light element as well? Since you know about wizard class, is that the one you can become? Yes, along with priest and healer if I chose to. Sounds like you'll have to think about it, and we got to go do our first mission. Sure, would you like me to tag along? One of the skills I have is healing, I got it with a skill point. I look at Aurora, and she just shrugs her shoulders then keeps moving. If you'd like to come, just make sure you're behind us when we get to the monsters. I will. She smiles. We head to the East Farm together. Chapter 22 Adventurer Arc. After a while, we arrive at the farming areas, pretty vast plains with different fields extending through them, a few houses before them, and after what looks like an inclined hill with some trees on top, hard to climb but doable. Upon going through the main road we eventually lead to a small house where I knock at its door, being the closest one. I hear a rough voice from inside, "I'm coming." I wait patiently with my hands holding each other on my back. The door opens and an old man appears, around his 60s perhaps more. He looks at us and says, "Good morning young children, how can I help you?" I smile and with a very kind tone I reply, "Good morning, I'm here on behalf of the Adventurers Guild." "You are? Take no offense child, but you truly do look way too young to be part of the guild." He stares at me and further says, "Could I please see some proof?" I show him my guild card. "Does this work?" "Let's see." The man puts the card really close to his eyes and reads out loud. "Name Iris, age 8. I'm sorry for doubting you." He bowed slightly as he apologized, realizing that it was a guild card and that it really did match a young girl such as herself. His back makes a little crack sound, making me surprised and worried about the old man, so I ask, "Are you okay?" The old man laughs while rubbing his back and says, "Don't worry child, this back has had better days, it is but the aging cycle we humans must go through at some point in life. I hope it gets better fast." He points at the fields and says, "Thank you, and I won't waste more of your time young Iris, the slimes tend to appear around there, but be very careful, they are strong and you don't seem particularly strong." I see him pointing towards some trees close by to the fields. "We'll defeat those slimes for you, don't worry. Please do if you can, if don't overpush it, this age has been taking a toll on me. When I was younger, I used to defeat them myself with my hoe and my fire element, turning those little monsters into grilled gelatin." We laugh upon hearing that. "Say, what things do you plant on these fields?" I asked curiously, like some of the things I haven't tried myself. From the left side to the right side we have barley, oats, rye, wheat, apples, cherries, cabbage, and onions, he says as he waves his arm in the direction of the fields so that we could understand better. "Interesting, thank you for the description." As we start walking together towards the fields, the man says, "Past the yellow wheat and the green apples, is where you'll find most of the slimes, they seem to like apples the most out of all the crops we have." "All right, thank you," I wave at him happily as we move towards the apple trees zone close by to the planted wheat. "These are certainly a lot of fields, I guess the grandfather worked a lot when he was younger," I say while remembering myself of when I farmed for a year for the titles. "Yes, most peasants through countless generations do cereal farming, some territories are even owned by noble families and have animals caring so that they can have all types of meat, vegetables, and cereals available. That sounds very noble-like, Aurora says with a hateful tone. Elise shrugs her shoulder upon hearing her reply, agreeing with her to some extent. I look at Aurora. I guess she doesn't like nobles. Neither the people from the church and also the hero who apparently sealed her in our past life. Was the church involved and the nobles as well in the sealing during our past life? Talking about heroes, how are they chosen? I've heard from Mother that sometimes it's way more than one, but generally only one has the unique class hero. The others are rewarded in some ways with unique and blessed skills or other things. Father said that everyone that is born in this world is blessed in a unique way as well. I wonder what's the difference from someone normally reincarnated, to someone reincarnated or summoned from a different world. Wait. I received 2 skills from my reincarnated title, and my mother said people don't usually start with skills, and summoned get unique or blessed skills. Since the system starts with the skills at level 1, then I who have a unique skill from an early age should be able to level it up a lot more than someone who got summoned already at X years. I don't know how good appraisal skill is, but I'll make sure to invest my mana in it. Hopefully, it'll be good. Do heroes start at level 1, since the system works the same for everyone? If it does, then I'd be stronger than them in the beginning. I get the feeling Aurora has thought about that as well. In the case that the same hero who sealed her appears, she'll most likely want to kill him. I wonder why she killed the king from the old kingdom from our old world. I didn't tell this fact to Mother, otherwise she'd be always worried and concerned about her being with me. Even I don't know how I should react towards her sometimes, but I like and trust Aurora. She gives me the vibe that no matter what, sister will be there for me despite the creepy moods. Perhaps because of her being ominous that I feel assured of that. Slimes ahead, Iris! Elise shouted. That's a slime? They're clear balls. They look adorable. There's a blue one in the middle of them, Aurora mentions. The blue slime starts channeling mana around him. Iris, Elise fall back. We split and head some steps backward to gain some safety range from whatever it's about to do. The slime shoots a stream of water in the middle of us, then starts sliding on it fast to catch up to us. Iris! Aurora yells. I spined, I freeze the water, freezing the slime on top of it. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. The rare ice element. Elise makes a surprised face. Aurora runs closer while mana coating her hands, mixing with the element darkness. The unique dark element? My opposite element. Elise says, even more surprised. The slime, a creature that can perceive its surroundings in a 360-degree, matches Aurora's approach by stretching part of him towards her hands to melt them. Aurora, without caring, grabs the slimy tentacle and starts melting it with the darkness around her hands. Suffering from the damage, the slime shakes his body, and the slimes behind him charge at us. I ready my sword and stay in front of Elise, protecting her. As they start getting closer to us, I mana coat my sword. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. I slash at the upcoming tentacles, cutting them and injuring the different slimes. One of the tentacles grabs my leg, damaging it. The moment it touches me, I let out a moan of pain, and then without wasting a moment I freeze the wound. Notice, 10 health and 50 mana have been deducted. I extend the freeze to the tentacle to avoid further damage and then slice it with my sword. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. After my scream, a light surrounds my leg and I feel the warmth in it. Notice, 5 health has been recovered. I look around us and there are 6 clear slimes and a blue slime that is fighting Aurora. That water path earlier made it easier for them to move. I should have frozen it before it reached this far. I still have a long way to go. Iris, at your left! Elise shouted in panic. Notice, 5 health has been recovered. I turn to the side and a tentacle hits my arm around the elbow, hurting it. Notice, 10 health has been deducted. Freeze it! I shout in pain. Notice, 50 mana and 10 health have been deducted. I slice the tentacle, injuring the slime in return. My sword stops shining, my mana coat ended. This is becoming tough and painful. If I was alone against this many slimes, I'd be dead or perhaps worse. I didn't expect them to be this strong. I smile excitedly with a mix of nervousness and will to surpass myself. I mana coat my sword with a large amount of it. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. I spine the 2 slimes closest to me and head toward the one at the right. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. As soon as I get in the range, I take a step forward and with all my might I slice it in half mercilessly. System, the title Monster Slayer has been received. System, the title Slime Slayer has been received. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. They're softer than I expected. It seems like the mana coating really does make a difference. Behind you, Iris. Elise shouts as she's behind me observing the enemies. Notice, 5 health has been recovered. With the warning I quickly turn around as fast as I possibly can and slash at the incoming tentacle rushing at the other slime, getting closer to him, and thrusting the sword through him in the middle of it. Then I put more strength and cleave the sword to the side, leaving a large clean cut, killing it. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. On the other side, the blue slime is shooting water balls at Aurora while she defends herself with a darkness barrier. A battle of who has the most mana. The leftover 4 clear slimes all attack at once. I'll protect your right side, Iris. I slash at 2 of their tentacles that are coming from the left side. The other 2 tentacles approach from the right side, which ends up going against a light wall made from Elise's skill. I realize the light of the sword diminishing, so I rush at the ones at the left while Elise's skill keeps the other 2 busy while I receive some healing too. Notice, 5 health has been recovered. Once I get close, I slash one of the slimes in half, consuming the rest of the mana. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Damn, I'm out of mana. If I take too long, the other ones will attack Elise or Aurora. I'll have to compensate it with health. I mana coat my sword and head towards the closest slime. Notice, 70 health and 30 mana have been deducted. He attacks me with another tentacle filled with acid and I slash it in half all the way to its body, killing it. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. The acid in his tentacle sprays around, hitting my belly, making me scream due to the pain. Notice, 20 health has been deducted. Elise starts running towards me, the protective barrier is breaking, she shouts as she casts healing on me. Notice, 10 health has been recovered. Once she gets close to me, I ask while in pain, your healing increased? I took the healer class to be of better help to you, and my skill leveled up too, she smiled worriedly looking at my wounds. Notice, 20 health has been deducted. Thank you for the heals, I reply with a painful expression while trying to smile. If I knew, I would have spent all my points in wisdom to be able to heal more times. Notice, 10 health has been recovered. That's what I did to be able to use more magic, I laugh. Notice, 20 health has been deducted. Notice, the skill Acid Resistance has been acquired. System, the title Skill Mastery has been received. The protection breaks, here they come, Iris. Elise declares while casting heal on me. Notice, 10 health has been recovered. I mana coat the sword and rush at them. Notice, 120 mana has been deducted. Notice, 20 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, Slight mana recovery skill has leveled up to 2. Notice, Slight wisdom boost skill has leveled up to 2. As I run at them, 2 dark hands appear below them, binding them to the ground. I'll take the left one, I say loudly so that my sister can coordinate with me properly. Notice, 10 health has been recovered. Aurora, hearing my voice, heads towards the other one. Notice, acid resistance skill has leveled up to 2. Notice, 8 health has been deducted. The healing is making the acid disappear gradually and the acid resistance is negating a bit of the damage. I slice the tentacles that head toward me while Aurora pierces the right one with her dark piercing skill. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. I avoid the splash this time around by jumping to the side, rolling around through the ground. Notice, 10 health has been recovered. I then watch the darkness making a hole in the slime from one side to the other, consuming everything in its path. I throw my sword at the left slime, cutting it partially. Aurora approaches it and pierces it with darkness, dealing the final blow. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, 8 health has been deducted. She then runs at me and uses the dark element to suck the leftover acid out of my body. Notice, a skill has been used against Iris. Notice, 20 health has been deducted. I check the ground, seeing as there's no acid, I lay down on it. Notice, 10 health has been recovered. You're very reckless, little sister, taking out 6 slimes on your own, Aurora says in a cold voice. You took too long on that one, I smile at her. It was a pretty annoying one, shooting from far away with his water magic, making the ground all muddy and slippery while moving around, dodging my skills and attacks. Elise runs at us, tripping halfway, getting up, and approaching me worriedly. How are you, Iris? I'm alright, I'm actually pretty tough, still have a bit more than 100 health left, I smile at her, relieving her from being worried. Just how tough are you? She asks, surprised. I farmed, I fished, I exhausted my mana many times and did a lot of things, gaining a lot of titles. Oh, so that's how you got so much health. Yes, Elise. I think I'll become an adventurer and join your party sometimes if you two would like me to, she smiles. She picked the healer class to help us, so her resolution isn't lacking. I look at Aurora, who looks expressionlessly. I don't really care either way, Aurora said, even though she found Elise useful. I look back at Elise, who's waiting for approval. If you get a card by passing the guild exam, you're more than welcome. She tears up and smiles. Thank you both. Chapter 23 Adventurer Arc. After resting for 2 hours, the corpses of the slimes around us start shining and disappearing. In their place, beautiful sparkly stones remain. Soul stones. Elise declared happily upon noticing the glimmer of light penetrating one of them, reflecting close to her. The monsters vanished. I ask, surprised, as I notice the shining stones on the ground close by. Yes. Slimes in specific, since they are fully made of mana, are completely absorbed by the soul stones. Elise explained with passion, filling confidence in her knowledge. That's interesting, Aurora added calmly with an expressionless face. Other creatures, we have to dissect or dismantle them and find the soul stones, and we can use some of their parts to sell too. Dissecting or dismantling. Sounds like something that'd give me more disgrace. Are those names you mentioned skills? I ask curiously, as I have much to learn from this world and Elise seems like someone who enjoys explaining. Yes, they're skills used by some adventurers. There are even people who specialize in it, as the better the corpse parts, the more money they can earn with it. If the goods aren't damaged, it makes sense the crafter would be able to do a better job with the materials. Exactly. Blacksmiths even use these soul stones to craft all kinds of equipment. Some adventurers save the good ones for that purpose. Aurora starts collecting them and placing them inside the bag as I drink some water. You want some? I ask, since Mother always tells me that sharing is caring, and well, she's a good girl. I'm good, thank you, Iris, Elise replied, smiling. She seems really happy being around us. I check status. 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 80/100. Fame, 60. Disgrace, 4270. Class, which rank 1 experience 80/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris, 8 years old. Health, 300/460. Mana, 162/830. Status points 0. Strength, 133. Stamina, 46. Agility, 85. Dexterity, 107. Intelligence, 71. Wisdom, 81, +2. Attack, 10. Magic attack, 0. Defense, 0. Magic defense, 0. Soul, 1950. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S. Mana, S. Mana Exhaust, S. Health, S. Beginner Reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader Series, D. Body Training, B. Animal Slayer, S. Intermediate Reader, S. Cooked Fish, S. Preyed Upon, F. Cheater, S. Heritage, S. Amalgam, S. Ice, S. Cooked Bird, F. Cooking Series, E. Slayer Series, F. Sale, E. Advanced Reader, C. Soulbound, S. Element, F. Contracted, S. Peasant, F. Class, C. Monster Slayer, F. Slime Slayer, F. Skill Mastery, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S. Farming, S. Skill Points, 1. Actives, Status Level 40, D. System Library Level 20, E. Mana Code Level 5, F. Mana Wave Level 1, F. Ice Bind Level 1, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F. Swordsmanship Level 20, E. Sword Mastery Level 10, F. Mana Control Level 20, E. Ice Control Level 10, F. Slight Wisdom Boost Level 2, F. Slight Mana Recovery Level 2, F. Acid Resistance Level 1, F. Unique, Appraisal Level 2. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 7/100. 10 Attack from using Mother Sword, not that it helps against slimes due to the physical immunity, but it's good to have in case we run into something else. Seems like I won a skill point from one of the titles. We killed 7 slimes in total and Slime Slayer is still at its lowest. I wonder how many we need to defeat. Those things were strong. If I had mana I would have appraised them to see what kind of information I'd get, even though, I'm not sure appraisal can be used in living beings. Since it is a unique skill I suspect it can, it is a grade above S after all, otherwise, it wouldn't show in a different place than the rest of the things, that is if skills are similar to titles in terms of ranking, which I hope they are. This world is a little too complex in some things. Iris, Aurora, would you two like to go lunch at my place? She asks curiously as she looks at me looking at something invisible. Sure, we'd be happy to. I reply with a smile without taking my eyes off the status. Let's go then. She starts walking towards the village happily. Sister, did you receive any title from all this? I ask her with a quiet voice. Not really. So killing things doesn't work either. I say with a disappointed tone that matches Aurora's one. She shrugs. I guess we'll have to fill the grimoire rank and see what it does, perhaps the result from it will give you enough statuses to keep up the title difference. Perhaps, she sighs, which makes me imagine a grimoire sneezing. Even though you're plenty strong as you are right now. 1 out of 1 million of my original strength, she says coldly while reminiscing about the past. Just how strong was she in our past life? Was her strength the reason why they had to seal her since they couldn't fight her directly? We followed Elise to her home to lunch there and then we headed to the Adventurers Guild. 4 hours later we arrive at the guild. Leonore, I shout from the entrance, grabbing everyone's attention. Upon hearing that, the receptionist chuckles and smiles, waving at us. We head there ignoring the adventurers around us. Once we arrive, Leonore speaks. Hello Iris, how are you? Didn't know you had a twin. I don't remember registering her at the guild, must have been a different colleague of mine. I'm doing well, she's Aurora. We just came from the farming fields, we took a break after fighting 6 clear slimes and a blue slime for the quest. Nice to meet you Aurora, and a blue slime? That's an advanced species with an element, it must have evolved after consuming mana and water from somewhere. Isn't it normal for slimes to have colors? It's pretty normal for them to be immune to some elements and even having a certain color that shows it off, but it's far from their usual territory. They have a base. I ask, confused, as I've never of that from my parents before. Yes, all monsters and beasts have a sort of a nest, we could say. Why doesn't the guild destroy the nest so that you don't have more problems with slimes? The moment I finish my question, an adventurer starts laughing behind us. If only it was that easy. Those nests are filled with very strong monsters. After all this time I've never heard of anyone successfully going inside a nest and come back alive. Are they really that dangerous? Not even the past heroes were able to clean them. Well, the heroes were a great help, but they're not invincible, so they would die too, swarmed by monsters. Then isn't there a chance that a swarm of monsters comes running to this village destroying everything? Yes, but monsters are usually fighting other monsters or beasts, so the leftovers usually roam to human territories where we dispatch adventurers or the army to deal with them, and slimes come from the south territories, so these that you fought today are the very weakest of their species. I understand, thank you for the explanation sir. By the way, Elise here, a healer, would like to register as a member of the guild. I pull her closer to Leonore. Hello, Leonore. She says with an excited face while grabbing her fingers crossed into each other's hands. Welcome Elise, we usually hold an exam for newcomers. This applies to people under 16 except support classes such as yourself. So I can become an adventurer just like that? Yes, as long as you're older than the minimum age, which is 10, she stares at me. I look away knowing I got in being younger. I'm 11, so I can join. Very well, follow me so we can get you a card. After a while, she returns with it. Keep in mind that due to you being under 15 you can only do quests if you are in a party. I can't do any alone. It's too dangerous for a healer class or any of the support type to do them alone, plus you're underage, so that's the condition. I understand. Since we all have a card and we all did the same quest, I'd like to exchange these soul stones for this quest. We all give Leonore the card and the bag with them. I'll update the quest, but the quest hasn't been cleared as there's 3 times the size of the slimes you mentioned you killed. Sure. I say with the expectation of finishing it in the future. Also Elise, whenever you need a party just talk to me and I'll enlist you in one. It is one of the jobs we receptionists do. Alright, I will, thank you. She smiles. Here you go, 35 copper for each of you and 14 points from the 7 slimes. Thank you, Leonore, me and Elise say in unison. You're very welcome. So what did you think about one of the weakest monsters, Miss Underaged, that became an adventurer? They were a little tough, and well, the numbers were also troublesome. You girls got lucky it was only 7 slimes that you fought, but imagine the whole gang that the quest mentioned was there, how would it be? We'd kill the ones we could and then run away. Leonore starts laughing. Yes, survival above everything else, it is a wise way to go about it, and don't you ever forget to preserve your lives no matter what. Yes ma'am. We shout in unison happily aside from Aurora who just observes everything and everyone around us with her icy blue eyes. Her twin sister Aurora is so quiet, for twins they couldn't be more different, and her eyes look cold and have a different color than Iris's. How intriguing, it's rare to see a blonde girl and also eyes like theirs. What eye and hair color do your parents have, Iris? My dad is brown both, and my mother is blonde with brown eyes. Yet their daughters turned out with green and blue eyes, that's unusual. I guess? I don't really know much about eye colors. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong about it, they're just a rare color in Lumen Kingdom along with the red and blonde hair, that is almost extinct. Isn't this the only human kingdom that exists? Yet the color is rare. Yes. There may exist some noble families that still preserve the blonde and red color, but since the church is more interested in black hair due to the heroes and the goddess Arya. I see, it ends up affecting what others want for their children, is that it? Aurora says hitting right in the point. Yes, pretty much, you're wise for a kid. She laughs and says, thank you. Miss Leonore, I'd like for you to check different parties that require a healer, I'm okay with any rank. Certainly, and you might be okay with any rank but 2 above and 2 below is the max, but since you're a healer I'll try to find AD parties so that you can learn and grow up stronger faster, she smiled at Elise. I look at my friend Elise confused who was so happy partying with us earlier today. She looks at me noticing my face and says, I'll party with you whenever you need my help, but I want to become stronger fast and learn what I can from experienced adventurers. So that was it, for a moment I thought she didn't want to party with us anymore. I smile at her resolution, sure. Hope you can become strong fast, Elise. We then split up and head to our home, stopping near the fountain on the way. An hour passes after we talk a bit with Elise by the fountain and we then arrive at home. We're home. I say loudly so that my parents can hear me. Welcome home, Iris, mother told me everything, you look awful, heal. Notice, health has been completely recovered. That's a strong heal, Dad. I say with a surprised face. Been using it for decades, I'd be disappointed if it wasn't. Dad laughed. Dad waved his hand at Aurora looking serious while smiling and said light smite. Darkness barrier, she said in a cold tone while raising her hand while looking ominous. The light pierced her barrier burning her hand for a while, once it started hurting her a lot. Dad closed his hand, then opened it again and cast heal. Aurora tilted her head in confusion afterward without moaning in pain or saying anything, enduring everything as if she was used to it while thinking about what had happened. So that was the unique light element, my nemesis, she thought. What was that, Dad? I shout confused. A little test, was checking how strong Aurora is, in his mind, he thought, and also if she'd attack me back, but all she did was defend herself despite being harmed. Come, let's talk, the 3 of us. Dad turns around and when he does I whisper to Aurora. I'm sorry, sister, I didn't expect that. Her cold gaze meets my kind one and says, it's all right, I kind of get what's on his mind. Chapter 24 Adventurer Arc. On the next day, after spending the afternoon and part of the night along with Aurora being interrogated by Dad, I leave the bed, dress, and head towards the bathroom. Then later I go water the fields with one hand as I eat bread with butter inside with the other that I brought along from the kitchen. As I water my fields I go into deep thinking. Yesterday I realized how truly weak we humans are. If I didn't have both of them I would have died even after gathering that many titles. Even after training for a year and learning skills with Dad and Mother, it was barely enough. If I had, for example, waited 5 more years to be closer to the age to be able to register at the guild, the only thing I'd get would be an extra 5 stamina from growing older and a few other things from completing a few of the titles I have. Even if my magic control and swordsmanship would have raised a bit more. I'm simply way too weak, be it in my past life or this one, nothing really changed. My eyes start getting blurry and I let myself fall on my knees crying, I'm truly, truly weak. Behind and above Iris, a cold gaze watched her crying unnoticed from her room. This won't do, I'll have to level up and become stronger, otherwise the day may come when our kingdom goes to war. After all, the sane Tess said we would all die in the future. If I stay weak like this, how will I protect my parents and sister? One of the other races might invade us, a monster nest might get a smart enough leader who changes the way it works, even some bad humans could attempt to hurt us. There are too many reasons that I must improve myself to protect my family and friends. My precious mother and father, my mysterious sister who I also took a liking for. Aurora who went as far as to take revenge on my past life family. Status: I want you to turn off notifications about skills leveling up. Notice: affirmative. Mana and heal deductions are fine, I get to know my health and mana with some math, though it would be easier if status calculated it for me. Earning experience will also tell me that my opponent was defeated, so it also works in my favor. Last night I discussed with parents about my unique skill appraisal and they said it sounded like a skill that can give information by spending mana. I woke up super early, so I'll try all kinds of things, and then by the time Aurora wakes up I'll have my mana back. I'll save some mana to read from the system library. It's thanks to that skill that I've gotten tips on how to get titles. Also it helped me increase my skill status level. It's currently my highest skill. Even if it's not a combat skill, it is very useful. Last time I used appraisal it consumed up to 500 mana, why did this happen? I walked to the river as I'm done watering my field while thinking. Was it perhaps related to the skill grade? The higher it is the more mana. Was it the request I made? The information about the grimoire being too difficult to process. If the level of appraisal was higher, would the information he gave be different? Maybe in the future, I could try to appraise the grimoire again when both are higher level. I pick a stone on my way to the river. Appraise this stone. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. Green river pebble, a little smooth, rank F material. This was a lot less mana than last time. It seems like there are different mana calculations being made. Appraise skill appraisal. Notice, not enough mana. Seems like status won't let me appraise things outside my mana range. Thank you for that, as I don't want to lose health for it, perhaps even dying depending on the amount. If that's the case, then I can only think on possibilities. One of the major differences is that I asked for information from something I was holding. Another important factor is that it was information outside the status. Wait. I run to the river and sit close to it. After a while passes, I give order through my mind. There, appraise that little fish. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Level 1 river fish, 10 health, 30 mana, rank F cooking material. 50 mana consumed, but isn't that so little? Why is it that fishes have level and mana? This world sure is something interesting. Why do fishes have mana? Appraise me a solution. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. When animals reach a certain amount of mana, they can rank up, transforming into rank 1 monsters or evolve into rank 1 beasts. What? Animals can become monsters or beasts if they collect enough mana. Wouldn't that mean that it's impossible to beat them if they keep producing like this? I shout, surprised. I'm assuming the amount necessary will be really high, otherwise I would have heard of this before, unless people haven't realized it. Is there a chance no one has had this appraisal skill before? There's also the chance of someone having and not divulging the information as well. I didn't receive a single experience point from any fish I've killed, yet I did from slimes that are monsters. In other words, they must be at least rank 1 for me to get experience. I'll assume that if humans and demons have ranks, that we're also rank 1, even though I don't know the differences between rank 0 and rank 1. I feel like beasts and monsters can easily outpopulate every other race just on animals ranking up alone, and if that did happen over the years, then it wouldn't be strange for us humans to be a pretty small population compared to them. We'll have to find a way to make everyone become stronger. Even if somehow I and sister get incredibly strong, we won't be able to beat hundreds or thousands that are equal or possibly stronger than us. Parents told me that a long time ago an explorer realized that we were around 10% of the world population from what he was able to find out. There's a chance that we are way less, maybe 5% or even 1%. I gulp my saliva down as the thought scares me to some extent. Dad told me we're around 10 million humans just in the Lumen Kingdom. If every woman would get pregnant in a ratio of 5 million men and of 5 million women, we'd get 15 million humans after 9 months. Since it was estimated that 10 million humans are equal to 10%, the world population would be 100 million in total. Then it's no wonder we humans could never destroy a nest of said monsters or beasts. Just how in the world haven't we been wiped out? Due to all the circumstances, it's amazing we're still here to be part of the world, and after talking with parents, they said that the nests are only south beyond the border in the territory of beasts, possibly the reason humans haven't been able to expand further. Dad told me that beasts don't derive towards intelligence and wisdom, they are brutal while aiming for strength and dominance among each other, as well as backstabbing each other to be the ruler, but father did say that from time to time a strong enough leader emerges, and starts changing the ways everything works, disturbing the territories around it, in which case could reasonably be what the sane Tess predicted. Monsters can be either type, but usually inclined to magic since they require mana to transform to the next monster tier. Even then they're not very bright, they can have lots of mana but a low intelligence and focus mostly on either killing or survival. Father said that both can be very hard to deal with, especially the ones who survive for a long time, as they tend to drag the fights longer, exhausting their enemies. Demons are less intelligent than us humans, but live longer and can be stronger in a physical sense or a magical sense, so eventually, they are likely to do a great amount of chaos. I'm surprised that they haven't conquered the world yet. Father did mention there's a red dragon and a giant turtle in the middle of us and them, which could be the reason why they don't bother us, and they probably have their share of enemies too, since there must be monster and beast nests all around the world. If I were to imagine, they also have beasts and monsters to deal with, possibly even demons, as humans fight each other. I'm sure demons do too. In the end, the more I think about it, the more I realize that everyone is ultimately against everyone, like a sort of battle royal, races against other races. There's no ending to our confrontation and the violence that is born from this cycle. All this makes me think on the goddess Arya. Why would she allow so much disparity between everyone? Why would she allow such bad things to happen? Why can't everyone be allowed to live in peace? I feel like she's a bad goddess, unless there's a very good reason that justifies everything that has been happening for quite some time now, since ancient times recorded in the system library books. Not a world I'd like to spend my life in, but sadly I can't leave it. I'll have to adapt to it and protect my family and friends from all of this, despite being extremely weak. From having spoken with Elise, I got to understand that compared to other kids my age, my statuses are a bit higher than most. A lot of kids also help their parents with their professions, so they also have a few titles. Next time I'm with Elise, I'll ask her about what titles she has and how she got them, so I can get some more. Every bit of parameters I may receive from that knowledge will surely help, no matter how low it is. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 80/100. Fame, 60. Disgrace, 4270. Class, which rank 1 experience 80/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris. 8 years old. Health, 480/480. Mana, 370/830. Status points 0. Strength, 133. Stamina, 48. Agility, 85. Dexterity, 107. Intelligence, 71. Wisdom, 81, +2. Attack, 0. Magic attack, 0. Defense, 0. Magic defense, 0. Soul, 1950. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S. Mana, S. Mana Exhaust, S. Health, S. Beginner Reader, S. Purchase, E. Wisdom, F. Reader Series, D. Body Training, A. Animal Slayer, S. Intermediate Reader, S. Cooked Fish, S. Preyed Upon, F. Cheater, S. Heritage, S. Amalgam, S. Ice, S. Cooked Bird, F. Cooking Series, E. Slayer Series, F. Sale, E. Advanced Reader, C. Soulbound, S. Element, F. Contracted, S. Peasant, F. Class, C. Monster Slayer, F. Slime Slayer, F. Skill Mastery, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S. Farming, S. Skill Points, 1. Actives, Status Level 40, D. System Library Level 20, E. Mana Code Level 6, F. Mana Wave Level 1, F. Ice Bind Level 2, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F. Swordsmanship Level 20, E. Sword Mastery Level 10, F. Mana Control Level 20, E. Ice Control Level 11, F. Slight Wisdom Boost Level 2, F. Slight Mana Recovery Level 3, F. Acid Resistance Level 1, F. Unique, Appraisal Level 5. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 7/100. My stamina, which is the most important status, as if it reaches 0, I'll die, is the lowest. Mother told me we receive a skill point and 5 status points each time we level up. I think I'll spend all of them in wisdom as I started. After all, as long as I have mana, I can find a way to escape from possible dangers, while more health depending on the situation will become irrelevant. Speaking of which, I ought to do what lumberjack person wrote. I run near home and pick father's axe, then head south of home towards some trees. Let's see if it works on this small tree. I'll mana coat the axe. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. I chop the thin tree and it falls on the ground in one go. System, the title tree chopper has been received. System, the title tree type has been received. I cut all the branches and the outer layer of the wood, turning it into a log. System, the title log maker has been received. These were all the titles I learned from reading the Lumberjack first volume. I look at the seeds on the floor and remember farming. I start digging on the ground and planting the seeds. I spend hours cutting small trees, turning them into logs, and planting the seeds that fall from them. At some point, Aurora joins me and starts helping me digging holes, making it faster. I end up getting 2 more titles, a tree series after completing the tree types which I specifically aimed for, and a new one called Tree Planter. You're always doing peculiar things, Iris. True, Aurora, but it's the fastest way I have right now of becoming stronger as a human. I honestly don't feel bad not being human, realizing how much work you have to get those titles. I smiled upon hearing those words at her while sweat drips from my forehead. We're done, for now. Overworking will just make my body ache later. I've noticed something after using appraisal, Aurora. What did you learn? That fishes have levels and mana, and that they can rank up, transforming into monsters or evolve into beasts. I shouted. What the hell? How do they do that? Apparently they need to consume an unknown amount of mana. Wait, Iris, what if the fish levels up before having gathered enough mana? You mean that depending on the level it somehow could get the results of the transformation or evolution could differ? Yes. If the system works like that, then wouldn't your grimoire be the same? You're saying that because I have that awakening thing? Exactly. The system should be similar, so perhaps if I get a lot of levels before getting the awakening, then what I receive could differ. Even though you're an item and not an animal or a monster or a beast, so it could just be different. True, there's also no way we can test it. Yet, let's head home. I need to rest my body, it is still a child's one, and even by using mana to make things easier it still takes a toll. I'll go back to the farm and do some slime hunt while you recover yourself. Wait, are you sure? We barely withstood ourselves yesterday. I'll be fine, don't worry, Iris, it is me you're talking about, she says with a cold tone and an icy smile. Chapter 25 Adventurer Arc. A while later, after splitting from Aurora, I meet my mother, who's at home cooking lunch. The moment I close the door, mother notices me by its sound. You were out so early, baby? Yes, I was watering the field and cutting some trees for my title collection. My mother smiles. You sure love getting all kinds of strange titles. True, you need help with anything? No, I'm okay, dear, go take a bath, you must be tired and reeking of sweat. I laugh. That's true, I really am smelly, I'll be back. I'll have lunch done by the time you're done. It's your favorite potatoes with tomato soup. Yay, thank you mother, you're the best. I rush to the bath. An hour passes effortlessly. After lunch, we are on the sofa talking, I and mother. Dad is sorry for what he did, baby, but you know that we truly care about you, so he had to make sure in his own way. I think Aurora wasn't angry about it because it was Dad, but if it was someone else then... Yet. I get a very bad vibe sometimes from her. The affinity that girl has with the darkness element is abnormal. She had a very bad life, so I believe that she's a good girl deep down. I don't doubt you, baby, but be careful with her just in case. I understand, mother. I lay on her lap and she pets my hair. It seems like you and her killed some slimes yesterday, with Elise, the granddaughter of Vincent, our boss. Yes, mother, she became a healer in the middle of it, supporting us with healing magic, just like Dad. Her grandfather was complaining about it while I was working, he wanted her to succeed him in alchemy. I see, I think it wouldn't suit her though, she feels like a bird. A bird? Mother asks, confused. Yes, birds are free to explore the world, and alchemy, spending her time inside a shop, I feel like it would be like a birdcage. Mother opened her mouth then closed it without saying anything. I believe she'll become a good healer, I smile at mother. Yes, I hope so, in the worst case she can always change her class to alchemy. Exactly. Unlike me, who only had the witch class, she had a few choices. After mother brain processed what I said, she shouted, which class? Yes, it was the only class I could obtain. I have close to 5,000 disgrace, so I think all other options were denied due to that. Oh noes, I have a daughter with the unique dark element and now my other daughter has the witch class, she says with a worried tone. It's okay mother, I'll keep it a secret from the church, plus it's a magical class and it doesn't affect them in any possible way. Who told you that? Elise did. She's not wrong, but you twins are very special, rare blonde hair color, rare eye color, exquisite elements, one has the witch class, the other is an item, it's bound to bring a lot of attention to you girls, in the future, you'll have to be careful with the fanatic groups of the church baby. I'll be careful, don't worry dear mother, I'll also keep an eye on Aurora to avoid her getting into danger. Yes, do that, it's a good thing we live in the outskirts of the village and very far from the kingdom capital. Why? I asked curiously while looking at her from below. The fanatics live in the capital because that's where the Pope and the Saint Tess live in. The Saint Tess. I wonder how she looks like. She's a bit like you with green eyes and green hair, and has this warm aura around her. Green hair? That sounds different, I guess I'm not one to talk, being blonde, I laugh. True, they say her hair color is very special, that it is the sign that the blood running in the veins was blessed by the goddess, Mother smiles. Is that warm aura because she has the fire element? She's like Luke with light element, just with a lot more mana, and due to the excessive amount the aura inside of her, it is said that it propagates naturally around her, causing a warm aura, and her mother when she was alive it was known for having an aura of light illuminating everything and everyone wherever she went through. Oh. That's interesting, sounds like going full of wisdom has some benefits. Mother laughed lightly, I hope you're still not going crazy about going full wisdom, right? How are your overall statuses? Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 1 experience 80/100. Fame, 60 disgrace, 4270. Class, which rank 1 experience 80/2000. Race, human name, Iris 8 years old. Health, 480/480 mana, 600/870. Status points 0. Strength, 150 stamina, 48 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 71 wisdom, 85, plus 2. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 1950. Titles, Reincarnated plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, D, Body Training, A, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, C, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, F, Skill Mastery, F, Tree Chopper, E, Tree Type, S, Log Maker, E, Tree Planter, C. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 1. Actives, Status Level 41, D, System Library Level 20, E, Mana Code Level 6, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 2, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 20, E, Sword Mastery Level 10, F, Mana Control Level 20, E, Ice Control Level 11, F, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 2, F, Slight Mana Recovery Level 2, F, Acid Resistance Level 1, F. Unique, Appraisal Level 5. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 7/100. I have around 150 strength, 48 stamina, 85 agility, 107 dexterity, 71 intelligence, and 87 wisdom so far. What the hell, Iris? That's a lot for someone as young as you. She shouts at me surprised. I did collect a lot of titles, it's half my status literally. I shout back. Seems like collecting titles really is great, most of us don't do it due to the disgrace and the church hates it, so that makes my cute daughter being truly amazing. She laughs, hugging me and kissing my forehead. Alright baby, Dad will be home shortly, I gotta go work now. Sure, have a good day mother. Where's your sister? She went on a slime hunt. Alone. Yes, I was tired from the morning workout. I hope she's okay. I look back to the screen. Seems like I still have a skill point I haven't used. Knowing her, I'm sure she is. Mother, do me a favor. What do you need, honey? Give me some of your mana, I need it to apply it on status. On status? Yes, I want to check something. Alright, but since it is dangerous to inject you with my mana, you must spend it fast, otherwise you'll get mana disease. The moment I nod with my head, please do it. Alright, dear. I want to see the list of the witch class skills. Notice, actives or passives. Dad taught me about the 3 mana laws created by the system. The first is a person's mana cannot be stolen even if they share the same element. The second is one cannot absorb something created by someone else's mana even if they have the same element. The third is one can assist another with their own mana by their own free will by connecting one another. All of them, appraise their meaning while at it. If it is not enough mana, then don't overuse it. I nod with my head and mother freely gives me her mana by placing her hands on my shoulders. Notice, loading screen with the witch class skills list with the help of appraisal. Witchcraft skill tree. Actives, skills that consume mana to be cast. Dark alchemy, magically craft potions with limited effects and that only last for so long, starts at 10%, 0.5% per level. Mana shield, 0.25% damage is absorbed to MP instead of HP, 0.25% per level. Drain HP, absorbs 1 HP per minute from enemies around, healing itself, plus 1 per level. Decay, it'll rot slowly something it touches, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magic analysis, can analyze the properties of the magic, of a magic circle, or the area itself, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Curses, it requires casting time, the higher the proficiency the faster it'll be. Frog, may transform the target into a frog for a period of time, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Delirium, makes the target have a random illusion for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Mute, makes it so that they can't speak for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Blind, makes it so that the vision for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Deafen, makes it so that the hearing for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Taste, makes it so that they lose palate for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Smell, makes it so that they lose the sense of smell for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Paralysis, paralyzes a random part of the body, 0.5% chance of success, 0.7% per level. Fear, induces fear towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Confusion, causes confusion towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Rituals, require spending mana to create a magical circle, needs tremendous amounts of mana, can accumulate every day. Memory loss, makes targets inside the magical circle lose some memories, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. X. Ritual. Sleep, makes targets inside the magical circle fall asleep, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Snow falling, due to ice element snow will fall, everywhere that snows will be iris mana territory, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Cursing objects, a random curse will be applied in an object, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Taint, it'll taint users inside the magical circle in some way, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magical barrier, defends a place inside a magical circle from magic damage. Physical barrier, defends a place inside a magical circle from physical damage. Detection barrier, detects anything that enters inside a magical circle. Passives. Witchcraft, increases the whole skill tree proficiency by 0.1%, per level. May affect personality. Curses mastery, increases curse chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Rituals mastery, increases ritual chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Dark Alchemy Mastery, increases alchemy chance by 0.2%, per level. May affect personality. Magic Control, increases specified proficiency by 0.25%, per level. Magic Attack Slight Boost, increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic Defense Slight Boost, increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic Knowledge Slight Boost, increases intelligence by 1 per level. Charm, increases charm by 1, attracts generally the opposite gender, 1 per level. MP Absorption, if damaged by an enemy magical skill, heal MP by 0.25% of its total mana cost, 0.25%, per level. Fire Mastery. Water Mastery. Earth Mastery. Air Mastery. Nature Mastery. Poison Mastery. Acid Mastery. Ice Mastery. Explosion Mastery. Lightning Mastery. Spirit Mastery. Summoning Mastery. Light Mastery. Dark Mastery. Time Mastery. Space Mastery. Thank you for the help, Mother. I look at her and she looks exhausted. How? Never mind, we'll talk later, I gotta go to work or I'll be late. She kissed my forehead and went out. I read the whole list and study it quietly. Seems like some skills didn't get appraised, possibly due to lack of mana. This is truly overwhelming, but why is the church so scared of this class? It doesn't seem particularly strong or anything. I'd need to max every skill, and even then it still wouldn't be 100% chances at level 100 if that's the max level. Is it due to the personality being affected? How does it even affect it? I doubt it'd be something significant. Is it because the class is based on disgrace? Since they hated it and consider the evil, that could very well be the reason. Are disgrace classes stronger than normal ones somehow? Why does the church hate witches? What if it has something to do with the class itself? Perhaps, the charming skill? Will it make people fall in love with me or so? Something that could annoy them. Maybe the dark alchemy skill. Is it different than the one parent's boss has? I want to spend a skill point in it, please. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, class skills has been unlocked in status. Notice, skills successfully learned, status updated. I won experience. Even being this far from Aurora. That's so amazing. Is it from our soulbound? Perhaps our contract. I'd have to appraise to know. Do I have enough mana to do so? I don't want to faint from overusing it. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, Iris has leveled up to 2. Whoa, I leveled up. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 2 experience 0/200. Fame, 60 disgrace, 4270. Class, which rank 1 experience 100/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris. 8 years old. Health, 480/480 mana, 20/870. Status points 5. Strength, 150 stamina, 48 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 71 wisdom, 85, +2. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 1950. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, D, Body Training, A, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, C, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, F, Skill Mastery, F, Tree Chopper, E, Tree Type, S, Log Maker, E, Tree Planter, C. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 1. Actives, Status Level 50, D, System Library Level 20, E, Mana Code Level 6, F, Mana Wave level 1, F. Ice Bind level 2, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance level 10, F. Swordsmanship level 20, E. Sword Mastery level 10, F. Mana Control level 20, E. Ice Control level 11, F. Slight Wisdom Boost level 2, F. Slight Mana Recovery level 3, F. Acid Resistance level 1, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy level 1. Unique, Appraisal level 42. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire rank F, 9/100. Amazing, I won 5 points, I want to spend them all in Wisdom, and the skill points since I got Dark Alchemy I'll get its correspondent mastery. Notice, skills successfully learned, points successfully spent, status updated. Alright, I should have enough mana to check the skill I hope, Dark Alchemy. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Dark Alchemy. Weakness Potion, it'll weaken the consumer losing statuses. Sleep Potion, it'll induce the consumer into a deep sleep. Love Potion, the first person the target sees after consuming the potion will become in love with. Paralysis Potion, it'll slowly paralyze their body, can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Poison Potion, it'll slowly poison their body, can be countered by an antidote or a skill, it can lead to death. Corruption Potion, person's body starts becoming purple leading them to death, can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Antidote Potion, depending on the ingredients different antidotes can be produced. I'm surprised they have a definition. Was it from earlier appraisal on all my class skills, or is this a bonus? Maybe it's just part of it so that new witches know what they're doing. From all the potions I think I'll try to produce the paralysis and antidotes potions, let's see how to make them. Paralysis. Herbs required. 1x Heartbreak Herb. A screen next to it appears. Antidote. Herbs required. 1x Asparagus Herb. Now then, how can I find these herbs? Guess I'll take a nap to recover from my physical labor, fatigue, leftovers and mana, and then head to the village library. They should have information about it, otherwise I'll check the Adventurers Guild, which I believe they have something related to it. Chapter 26 Adventurer Arc. 3 hours later I wake up in bed as my body was tired from the morning work. Yawn. I wonder what time is it, did sister or dad return home yet? I get up and look at my dress totally rumpled, possibly from having moved inside the sheets while sleeping with it. I shouldn't sleep with it, mother would have been mad if she knew. My expression frowns as I remind myself of how scary mother can be. I stretch it a bit in front of Aurora's mirror. This mirror is such a blessing being this big, I love it. I stare at it from different angles while doing silly poses, laughing on my own without a care in the world. I really wonder what can it be used for, seeing as how useful appraisal is being unique tier. A cursed tier skill should be more useful, but since it was a curse before, there's a chance that it's just a normal mirror now who completely lost its purpose. Plus, even if it was working, there is no evil being that must be sealed in it. Since Aurora consumed the curse it had, it ends up becoming a very tough mirror, maybe even a shield of sorts, who knows. I head to the kitchen and grab something to eat, then head towards the village library, talking a bit with Dad on the way, and then I let him know where I'm going, which he smiles happily as soon as he heard the location. Once I arrive, I pass through the entrance balcony where a library old man stares at me. "Good afternoon, sir," I say politely with a kind smile. "Good afternoon, miss, can I help with something?" "I'm looking for a herbs book." He rubs his white beard downwards as it's a bit long. Then he points towards a specific hall. "At the end of it, you should find what you're looking for, miss." "Thank you, I'm Iris, by the way." The old man smiled and said, "I'm the librarian, Einstein. Nice to meet you." "Likewise, Iris, it's rare to see such a young person looking for a herbs book. You must be a herbalist or a genius learning alchemy." I smile and say, "Yes, alchemy like the old sir at the potion shop," and walk towards the books. "I'll be here if you need anything else. The library closes in 3 hours, it's currently 4 in the afternoon," he voices a little louder as he points at an old clock on his desk that runs with magic. I wave my hand to signal that I understood and then keep moving. After checking a couple of books, I find an old one about herbs. Herbalism by Sage John. It's that old man who also wrote the World of Artana books. System library. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. System, the title book thief has been received. System, the title criminal has been received. The system sure doesn't go easy on me, does it? I'm betting both titles increased my disgrace. Since I'm a witch now, might as well keep doing these things. Moderately, I smile. Plus it's not like I'm doing anything bad, just leveling up my skills. Without realizing it, my smile turns into a smirk. After spending 3 hours reading the book. Compared to the World of Artana book, this one was a lot easier to understand with some clean locations in it. Hopefully, after who knows how long has passed, they are still viable. Seems like there's a forest to the west with the herbs I need. I'll go there tomorrow. Wondering what other books there are. This library isn't small, it has plenty of books for me to read. I could easily spend a while coming here every day, consuming books into my skill. The higher the level of the system library goes, the more books it'll unlock, which will benefit me further. The problem as always is mana. I need to buy some mana potions so I can do more things, or get stronger and reach a higher level for more wisdom perhaps. Doing quests, playing around with appraisal and system library. Appraisal level goes up the more I appraise things. It went up a lot due to the skills information. I get up and place it back where I found it, and then I start looking around. The library should be closing, and I've rested enough to grab another book into my skill, a smaller one at least. If my theory is right, it should consume 30 mana per volume inside of it. At least from the 2 books I tried, it seems to match. I look at a particular book title, The Gods of Artana. The Gods. I expected from what I was taught for there to be more gods, but for there to be a book with information about them. This is a great find. System library. Notice, 60 mana has been deducted. 60 mana? I open the book and do a quick look. I smile upon realizing I was right. 2 volumes, I'll make sure to read them when I get home. As I'm leaving, I notice a really large book. This is World Classes. I open and have a look at it quickly. The moment I do, I hear a voice. Iris, the library is now closing. He looks at the book I'm holding. If you'd like, you can take the book home as long as you promise to take very good care of it till you return it. Can I really? My eyes shine with happiness as I feel like I'm being super blessed by the old man. Yes, you may, this one time only, he thought. She's so young, she must be feeling the pressure of choosing a class, and that book is ideal even though she might end up becoming an alchemist, if she studies hard enough. Since Iris can read at such a young age whereas most kids don't bother learning, she should end up just fine. After a while, I return home walking all the way back. I'm home. I shout happily while carrying a big book. Welcome back, daughter. How'd the trip to the library go? He asks to notice what was in my hands without saying anything about it. It was very enjoyable, Dad. I got to learn a lot of things. That makes me so happy to hear. He smiles warmly at me. By the way, Dad, Vichent, the boss of the potion shop, he has the alchemy class, right? Yes, he does. Why do you ask? I was wondering what potions he can make. He can produce health and mana potions, antidotes, statuses ones like strength, stamina potions, and resistance to elements. That's quite different than the ones I can craft. Thank you, Dad. Why? Did you want to buy them perhaps? Is it because of not having enough mana since you asked Mother for some? Yes, since I have a lot of skills, I've been having a hard time making good use of all of them. They're not cheap, but tomorrow I can bring you some. I've also spoken to Rohan about your field. What did you 2 talk about? He said for a 10% commission that he can sell things for you. That's not a big commission. I guess their friendship had something to do with it. Sure, I'll use the money from it to pay off the potions. Upon hearing that, Dad's eyes opened a bit more and without contesting he said with a smile, sure thing, Iris. I'm really happy to have such a good daughter even though she's growing really fast. I meet kids of her age and she's wiser than most of them, excluding a few noble ones. Reading from an early age sure makes a difference. Really happy she likes it. I spent a few hours talking with your sister. She came home with her clothes a bit tattered, but it seems like she was pretty successful with slime hunting. Ah. I'll check on her. That book, isn't it the class's book? Mother told me you got yourself a taboo class. I wanted to know more about it and why it's considered bad by the church. I don't know much about it myself, but there's a couple of points that are consistent about their doctrine. Doctrine. I make a confused face as I've never heard of that word. Yes, it's like their teachings. One of them is that committing crimes is a bad thing since it gives disgrace. When one thinks about it though, it is very hard to not get titles that give disgrace since we have to live, and some of us who aren't as blessed survive. A lot of kids like yourself from an early age kill animals, and steal and a lot of other things. It is a pretty brutal world where we eat what we find, especially since most of us peasants would starve otherwise, as not everyone earns enough money to have a stable life. Nonetheless, when a person gets an awful amount of disgrace, certain classes start appearing. They're not particularly stronger than famed base classes from what I know, but I haven't met anyone that has reached the pinnacle of such a class. Since even the heroes that are summoned already come with famed base classes. They come with classes set for them. Yes, I believe it's part of their deal with the goddess Arya. From all of them only one gets a unique class hero though, from what I know at least. Is that class obtainable without the goddess blessing, in other words without being summoned? Yes, though it's extremely rare. There was someone in the Tales of Artana book who succeeded in that, a peasant at that. It influenced the nobles back then a lot since they're superior and there hasn't been a single noble reaching such a miraculous class. There's truly a lot I don't know, I smile. Indeed dear, that's why you should read a lot more, read the whole library. Dad laughed at me. The whole library? That sounds like a good challenge. I'll go check on sister for now. Alright dear, Dad thought, I hope she didn't take it seriously. Not even a bookworm such as myself read the whole library before. I enter the room and close the door slowly. I look to the left where my bed is glued to the wall where I have a window. I sit on the bed on the window side since Aurora is resting on the mirror side of the room. I can see the window from the mirror so it feels like I have two of them. I open the book I brought with me. World Classes I. Author, Pope Eric the XXV. This is a collection of all the classes the Church and other branches have been able to research up to the year 3200 after the system implementation. Firstly, an introduction to classes. They are derived between what we consider in our doctrine good and evil. Thus fame and disgrace, seeing as the classes from all the summoned people through the years that have gone by after the system was implemented were all fame-based ones but two, that we know of at least. The two disgrace-based classes that were summoned by the goddess Arya ended up having their users causing a gigantic amount of chaos in the kingdom. The ones having the hero class ended up slaying their own summoned kin as a consequence, earning a disgraceful title, Summoned Slayer. Ever since then through history we the Church have been persecuting all the users that we find out owning a disgraceful class, including the summoned ones by splitting them among the kingdom. The disgraceful ones end up forced to join the army and the famed ones stay with us to be properly raised. We do not know the reason behind the goddess Arya summoning such people to the Lumen Kingdom, however, compared to all the good summons that she brings, it is but a minor issue. We can only think of it being a problem with the humans that tarnished the reputation of our esteemed goddess. I believe it could be a restriction from the god of chaos, an evil god that has corrupted the system allowing such classes to existing in the first place. Throughout the whole book, we've written through the years about many classes, however, I can say for certain that not all classes are in this book. Not everyone taught us the information about their class and how they obtained it. We were able to gather as much as we could from all the heroes we raised and the people in our care. We do know three important things. The class system the goddess created consists of three factors. It focuses on reputation and disgrace standards. It focuses on the titles providing a likely class, like how a peasant who has farming titles is likely to be able to get a farmer class. Lastly, we believe it focuses on the overall status someone may have. The higher the better the class may appear. We'll disclosure both types of classes so that we reduce the number of people getting disgraced ones, thus increasing the number of famed ones so that the human kingdom becomes stronger. You'll be exiled from the kingdom if you use this information wrongly, no matter how many thousands of years pass. I believe this law will persist. I believe our faith will last as long as the goddess keeps helping us with her visions and heroes. Our kingdom used to be small, but thanks to the goddess's messages, in other words, the visions she grants through our blessed skill oracle, we have been able to survive invasions and also expand our territory slowly. We are the weakest race, but one day we're sure to dominate the world in the name of the goddess Arya. For that reason, we have created this book so that our fellow humans may strive towards the one and only true divine path. System, the title Expert Reader has been received. Seems like I should finish the reader series to boost my intelligence and wisdom. I believe it gives a bit of both. I have way too many problems with my mana being so low, so anything that helps growing it, I'll do it. This is quite the author. He holds a very strong conviction and faith for the human kingdom. I don't know how far it has been since this was written, however, it did happen as he wrote it would, for better or worse. It seems like the world of Artana and Lumberjack books were really old. The Church seems to hold a time concept, so they should know what year after the system we are in somehow. This is not enough information to know how old the world is, but at least 3,200 years have passed with certainty. That is, as long as the information isn't false, since Mother told me that believing in false information would lead for my intelligence to drop, so I should be careful, and think things thoroughly on my own. I believe that the first focus this Eric Pope mentions is right, since my one and only choice derived from all the accumulated disgrace I had. The titles Farming and Fishing series should have given me the farmer and fishing classes, yet I didn't see them in the list. There's a chance that the last focus he mentions is right too, as I had a lot of status for my age. Everything on my status would include the contract I have with Aurora, wouldn't it? Did the choice of the class got affected by her in some way perhaps? Hard to know, and even if I did, it's too late now, as I've decided to stick with it. I'll keep a secret of everything I do with my class, so that I don't get exiled. Seeing as the religion is the same as back then, the laws shouldn't have changed. Witches will most likely all be exiled at some point. I'll grab a chance to talk with Rohan so that he sells my potions secretly, but I'll only make the typical ones, the potions he seems safe. From the list I had, Dark Alchemy. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Dark Alchemy. Weakness Potion, it'll weaken the consumer losing statuses. Sleep Potion, it'll induce the consumer into a deep sleep. Love Potion, the first person the target sees after consuming the potion will become in love with. Paralysis Potion, it'll slowly paralyze their body, can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Poison Potion, it'll slowly poison their body, can be countered by an antidote or a skill, it can lead to death. Corruption Potion, person's body starts becoming purple leading them to death, can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Antidote Potion, depending on the ingredients different antidotes can be produced. I check the screen with the potion list. I should focus on sleep, paralysis, poison, and antidotes as they have many uses, and I believe adventurers will want to buy them to throw them at foes. If Rohan tells me that any of them is dangerous, then I'll use them secretly myself on quests. While Sister does the quests slowly and we level up, I'll focus on herb gathering and potion making, along with reading, farming, and selling the goods of everything. When I have money, I'll buy mana potions, and eventually equipment and a weapon. I should check for accessories and level up appraisal a lot so it gives me information on good ones. Welcome back, Iris, she says as she gets up noticing my presence. Hello sister, you were sleeping so I didn't wake you up. That is fine, I was recovering my mana, it's a lot faster if I shut down for a few hours. Oh, a quality of being a grimoire, I smile. Yes, not everything can be bad about being a weapon. A weapon? An item? A human? Which one are you? A grimoire is a weapon. I was thinking of buying a weapon, but does that mean that I can use you in some way? Use me? She smiles coldly as she thinks about it and then says, Status. Status. Level, 2 experience 100/200 class, none. Race, human. Name, Aurora 8 years old. Health, 1000/1000 mana 1040/1050. Status points 0. Stamina, 100 intelligence, 90 wisdom, 105. Attack, 5 magic attack, 90. Titles, Eternum, S, Uncursed, S, Soulbound, S, Contracted, S. Skill points, 0. Actives, Status level 40, D, Darkness Barrier level 4, F, Piercing Darkness level 5, F, Mana Coat level 1, F, Dark Coat level 4, F, Mana Wave level 1, F, Dark Bind level 5, F. Passives, Mana Control level 20, E, Dark Control level 12, F, Monster Detection level 3, F. Unique, Transformation level 6. Blessed/Cursed, Mirror level 1, Unidentified. Unique Element, Dark. Cursed Soulbound. 100 experience. Just how many slimes did you kill? I met Elise and another 2 boys so I joined their party. Oh, that should have made things a bit easier. Yes, you could say that. Your skills have increased a lot too, Monster Detection. It detects things around me. Basically I thought that if the day comes where I can't become powerful like I used to, then at least I'd become useful to you as a weapon. I instantly hug her and pat her hair. I'm sorry that you were reincarnated like that. It's not your fault, it's the goddess Aria's fault, the one who reincarnates humans, the one we should take revenge on. Fighting a god? We almost lose against slimes. I laugh at that silly comment of hers that almost sounded like a declaration. For now, but we'll become stronger, plus I'm a weapon, I live forever. Unless you're killed, I reply seriously. Unless I'm killed, she replies coldly. I can't promise to go at war against a god, especially since we don't even know if we can reach her, and I'm just a human. I might not be able to become strong enough in this life. Don't worry about it, it is my desire to kill gods like it is my desire to kill the hero, and the sage of my past world. I have promised before that I'd stay by your side, so at least my company you'll have till I die. I smile kindly yet feeling some sadness. Aurora smiles kindly, surprising me upon hearing my words. Sister, after a lot of thinking I figured what I want to do next. Let me guess, Iris, cut an entire forest. I laugh upon hearing these words, cleansing my heart of the sadness instantly. No silly, I mean I might cut some forests as well now that you remind me of it, but I'll be herb gathering mostly and build a small business towards potion making. Potions? Did your class come with an herb skill? Yes, sort of, it's called dark alchemy, so most potions are interesting and also have deadly uses, but there are some that aren't as bad. Oh. Interesting. You can't copy my memories anymore, right? Sadly no. Then read the first chapter of this book, also lend me some mana. Sure. Her hand approaches me, injecting me with mana. I hastily shout as she didn't give me time to think. System library. Notice, 600 mana has been deducted. It's done. She removes her hand after giving me a bit more. Thank you, like this I'll be able to deliver the book tomorrow. I've been collecting books like this in the library. I even got the title Book Thief and another one called Criminal. You're actually evil, Iris. She looks at me surprised. I stick my tongue out at her in a childish way, then say, it seems that I am. I have too much disgrace at this point. It should suit a class named witch, so it should be fine. It was an evil thing back in our old world. Were there witches too? Yes, but not with this class system thing, plus they'd recite and cast incantations from a grimoire. In here you just use skills, spend mana, things happen a lot easier, and a lot less studying without memorizing spells. Sounds like this world is a lot easier compared to our old one in some aspects. That's correct. She makes an eerie expression as she reminisces herself of the old world, letting out an ominous aura. After a while, she finishes reading what I read, and then she says, it seems like the religion of this world isn't as self-centered, they're actually trying to find ways to expand the kingdom and bolstering the human race. In other words? I ask curiously. We can count on their support to protect the kingdom while we get stronger. From your memories, a woman called Saint Tess, an identity that didn't exist in our old world, foresaw the kingdom destruction. That's right. I was a baby when that happened. It surprised me and made me wonder how I could stop it, but I couldn't do anything in that body. Yes, but the kingdom hasn't been destroyed. From what I've learned so far from your memories and other adventurers, the north is sealed by very powerful monsters. The east is sealed by a sea where powerful monsters also reside deep down. The west has a race called golems living on top of it. They are neutral as long as we don't trespass their territories. The south has a forest where a small river goes through, the one that is west of our home. It goes all the way from west to southeast beyond the southern forest towards the sea at east. That forest is where the Goblin Kingdom forces reside, one of the factions that live to the south. There are other races, so other territories are expected. Aurora, you actually gathered a lot of useful information. I'm truly amazed. There are useful books about races and monsters at the guild. You should copy those at some point and learn about it. Sure. I reply happily. Above the powerful monsters' territory there's the Demon Kingdom. We don't know if there are other demon kingdoms further north of it or in other places. So, what has our kingdom been doing till now? From what I know, they have to protect themselves from any sea monsters and pirates from the east, the continuous invasions from the south factions, and any flying monsters that go across the mountains in the west, along with many cave monsters in them. Sounds like a stalemate. It was at some point, but I believe that depending on the Saint Tess vision, if we manage to defeat the invasion, be them from the north or the south or by ship in the east, or even somehow from the mountains in the west, then we should be able to start expanding further south. If we're lucky and the goblins are the ones invading, then we could occupy their territory. So you want to help humans? I want to help you, a human, and the day you die or are about to die, I'll either live long enough to take my revenge on my past world and the gods, or simply allow myself to die with you through our cursed soul bound. I understand, I reply softly yet seriously to match Aurora's mindset. Also, I found out that slimes aren't evil, they're actually pretty neutral. What? Really? Yes, it seems like they only act if we attack them, which happens a lot, since they are a source of experience, or get too close, or even have a higher rank slime around guiding them. That's interesting. Indeed, Iris, There are even a lot of farmers and people who don't do anything, and just ignore the slimes that wander through the territory. This also applies in the Southern Territory. I wonder if it's possible to tame a monster. Maybe with a class that specializes in it, or a contract of some sort. If it's identical to our old world, it'd be with an item. We need to learn more about this world. Yes, we should. I gave you most of my mana, so Emma shut down again. All right, sister, rest well. I pat her hair as she accommodates herself once more. Chapter 27 Adventurer Arc. After a while, I go to dinner with my parents where I explain what I want to do and then I go back to read the book. It's great that parents allowed my potion production. Tomorrow Rohan should be coming to discuss terms, confidentiality, and prices. Dad said he'd talk with him, so I can just sell whatever I produce, and don't use, that Rohan is a very careful merchant and he already has regular adventurers who buy all kinds of things from him, even illegal ones. Of course, I did not mention to them all the possible options I could make, aside from sleep, paralysis, poison, and antidote potions. They weren't surprised by those, so my guess is that there are other witches who are making them out there. Perhaps even alchemists who've figured out such recipes, or herbalists, or a different class altogether. There are too many classes, so no point overthinking about it, and worrying about the possible consequences, as nothing may happen, and even if it does, my father has a strong bond to someone he works, so he could get rid of such issues with little effort, which eased my heart a lot when I heard about it. What matters is that it's viable, and thanks to that I'll be able to increase my sale title, eventually having money to increase my purchase title. Parents even mentioned that some villages don't have potion shops, so I could make a shop in the future, and say that the potions are given by anonymous potion makers. But that's not the path I wish to take for now, at least, so I declined the idea instantly, and I told them I wanted to become a strong magic user. Both of them already knew I'd say something like that, so they didn't protest or opposed it. It was a lost battle the moment they didn't deny my access to become an adventurer. I smile happily, reminding myself of the duel with my mother. If anything, they support me a lot, and that makes me very happy. Due to that, I also do my best to not cause problems to them, even though I'm not really sure what kind of problems I could possibly create. The majority of knowledge I possess is about the system, that there's more than one god, that there's a church with a saintess and a pope, that there are merchants, adventurers, peasants, and nobles. One thing I could try to also learn is about the nobles. Since I have this white ring in my hand, there's certainly something about it that I probably should learn, at the very least, the customs if I end up becoming one for Alicia. If I do one day become a knight, no matter how I think about it from the definition Aurora gave me, it sounds strange, a witch being a knight. It sounds funny as they normally use melee weapons with or without shields and heavy armor. At least the very few I've seen passing by the village, or even from the carriage that picks father from time to time. I place my adventurer card in Aurora's pocket where she has hers. This way she can update the points on both cards as well as get the money for both. I look at the bag with the soul stones under the bed. I take one of them out of it. I try to put mana into one of them. Nothing happens. I guess they can only be used for equipment crafting. Would be nice if they had more uses, but I'm sure I'll find more interesting things than these things. Not to forget, I can just sell them to the guild. I sit on the bed and throw the soul stone to the floor and watch it rolling for a few seconds till it stops. I'll pick it when I wake up tomorrow. System Library. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. System Library. World of Artana I, 2, 3, 4, V. Fishing I, 2. Baking I, 2, 3, 4, V. Cooking I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6. Farming I, 2. Lumberjack I, 2. Hunting I, 2. Maid I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7. Butler I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7, 8, 9. Miner I, 2. Tales of Artana I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7, 8, 9, X. Herbalism I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7, 8, 9, X. Gods of Artana I, 2, 3, 4, V. Nobles I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7, 8. World classes I, 2, 3, 4, V, 6, 7, 8, 9, X, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, XX. Tales of Artana I, Haven't bothered to read it, let's see what they're all about. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Tales of Artana I. Amidst the darkness there stood a knight drenched in red, in the middle of a mountain of corpses. There she stood silently, as her gaze crossed the battlefield where war had ended. Due to her pride and honor, she'd show no emotion, however, deep inside she was crying. Behind her were armies of thousands who waited silently for her command. This woman was considered a hero due to her achievements in war. She had conquered many battlefields like this one for her king. She'd always do her best to win with the least casualties, even so, she'd still lose a lot of comrades whom she had bonded with. The woman wore a full red set of armor and a long blue sword with a black scabbard. In the sword, golden small letters could be read, the words Goddess Arya. The sword is said to be handed down in the royal family even to this day to the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. She had asked for the armor to be made in crimson in order to disguise the blood of all the beings she slew. Every time war would end, the words she'd say were, "Yet so many had to die again, when will this war ever end?" The woman picked the sword from the corpse she had slew last, waved it making the blood fall from its edge, and stored it. With the utmost respect, she bowed her head and gave a prayer to Goddess Arya in the name of the dead. She raised her head and turned around as the wind blew the cape she had on. The woman raised her arm in the air, and an echo of victory chants was raised like a turbulent wave of sound shaking the floor. The hero walked through them while her men raised the flags and followed through. Amidst the darkness there stood a knight drenched in red, in the middle of a living army. A sword from Goddess Arya. Didn't know she summoned things other than humans, it makes me wonder what other things she could possibly summon to this world. She sounds like a very honorable person, one of the heroes that were summoned into this world perhaps. She also sounds very capable leading an army and having so many look up to her. If she was very strong then there's a big chance that she was pretty high level, and with a special sword I wonder what kind of flashy skills she had. Well, let's read a bit more and see what else I can find out about these stories. On to the next chapter, Tales of Artana 2. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Tales of Artana 2. In the shadows, a ninja was hidden, waiting for its prey to let its guard down. One of many demon lords was going through this path. The ninja had memorized his daily routine. On that fateful evening, the demon lord walked with his wife and son through the path where the ninja had prepared a trap. When he did, spikes with latent poison and paralysis struck from the floor hitting him along with his family. The demon lord started chanting healing magic when suddenly blood starts dripping out of his throat. The ninja slew the wife's and the son's throat and then with both daggers, he sent their heads flying. Then he went to the demon lord from behind and stabbed his heart killing him. He had received a blessed skill that allowed him to be stealthy as long as the enemy didn't have a high-level skill that detected enemies or the use of magic, but even if they did, the skill had to be higher level than his to work. After all, the blessings that Goddess Arya gives to those she summons or reincarnates are always powerful or useful, but not once has she given immortality or some blessing that made the individual invincible. The ninja thought of himself as invincible after defeating the demon lord, proclaiming himself as the strongest in the world, and so he decided to kill every beast lord and demon lord the world possessed so that humanity could prevail, expand, and dominate the world. On his travels, he found a beast lord, and as he had done towards many others, he set a trap with his strongest skills, poison and paralysis. When the beast lord finally stepped on the trap, spikes pierced his legs inflicting him with poison and paralysis, and as always the ninja waited a few seconds before moving in and then in a flash he attempted to slash the throat of his prey. However, his arm was caught and broke, ripped apart, he was pushed to the floor and skinned alive. It turned out the beast lord was immune to poison and paralysis. Can't seem to find an author for this book, however, whoever wrote these tales must have been out of his mind, they don't sound like something a kid should read when they're young. Even in a violent world like this well, maybe it can't be helped, as it prepares the future generations for the many dangers of the world. Beast lords, demon lords, they sound strong. I'm guessing that they're not invincible since he was able to kill one before, but this means there was at least a human reaching the demon kingdom unless he crossed the dangerous area and came here. I'm assuming that they both live longer than humans, making them stronger by default. Since we humans receive 1 stamina per year we're alive. If other races are stronger than us they should receive other things, not only that, since they live longer those things will stack further. If that's the case then those who live long will surely find a way to become the strongest, as they can stack titles too. Truly troublesome. How could I possibly outgrow them? For now, collecting titles and leveling up, increasing my knowledge and my skills the best I can, and then I'll hopefully find a way to become truly strong, since what I'm doing now is what they already did. So I'm just catching up with them. I'll still be behind no matter what I do, there must be a way, somehow. Appraise the leftover skills of the class even if it makes me faint or consumes some of my health without killing me, I'll sleep and have a good chance to recover it anyway, hopefully, it'll even allow me to sleep easier. Notice, leftover mana and 300 health have been deducted. Chapter 28 Adventurer Arc. The following day I wake up after a long sleep possibly due to expending all that mana and even some health. I get up and head to the wooden wardrobe where after choosing some clothes I decide to wear, brown pants, and a white shirt with short sleeves, then I place a pouch around my waist for the herbs that I'll most likely find. Seems like Aurora already left, I look on the room floor, guess she picked the soul stone as well, I then look at myself in the mirror. I look cute like this, brown pants will be good for herb gathering, it's easier to wash than dresses since I tend to place my knees on the ground, so parents shouldn't complain too much about cleaning them, as they help each other with chores often mentioning the state of my clothes in particular. I smile at the mirror feeling mischievous about it. Well then let's see where I should start with, status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 2 experience 150/200. Fame, 60 disgrace, 5470. Class, which rank 1 experience 250/2000. Race, human name, Iris 8 years old. Health, 480/480 mana. 960/970. Status points 0. Strength, 151 stamina, 48 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 91 wisdom, 93, plus 4. Attack, 0 magic attack 0 defense 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3150. Titles, Reincarnated plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, B, Body Training, A, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, D, Skill Mastery, F, Tree Chopper, E, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, E, Logmaker, E, Tree Planter, C, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 0. Actives, Status Level 50, D, System Library Level 50, D, Mana Code Level 6, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 2, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 20, E, Sword Mastery Level 10, F, Mana Control Level 20, E, Ice Control Level 11, F, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 4, F, Slight Mana Recovery Level 5, F, Acid Resistance Level 1, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy Level 1. Class Passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery Level 1. Unique, Appraisal Level 42. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 24/100. Seems like my Slime Slayer title increased, and so did the kill count and experience I have. Sister must be hardworking once again, hope she's okay, hopefully not doing quests alone, maybe Elise is with her. I'll chop some more trees so my title improves along with my statuses, and since I've been storing the logs behind the house for the winter, we'll be able to have the house warm. My wisdom is catching up to Sister's, I wish the titles would also work for her, but sadly they don't. I let out a sigh and head outside to chop wood. I have enough strength to do this without mana coating the axe, but by using the skill I get to level it up and my mana control tags along, I also get less tired overall. After chopping for a while a sound surges in my mind. Notice, the skill axe art has been acquired. Notice, the skill axe mastery has been acquired. Just like swordsmanship I received both at the same time, and despite this, the swordsmanship skill leveled up faster. Well, I also had mother teaching me, so that helped a lot, which means that having someone guide us through the mastery of the weapon and the art of wielding it, the experience the skills get must be a lot higher. After all, if they have levels, then that's how they should work. I continue my morning by watering the fields and checking the strawberries, eating a few as they've become my favorite fruit. Once I'm done, I rest for a while and then spend a bit more time chopping trees than cutting the branches off, turning them into logs, storing them along with the rest. For the big trees I further divide them so I can carry lighter pieces at a time. I then collect the seeds and plant them all around. I'm making a wall around our home since the beasts live somewhere in the south. One day when I'm old enough, our little house will be camouflaged by a lot of beautiful tall trees. I remember the lumberjack got a title named Strong when he reached 200 strength, which provided him with some fame, which in my case might be a tad useless, but perhaps it may give me something else that may be useful. There's a chance that 200 strength isn't the only condition as well. I wonder if there's a meaning to keep receiving disgrace since I'm a witch. Disgrace is all I should need know. I try to do an evil expression, failing miserably, then I start laughing childishly at it. I return home and take a bath, relaxing my body. Nothing beats the melting in this water, truly the best. This time my body doesn't ache as much. It feels like it'll take a while to get the tree series completed. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 2 experience 190/200. Fame, 60 disgrace, 5470. Class, which rank 1 experience 290/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris, 8 years old. Health, 530/530 mana, 700/1040. Status points 0. Strength, 158 stamina, 53 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 91 wisdom, 100, +4. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3150. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, B, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, D, Skill Mastery, E, Tree Chopper, D, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, D, Logmaker, D, Tree Planter, S, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 1. Actives, Status Level 50, D, System Library Level 50, D, Mana Code Level 7, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Icebind Level 2, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 20, E, Sword Mastery Level 10, F, Mana Control Level 21, E, Ice Control Level 11, F, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 4, F, Slight Mana Recovery Level 5, F, Acid Resistance Level 1, F, Axe Art Level 1, F, Axe Mastery Level 1, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy Level 1. Class Passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery Level 1. Unique, Appraisal Level 42. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 28/100. If there's a strong title, is there a unique one for every 200 of all the different statuses? If there are, I'll do my best to collect them all. I wonder what kind of titles could help increasing stamina. As my eyes review the status screen, I notice something. Wait. I have a skill point. I take a long look at the titles, trying to find the source or at least a clue. Could it be Skill Mastery? I'm not sure how I got this one, but it ranked up. From the name it could be due to skills leveling up, or maybe the number of skills, not sure. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, Iris has leveled up to 3. Sister is truly amazing. Time to check class skills, list all of them please. Notice, loading screen with the witch class skills list with the help of appraisal. Witchcraft skill tree. Actives, skills that consume mana to be cast. Dark Alchemy magically craft potions with limited effects and that only last for so long, starts at 10%, 0,5% per level. Mana Shield, 0.25% damage is absorbed to MP instead of HP, 0.25% per level. Drain HP, absorbs 1 HP per minute from enemies around healing itself, plus 1 per level. Decay, it'll rot slowly something it touches, 0,25% chance of success, 0,25% per level. Magic Analysis, can analyze the properties of the magic, of a magic circle, or the area itself, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Curses, it requires casting time, the higher the proficiency the faster it'll be. Frog, may transform the target into a frog for a period of time, 0,25% chance of success, 0,25% per level. Delirium, this makes the target have a random illusion for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Mute, makes it so that they can't speak for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Blind, makes it so that the vision for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Deafen, makes it so that the hearing for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Taste, makes it so that they lose palate for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Smell, makes it so that they lose the sense of smell for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Paralysis, paralyzes a random part of the body, 0.5% chance of success, 0.7% per level. Fear, induces fear towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Confusion, causes confusion towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Rituals, require spending mana to create a magical circle, needs tremendous amounts of mana, can accumulate every day. Memory loss, makes targets inside the magical circle lose some memories, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. X. Ritual. Sleep, makes targets inside the magical circle fall asleep, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Snow falling, due to ice element snow will fall, everywhere that snows will be iris mana territory, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Cursing objects, a random curse will be applied in an object, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Taint, it'll taint users inside the magical circle in some way, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magical barrier, defends a place inside a magical circle from magic damage. Physical barrier, defends a place inside a magical circle from physical damage. Detection barrier, detects anything that enters inside a magical circle. Passives. Witchcraft, increases the whole skill tree proficiency by 0.1%, per level. May affect personality. Curses mastery, increases curse chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Rituals mastery, increases ritual chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Dark alchemy mastery, increases alchemy chance by 0.2%, per level. May affect personality. Magic control, increases specified proficiency by 0.25%, per level. Magic attack slight boost, increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic defense slight boost, increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic knowledge slight boost, increases intelligence by 1 per level. Charm, increases charm by 1, attracts generally the opposite gender, 1 per level. MP absorption, if damaged by an enemy magical skill heal MP by 0.25% of its total mana cost, 0.25%, per level. Fire mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Water mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Earth mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Air mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Nature mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Poison Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Acid Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Ice Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Explosion Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Lightning Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Spirit Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Summoning Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Light Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Dark Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Time Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Space Mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Seems like the information persisted from the appraisal of yesterday. It completed the entire skill list, thank you both. I want to learn Witchcraft passive as it will boost the entire tree. If the max level is 100 it'll be 10% for everything including alchemy. It'll take a while to be useful but will prove to help in the long term. Notice, skill successfully learned, status updated. Notice, an extra skill point has been received. Was it from the title since I got a new skill? In that case, I want the Curse and Ritual Mastery. Notice, skills successfully learned, status updated. Like this, I have what feels like the most important skills, then when I level up again I'll get Ice Mastery and start learning curses and rituals. Once I have the ones that interest me the most I'll get the magic boosts and control, they sound useful too. Looking up at the entire list I just wish I could just get everything in one go. I head to my room and dress in the same pants and change into a blue shirt as the other one was too sweaty. I grab a bag and the book and head towards the library to deliver it. Once I do so, I move towards the west path of the village where I go through 2 guards. Usually, I'd need to show them my adventurer card but since they know me I go through without a problem. The guards rotate through the 4 entries of the village north, west, south, east entrances. Luckily I haven't met the guy who annoys my mother with his lame seduction techniques. I'll turn him into a frog someday. I smile in a specific way without noticing. When I arrive at the forest I start looking for the herbs I saw at the library the other time. I put the ones I'll use in the pouch on my hip and the rest in a bag. I start looking for herbs. The guard warns everyone that comes to this forest about 2 important things. This is the forest where horn rabbits were discovered. They're not far in strength compared to the slimes. The very dangerous ones are the ones with more than 1 horn. The more they have the higher their threat level will be upon the guild rules. The other thing is that deep down of the forest there are some ruins that adventurers have tried to explore in the past, but they end up mostly dying there. Therefore no one goes there anymore, since it is truly dangerous, which makes me wonder what's inside of it. That curiosity is probably what killed the past explorers. I frown not wanting to die this early on. When I and sister get stronger I'll convince her to explore that place with me carefully. My expression changes to a determined one as my curiosity shall be satisfied one day with the proper measurements. I collect my first 2 herbs and the typical sound and voice pop out in my mind. System, the title herbs gathered has been received. System, the title herbs types has been received. The more things I do the more titles I get, which sounds normal, but I think if I study every class from that Pope's book, I should be able to get myself a lot more titles by thinking what'd suit each of the classes. From everything I've read so far from the system library, the hardest ones should be hunting certain animals. I look far away noticing a grey zone beyond the trees. Humans are very lucky having a race on those tall mountains, the golems, that in a way end up protecting themselves, thus keeping humans from being invaded too, passively protecting us in a way. Surrounded by a sea, mountains, and the north where the red dragon monster lives, having to care mostly on one direction, the south. Despite being in the middle it feels like the humans are placed in a pretty good spot, easy to defend from the enemies that may want to plunder our lives. Of course that one day everything could change, like the dragon by some reason changing into a different territory. The golems race dying, making the mountain path vulnerable, or even the sea becoming a route to some ships. Deep down of those waters, it supposedly has similar monsters like the red dragon in terms of power, perhaps even stronger ones. I've heard that there are pirates and bandit groups out there, beyond the Lumen Kingdom west borders. Apparently exiled criminals over the time created them, leaving them with one of 2 choices, living overseas or in the south close to the beasts. I wonder if they still keep exiling people. I feel like it only makes it a future burden to the kingdom. they should just accept people as they are, even if they have this or that class, I'm sure they would do their best for the fellow humans. Suddenly as I gather herbs peacefully, a horned rabbit appears in front of me scaring me. Ah! He looks at me surprised while I look at him in equal feelings. We look at each other while I store the herb inside the pouch slowly. It has one horn so it shouldn't be too strong, can it just leave me be, so we don't have to fight? If it comes closer I'll have to defeat him. He opens its little mouth and starts screeching making my ears ringing. What's that noise? I start hearing brush rustling from many sides and realize something is coming. Eventually out of the brushes similar horned rabbits appear surrounding him, ultimately all looking at me, an invader of their territory. Don't tell me it's a skill that calls its kin. I get up fast and start running to the exit of the forest while looking back from time to time to gauge the gap between us. I see the initial horned rabbit closing and opening his mouth fast like he's chewing something even though he isn't as he sees me giving me the creeps. They chase me while a few screeches, after 5 minutes of running I have around 10 rabbits chasing after me. I hide behind a tree and use a skill called Dark Alchemy. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Dark Alchemy. Weakness Potion, it'll weaken the consumer losing statuses. Sleep Potion, it'll induce the consumer into a deep sleep. Love Potion, the first person the target sees after consuming the potion will become in love with. Paralysis Potion, it'll slowly paralyze their body can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Poison Potion, it'll slowly poison their body can be countered by an antidote or a skill that can lead to death. Corruption Potion, person's body starts becoming purple leading them to death can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Antidote Potion, depending on the ingredients different antidotes can be produced. Paralysis Potion Fast, I think fast while sweating and nervous as the distance I gained from them was not a long enough one. Paralysis. Herbs required. 1x Heartbreak Herb. Craft 2 with the herbs I have. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. System, the title Potion Brewer has been received. System, the title Potion Types has been received. Notice, the potions will appear in the user's hand after 200 seconds. I'll have to fight the ones I can meanwhile, I hoped for them to be instantly, but it seems like that's expecting too much. As the group approaches, I look at it from behind the tree and use a large mana ice bind to cover the whole group. System, the title element has been received. Notice, 500 mana has been deducted. They let out noises as the ice damaged them and keeps on doing so by burning them with its coldness from below. All points on wisdom please. System, the title status mastery has been received. Notice, points successfully spent, status updated. Now that they're all frozen to the neck since they're very small if it was a human they'd be frozen to the knees. I look for a branch and upon taking one from the closest tree by breaking it from a bigger branch, I run and grab it tightly in their direction while mana coating it. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. I smile understanding that sister must be fighting either alone or together with Elise, most likely on the east side beyond the village, giving me some extra courage for what's to come. As I approach I notice them opening their mouths and channeling mana. I run as fast as I can closing the distance before they finish, and slash widely at 5 of their heads cutting them gracefully. Yes, I did it. With the tension and blood going to my head making my adrenaline pump me up, and then voice repeats inside my mind. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. System, the title Beast Slayer has been received. System, the title Horned Rabbit Slayer has been received. Notice, 20 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 20 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. I quickly turn as fast as I can to use the branch with the leftover mana on the rest of them and as I do, I get blasted 10 meters away by 2 fireballs, a water ball and what looks like an airball. The leftover fireball is directed towards the ice under them burning them in succession as it wasn't strong enough to melt the amount of ice I created. Notice, 200 health has been deducted. Ah! I shout in pain while falling on the floor from the blast harshly, rolling through the ground making 2 entire turns. Notice, 20 health has been deducted. As I start closing my eyes from the pain I hear another screech keeping me awake. I need to get up, I can't fall here. The moment I get up I walk towards a near tree as I hear the rabbits suffering from the leftover ice that's barely holding them and the fire burning their white and brown furs. I see mana enveloping my right hand and I turn the palm of it upwards and 1 potion appears on it. It looks brownish inside a transparent small flask. It looks made of glass. I poke it softly with my left hand index finger and then with the nail, making a little clack sound. This is definitely glass. Having an idea, I turn around to the rabbits, throwing it at them. The flask hits the floor close to the fire, breaking, and then a liquid comes out of it that starts spreading, a cloud becoming bigger as the liquid gets burned by the fire. System, the title potion administered has been received. I laugh at the title name while enduring the pain from my body, making it a bit more relaxed. This is an interesting usage. Not only it helps the fire spread, but it'll also paralyze them as they burn. I sit next to the tree, resting, recovering my breath. I stare at them as I watch them catching fire onto each other, and as it is propagating, becoming stronger, it originated a roasted smell of burnt meat which approaches my nose slowly. The initial rabbit, looking at me, screeches angrily as it's dying, trying to call for help from more of his horned rabbit friends, but unfortunately for him, none came, so he along with the rest would scream in agony and pain as the fire took over their lives. I rest for 30 minutes as they die in the first 3. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 20 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. Notice, 50 experience has been rewarded from a horned rabbit. The last one to die was the one who gave the most experience, which coincidentally was the one who initiated everything. In a way, if it wasn't for him, his friends and perhaps the family wouldn't have died. It's a good thing the water ball negated some of the damage from the fireballs, and the air ball pushed me away from them, creating a small safe distance. Thanks to this I didn't end up burning like they did, even though I could use my ice to negate the burning so I'd be safe, just with worse injuries. Due to the paralysis potion, they couldn't channel any more mana, so no more skills came out. Now I understand why the ninja from the Tales of Artana focused on using it along with poison. One will kill slowly while the other paralyzes the opponent, making them unable to do anything but dying. Luckily for me, I can produce such potions, so in the future, I'll be sure to use them in times of need. Chapter 29 Adventurer Arc. I get up and collect the soul stones from the roasted horned bunnies as well as their horns. Sadly the fur got burnt, so I can't do much about it. Notice, the skill Corpse Dismantler has been acquired. Somehow it sounds like a skill a witch would have. I laugh lightly at my own silly thoughts. I wonder what kind of skill it is. Status. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 3 experience 220/300. Fame, 70 disgrace, 5470. Class, which rank 1 experience 520/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris, 8 years old. Health, 360/530 mana, 280/1140. Status points 1. Strength, 160 stamina, 53 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 93 wisdom, 109, plus 5. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3160. Titles, Reincarnated plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, B, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, D, Skill Mastery, D, Tree Chopper, D, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, D, Logmaker, D, Tree Planter, S, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F, Herbs Gathered, F, Herbs Types, F, Potion Brewer, F, Potion Types, F, Status Mastery, F, Beast Slayer, F, Horned Rabbit Slayer, E, Potion Administered, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 0. Actives, Status Level 50, D, System Library Level 50, D, Mana Code Level 7, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 4, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance level 10, F. Swordsmanship level 20, E. Sword Mastery level 10, F. Mana Control level 21, E. Ice Control level 12, F. Slight Wisdom Boost level 5, F. Slight Mana Recovery level 6, F. Acid Resistance level 1, F. Axe Art level 1, F. Axe Mastery level 1, F. Corpse Dismantler level 1, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy level 3. Class Passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery level 2, Witchcraft level 2, Curses Mastery level 1, Rituals Mastery level 1. Unique, Appraisal level 42. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire rank F, 39/100. Seems like Status Mastery most likely gave me a free point, spend it in Wisdom. Notice, point successfully spent, status updated. Seems to be a passive skill, meaning the more parts I collect the higher it'll increase at some point. I'm assuming the efficiency of doing so will cause an improvement. I look at the now hornless roasted rabbits. I coat my fingers with some mana and cut a part of its meat and taste it. Whoa, it almost tastes like a rabbit, which makes me think that since fishes level up and possibly change, then maybe these would be the evolution of normal rabbits at a given time. We peasants eat beast and monster meat since they're practically animals. It's a lot cheaper than normal meat but also less delicious than it. However, this one is pretty good. Mother usually makes it a stew that lasts longer, not using many parts of the animal. It'd be a waste to leave all these rabbits here, but sadly can't carry them in the bags I brought. I store the 10 soul stones I collected earlier together with the herbs in a bag, and resume my search for more herbs. Father told me Rohan should pass home today, so I'll gather what I can and head back there soon. My health and mana are low, so I won't take unnecessary risks. After collecting a few more, I start heading home. I was able to gather in total 12 herbs, while I lost one that didn't become a potion since the dark alchemy is low level, and another did, which I administrated to those rabbits. I laugh, reminding myself about the title as I used the word from it. I get home safely, and upon entering it, I notice 2 men talking on the sofa. They look at me and my ragged burnt clothes from the fireball impact. I head to my room and change into something else, then return with the bag of the herbs I intend to sell. Hello, Dad, and Rohan, I assume. Hi, daughter. Dad smiles happily from seeing me with a bag, and also without the burned clothes. Hello, yes, that's me, Missy. I believe you're one of the twins, Iris, right? Yes. This bag has things that I'd like to sell in addition to the strawberries field. What things? Upon hearing his question, I give him the bag, which he then opens and starts looking at its contents. Item inspection. I see the blue mana being used by Rohan as he sees the herbs. I wonder what that skill does. These herbs are pretty nice. I can sell them to alchemists, herbalists, apprentices, and even adventurers. He smiles happily. He looks at me and notices the confusion in my face and says, the skill I just used is something that comes with the merchant class. It allows us to see the name and effect of the item. I guess it's like appraisal. I grab one of the herbs and appraise it. Notice, 150 mana has been deducted. Sephi herb aromatic uses can craft perfumes, medicinal uses can heal belly aches, rank D material. I voice out the appraisal information. Sephi herb aromatic uses can craft perfumes, medicinal uses can heal belly aches, rank D material. Upon hearing my words, Rohan's face becomes dumbfounded. How in the world do you know its rank? Don't tell me you have the merchant class and the evolution of my skill. I have a wizard class and a skill similar to item inspection. Upon hearing my words, confusion spread through his face. What's the name of the skill? I look at Dad, and he nods in agreement, trusting Rohan. It's called appraisal, a unique skill. A unique skill? He shouts so loud my ears start ringing. Ah. Yes. So the difference between our skills is the rank information. What other things have you tried to use that skill in, Iris? I've used it in a fish. I found out the fish was level 1, he had health, mana, and was rank F. He grips his hands into each other and then places his head on top of them while looking serious. That's abnormal. My skill cannot inspect living beings, he says while looking at me. Really? I thought it was normal, I reply sincerely. It seems like the unique grade really is superior. Have you tried to appraise a human before? I haven't tried, and this skill is troublesome. It costs too much mana to use every time. Compared to my normal skills, there was one time that it consumed 500 mana in one go. Whoa, they replied in unison. Neither of us have any unique skills, dear. Is that the only one of that grade you own? Yes, father. Your daughter has truly been blessed. I wish I had a skill like that, it'd make my merchant life a bit easier. He starts laughing. I smile at Rohan, feeling a little sorry for him. Iris, you should totally marry my son Johan in the future. Upon hearing his words, my cheeks got rosy, not expecting such a proposal. He'll have to go through me first. Dad shouts, then they laugh together. Anyway, Missy, is there any herb that you wish to keep? Your dad told me you were learning alchemy. I already took out the ones I'll be using. In fact, wait here a moment please. I head to the room and take out the 4 herbs I stored in my pouch. Dark alchemy. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Dark alchemy. Weakness potion, it'll weaken the consumer losing statuses. Sleep potion, it'll induce the consumer into a deep sleep. Love potion, the first person the target sees after consuming the potion will become in love with. Paralysis potion, it'll slowly paralyze their body, can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Poison potion, it'll slowly poison their body, can be countered by an antidote or a skill that can lead to death. Corruption potion, person's body starts becoming purple leading them to death, can be countered by an antidote or a skill. Antidote potion, depending on the ingredients different antidotes can be produced. I wish to make 2 paralysis potions and 2 antidote potions for paralysis. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. Notice, the potions will appear in the user's hand after 400 seconds. I return to them. Welcome back, Iris, I hear a familiar voice. I turn to the right towards the door and see someone that looks like myself. Hello sister, how was the quest? Oh, they truly do look alike. If it wasn't for the eye color difference I wouldn't have guessed it. I haven't seen many twins before, but from the ones I saw, the 2 of you are the most identical pair. I smile and then say, this is my sister Aurora, and this is Rohan, a merchant friend of Dad. I understand. By the way, we have a new quest to the south. What's this talk about quests? He looks at Luke confused. We're both adventurers, I clarify it to him. What do we need to do? Goblin hunting in the South Forest. Alright, we'll do it tomorrow then, I'm completely out of mana. She passes behind me and whispers, good job on the horned rabbits. It surprised me when I saw the notices from my status skill. Upon hearing those words I smile happily. Thank you, sister, have a good rest. Your daughters are amazing, Luke, he said, surprised in a light tone. They've been trained since they were 7 years old by me and Rosalind, swordsmanship and magic. Would your wife be interested in giving swordsmanship classes to my son? I'll pay for them. Now that he is in a good age and lacks some discipline, it would be great. I can talk with her about it. She loves teaching, so should be happy about it. I can even tell him to come to these plains every morning to save some time from Rosalind, plus he'd walk more that way to exercise further. That sounds perfect. I'll tell her to pass by your home when she decides about it. Rohan, he smiles from hearing those words. I'll be waiting. My son sure could use some vigorous training. See if he'd become as educated as your daughter Iris. He returns his eyes to me. How would you like to handle the field goods? I saw that you have 7 different products in there and strawberries being the majority. Yes, I really like them, and you can buy all of them then resell them as you see fit. In that case, I'll take 90% of their value and you can have a 10% of the total value for yourself. What? That's so greedy. Rohan and Dad held their serious expressions and then started laughing, not being able to hold it anymore. It was a joke, Missy. I'll take a 10% commission and drop the money once a week on Sunday mornings. Sure. I reply happily. That's a deal then. I also sell equipment that you may find in your quests like weapons, armor, accessories, and some corpse loots if you find anything interesting of the sort. Corpse loot? I think I have something like that. I head back to the room, pick the 10 horns from the rabbits and return. Would these do? His eyes sparkle as he sees the materials. Certainly will. I'm surprised you have this many with you. The guild usually buys them too, even though they take a bigger commission. Same for the soul stones. I see. Sadly, I need them as currency to rank up my card. That's fine, they still pay you for it, plus having a good rank will open doors through the kingdom. Just having that card already makes it easier to travel, and you'll be able to try harder quests, but go about it slowly. It is a dangerous profession. I understand, thank you, I smile kindly at him. Mana starts enveloping my hands, I turn the palm upwards. 2 potions emerged from it, a brown and a white one. That is? Item inspection. Potions, I reply, a paralysis and an antidote for it. Those would fetch a good price in the market if you are interested in selling them. I extend them to him. I'll take them gladly. He saves the potions, in a very small bag that he takes from his coat. He then starts placing everything I gave him into that tiny bag. I make a very dumbfounded expression and say, how does everything fit in there? They start laughing and then Dad says, it's a magic bag, it stores in a small dimension. The people from the Magic Institute call it pocket dimension for being very small. Small or not, it can fit a lot of things inside, Rohan added, then started smiling as he finished saving the things. It also makes carrying things super easier, it can carry anything. I want one too. Then you better sell a lot of things, the higher their rank the more expensive they are. Some blacksmiths make them, however, buying them from merchants is usually cheaper. I'll have to pay a visit to a blacksmith to see what kind of magic bag they can make. How much would they cost? The one I have is a rank D, it can store 300 items, it's around 100 items per rank, it costs to make around 1 gold coin. 300 sounds enough, but 1 gold coin is around 100 Silver County Inns, Oregon, 100,000 copper coins. It'll take a long while to get one of that rank, but maybe a lower graded one. I don't recommend one with a lower grade, it'll end up filling easily, and you'll regret not having bought a more expensive one later. Ah! I guess I'll save money slowly. Rohan laughed. Slowly but surely you'll end up getting enough if you produce enough potions, then it surely won't be as long as you may think. After all, alchemy is very profitable since not many people possess such knowledge. I understand, I'll do my best. To be honest, you being a wizard with an alchemist and appraisal skills already makes you pretty exceptional, so in the future, you'll surely become richer. Rohan smiles while imagining what he could do with such skills if he was in my shoes. Rohan heads to the door that leads outside the house and says, I'll be taking my leave now, in most likely 5 days, I'll let you know how much I made, I'll also collect the goods outside that I inspect being worthy. Sure. I smile happily, he then leaves, closing the door softly. Well, that sure was fun. It sure was, Dad. You did a good job at hiding your real class, the unique skill you could have hidden it as well, but it's not a big problem. Dad looks at me with a serious expression, so I improve. Alright, Rosalind should be home soon, I'll prepare the dinner. Meanwhile, would you like to join me in cooking? Of course. We smile at each other. Chapter 30, Adventurer Arc. Earlier that day at the White Rose family dojo. The butler knocks twice on the door, then opens it, and approaches Alicia's mother, bows in respect, and then speaks, I have a report to make, milady. Tell me, Robert. She places some honey and takes a sip of the lemon tea in front of her. A maid would usually do it, but due to her defined tastes, which needs a lot of trial and error for the perfect sweetness, it had become like a habit for her. At once, I could not find Lady Iris in any of the noble families of the kingdom, furthermore I did encounter her home. Oh! She circulates the spoon, mixing the honey with the hot tea that was brought not that long ago. Right, she's from Astia village in the outskirts to the southeast. So a true peasant that has superb etiquette, very young age, rare blonde hair, exquisite green eyes, and talented enough to join the Adventurers Guild. That is so, milady. I've had my network procure information on her parents, and it seems like her father works in a potion shop for an alchemist, but from time to time he goes on trips to the kingdom capital, inside the royal family mansion and sometimes the castle. The royal family? Why would a peasant be able to go there? She makes a slightly shocked expression as she hides it behind a yellow fan that she picks from the table, opening it gently. Unfortunately, information inside the royal family is off bounds even to myself. Well, that is natural, after all it is protected by the royal guards. She closes the fan, regaining her composure, and then taking a sip of the tea. As for her mother, she always stays behind to care for her daughters while also working in the potion shop. From the information I've gathered, they're both adventurers, and they're also twins. The other one, called Aurora, didn't have much of an appearance in the early years due to long-term sickness, almost dying multiple times. What about that other sister? Is she useful in any way? She smiled while looking at the tea as she reached the desired sweetness of it. From the report I received, she's called Aurora and has blue eyes. The assassin that saw her had cold feet, as she felt an ominous aura in one of the walks she had with her sister in the village. Blue eyes? Didn't Alicia say Iris had green eyes? Yes, apparently her father has brown hair and eyes, and the mother has brown eyes with blonde hair, so at least the daughters took the hair after her. As for the eyes, that's very strange, for both of them to have different eye colors. Since they're twins, the mother didn't cheat. Even if she did, it'd be with only one man, but even if she did, the man couldn't possibly have blue and green eyes at the same time. How odd. It is as milady says, I believe it's just an exception to the lineage rule. Could be, but more importantly, what kind of aura did an assassin that is used to killing without blinking felt exactly from this sickly aurora? The word she used was, death. She further described it as it felt like a monster lived inside an innocent young girl. Call that assassin here, she ordered coldly, as she felt like an assassin working for this noble family being afraid of a child was a mockery, and could bring shame to the family whose prestige is immense. Excuse my loud voice, milady, Robert filled his lungs, then shouted, Raven. His voice reverberated throughout the entire mansion, eventually reaching the desired location. Shortly after, a girl dressed in black with a mask appeared on the wooden floor of the dojo while kneeling. Girl, Alicia's mother lets out her bloodlust, shaking the table and the things around, making the assassin gulp, while everyone shook from the pressure of the skill. Moments later she stops and says, comparing me to the girl you saw with blue eyes, which is worse? Be honest, Raven, there are no secrets towards the mistress and the lord. I understand, leader, and milady, I'm sorry to say, but, she looks at her in the eyes and speaks, that girl's aura was truly ominous. It truly felt like all the times I almost died during my missions. Upon hearing that, the woman took another sip and then smiled faintly. Mistress aura is more like a fighting spirit that makes one show just how strong one is, clarifying the gap two people might have. Alfred, who was quiet during the whole conversation, and has killed more than 100 humans during his lifetime, spoke. More like this. He got up from the table and unsheathed his blue sword, touching the tip on the ground, releasing his killing intent, overwhelming those around him. Briefly afterward he stopped, and asked, so? It's fiercer than milady's aura, however, I do not feel the ominous feeling in it, but it is of the same intensity. Alfred let out a small laugh and said, if that's right, then Alicia chose the wrong twin. Shall I eliminate her, my lord? Raven asked coldly, as it sounded like the girl had become a target. I'll respect the successor choice, and since that girl is Iris's sister, one of the 5 white ring bearers, it wouldn't make sense. True, it'll be best to have someone with potential backing our young lady, Robert added while bowing, as deep inside he didn't want to see the little lady friend sad. I'm even more intrigued in meeting them now. Say, what are their parents' names, Robert? The father is named Luke and the mother is named Rosalind. Call Alicia, it's training time, Alfred ordered, then he looked at Raven. You're dismissed. My lord, they said in unison and left together. As soon as the door closed behind them, the mistress looked at Alfred and said, what did you think of her words, my love? Didn't look like she was lying, but for a child to have such a weird aura, especially being sick since her first years, it doesn't add up. After thinking for a while he added, is it one of those, 1 in a million cases, where the goddess blesses one with such powers, that the body can't keep up, thus being sick their entire lives? That'd be plausible, Alfred. Think there's a chance she has more potential than any of the nobles. I think it's possible, especially with a weakly sick body like that. In the end, every strong person at some point will face each other in the annual tournament, including Alicia's friend. He smiles eagerly to see what kind of talent do the twins have. I'm here, father. Were you talking about Iris? Yes, it seems like she has an interesting twin sister. Iris has. I don't remember her having a sister, though I do miss her. Hope she's doing well. From the looks of it, it seems like parents have been investigating their family, most likely due to my choice on giving her the ring. I didn't know about her sister, I only spent so much time with her, Alicia replies calmly to not trigger any problem, as her parents have too much influence and can be pretty dangerous to others. I'm thinking of meeting them soon, would you like to tag along? Upon hearing that, Alicia's eyes sparkled while smiling, but then she remembered it was her mother who from the two was the nastiest. As such she replied like she didn't care, hiding her emotions. Is there a need? Upon receiving a question contrary to her expectations, she replied to Alicia, very well, I'll send them an invitation or even a letter instead. Alicia, Alfred threw her a real sword which she caught in the air. Let's head to the dojo to resume your training. Yes, father. They headed to the dojo for yet another dose of torturous training that Alicia at this point was used to receiving almost daily. There are 4 seasons, each lasting 90 days. Their order is flowering, sun, decaying, and moon. On the following day, on the day 25th of the sun season, Iris wakes up early and does some lumberjacking work for her titles while Aurora waters the fields to rush the chores. Then she showers and changes into easy-to-move clothing. This is the new quest Leonore gave me. Aurora shows the paper to me. Quest. Rank, F. Reports of goblins being sighted have been received. They're located south of the Astia village. You'll be rewarded 4 points and 20 copper per goblin killed. The pay seems a lot better, and are goblins the green big-nosed creatures with strange faces like they're too old for their actual appearance? Yes, and usually also smaller than humans, she replies with a cold voice. What's wrong? I asked her, confused about her cold tone. Just wondering if you'll be able to kill any. Why wouldn't I? Would you kill a human, Iris? If it was to protect you or my parents, I think I would. Goblins have emotions, even some monsters too. Honestly, I believe even slimes do. After all, no one wants to die. She thinks my kind heart will get in the way. I'll do my best, sister, to support you. Aurora looks attentively at me. You'll have to prove that to me, she replies expressionlessly. I make a sad face. I've been trying hard, you know. Compared to the life I had before, this world is a lot different. I shout my feelings out. Is it? Nothing changed truly. Humans continue greedy, they continue poor, they continue starving and dying, the social ranks remain, you continue powerless. It's truly the same, dear Iris. If anything, you're worse now that you're not a noble from a high-ranking house. No, you're right, I decided to become stronger, so I can't be feeling down for something like that. Since it's the truth, it's up to me to change it when the time comes. I'll do what I must. I grip my hands behind my back nervously. Good, let's go. Yes. I shout with a bit of confidence, boosting my own mood while releasing my hands from one another, and then picking a bag which contains a bottle of water, and some bread, which I remove a piece that I eat while we walk to the southern forest. On our way there we talk a bit. I'm surprised you killed so many rabbits in one go. Were they weak? Not at all, to be honest. I wasn't far from dying, but luckily I crafted a paralysis potion that mixed with the fire of one of the creatures. It allowed me to strive at the end. I see, I'm glad you didn't die, Aurora said with a faint smile, making me happy, completely removing the mood I felt earlier, even though deep inside I know she was just worried about me. It's not a bad thing being able to get experience no matter where we are. We can even join different parties and get double the experience, quite the cheat. True, it does make a difference. What's our contract counter like? Let me check. Status. We look at the screen together as we walk, since it stays in front of me as I move. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 3 experience 220/300. Fame, 70. Disgrace, 5470. Class, which rank 1 experience 520/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris, 8 years old. Health, 530/530 mana, 1200/1210. Status points 0. Strength, 162 stamina, 53 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 93 wisdom, 116, plus 5. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3160. Titles, Reincarnated plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, F, Reader Series, B, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, D, Skill Mastery, D, Tree Chopper, C, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, D, Logmaker, C, Tree Planter, S, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F, Herbs Gathered, D, Herbs Types, B, Potion Brewer, F, Potion Types, E, Status Mastery, F, Beast Slayer, F, Horned Rabbit Slayer, E, Potion Administered, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 0. Actives, Status Level 50, D, System Library Level 50, D, Mana Code Level 7, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 4, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 20, E. Sword Mastery Level 10, F. Mana Control Level 21, E. Ice Control Level 12, F. Slight Wisdom Boost Level 5, F. Slight Mana Recovery Level 6, F. Acid Resistance Level 1, F. Axe Art Level 1, F. Axe Mastery Level 1, F. Corpse Dismantler Level 1, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy Level 1. Class Passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery Level 1, Witchcraft Level 1, Curses Mastery Level 1, Rituals Mastery Level 1. Unique, Appraisal Level 42. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 39/100. We're currently at 39 out of 100, I wonder what'll happen to you once we reach 100. If anything happens. Ah. You're right, Aurora, but I do hope something does happen. After all, without the title system affecting your statuses, it would be necessary for you to become stronger somehow. In that book you read, it says the system is balanced, so we can only hope it'll be. We reach the forest entrance and a wooden signal with the word warning can be spotted. Well, this is it, let's go, Aurora. Chapter 31 Adventurer Arc. As we start to explore the forest by going in the middle of two big trees, I tell sister, seems like last night mother decided to accept to train Johann the merchant's son. That's good. She asks without knowing what to say about it. Mother loves teaching, so she should be happy. Perhaps she can get a lot of students, and in a way, she'd also earn some extra money from doing so. Wouldn't that make our planes rather loud? Aurora questions me as she's grown used to having her home quiet. Don't think they'd have much time talking being trained around our mother. You suffered a lot for that 1 year, she says while looking around in search of green creatures. True, but it was worth it since it allowed me to get stronger and more proficient with the sword. After we walk inside the forest for a while, we start hearing noises coming from the right side. Sounds? Animals. We sneak towards the voice source on the side closer to the bushes behind some trees so that we're not seen easily. Those are. Let's try to appraise the green one on the left. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Level 1 Goblin is a green creature, agile and generally dumb. Despite the low intelligence, it learns very fast by doing mistakes, high reproduction rate. So those are the goblins. How about that big one on the other side? Appraise it, please. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. Level 5 Orc, a brown creature, slow, not very smart, but very strong and lots of stamina, medium reproduction rate. I whisper the information from the appraisal to Aurora. She whispers back, that's too many, we should take the green ones first, and then we can slowly fight the big ones or wait for them to reduce their numbers. 10 goblins and 4 orcs, they're in total disadvantage there. I get up behind the tree and look around so that we're not attacked from behind or the flanks. Noticing something, I lightly pat Aurora's shoulder and point at the right side. Slimes? She asks quietly while looking back at the goblins' fight. I think of a funny plan and tell her about it. Aurora smiles, agreeing to it, and goes into action. I see her climbing the slope of dirt, and then while on top of it, Aurora starts yelling at them, "Hey, you stupid monsters, ugly creatures!" The monsters, who were fighting each other, stop momentarily to look at her dumbfounded, and then at each other confused on what to do, and then a few of them start chasing after her. She runs towards some bushes, jumping into them, and as she falls from the small cliff, Aurora transforms into a grimoire, floating the rest of the way above the slimes, who ignore her. She then transforms back and waits for the creatures that were chasing her to sight her. 4 goblins jump over the bushes as she did, falling on 2 of the 4 clear slimes that were casually wandering there. Noticing this, the other 2 slimes start helping the slimes that got some prey. After all, free food came falling from the sky. The goblins start screaming while piercing the slimes with their daggers, dealing barely any damage to them, as they don't know how to use mana coding, neither have magical skills due to being very low level. One of them uses the skill Screech, alerting the ones near the orcs, making 2 more leave the orcs to help them. Noticing this, I ice bind both of them so that Aurora doesn't get outnumbered, ruining our little strategy. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. I tend to play around with my ice magic, and lately, I've been practicing something from time to time, at least, like parents taught me, imagination is where every masterpiece starts. It is the absolute key to mastering the usage of mana. I extend my hands forwards and pour a great amount of energy, successfully creating an ice sword which once formed. I grab it tightly, feeling its coldness from the handle. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. Notice, the skill Ice Sword has been acquired. It actually became a skill. The rare ice element sure is interesting. I smile as I run at the frozen on the ground goblins, who were looking at me while attempting to move their bare feet, which must be hurting inside the ice. On top of having the ice element in my weapon naturally formed, I further enhance it by mana-coating the ice sword, making it shine in a beautiful white. Notice, 150 mana has been deducted. I start running while wielding the sword towards the goblins I froze on the ground, and then as I approach the closest one, the goblin looks at me half angry, half scared, and tries to stab me with the dagger that he was hiding behind him, thinking that I didn't notice him running with it. I parry it without much trouble, forcing it to fly away, landing on the ground out of reach for both of them, and then I stab him with my sword in the middle of his chest as it has a long enough reach, without allowing him to grab me. He screams of pain and starts crying, as a certain type of blood pours out from the wound I made while the goblin grabs my sword with both hands. The ice starts being tainted by a green liquid from his palms while burning them. I look at him, who starts crying in front of me desperately, and as I'm about to regret hurting it, mother words that she'd repeat over and over again during my training came to mind: never hesitate in a battle, it could cost your life. Almost as if controlled by a cold side of mine that I didn't know existed, I pull the sword out and slash him fearlessly, in a beautiful diagonal slash from his belly all the way towards the right shoulder, and then I kick him, making the goblin fall on the one behind him, who is also still frozen on the ground and making loud sounds at me. I run through the left flank, as the right side could make me fall on the small cliff, beyond the bushes towards the other goblins and slimes. I slash from left to right at the goblin who grabbed his friend, and also the one I kicked, sending their head flying towards the slimes, and green blood spat upwards, eventually falling on their bodies and on the ground. System: the title Goblin Slayer has been received. Notice: 20 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice: 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. One of the heads rolls down, hitting the edge of the bushes, then falling in the middle of the two goblins below on one of their hands, they who were already scared from being trapped inside the slimes, as such it caused them to panic more, screaming. An ominous aura then started spreading from Aurora, as it gave her delight and excitement for seeing that Iris surpassed the first phase of becoming a real killer. I look at my left and see 4 goblins mostly evading the attacks of the 4 orcs, and then look at the right side, watching the goblins struggling and screaming at the slimes who devour them slowly. My green eyes then match the blue eyes of my sister for a moment, feeling the eerie presence that was coming from her. "How I love those cold eyes of yours, my little witch." Aurora coated her hands with a dark aura and rushed at the goblins. Meanwhile, I turned my back on her and headed towards the other group. As I started approaching them, a voice pops into my mind. Notice: the skill Brainwash Resistance has been acquired. Almost as if waking up from a temporary trance, my full senses return to me. Brainwash Resistance? What's that? Does it wash my brain? Was it dirty? What? I'm so confused. I see a goblin rushing at me, and I parry his dagger with my ice sword, making it fall from his hands on the ground, then I slash at his hip, which he dodges to the side. These creatures are very fast. I use the skill Icebind while holding my sword towards him. Notice: 50 mana has been deducted. Notice: 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice: Iris has leveled up to 4. Notice: 20 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Might as well grab this chance to spend all my points in wisdom. Notice: points successfully spent, status updated. He shouts in pain while looking at his cold feet. They seem pretty susceptible to my ice element, at least. I'm surprised I haven't seen them using any element of magic. Is it due to their level being low? An orc smacks him with his club from behind as I'm lost in thought, throwing him flying at me. Without time for me to do anything, he gets impaled on my sword, falling on top of me, injuring me, and making me fall in progression due to the brute force the orc used. Notice: 20 health has been deducted. His mouth opens and blood starts falling on my face. I push him to the side as I turn my face to avoid the blood falling on my eyes. Notice: 20 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice: 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice: 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. What a crazy orc, that hurt. If it wasn't for my stamina, I'd be feeling a lot more pain. Seems like Aurora fighting pretty hard too. I get up and realize that my ice sword stopped glowing. I feel my senses dissipating again while I see the earlier orc running at us. I get up as fast as I can while freezing the ground below his feet, making him slip while ice binding his other foot. Notice: 100 mana has been deducted. He slips, forcing his other leg to be stuck in the ice, breaking its bone, which makes it go out of his knee, partially penetrating the meat. A loud scream is followed, caused by pain echoing throughout the forest. A goblin grabs the chance and stabs the orc in the throat, making red blood pour out as he laughs wickedly. The same creature is then blown towards me, by a different orc who didn't miss the chance of free hitting, and taking revenge on his fallen companion. Notice, 40 experience has been rewarded from an orc. System, the title Orc Slayer has been received. While he's flying from the blow, I create a 10 cm thin and pointy icicle in the air while dodging to the side, which the goblin sees appearing in front of him. He then pierces it in the middle of his eyes. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Notice, the skill icicle has been acquired. The green creature lets out a small moan and falls on the ground, hitting it with the icicle, piercing the brain further. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. I ice-bind the leftover 2 goblins minimally to take a share of experience, as I watch the 3 orcs kill them mercilessly by smacking them with their wooden clubs, while I let out a cold smile. Notice, 40 mana has been deducted. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. They look at me and start running at me. I run towards Aurora, jumping over the bushes, stepping on a goblin head as a footstep, and falling forward, which my sister grabs me so I don't get hurt. The goblin shouts at me for stepping on him while the slime damages him, and then 3 orcs in succession fall off on him, on top of each other, making an orc pile with the poor goblin at the very bottom dying squashed. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. What an amusing way to die. I laugh in a weird way that surprises Aurora, and then I say, with this all the filthy goblins are gone. I raise my hand and start creating a really big icicle 4 meters above them, then I let it fall mercilessly before they have a chance to get up. Notice, 350 mana and 300 health have been deducted. I return to my senses and watch a large icicle falling from the sky. The icicle pierces them from their back to their belly all the way to the ground, together with a slime that is glued to one of them. Notice, 60 experience has been rewarded from an orc. Notice, 50 experience has been rewarded from an orc. Notice, Iris has leveled up to 5. Notice, 60 experience has been rewarded from an orc. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Whoa sister, that was amazing. I knew the ice element truly matched you, she says while looking at me, which I'm dumbfounded as to what just happened, and then Aurora moves with her hands clad in a dark aura, destroying the leftover 2 slimes. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, 10 experience has been rewarded from a slime. All points on my wisdom please, I say while breathing heavily from all the running, and usage of magic while feeling a headache. Notice, points successfully spent, status updated. Status please. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 5 experience 100/500. Fame, 130. Disgrace, 5470. Class, which rank 1 experience 1100/2000. Race, human. Name, Iris 8 years old. Health, 210/540 mana, 40/1360. Status points 0. Strength, 162 stamina, 54 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 95 wisdom, 130, +6. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3160. Titles, Reincarnated plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, D, Reader Series, B, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, C, Monster Slayer, F, Slime Slayer, C, Skill Mastery, D, Tree Chopper, C, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, D, Logmaker, C, Tree Planter, S, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F, Herbs Gathered, D, Herbs Types, B, Potion Brewer, F, Potion Types, E, Status Mastery, F, Beast Slayer, F, Horned Rabbit Slayer, E, Potion Administered, F, Goblin Slayer, E, Orc Slayer, F. Completed Series, fishing, S, farming, S. Skill points, 2. Actives, status level 50, D, system library level 50, D, mana code level 7, F, mana wave level 1, F, ice bind level 5, F, ice sword level 1, F, icicle level 3, F. Passives, bleeding resistance level 10, F, swordsmanship level 21, E, sword mastery level 12, F, mana control level 22, E, ice control level 14, F, slight wisdom boost level 6, F, slight mana recovery level 7, F, acid resistance level 1, F, axe art level 1, F, axe mastery level 1, F, corpse dismantler level 1, F, brainwash resistance level 6, F. Class actives, Dark Alchemy level 6. Class passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery level 3, Witchcraft level 3, Curses Mastery level 1, Rituals Mastery level 1. Unique, Appraisal level 42. Cursed, Unidentified skill. Rare element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire rank F, 57/100. Aurora, I'm lacking memories of certain parts of these fights. What is brainwashing? I received a brainwashing resistance passive skill. She looks at me with an unfamiliar expression. Chapter 32 Adventurer Arc. Brainwashing in our old world used to be a type of curse belonging to those who practiced witchcraft. As for its effects, they're numerous, like changing the person memories or emotions or even personality. I have a level 6 resistance to it. Would that explain such attempts? I did notice you weren't acting like yourself like 2 times, I think, even though I felt like you had accepted how things truly are and simply accepted your inner killer side. There are 2 or maybe 3 memories that feel like vivid dreams. I don't think I lost any that I know of, and despite calling them dreams, I do understand that it was no such thing. I haven't seen anyone around us that could cause a skill on you. From the behavior of the beasts, they look kind of dumb to do that. Perhaps the high-level monster could have something like that, but since it happened before he arrived, that should not be the case. With a quiet voice, as I remember something, I say, I think it's the skills I got from my class. Skills? Class skills? What's wrong with that? When I appraised them, they said it may change or affect personality in some way unknown to me. Yet you got them. She shouted at me worriedly and in a slight panic while also staring seriously at me. Yes, they looked the best of the class. I reply innocently, as I didn't expect something like this to happen, to make Aurora's expression relax slightly. Well, I'd probably have gotten them as well if they were the best. Good things always come with risks, after all, sometimes even high prices like. After waiting a bit for her to finish her words, I question, what do I do now about this brainwashing thing? I tilt my head, hoping that my sister has a solution. Well, if you got a resistance to it, it'll be a matter of time till you can control yourself fully again. At some point you'll probably assimilate with the changes, so just be yourself. What if I change into someone I don't want to be? I ask worriedly, making Aurora smile gently. She pokes my forehead. Don't worry, I'll always be there to look after you. I'm the older sister after all. I smile and then I hug her. Thank you, Aurora, you're the best. She hugs me back with an evil expression unnoticed by me. With this, killing monsters, beasts, and even humans will slowly become easier for Iris. Truly a great class she picked. I collect the soul stones from the corpses while Aurora collects the weapons, then I rest close to a tree. 2 hours pass and then I drink some water and eat some bread, recovering some of the fatigue. How are you feeling, Iris? Do you want to continue or head home? I'm alright, just need to recover more of my mana. How about you? The slimes did most of the work, so I still have enough, plus I recovered an extra bit meanwhile. With a low tone, noticing a noise, I speak. What's that noise? It kind of sounds like bangs on the ground. Loud steps perhaps? More of those fat orcs perhaps? I gulp down the rest of the bread and push it down with water, then I get up and hide behind a tree together, surrounded by some bushes, and then Aurora transforms into grimoire form, going into my arms. After a few minutes, the steps get closer slowly and I start hearing different voices. What happened to these guys? Goblin warrior, there are more corpses up here along with an orc. I'm more worried about these 3 orcs. It looks like they were pierced by something, dying at the same time. Not even I can slice through 3 of them with my axe, and I'm a level 20 class warrior. He shouted proudly with a slightly anxious tone. I don't know, leader, but whatever it was must be around here still, so maybe we should camp elsewhere. The goblin in rage shouts, are you saying we should flee from whoever did that? What do you think our king would do to your body if he heard you spouting such nonsense? You 10 look around, see if you find any clues, I'll go up there check the rest of the corpses. Aurora transforms back into human form and whispers to me, a level 20 beast must be extremely powerful. I believe the things we fought so far were at most level 3. I whisper back to her, the orc I saw was level 5, I checked with an appraisal, and he already packed quite the strength. Even then it took everything we had to defeat them, and they were injured from fighting each other. What do you suggest then? I know you're a battle maniac, but I believe we should retreat here. Let's try something first before, go back into book form and climb the tree, and then transform back and warn me when a goblin is close to us, by waving your arm. Alright, if it goes wrong you'll go back home, you run without looking back. I will, I promise, I say while looking seriously, making her feel somewhat assured. After a moment she signals as a goblin scout is coming closer. I hear his steps very close, and the moment I see it, I ice coat my hand and place it on his mouth, freezing his face, pulling him to me. Then I knee his stomach, making him feel enough pain and the need to breathe, and hold him long enough so that his air runs out while he does the best he can to struggle to no avail, dying. System, the title Assassination has been received. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Notice, 40 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Getting the idea, she transforms into a book and floats without hitting any branches or leaves onto the next tree. She transforms into a human and falls behind a goblin, covering his mouth and neck with darkness. If somehow voice would come out, it would be sucked into the nothingness that is her element, thus dying shortly after, out of breath. Notice, 40 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Another goblin approaches my position, possibly to see where his friend went, and I repeated the procedure, making him feel surprised and then suffocating to death. Notice, 50 mana has been deducted. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. I lose sight of Aurora and I peek carefully towards the rest of the goblins while holding my hair. I see 4 other goblins, I guess the rest is up there with the big one. I create an icicle above one of the goblins without any of them noticing and imagine it piercing the head. As it does, it enters through the nape, then piercing his brain, coming out of his mouth as it attempted to scream, but it froze, making it look like he was about to like ice. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. Notice, 40 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice, the class skill Magic Control has been acquired. I can get skills from class without using points. Seeing as I got some from the normal trees, perhaps it makes sense, though it is fantastic, and perhaps I'm able to learn more things that way while saving points for things I truly want or need. I imagine 2 icicles in different spots piercing the goblins, and then the first goblin falls on the floor flatly, followed shortly by the other 2 who get murdered by the skill. Notice, 40 mana and 160 health have been deducted. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice, 40 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Notice, 30 experience has been rewarded from a goblin. Seems like Aurora got the last one. I see her collecting the soul stones as fast as she can. 2 minutes later she runs at me, and we run out of the forest. As we leave the forest I tell her, it seems we can learn skills from class without spending points, we just need to do something that's worth the skill, I guess. That's really good to know, I'll save my skill points from here on. Also really good job on those icicles, hadn't seen you using those before. Thank you, I'm slowly being able to find new ways of creating offensive ice skills and using them effectively. Ice magic is all about creativity, one day you might even invoke 100 of those icicles into 100 different enemies. You truly do have gigantic expectations from me, don't you, sister? Imagine the amount of wisdom I would need as well as the magic control to pull that stunt off. Maybe. She smiles kindly at me as we keep moving as fast as we can while laughing at each other. I wonder how much experience would we have gotten if we could defeat that big goblin. He looked like he'd kill either of us with one punch, not to refer the big axe. Her words make me gulp down, going into silence afterward as the reality kills my excitement. After I get home I wash my clothes that smell of sweat, blood, and goblin odor, then I prepare a relaxing bath and hop inside the warm water. Ah, I let out a satisfied moan filled with pleasure from the relaxing mood it brings me. That sure was an interesting adventure. If I had the whole mana I would have wanted to try fighting that level 20, goblin warrior. I guess I really am becoming a battle maniac. I laugh while taking the feet out and in of the bathtub playfully. I asked Aurora to take the soul stones and our cards to the guild. I'd love to see Leonore's expression when she gets the 35 of them. The good thing about being a grimoire is that she has infinite energy and never gets tired, allowing her to walk endlessly if she wishes to do so. Meanwhile, I overexert myself often to collect all the titles I can. In the end, the more I get the stronger I get, like my sister said, good things come with a cost, and for me, that is energy and time. I finish the bath after a while and head to the bed of my room to get some rest as my muscles are sore and currently a bit relaxed. Goblin Warrior perspective minutes after the girls left the forest after assassinating the goblins. Filled with sadness. My son is dead, the warrior shouted while lamenting and crying as the rest of the goblins that were with him lowered their heads in respect. I spent a long time training you to become stronger than me to lead your own group in the king's army. All for naught, all because you were killed mercilessly for no reason. Filled with rage. I don't know who did this, but I'll find them, I'll catch them, I'll torture them, I'll kill them. The nearby goblin patted the big warrior's shoulder, sympathizing with him as his brother too was killed. Ah! He pushed the goblin away with the backhand on an arm swing, making him fly 10 meters backward. I cannot control this rage, I must exact revenge, otherwise I'll fall apart, I'll go mad, he shouted fiercely as he gripped his hands tightly while his body shook, and the veins slightly popped out from the fast circulation of the blood caused by his emotions that sped the heart rate up. Filled with despair. This bottomless emptiness must be filled with the blood of the one who murdered my son. May fate allow us to cross paths, may the god of chaos hear my one and only prayers. May the Almighty God bless me or curse me with his gift as he did to our ancestors in times of war. May he take my soul, but in exchange allow me to exact my revenge on the one who killed my son, please, I beg you, O Lord. Despair, rage, sadness, chaos. In his mind, a message resounded. System, the god of chaos has taken notice of your pleas, Goblin Warrior, and feeling amused, the class Berserk has been unlocked for you. He wiped his tears off and changed classes, then he knelt further while raising his son in the air. I'll forever be in your debt, O great god of chaos, for allowing me to become a goblin berserker. The ones around could feel the pressure he emanated from changing classes. He stood up and picked the goblin he pushed out of anger, carrying him unconsciously back to the goblin kingdom while being followed by the rest who remained quiet. For a moment he looks back and memorizes the rest of the icicles laying on the floor melting slowly, then he leaves knowing that his lifelong enemy will possess such an element. Chapter 33 Adventurer Arc. Day 26th of the Sun Season. After the usual morning routine, I wake up Aurora, whom I didn't get the chance to talk with as I fell asleep on the bed after the shower. There are 3 kids running laps around the house today: Johan, Miles, and Elise. Apparently they're friends for a while now, and were interested in learning swordsmanship. They're going to suffer what I did since they're a bit older than me, even more, pain awaits them surely. The boys kept looking at me when I was outside as they ran laps. I guess it must be the blonde hair, kids are always surprised seeing it. Maybe the eyes. They're supposed to be rare too. I wonder if it has to do with my old physique from my past life, even though I didn't have blonde hair. Well, no matter, I wonder if Elise is enjoying learning swordsmanship, since as a healer she'll probably feel the need to be constantly protected. It would be fun to have Alicia around too. I wonder what she's been up to. Probably whatever nobles do, I guess, tea parties maybe. Dancing in ballrooms? I'm sure she's wearing a beautiful and expensive dress. Well, I don't really envy her for that. I've had my share at being a noble, though I'd like to see her again. If mother lessons get extra popular, I wonder if at some point she won't make a little army. I laugh at my own idiotic thoughts. I stop looking at the window from my room and turn around. She's looking at the mirror for quite some time now, ever since I woke her up. I approach her and poke my sister's cheek. Her cold eyes meet mine. Don't tell me you're appreciating the mirror. It's not that, my skill leveled up and I don't know why. Which one? I ask curiously, despite knowing that it's normal for skills to gradually increase as they are used and abused. The cursed mirror one. What really? How? I shout loudly out of excitement, making my head beat faster, expecting something interesting from it. She looks at me with an upset face. That's what I've been trying to figure out, silly Iris. Ah. Right, well, I could try to appraise it, but since it's a cursed skill I don't know what kind of price it'd be. Or the consequences. It was cursed, after all, so don't attempt it. Let's get stronger first, just in case. Alright, I'm not in a rush. Speaking on which, how'd it go with Leonore? What kind of face did she make? She was extremely surprised at the number of soul stones we made. We're currently ranked F with 158 points and 665 copper. We scored a lot of points and it seems like our funds are slightly raising. Did the quest finish, or what happened? She gave us a new quest, one that you'll enjoy doing on your own, I'm sure. she makes a bored expression as she shows it to me by taking a carefully folded paper out of one of her side pockets from a dress on top of the bed. Quest. Rank, F. Collect Sephi herbs from the West Forest. You'll be rewarded 5 points and 40 copper per herb. That place. Did you know there are unexplored ruins deep inside of it? Ruins. Her expression changed instantly as she heard me looking excited with a strange glimmer to it. Didn't know she was interested in such things, but I could use this information in the future whenever she acts lazy. I smile happily, hiding my true intentions from her, resuming the conversation right after. Yes, the guards told me about it. It seems like it's very dangerous with powerful enemies, so it hasn't been used by anyone in a long time. The adventurers who went in wouldn't come out alive. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Aurora quickly ignores the existence of the mirror that had been bothering her the entire morning and ran to the room door, opening it and pointing at the exit for me to go through. Sometimes I truly enjoy watching her childish side, even though she barely shows it. Yes, after you. She leaves the door open and proceeds to leave the room, and I make her trip on the floor. Ouch, why did you do that? Where do you think you're going with my naked body, you fool? I step on her ass with my bare feet, which is cold, making her bristle. Ah! I may have forgotten with the excitement. We laugh at each other and how dumb and childish we can be. I'll wait for you outside. I grab the pouch I enjoy using to store the herbs on my way out. Once I'm outside, I look at the three of them lying down on the grass sweating hard. I approach them and say, seems like you guys received a beating. You should join us, Johann said word by word while breathing hard, staring at me with red cheeks. I've been doing this for a year. Lately I've been spending a few hours handling that whole farming field by myself while cutting trees and turning them into logs. Then in the afternoon I do quests for the Adventurers Guild. They all look surprised at me. What kind of monster are you? Miles asks, surprised without a mean to offend me. You guys should start collecting all types of titles, it'll help to make yourselves stronger. What? They barely give anything though. You need to complete the series, which are unlocked once one of the titles is maxed, and then proceed to max every little thing. That's when the fun starts. How do you know when a title is maxed? Johann asked curiously, as with his skill he cannot access such information. I have a skill that allows me to see, but I believe the Adventurer Guild has a book that provides such information. Yes, it does. You'll be able to check it when you pass the guild exam, Mother adds, clarifying it for us. Talking about that, what kind of exam is it? Neither me nor sister or Elise needed to do it. Back in my time, they'd make you fight one of the strongest adventurers. Too bad I didn't get the chance. Would have been fun to see the gap, I say, smiling excitedly. A familiar voice comes from behind me saying, as battle maniac as ever. She then lets out a sigh. This one is even prettier, Miles thought as he appreciated my sister's face. Aurora's eyes are very clear, but I still prefer the kind eyes of Iris, Johann thought to himself, as his father had told him how marrying a girl like Iris would make him happy in the future, though he didn't specify the reason why. Here comes the cold lady, Elise thinks, and then says, how are you, Herrera? Apparently a lot better than you, Elias. You look kind of dead, laying down on the filthy grass like you're some insect. Perhaps you'll start crawling like they do and mimicking their sounds as you do. When did these two develop this kind of friendship? I thought, confused. Surprised to see someone other than Iris befriending Aurora, Rosalind thought, amazed as Elise rose a level on her consideration. How dare you call me that horrible nickname and even go as far as to compare me to an insect? I'd get up and beat you up, and make that pretty face of yours hit the ground. As she tries to get up from the ground, her body gives up. Ah, I'm exhausted. You're lucky today, Herrera, but next time you'll see, just you wait. Pfft, what a weakling. Aurora walks by her while waving her hair with her hand, showing her superiority and laughing lightly. We have a quest to do. I'll see you guys later. I give a kiss to Mother, then leave. See you soon, be careful. Elise said with a big smile while the rest of the body didn't care. Take care of each other, daughters. We will. We shout in unison as the boys stare at us silently while we go. On our way there I carry Aurora as a book when passing through the south gate. We do this every time to avoid the annoying guard Tyson making questions. Then we head to the west gate into the forest. Once we get there, I look around and hide behind a tree to make sure no one sees us. You can transform back now. She transforms into a human and says, finally free from the shackles of the system. Do you dislike being in a grimoire form? Is it that bad? It's actually pretty comfortable, but I enjoy walking more. I've been doing it for a while after all. Fair enough, this spot here is different from the last time I was here. That way is the direction of the ruins supposedly. I point towards it with my index finger, and if you could clear the monsters around here, it'd be a great help so I can gather herbs in peace for a change. For the greatest witch anything, she smiles coldly while teasing me and I roll my eyes ignoring her comment, and then proceed to gather the herbs. Aurora starts exploring the forest, and after 10 minutes she returns. Didn't see any particular monster. I feel like you were just unlucky the last time. I had 10 of those crazy rabbits chasing me. I shouted slightly annoyed, cursing my own luck, since now that sister is here none decided to come out. She laughed lightly at it and then spoke, well, I'll go explore the ruins now. Alright, but be careful, apparently many adventurers have died in them. To be fair, barely any comes back alive. If it's that bad then it must have something very good inside. In a system that rewards people depending on its difficulty, it better have a legendary sword that can cut dragons in half sealed in there. Did you make it up or did you read it in one of your books? Just a joke. Understood. She walks away from Iris towards the ruins. After a long walk she finds an entrance with stones around her. It's dark inside, let me get night vision skill. I might trip as a human with only 1 meter of range. She transforms into a grimoire and floats. Some stairs down and now a long hall that lasts for 10 minutes. It's a good thing the hall is so long, it gave me time to level up the skill a bit. Those are skeletons and slimes. I guess they coexist with one another as they don't have meat in them. I float around them, the skeleton noticing me starts chasing me. It'll even go after a little book. She transforms back into a human and coats her hands in darkness, blocking the sword attack. Attacks faster than what I can dodge as I have no agility whatsoever, but its strength is lacking. She lets the sword go through, making him bend, striking his head with her left hand, damaging it. My dark element doesn't seem very effective. I'll monocoat instead and try again. She punches the skull before it has time to fight back, crushing it. Notice, 100 experience has been rewarded from a skeleton. Interesting amount of experience. She grabs the sword, monocoating it and slicing the 2 slimes nearby a few times. Notice, 50 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, 50 experience has been rewarded from a slime. Notice, Aurora has leveled up to 6. All points on wisdom. Notice, points successfully spent, status updated. These slimes are a lot more resistant. I thought that all I needed was using my unique dark element, but it seems like I'll have to train my normal monocoating too, but it's tough changing between the dark element to fight one thing then monocoat to fight the other. Now then, which way do I go? There are 4 doors. 1 per direction including the one I came from. Guess I'll keep going through the middle, that way I won't get lost. This hall is also pretty long. This place looks like it was made to tire humans, as every hall seems to take at least 10 minutes to cross. More skeletons and another dark large room. 2 of them might be trickier. I'll dark bind the one at the back and kill them one at a time. She then approaches the one in the front, baiting his attack, dodging it slightly as it went through close to her nose. Aurora proceeds to monocoat the sword from the last skeleton, using it to cut the enemy wrist, making the sword and the hand holding it falls on the stone-paved floor, and then the neck, which ends up on the skull head, drop on the ground. That didn't give experience. She looks at the floor and realizes the teeth are still moving. She monocoats her feet and smashes the skull with all her strength, causing a bang. Notice, 110 experience has been rewarded from a skeleton. That's better. She runs at the next one, stepping to the side, making the skeleton miss his swing, proceeding to pierce the skull with the mana sword, destroying it. Notice, 110 experience has been rewarded from a skeleton. Like this is easier, and the experience it gives is really good. Is it because it is a skeleton plus a body of some old adventurer perhaps, or did it kill many things before? She takes the middle path again. Perhaps monsters and beasts roam inside of this place, giving these things experience. I have around 800 mana left, trying to make it as clean as possible so I have enough to escape if necessary. This room has light. She looks above, finding a crack big enough for a human to pass through, except every room is around 10 meters tall, so that'd be impossible to go through. More skeletons. Annoying pests. She runs at the one in the middle, binding the other 2, destroying it. The sword breaks after piercing the skull. Notice, 120 experience has been rewarded from a skeleton. I'll grab this new sword that looks as old as all the weapons in here. Let's monocoat it and deal with the other 2. She dodges the right skeleton attack, crushing his wrist then head. Notice, 110 experience has been rewarded from a skeleton. These things are consuming a lot of my mana. My monster detector is going crazy. 5. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 monsters? What the hell is going on? Monsters started pouring from all the 4 entries. I see, so that's how the adventurers died. The noise it takes to kill these things attracts even more of them. A skeleton archer shoots an arrow at her, which she manages to block with the sword, cracking it. I'll at least take you with me. She charges at him while he slowly prepares another arrow, ramming him against one of the walls and then crushing the head with all her strength. Notice, 150 experience has been rewarded from a skeleton. Notice, Aurora has leveled up to 7. All points on wisdom fast. Notice, points successfully spent, status updated. I'll be surrounded in no time like this. What do I do? She looks around as she goes closer to the center, which is the safest place to be, since everywhere else is being flooded with enemies. 70 monsters detected and increasing. Now then, I guess this is where I die. Sorry Iris, it seems I underestimated this world. She opens her arms, dropping the sword, and looks above, being bathed by the light that transpires her, contrasting with the surrounding darkness of the halls as the enemies approach slowly. Chapter 34 Adventurer Arc. Having her mind going at the speed of light, thinking on all possibilities, she figures that she could attempt one last thing. Aurora transforms into a grimoire and floats through the crack above from where the light is coming, escaping, transforming back into human form as she gets on top of the roof looking at its surroundings. Phew, that was close. If it was a closed room I would have died there, or if it had some barrier of sorts blocking it. She looks around, doing a full turn of 360 degrees. Just how big is this thing? 10, 20, 30, 40, estimating at least 50 rooms. This is a genuine maze, but seeing from above there's a peculiar tunnel far, far away. I wonder what lays inside at the end of it. It seems to go underneath the ground, unlike the rest of the ruins. It could easily go deeper to who knows how many more rooms. She looks down through the hole and makes a surprised expression as she sees something quite unique. They're eating the soul stones from the ones I defeated. Does that make them stronger by any chance? Would that perhaps? As the skeleton eats one of the soul stones, the aura around him gets shinier and more intense. What would happen if I ate a soul stone? Can humans possibly eat them too? She turns back towards the direction of the entrance of the ruins and walks towards it from above. 50 minutes later, she arrives near Iris. Welcome back, Aurora. I don't know what you were doing, but I leveled up twice and my class ranked up, along with a title too. Fantastic. To be honest, I almost died. I went 3 rooms deep inside the ruins, and then I got surrounded by 70 monsters, maybe more. How is it possible for a place this close to the village to have so many monsters? More importantly, how did you survive? I shout loudly, surprised by the information she gave me, feeling uneased as they could pour and destroy the village. I think that place is special so the monsters don't quite leave it, otherwise they would already have done so. Special how? My eyes glitter with curiosity, relaxing my mind, who was chaotic for a moment there. I'm not sure, but it feels like it's all surrounded by the same magic. I sensed something, but it's complex and very difficult to explain. I've gathered 40 herbs while you were away, and I've come up with an idea. Perhaps it'll be easier to get an explanation. What do you mean by that? Aurora sits on the floor against a tree, resting. You'll see soon enough. Status please. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Status. Level, 7 experience 0/700. Fame, 220. Disgrace, 5510. Class, which rank 2 experience 100/4000. Race, human. Name, Iris. 8 years old. Health, 660/660 mana, 1700/1710. Status points 0. Strength, 162 stamina, 66 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 95 wisdom, 165, plus 6. Attack, 0 magic attack, 0 defense, 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3690. Titles, Reincarnated plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, C, Reader Series, B, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, B, Monster Slayer, E, Slime Slayer, C, Skill Mastery, D, Tree Chopper, C, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, D, Logmaker, C, Tree Planter, S, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F, Herbs Gathered, S, Herbs Types, S, Potion Brewer, F, Potion Types, E, Status Mastery, D, Beast Slayer, D, Horned Rabbit Slayer, E, Potion Administered, F, Goblin Slayer, E, Orc Slayer, F, Assassination, S, Herbalist Series, D, Skeleton Slayer, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 4. Actives, Status Level 50, D, System Library Level 50, D, Mana Code Level 7, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 5, F, Ice Sword Level 1, F, Icicle Level 3, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 21, E, Sword Mastery Level 12, F, Mana Control Level 22, E, Ice Control Level 14, F, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 6, F, Slight Mana Recovery Level 7, F, Acid Resistance Level 1, F, Axe Art Level 1, F, Axe Mastery Level 1, F, Corpse Dismantler Level 1, F, Brainwash Resistance Level 6, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy Level 6. Class Passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery Level 3, Witchcraft Level 3, Curses Mastery Level 1, Rituals Mastery Level 1, Magic Control Level 1. Unique, Appraisal Level 42. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 72/100. Well then, I finished the Herbs Types and Herb Gathering titles, but seems like I have a long way to complete the Herbalist series, meaning I'll have to keep gathering as many herbs as I can in the future. Sister said something about a special magic, and I think I had something related to it that could prove rather promising perhaps. Show me the skill list of my class please, all of them. Notice, loading Witchcraft Skill Tree list. Witchcraft Skill Tree. Actives. Dark Alchemy crafting potions with limited effects and that only last for so long, starts at 10%, 0.5% per level. Mana Shield, 0.25% damage is absorbed to MP instead of HP, 0.25% per level. Drain HP, absorbs 1 HP per minute from enemies around healing itself, plus 1 per level. Decay, it'll rot slowly something it touches, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magic Analysis, can analyze the properties of the magic, of a magic circle, or the area itself, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Curses, it requires casting time, the higher the proficiency the faster it'll be. Frog, may transform the target into a frog for a period of time, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Delirium, makes the target have a random illusion for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Mute, makes it so that they can't speak for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Blind, makes it so that the vision for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Deafen, makes it so that the hearing for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Taste, makes it so that they lose palate for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Smell, makes it so that they lose the sense of smell for a period of time, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Paralysis, paralyzes a random part of the body, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Fear, induces fear towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Confusion, causes confusion towards the target, 0.5% chance of success, 0.5% per level. Rituals, require spending mana to create a magical circle, needs tremendous amounts of mana, can accumulate every day. Memory loss, makes targets inside the magical circle lose some memories, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. X. Ritual. Sleep, makes targets inside the magical circle fall asleep, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Snow falling, due to ice element snow will fall, everywhere that snows will be Iris Mana territory, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Cursing objects, a random curse will be applied in an object, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Taint, it'll taint users inside the magical circle in some way, 0.25% chance of success, 0.25% per level. Magical barrier, defends a place inside a magical circle from magic damage. Physical barrier, defends a place inside a magical circle from physical damage. Detection barrier, detects anything that enters inside a magical circle. Passives. Witchcraft, increases the whole skill tree proficiency by 0.1%, per level. May affect personality. Curses mastery, increases curse chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Rituals mastery, increases ritual chance to activate by 0.25%, per level. May affect personality. Dark alchemy mastery, increases alchemy chance by 0.2%, per level. May affect personality. Magic control, increases specified proficiency by 0.25%, per level. Magic attack slight boost, increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic defense slight boost, increases specified proficiency by 1 per level. Magic knowledge slight boost, increases intelligence by 1 per level. Charm, increases charm by 1, attracts generally the opposite gender, 1 per level. MP absorption, if damaged by an enemy magical skill heal MP by 0.25% of its total mana cost, 0.25%, per level. Fire mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Water mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Earth mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Air mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Nature mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Poison mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Acid mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Ice mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Explosion mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Lightning mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Spirit mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Summoning mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Light mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Dark mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Time mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. Space mastery, increases specified proficiency by 1%, per level. That's the one I want to get. Magic analysis, magic knowledge, so I can contribute more to the analysis. Snow falling because I've been looking to get it, to understand the territory thing better, and ice mastery for sure. Notice, skills have influenced each other. Magic knowledge due to appraisal in combination with magic analysis changed the way it affects intelligence. Notice, skills successfully learned, status updated. Skills have influenced each other. That's amazing. It seems like getting different knowledge skills was the right choice. Alright sister, I'm done here, take me to the ruins since you know where they're exactly. Sure, but in a bit, let me recover my mana, you can keep gathering herbs. Then let's go to a different place in the forest. I've left the immature herbs to grow and took the good ones only. Let's head closer to the ruins. You can gather near the entrance, but if monsters come out we're running, I'll keep on the lookout. After a while, we arrive near the entrance. By the way Iris, after I killed a few monsters I saw one of them, a skeleton eating one of the soul stones. Monsters eat soul stones? Why would they do that? Are they tasty? Yes, they ate them, and then it looked like mana started getting stronger around the monster, at least more brilliant. I understand what's going through your mind right now, you want us both to try eating a soul stone, don't you? Pretty much, there's bound to be things that other people haven't tried or that they deemed crazy to try. Maybe those who tried died due to it, I reply, suspicious of such effects. Without trying we won't know. Personally I don't get titles, so as an item I need to find a way to become stronger. I almost died. She punched the ground, angry at her powerlessness. I know how you feel. I too felt like an ant when I saw the goblin warrior guy. Even if I had full mana, the chances that he'd kill us would be certain. Even if goblins are smart or not, with enough statuses they can do whatever they want. We have been fighting very low level enemies, so yet. We're level 7. If there's a max level at some point it'll limit our capability to grow. That's true. Though as far as I know, we have something that others don't have, our contract, which isn't far from being complete, just 28 more, perhaps that will allow us to grow a bit more compared to other races. Yes, but it could give something useless. I'm a fucking rank F grimoire. She punches the ground again angrily, this time with both hands lifting some dust in the process. An evolutionary type said appraisal, so you're bound to reach a little higher, not sure how high or if you only rank one time. Aurora sighs, hearing me as she feels insecure with the low amount of information we possess. Appraise information regarding humans eating soul stones. Consequences. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. Humans are a weak species, usually with very low soul power, thus they're not able to absorb soul stones, thus dying or becoming a different creature like a skeleton or a zombie. Is that so? Then how about me? I have a lot of soul power, I think. Appraise me eating soul stones. Consequences. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. Soul stones are a piece of everything the being consisted of. Even if absorption goes well, you may keep your personality but lose your human race slowly in the process. Aurora, I tried to appraise the information and it seems that I may be able to absorb them since I have a strong soul. However, I could lose my human race. What race would you become then? She asks curiously, feeling a faint sense of hope. Appraise the race I could get if I consumed soul stones. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. The race one would transform to would depend on the race type and rank of the soul stones the individual would absorb. Seems like it depends on the race and the rank of the soul stones. Meaning you'd become a skeleton if you ate their soul stones. I guess that's why humans don't do it, they'd be killed by the soldiers and other adventurers. True. I'll refrain from attempting it. It's not a bad deal for me though, after all, I have the unique skill transformation. I can keep your appearance. How would it affect Aurora if she ate soul stones? Appraise it please. I look at her blue curious eyes as I wait for the answer. Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. Chapter 35 Adventurer Arc. Aurora's existence is a grimoire, a weapon type. It does not possess a race, thus there wouldn't be a race change. With a confused expression I think about the information received. She doesn't have a race. I saw human 1 as her race on the status. I look seriously at her and make a question. Aurora, appraisal appraised you saying you're a weapon, thus you do not have a race, making it impossible for you to suffer a race change, so your status is a lie, isn't it? Upon hearing my words she smiles. That's right, I copied your skills, your memories, and also your status before I left your body. Those were the 3 times I used transformation skill on you right before completely leaving your body. Why? I tilt my head unknowingly of why'd she go as far as to hide information from me. Well, we never know when we meet someone who can sneak into our status skills. Wouldn't be strange if someone had some unique skill like your appraisal but for these screens instead. That's true. But you didn't need to hide part of that information from me. I pout, slightly angry from her action. It didn't feel particularly important to tell you about it back then, and I'll shut down for a while to recover faster. Fine, I'll leave it at that. I start gathering herbs, feeling more relaxed while we both recover the mana we spent. 2 hours later. I wonder if there's a race that would be better than the one I have. If I changed races would I lose my class appraisal? Notice, 200 mana has been deducted. Classes are universal between all races. This excludes items, weapons, accessories, and any equipment with a soul in it. Meaning that Aurora class will be something unique to being a grimoire. I wonder what's the condition for her to get one. Sister? I'm done with this area, I have enough to work with for a while. Her eyes open. I didn't recover the whole mana but it's enough, so what you wanted to do by coming here? Iris's eyes shine while looking at Aurora. That is to test my new skill, of course. I place the bag full of herbs next to the tree and walk close to the ruins. Upon arriving at a fitting spot, I extend my hands towards the entrance and say, Magic analysis. Notice, 10 mana has been deducted. Right. Forgot my skills are % chance to activate, my bad. I take out my tongue pointing it at the cave in a silly way. What now? Aurora questions me feeling curious. To her question, I smile. Status. Status. Level, 7 experience 0/700. Fame, 220 disgrace, 5510. Class, which rank 2 experience 100/4000. Race, human name, Iris 8 years old. Health, 660/660 mana, 890/1710. Status points 0. Strength, 162 stamina, 66 agility, 85 dexterity, 107 intelligence, 95 wisdom, 165, plus 6. Attack, 0 magic attack 0 defense 0 magic defense, 0. Soul, 3690. Titles, Reincarnated Plus, S, Mana, S, Mana Exhaust, S, Health, S, Beginner Reader, S, Purchase, E, Wisdom, C, Reader Series, B, Body Training, S, Animal Slayer, S, Intermediate Reader, S, Cooked Fish, S, Preyed Upon, F, Cheater, S, Heritage, S, Amalgam, S, Ice, S, Cooked Bird, F, Cooking Series, E, Slayer Series, F, Sale, E, Advanced Reader, S, Soulbound, S, Element, F, Contracted, S, Peasant, F, Class, B, Monster Slayer, E, Slime Slayer, C, Skill Mastery, D, Tree Chopper, C, Tree Type, S. Tree Series, D, Logmaker, C, Tree Planter, S, Book Thief, D, Criminal, D, Expert Reader, F, Herbs Gathered, S, Herbs Types, S, Potion Brewer, F, Potion Types, E, Status Mastery, D, Beast Slayer, D, Horned Rabbit Slayer, E, Potion Administered, F, Goblin Slayer, E, Orc Slayer, F, Assassination, S, Herbalist Series, D, Skeleton Slayer, F. Completed Series, Fishing, S, Farming, S. Skill Points, 0. Actives, Status Level 52, D, System Library Level 50, D, Mana Code Level 7, F, Mana Wave Level 1, F, Ice Bind Level 5, F, Ice Sword Level 1, F, Icicle Level 3, F. Passives, Bleeding Resistance Level 10, F, Swordsmanship Level 21, E, Sword Mastery Level 12, F, Mana Control Level 22, E, Ice Control Level 14, F, Slight Wisdom Boost Level 6, F, Slight Mana Recovery Level 7, F, Acid Resistance Level 1, F, Axe Art Level 1, F, Axe Mastery Level 1, F, Corpse Dismantler Level 1, F, Brainwash Resistance Level 6, F. Class Actives, Dark Alchemy Level 6, Magic Analysis Level 2. Class Rituals, Snow Falling Level 1. Class Passives, Dark Alchemy Mastery Level 3, Witchcraft Level 8, Curses Mastery Level 2, Rituals Mastery Level 2, Magic Control Level 2, Magic Knowledge Level 1, Ice Mastery Level 1. Unique, Appraisal Level 50. Cursed, Unidentified Skill. Rare Element, Ice. Cursed Soulbound, Grimoire Rank F, 72/100. After checking how much mana I had left, status spam magic analysis 80 times for me if that's possible. Notice, affirmative, loading skill barrage. Notice, 800 mana has been deducted. Seems like I can use status to use skills for me, which is pretty amazing. I wonder what else I could do with it. I start feeling my senses vanishing as I fall on my knees, and then a great amount of information fills my brain. Notice, analyzing magic. Notice, magical barrier detected. Notice, analyzing barrier. Failure. Notice, analyzing barrier. Failure. The voice kept on repeating multiple times with brief pauses while the skill would fail to activate 50 times, then on the last 3 times, something happened. Notice, analyzing barrier. Failure. Notice, analyzing barrier. Failure. Notice, analyzing barrier. Success. Notice, cursed barrier created by the god of chaos. In my head, a different voice spoke, and since status skill was connected, the new voice interrupted. Status. System, the title noticed has been received. System, the title God series has been received. Noticed in God series? Does that mean that a god or more have noticed us? Aurora shouted, surprised as she received the titles herself. Could have also been the god of chaos alone, I tell her after returning to my senses while feeling quite the headache. Are you okay, Iris? God of chaos? Aurora asked worriedly while approaching very close. Yes, I just feel really tired. It seems like using that skill those many times was pretty interesting yet exhaustive for my head. Did you got to learn anything at least? She questions with more curiosity than worry after checking on me and seeing I appear to be fine. Yes, luckily the information passed through my brain before it was being voiced. Anything useful? At this point, she couldn't contain her curiosity, and I could tell it by watching how her eyes glittered in anticipation. It seems like this isn't some ruins, it is a specific place where skeletons and zombies exist, protecting a portal at its deepest part, the reason why they don't come out. They can't come out because of the barrier or because of this god of chaos. Yes, the barrier keeps them locked inside. As I am now I couldn't possibly reproduce it, but in some months if I keep studying this I'd be able to add this ritual to my list. A ritual? Is that a skill included in your class? Apparently rituals are a different form of using magic. They are skills in the end, but they require a magic circle, and imbuing lots and lots of mana. The more it has the stronger the effect will be. That's very interesting. Your class turned out to be pretty cool after all. She smiles very interestedly in it, wanting it for herself. Hearing those words makes me happy and relieved. I smile tiredly at my sister who seems to be quite happy. Why relieved? As soon as she questions me her expression changes radically. Well, I thought it was a bad evil class since it came from disgrace. I felt like it wasn't good at all. It's hard to know if it was the right choice or not, but seeing as you look that happy it must have been, I do a big smile full of kindness. From what you told me, disgrace is just a different fame, so don't worry about it. After all, both are part of the same system. I'd go as far as to say two sides of the mirror. Yes, you're clearly right. Thank you, Aurora. You're welcome, little Iris. Here, let me help you. She extends her hand, which I grab to help me lift my knees from the ground, and once I'm up I mean on her, placing my arm around her shoulder. She then carries me to the nearest tree, letting me rest there for a while, and then Aurora whispers closely at my ear, what if you removed that barrier? If I did that, I believe the monsters inside would leave, making it empty. If that happened we'd be able to kill them outside where it'd be easier to fight them, and eventually explore what's deep inside. Yes, but without knowing what's in there we could end up unleashing a catastrophe into the village, even getting ourselves be murdered. Fair enough. Also I received the 2 titles too. The god ones. Yes, apparently those 2 worked. That's interesting, just surprised the attention we caught wasn't from the goddess Arya since I'm a human. Perhaps if you kill her devotees and destroy her churches. Aurora does an evil grin. At that I fake laugh, not knowing what to say since I feel inside that she would actually do that just to annoy a godly being, most likely the reason she got sealed, not having self-restraint. Any information about this portal thing? No, I only know that it exists. Let's head home. For now, I'm out of mana and tired. I protest, otherwise there's a chance she'd want to stick around for a longer time. Sure, I'll take the herb bag, and depending on the guards I'll walk the rest with you. Sounds good, thank you, it helps a lot. We head back home without issues. At home, I have dinner with my parents while Aurora relaxes in the room. How was your day, father, mother? It was enjoyable. How about you, daughter? I had a lot of fun teaching those kids in the morning and it's a good pay too. How about you, dear? After hearing both of them as they take turns to reply, I speak. Today I gathered a lot of herbs at the West Forest, so tomorrow I'll be spending a while potion crafting. You went there just for that? Mother asked curiously. We also had a quest there to find Sephi herbs, which I found a share of. Any encounters with monsters? Usually annoying horned rabbits. Father asked, smiling as he fought them before. It was pretty relaxing. I spent most of the time gathering herbs while Aurora explored the woods and the ruins. The ruins? They shouted in unison. The father spoke, they're very dangerous, don't let her go inside, she could die. Didn't the guards warn you, girls? I'll beat them to pulp, those imbeciles. It's okay, father, they did their job. Just Aurora is a very curious girl when it comes to magic, so she couldn't help but check it out a bit. She's safe and unharmed though. That's a place restricted even to adventurers, dear. They are ancient ruins that no one dares to mess with. they're supposedly cursed as the air inside of them feel heavy and dead monsters roam inside of them. I'm surprised the army or the church didn't wipe it clean. One of the old saintesses declared that the barrier wouldn't allow any monster to leave it, and so the only people who bothered with it were greedy people. I see. On our way back Aurora did mention that the skeletons had very old ragged clothes and weapons. She used one of them that broke after a few times being used. Most likely it was from an old adventurer, maybe a warrior or even a knight, who knows. Exactly, Rosalind. If a skeleton were to be born in some way, I don't think it'd have a need to wear clothes. We laugh upon hearing Dad comment. The first time I went to that forest I met a horned rabbit while I was gathering herbs. We looked at each other, and then he made a loud noise. Suddenly I was running away from 10 of those things. It was dangerous, but I managed to defeat them. 10 of them alone? Aren't you like level 3 or maybe 4? Even if you were higher, it would still be hard if they scatter around you. Rosalind asks with a surprised expression while her hands tremble, but she hides them from her daughter. I'm currently level 7, but before the skeletons that Aurora defeated I was level 4, I believe. Just how much experience the skeletons gave you? Dad shouted, surprised as leveling up took him a lot longer. You two never attempted to fight them before? I asked, confused at their reactions. Of course not, dear, we do not go against the rules, and well, we weren't living here before, but even if we were, we wouldn't have gone there. Really? I asked my mother, doubting her, from her personality which doesn't sound fitted. Maybe. Mother winked at me, smiling. Her smile makes mine be summoned almost like magic, and then I continue, each one gave like 100-something experience. That's a lot of experience. Slimes give like 1 or 2/10 of it. Slimes there gave like half of that, I think. That means the creatures in there are higher level and possibly extremely strong. Yes, Aurora left as her monster detector skill alarmed her of at least 70 monsters. 70. Father voiced out, amazed by the number. Yes, enough to destroy the village, as we only have 2 guards stationed at the west gate. That's quite true. Mother said while reflecting greatly on my words. I guess humans think they're fine as long others tell them that. The more I know about our race, the stronger I want to become, as there are too many things that feel out of place. That's quite the interesting thing to say, dear. What makes you think that, and what things are not in order? Dad asked, interested in my words. For example, the fact that there's a very powerful dragon in the north of our kingdom. If one day it decides to fly to our kingdom, it would burn us to ashes. Sadly, there's only been a hero who tried fighting that dragon before, and well, he died, so normal humans, even if they all united, I don't think they'd stand a chance. Even then they should be doing something to become stronger, or even finding other alternatives. I agree, baby, but most humans enjoy living peacefully. Not everyone has the desire you have, sweetie. So we're just waiting for the prediction of the saintess to come true. Where'd you hear that? Ah. I heard it before when I was a baby. I believe Dad said he heard it from someone at the church. I heard it from someone close to the village church. They should be more careful with such information. It could cause panic towards the people in the kingdom. A cold voice comes from behind me saying, I believe that would be good. That way humans would strive to become stronger and start doing something against whatever is to come. Parents look at the source, finding 2 blue eyes approaching from the darkness of the living room. After Aurora sits on one of the chairs, Father replies to me, that's right, but sadly the power within the kingdom is split by many factions. Many factions? Basically the main part of the humans' army belongs to the king, then 8 other parts of it each belong to one of the 8 Rose families, and a last part to the church. At least that's how it used to be. Not sure of the army situation these days. Surprised they need 10 people to do something as simple as managing an army, Aurora said with a cold tone, mocking the subject. What do you know about warfare, Aurora? Father asked, intrigued by her tone. Enough to do it myself. If that's true, I could put on a word with my friend the prince. He's always eager to recruit new talents, such as strategists or other types. Sounds like a good prince, unlike the ones I've met. However, I'm not moving away from. Her cold eyes focus me. What's mine? She thought, going silently. I smile innocently at her and say, I don't mind if you give it a try, sister. In the future, if humans would start moving because of you, I would feel assured if it increase our chances of survival. An unusual expression filled Aurora's face as an evil smile appeared very briefly. That's not a bad idea, little Iris. So would you like to tag along with me tomorrow morning to the capital? I have an appointment with the prince in 2 days. It takes a while to get there, about 300 km of distance, which by carriage will be at best 14 hours of a trip. She stares at me and I nod, smiling. Does the prince enjoy chess? Chess? Was that a thing from your past life to Aurora? Mother asks curiously, not being a big fan of it since it requires thinking too much. Yes. That's amazing, and yes, we do have it in this world too, Father clarifies happily as they discuss the rules. Since it is the same ones, it'll be enjoyable, Aurora says, ending it with a cute smile. Well, the nobles play it since they're young, they get a high level of education, especially so when it comes to the prince, so don't worry if you lose, dear daughter. Don't worry, father, I'll be sure to not worry about it, Aurora replies with a smile. I'll help you pack some things, Aurora. Thank you, mother. You're very welcome. Rosalind smiled kindly at her as she felt like her daughter had found something to do with her life, other than placing herself in danger through questing. I smile at my family while wondering what's going through Aurora's mind. We then spend some hours having fun chatting at the table before going to sleep. Chapter 36 Adventurer Arc. Day 27th of the Sun Season. The next morning 2 carriages drop by our house very early in the morning. The coachmen park side by side, one of them in front of our door around 5 meters away, engraved with a symbol of a blue sword with the tip upwards, the royal family crest and also the Lumen Kingdom flag. On the other side 6 meters away, is a wagon with a symbol of a white rose from the White Rose noble family. Peter. One of the coachmen voices out, noticing a familiar face. Jeffy? What are you doing in this remote place, old friend? The coachman of the royal family asked. I've come to deliver a message of sorts from the master. How about you? I've come to get a friend of the crown prince for one of those audiences. They both leave their seats and handshake each other, smiling. Not much further away a door opens and a Luke leaves it with 3 blonde women behind him. What? Why is the White Rose family here? Father questions as he approached the carriages. Good morning, Jeffy, it's good to see you. Good morning, Luke, I hope you've been well since the last trip. Yes, everything's good, thank you for asking. As Luke was about to continue the conversation, the other coachman opened the wagon and a man in a black outfit came out from inside. The famous rank S adventurer Robert. Jeffy said, surprised to see someone like that here. For them to have brought this man here means they're serious about something, Rosalind thought, uneased. Right behind Robert, Raven came out with crossed swords on her back, dressed fully in black clothing, moving without making noise with her feet. Good morning, everyone, Robert said in a calm tone while staring at the new faces who look surprised seeing him. I know you, I approached him smiling as he's someone who felt kind back in the day I met Alicia. Upon seeing me he smiled gently. I hope you've been doing well, little lady, thank you for that occasion before, I was truly impressed. Anything for my friend Alicia, I bow lightly and happily out of respect. Lady Alicia, you mean? A cold tone from the side of Robert was heard. Yes, my friend Lady Alicia, I reply calmly, ignoring the new face. She stares at me pissed off. Raven, he said in a calm yet serious tone while glaring at Raven as if inviting her to shut up. She then bows her head slightly and remains silent, taking a step back. I've come to deliver an invitation to the Iris family, the mistress wishes to have a word, and it's not refusable. He stares seriously at us, emitting some kind of pressure that doesn't quite feel like mana or an element. Refusing an invitation from a noble family can be considered a big offense after all, Rosalind thought, slightly shaking while looking at Luke. Pardon, Robert, but I and Aurora have an audience with the crown prince, father replied calmly as he stands above. That's fine, it happened to be bad timing, however, I can't return home empty-handed, he released the aura making the air easy to breathe again. I'd like to go even if alone, I'd like to meet Alicia, I grab mother's hand, receiving her attention along with a smile of approval. My mother places her other hand on my hair and then says, the 2 of us will keep you company, Robert. Then it's decided, I'll see you at another time, Peter, keep the ladies in good care, will ye? Of course, send my regards to your father back at the capital. I will be back shortly, Robert. Take your time, madam. Come, Iris. After a while, they return in more expensive clothing. Rosalind in a light blue dress and Iris in a light pink one. For peasants, they have good-looking clothing, and connections. To think I'd see one of the coaches from the royal family this far from the capital along with our own, Peter thought, enthusiastically smiling at the rarity of such an occasion. This way, ladies, he lent a hand for us to hop inside the carriage, then he closed the door behind me as I was the last to enter. Moments after, the trip began with a whip and the sounds of horses. What was the adventurer thing all about, Robert? I ask him, who is sitting in front of me, curiously, hoping he won't take it badly. Ah, young miss, it's from my old days when I became a rank S adventurer when I was 40. That's amazing. My mother, an ex-adventurer, and I along with my sister decided to try it. we should be rank E after delivering the last quest we did. Didn't the two of you become adventurers on the day you met Alicia? His eyebrow raised, startled at the pace we were going. Yes, we did. I shout energetically as he seems happy to hear me out. That's very good progress, truly great job. I blush slightly from all the compliments and his kind words. Seems like they're both capable and of very young age, they're also 1 year younger than Lady Alicia. Thank you, I smile kindly at him. Not sure what Raven felt about Aurora, but she felt pretty normal to me. Was she truly a wolf wearing the skin of a sheep? Mind if I treat you by your given name, Iris? Please do, I like you a lot. I replied cheerfully, making his eyes widen for a swift moment. I'm very honored to hear such words from Lady Alicia's friend. I'm truly blessed and full of gratitude, Robert replied while doing a mature kind smile. Raven clicks her tongue and looks at the window, bored and annoyed by our conversation filled with flattery and nonsense. Iris has grown since the last time I saw her. Her eyes look more strong-willed. It feels like she went through a share of some battles, possibly close to death ones. Say, Iris, between you and your sister, which of you is stronger? I am by a large margin. I figured, as her presence is a lot more outstanding than her sister's. Still, I couldn't get a good perception on Aurora. She felt unnatural. Even though it has to do with her first years being very sickly, she almost died a few times. In the last 3 years she has superated her disease, and so she's catching up. Sorry to hear that, he bows lightly with a worried and sad expression. It's okay, she's better now, that's what matters. I'm truly glad to hear that, Iris. I learned swordsmanship from my mother and magic from my father for a full year. My sister dislikes using weapons, however, she loves using magic and is interested in going to the Magic Institute one day. That place is very expensive. He looks at me with some sadness in his eyes, knowing that we most likely wouldn't have enough money. That's why we became adventurers, so that one day she can go study there. I'll give her my share of the money if necessary. Truly honorable to go to such lengths to help your sister. So if we disregard your swordsmanship skills, which of the two have the better magical skills? That'd still be me. I was blessed with the rare ice element. I turn my palm upwards and I make a cold aura on it. My mother was born with the water element, and my father with the unique light element, but sadly neither of us sisters received it. Meaning that her sister got the water element, and Iris was blessed with a mutated ice element. It seems like Aurora is pretty normal. Still, I must ask her something. May I know why your sister was called by the royal family? I look at mother, and as she notices my gaze, Rosalind nods while smiling at me, reassuring me that it's fine to tell him. To be honest, she went there to play chess with the crown prince. It is their favorite game, it seems. Father is the one who works for him. He's a healer. Unique light element, meaning that he must be an exceptional healer. I understand. I apologize for all the questions. No need, I'm just having fun meeting someone who has taken good care of a dear friend of mine, I reply with a bright smile, making Raven roll her eyes. In that case, if the opportunity would come for you to learn the swordsmanship of our master Alfred, would you be willing? In exchange for becoming the knight of Alicia in the future. I tilt my head, unsure, since I had already denied the proposition to her when we met. That is so, he replied with a serious tone, expecting me to say yes for my own good, as I'd become stronger that way easier. I'm grateful, but I wish to become truly powerful, and I don't know if Lord Alfred's swordsmanship would suffice my needs, as I'm also interested in magic. Raven punched the carriage wall while glaring at me. Robert raised his hand, which retracted Raven's glaring. You're behaving so good, I'm so proud of you, my baby daughter. Once we get there and have tea with the mistress, you'll be able to understand afterwards the strongest sword art of the entire kingdom, and then you may decide if you wish to or not. Thank you for the heads up, Robert, I smile kindly at him while thinking to myself. In terms of swordsmanship, I'd truly like to learn with my mother's teacher. She made him sound very interesting. Time flies, and then we eventually arrive. We leave the carriage with the help of the coachman, and I look in front of me. A mansion with a white stone paved from the entrance to the metal gate connected to a grey stone wall covering the mansion surroundings, and a garden on the sides of such a path. As we walk through the gate and the path, we see swordsmen on both sides looking at us. Robert opens the doors and we head inside. The first thing I notice is a red carpet that extends all the way to the other side, about 10 meters long. Then I see many women in black with white aprons going to places and doing things. There are maids, workers whose focus is the cleaning and maintenance of the mansion and what's around, Robert tells me quietly, as I must have looked very surprised to him. I nod quietly, observing everything around. This way please. We follow Robert. Raven and the coach stayed behind near the wagon. At a large dining hall, 3 people with black hair and black eyes are seated talking to one another. Master Alfred, the guests have arrived. Chapter 37 Adventurer Arc. Let's go have tea outside, Alfred replied calmly and dignified, wearing a very expensive white attire with a blue ribbon and a brown mantle covering the shoulders to the waist. The dark chocolate skin tone brown-haired maid inside a black outfit with a white apron containing a rose emblem on it, opened one of the doors that led outside while smiling beautifully, and everyone went through to the garden, they then us. As Sylvia passed in front of us, I stared at her body, curious about what a strong woman's physique would look like. Luckily for me, she was wearing a firm and light white dress that demonstrated the different marks of the muscles, especially the abdomen. A black hair long enough to reach the middle of the cleavage, leaving only a bit of skin to see. My eyes then looked at her shoulders and arms that weren't large in width nor too muscled, the hands however had plenty of calluses. Once she passed through, I noticed the rest of the backside, noticing a silhouette similar to Mother 1, just a tad thinner as Mother gained some weight and hasn't worked out as much as when I was learning with her. Alicia then passes in front of me, smiling at me, flicking my forehead softly, holding her laughter inside as I was lost in her mother's figure. We follow right after reaching the outside. Thanks to the position of the sun and the mansion, it was currently filled with a pleasant shadow, reducing the warmth of it, along with a delicate light breeze that didn't allow for any of us to possibly sweat from the heat. We headed closer to the tea table, and then upon arriving close to it, Alfred stopped, turning to us and spoke with a formal and serious tone. First of all, thank you for pleasing us with your company today. However, I expected 4, where may the other 2 be? Sadly, the Crown Prince carriage had affairs with the father and Iris' sister, Robert declared while bowing respectfully as he felt the gaze from his master falling on him. That's quite unfortunate but understandable nonetheless. Perhaps another day we'll have such an opportunity. It has been a long time, Rosalind. The mistress bowed lightly by pulling her dress softly, acting unbefitting of a noble lady in her rank towards a peasant. A very long time indeed, Lady Sylvia. I hope you've been well, Rosalind repaid in the same way while smiling happily. That's your childhood friend? The extremely talented swordsman you always talk about, Mother? The one from the old beggar story and the strongest of the royal guards? I shout energetically and surprised, startling everyone and making Alicia doing her best not to burst to laugh at how I just turned a serious meeting into a funny one. Upon hearing that, Sylvia chuckles, unable to help herself, hiding her continuous laughter behind a fan that she quickly takes from the tea table. Haven't seen Mom laughing in a while. To think she knew Iris' mother, Alicia thought as she looked at her smiling happily. To think the person Lord Alfred lost to was also the head of the royal knight. You never cease to surprise me, Lady Sylvia, Rosalind added, holding the excitement and the big amount of happiness from re-encountering her friend after so long. Thank you for the compliments. You've matured delicately, and if you may allow me to say, a few sizes, Sylvia said while checking her chest cleavage out, which is fairly big, especially so after increasing a bit after having Iris. Did you stop practicing swordsmanship, Rosalind? I've reformed as an adventurer, and I only teach a few kids back at Astia village while I work in an alchemy shop, where we sell potions. Please have a sit everyone, let's drink some tea as we continue the chat, Alfred suggested while winking at Alicia. After he did and we started seating, Alicia came closer to me and sat next to me. I'm happy to see you're doing well, I tell her in a low tone while smiling happily, having missed her for a long time that almost felt eternal. It's good to see you again, Iris. We ended up meeting earlier than I expected due to a report about your sister, she whispered while placing her hand in front of the mouth like kids usually do. A report about what? I ask lowly, confused, imitating her actions unconsciously. One of our assassins saw you two in Astia village and apparently she was scared of your sister, which makes no sense as she's seen death and killed plenty. To think we were being observed. It's a good thing we were careful about the grimoire transformations. She's never used her dark element in the village, so it must have been that ominous aura that spreads from her whenever sister loses control. Anything in specific? I ask innocently, trying to grasp which of the possibilities were perceived by their family. I'm not sure, my parents didn't give me the details, just something about her aura feeling deadly. I raise my voice so that her parents can hear and say, sister a bit special, she's been in death's door since she was born due to a sickness that Waa recently healed 2 years ago. Copying me and understanding partially, Alicia says, I'm happy to hear that she's better now. How about you? What have you been doing since the last time I saw you? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. I laugh lightly, interrupting the adults' conversation. Alicia, if you and Iris would like, you can drink your tea while showing her the lake by the garden, her mother said softly, which Alicia understood immediately that they were bothering her. Sure, mother, that sounds like a wonderful plan, let's go, Iris, she grabs my hand and we walk together through their garden while ignoring the tea. Guess you didn't want any tea, Alicia said after we walked a bit further from the table. Not really, I only came to see a friend. I don't care about those formalities, especially since they just want to use me to guard you in the future. Is that a bad thing? I'd be happy to have you as my future knight. I want to become stronger, and not only with swordsmanship. I've acquired a magical class and I'm currently level 7, but even then I feel extremely weak. The other day I saw a level 20 goblin warrior. For real? That's incredibly high for someone as young and small as you. Yes. Hey. I'm still growing. Alicia chuckled at my words, and I continued talking. The goblin looked very dangerous, but leveling up increases our status the way we want it to, which makes adventuring worthwhile. You should try it someday, milady. I tease her back, making her chuckle once more, which ends up in her poking my cheek lightly. I'm still level 1, but I've learned some skills with my father and Robert, so I'm sure I could try some quests, even though I do not have the freedom to do so. Being a noble sure is a little limiting, but I do hope you're not stuck here forever. And what kind of skills do you have? Swordsmanship level 50, sword mastery level 40, and some that I have to channel mana to do, which are the trademark of my father's style, weak versions of it for now. That's amazing. My swordsmanship is like level 20 and sword mastery at level 10, I tell her while smiling, realizing the great gap between us. She smiles back and says, you must have worked very hard. I have what I get from being taught for my entire life, we could say by the best, so I'm sure you'll catch up in no time, especially if you follow my house tradition. Mother did her best to teach me what she knew, so it works out. I also know a bit of magic, in other words, I'm balanced. Rosalind looks like a good mother. Say, would you like to see the family dojo as well? Sure, show me the way. I reply, smiling while grabbing her hand as we head there after passing by the small lake that looks rather small in comparison to the river near my house. A little earlier in the other carriage with Aurora and Luke. So my dear daughter, now that we're both alone, Father makes a serious expression as he looks at Aurora, who in return stares back expressionlessly. What's wrong, Father? I'd like you to be extremely obedient while we're in the capital. There are various groups and factions that could prove annoying to deal with otherwise. Ain't I always? They smiled at each other. I can tell that you have a lot more life experience compared to Iris, which enabled her to grow up faster, and honestly, in this world we live in, I'm truly grateful for it. There may come a day where the two of you will have to take care and protect one another as the war is coming, and with it, we never know what it may devour in its way. I understand, Father. I promise to look after her and take good care of my little sister. Even then, the person you're about to meet is someone very sophisticated, different than every other noble I've met. He is willing to listen to peasants, furthermore does not see us as ants as most of the other nobles do. For that reason, I'd like you to be yourself, but never use any type of magic in his presence. All right, even though I wasn't planning to, already had my share with royalty in the past. No matter what happens, the royal guards are all monsters. They will not think twice in killing either one of us, and I can't protect us from any of them. I understand, Father. In the case, the prince likes you and sees worth in your person, he may get you an entry for the magic institute that you have interest in, or even for a job in a high position. I've never pried in either your or Iris past life memories because we're your family now, and because of that I don't know what kind of knowledge you could possibly have for you to back up your earlier statement. He gasps for some air and then continues talking. But you're my daughter and I believe in you. If you tell me you can somehow lead an army and again, somehow expand the territory, and even conquer other kingdoms, then I'll believe you and act upon that. Aurora smiles kindly at those words. Luke extends his hand and pats her on the head. Do what you think is best for you and Iris, and listen attentively to any propositions the prince may do. It could be very beneficial for either of you in the future. I'll keep that in mind. I'm interested in the Magic Institute, but yesterday I saw something a lot more interesting that was able to captivate my heart. Something? What was it? Luke asks, filled with curiosity, completely unaware of what it could be so amazing to make Aurora say such words. She whispers to him, a skill that Iris got called magic analysis. With a low voice, understanding she wants to keep this matter secretive, Luke said, what does it do or what was it used for? She was able to analyze the barrier from the ruins in the West Forest, getting the attention of the God of Chaos, and 2 titles related to it. With a dumbfounded expression, Luke said, so, you're saying she was able to find out that the barrier is connected to him somehow? Yes, she went as far as to say that it was created by him. You both truly never cease to amaze me, so what else did Iris find out about it? That the barrier was made to protect what was inside of it, some sort of portal in its deepness. It also kept the monsters from coming out of it. I've heard of heroes exploring ruins like that one, but they usually wouldn't go too deep due to the horde of monsters, or they'd get lost in it as they are mostly gigantic mazes. The one in the west, I saw it from above and it was gigantic, though I did see what looked like a tunnel at the end of it, so I believe there's something in there which could be this portal thing, or perhaps a hidden path to somewhere else. Even if the four of us went there, we'd most likely die since the heroes couldn't do it themselves. I feel like a hero is just a person that is granted one or two special skills. No. I believe the records do say that, along with the hero class given by the goddess, and usually only one of the summoned people gets it. In other words, they probably were only able to go so far on their own, without relying on anyone to grow stronger faster. Because of the experience shared. Luke asks, thinking of the issues of partying with other people. Yes, I believe that's the reason, since they usually would need to become strong fast to save the kingdom. Does sound like a possibility. They would end up avoiding the dungeons too, as doing normal quests or hunting in the borders of the kingdom grants the necessary experience, and ends up reducing the enemies they'll have to fight against later. At some point, they'd get tired from being on the ruins where it's dangerous, and train elsewhere instead is what I think would happen, or maybe even not know about them since they aren't born here. People who are summoned don't usually go to such ruins. The hero is usually trained by the king, and the rest are split by the factions, so questing is like something done at a later date, and there are no quests for ruins, so they not knowing about it turns to be a big possibility. The nobles rose families and the church was it. Yes, that's right, daughter. Meaning there's more than one possible annoyance coming into this kingdom at some point. When is it? She asks in a cold tone, startling Luke, who was caught off guard. When is what, Aurora? He replies calmly upon briefly regaining his composure. The summoning ritual, she clarifies with an even colder and lower tone. I'm not sure when the last one was, but it's usually 90 to 100 years between the last one, so it could be at any moment really. If the sage and the hero from my past end up somehow being summoned into this world, I'll definitely have my revenge no matter what it takes, even if I have to wait endlessly once more. Even though killing them could bring trouble to Iris, whom I owe my life to, so in a way, I'll have to be careful at handling it. I've come to really like her, but at the same time I can't forgive what they did to me. Choices, choices, choices. To butcher the pigs or not to butcher them. Chapter 38 Adventurer Arc. Back to the present on the White Rose Mansion Gardens. Rosalind, we invited you to discuss the future of your daughter Iris. Alfred and I have a tradition that goes through the White Rose family. It consists of giving swordsmanship lessons towards the 5 candidates who receive the White Ring, and then in the future, one or more will be chosen. As soon as Sylvia finished talking, Alfred continued, Exactly, love, as you must know, Rosalind, I'm a sword master, and the swordsmanship we pass in this house since ancient times is the best in the kingdom. This it would certainly be a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a peasant. Furthermore, I'm very interested in Aurora. I'd love to allow her to also receive a ring based on what I was told. Upon hearing that, Robert, who was listening silently, reported everything he heard from Iris, whispering it to them. As the mother, I'm grateful that you're even spending time evaluating them, or perhaps giving them a chance to prove themselves. However, the path that my daughters will walk, I decided to leave that up to them the day I lost to Iris in a duel, which she later joined the guild. As for Aurora in specific, she has absolutely no interest in swordsmanship. She took the father's side in what comes to magic. In that case, we only need to get Iris's approval. Yes, Lord Alfred, if my daughter decides on accepting your offer, I'll support it any way I can. In that case, if you'll excuse me, he gets up from the table and heads towards where the girls went. I didn't know you were the woman that defeated Alfred. Doesn't that make you the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, Lady Sylvia? You can drop the honorifics, Rosalind, and it'd make me the second strongest swordsman. The other monster is still alive. Our teacher Ray is. Yes, but since he doesn't care about nobility, I'm currently holding the #1 title and the head of the Royal Knight's seat. You've sure come a long way. We're both 43 now, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the next generation can do. If it wasn't your kid, I wouldn't even have invited you. Figured as much. They laugh. Come, my husband will test your daughter soon. All right. Moments later they all reach the dojo. This place feels comfortable, Alicia. I'm assuming you spent most of your time training the sword here. I question her while taking a good look at it. Yes, practically every day, either being taught by father, mother, or Robert. Finishing looking at it, I find it perfectly clean, with the absence of dust. Furthermore, a large enough wooden floor made of many squares glued to each other, the walls and the ceiling have strips of wood giving it a different appearance, and further at the end of the room, there's a wooden table with what looks like weapons on it. On the walls, one can find closed black windows, like squares that don't open either side, probably there to allow the light to enter. No freedom. I think as I too once shared the path of a noble being locked all my life to something. Don't look at me with sad eyes, Iris, it's for my own good as the head successor. Even if that's true, it is still sad that you can't leave this place. I give her a tight hug while patting her short hair that is a bit longer compared to the last time I saw her in an attempt to give some comfort. If you keep your hair growing like that, one day it'll hit the floor, Iris, she laughs slightly, finding it amusing. Mother the one who cuts it from time to time, she loves seeing it long, so that's certainly a possibility. The dojo door opens and 4 people walk in. Hope we're not interrupting anything, Alfred said with a serious face as they saw us hugging each other. We let each other go and I reply, not at all, the two of us smile embarrassed. Good, he walks towards a table filled with weapons, on top of it mostly filled with swords. He unsheaths one of them and throws it at me, then he unsheaths another and takes a sort of stance by lowering his back and knees slightly while Alicia walks to the side close to the entrance. So my butler Robert said you declined his offer, saying that my swordsmanship wasn't enough for you. I start losing my senses, and then I say, so? Did I hurt your pride? Everyone around me made a surprised expression, including Alfred. I'll show you what you could have learned, and make you regret that attitude. He dashed at me fast, monocoating his sword. I freeze the floor beneath his next step, making him slip, creating an icicle under him so that he falls on it, which he destroys with his sword while putting extra strength on his other leg, falling to the side. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. Iris is incredible, Alicia thought excitedly as she saw what unfolded. He quickly got up and took a serious stance, walking forward. I monocoat the sword he sent my way with 400 mana, making it shine brighter than his, and then I slash the air, creating a horizontal mana wave towards him. Notice, 400 mana has been deducted. A surprised face appears in his eyes as the mana flies at him. Alfred starts moving away from it, and when he realizes something weird, looking down. I spined, I had frozen his feet to the wooden floor. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. It's been a while since the last time I was injured in some way. Understanding the situation with ice all the way to the knees, he charges the sword with more mana, throwing a mana wave back at mine. Meanwhile, I summon 2 icicles attacking him from behind. Notice, 100 mana has been deducted. Behind. Alicia shouted, warning the father, noticing the danger of such a sneak attack. He turns the torso, making the icicles graze as the mana waves explode upon hitting each other, vibrating the entirety of the room. Blood starts dripping from the sides of his hip. This combat style is truly creative. Not once but twice I was injured. If I taught her swordsmanship on top of it, she'd reach new heights and be extremely useful to Alicia. While he slashes the ice in the feet, freeing himself while monocoating the sword, I make a big icicle on top of him, letting it smash him. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. He jumps backward, dodging it barely. My daughter truly is incredible, so this must be the reason why Aurora said ice would fit her. To think she foresaw this much. They're both outstanding, my girls, Rosalind thought while her eyes shone with happiness. Is she really 8 years old? I'm giving 20% of myself, so I don't hurt her, but she's making it pretty hard. Guess I'll have to go a bit harder. Suddenly Alfred dashes twice as fast towards me compared to other times he attempted it, where I'm forced to freeze the floor between us while making 4 icicles around him, closing the exits. Notice, 300 mana has been deducted. Seems like I'll have to train Alicia harder after this. He smiled faintly, noticing my tricks, skillfully slipping on the ice while slashing at them. As he surfed the ice towards me, I use my leftover mana and half of my health to summon 20 icicles from everywhere around. Notice, 410 mana and 300 health have been deducted. I faint on the floor due to mana exhaustion while the icicles go towards him. Meanwhile, noticing that he's in a pinch, he pushes the body to 50% and opens a way to the side, destroying 2 icicles rolling through the floor while a few of the leftover icicles still graze him. After a moment he gets up and turns to me, finding my body on the floor where I fainted. That was an amazing effort, Iris. I'm glad that you weren't all talk, so I get to save your face in honor. A happy expression fills the face. He monocoats the blade, then mana slashes it skillfully in a curve, crushing all the ice shards on the floor, making beautifully sparkling dust that gets penetrated by the light from the door they left open. Alfred then goes back to the weapon table, sheathing the sword and placing it there. Mother walks up to me and checks on me. seems like she used too much mana on that final one. Let her rest in one of our rooms. Alfred leaves the training room after saying that. You're welcome to stay the night and eat with us, Rosalind. Take care of your friend. Meanwhile, Alicia, Sylvia followed Alfred, smiling with a mix of happiness and enthusiasm. I will, mother. She walked closer to Iris, worried, while Robert picked the body up and led them to one of the rooms in the mansion. After they placed Iris in one of the beds, Alicia spoke to Rosalind. I didn't know Iris was that amazing. Honestly, I didn't either. I'm as surprised as you are, Rosalind replied while smiling proudly at her daughter. I believe Lord Alfred hasn't been damaged since he last duelled with Sylvia. Even if those attacks were just grazing him, they meant a lot. Robert added delicately some words praising Iris's efforts. Dad wasn't being serious. He's a lot more amazing than that. Most likely was testing her. Nevertheless, that was truly amazing. I doubt I'd have survived that last one. Yes, had he gone all out from the beginning, it would have been a different outcome, but even then I believe there would be one or two grazes, since it's very hard to dodge all those ice spells Iris made. The most amazing thing is the control necessary to do so. She must have been well taught and worked very hard, Robert said, praising Iris and her parents. Still, I don't think she'd use mana without using a combination of swordsmanship as I taught her. That wasn't like her at all. Iris relied too much on ice spells. When she wakes up, I'll ask her what happened. Chapter 39 Adventurer Arc. Aurora and Luke's perspective at the capital. After the trip, the wagon parks near the royal castle where the king and queen live. Jeffy leaves his seat and then opens the wagon door, helping Aurora out, who takes his hand, leaving before Luke. 30 meters in front of them there are soldiers on each side of the entrance holding different weapons in white outfits with a blue sword figure on their backs. They go through the middle of them alongside Jeffy, who escorts them through a white stone-paved path. The big black door opens and a butler escorts them henceforth instead. I'll go rest a bit, Luke. Whenever you need me, just call for me. Thank you, Jeffy, Luke smiled, doing a light bow. Are either of the guests thirsty or hungry or need to go to the bathroom before meeting the Crown Prince? I could use some water and go to the bathroom. He looks to Aurora, and winks discreetly. Same here, she replies, noticing her father and understanding the reasoning. Of course, please follow me. Justine, prepare some water for the guests, the butler tells a maid close by, who nods and heads to the kitchen. Right this way, and the ladies that way. He points at a door a bit further than the men's one. After a while, both appear from the respective doors and are served with some water in silver chalices. The Crown Prince is ready to welcome you, Luke. Understood, please, do take me to him. Is that young lady coming? The butler stared at her as she's not on the guest list of today's meetings. Yes, she's with me, so the prince shouldn't mind. Very well, though I do warn that any repercussions will be targeted at you if he does mind, he said with a serious face to establish the line of responsibility between them. It's all right, if anything happens I'll take the punishment. The butler points towards some stairs in front of them and spoke calmly. Let us proceed. The three of them head upstairs towards some long grey stairs that could be seen from the entrance of the castle where they came from, with a red carpet on them. Upon reaching the second floor they head through the right hall, all the way to a door which beyond it has a big living room, where Luke had been received before. At the outside of the large door, the royal guards with fierce looks stand guard on each side. Good morning, Sir Lloyd, Sir Rudolph, hope you've both been well since our last meeting. Luke smiled softly at them while lightly bowing as their nobles. Oh, if it isn't the famous healer from the Booners, here to heal another acquaintance of the prince? Rudolph asked in a mocking tone. That is likely, like used to the treatment, replied unbothered. That young girl is your daughter? Lloyd asked curiously, noticing a small figure that didn't match the father. Yes, Sir Lloyd, she is one of my twin daughters. She's way too pretty to be your daughter, Rudolph said, making both of them laugh. I was wondering what the noise was all about, but it seems you gentlemen are just having fun without me. A cold voice was heard behind the royal guards. Towards the voice, they made space, allowing entrance and exit from the large door behind them. Upon hearing such a voice, Luke bowed and said, Your Royal Highness, it has been a while since the last time we met. Indeed, it has. He looks at Luke and then notices a little blonde girl with cold blue eyes looking straight at him while in a dark blue dress, a color unbefitting for her age. Come in, let's talk. Ask the maid to bring tea and cookies for the girl. It seems we have an extra guest today. He smiled as he turned around, then walking further inside the room. Aurora looked at the entire room, noticing many bookshelves and a large round table with 6 chairs, 2 large windows behind them who were at the left of the entrance close to the wall, and a blue carpet with the sword symbol in the middle of the door she passed and the one in front of her. She turned left facing the men, then they sat on one of the chairs around the table while she stood a bit behind. That table was where the Crown Prince usually worked among. "Good morning, gentlemen," Luke said with a smile at them, grabbing their attention. "Good morning, Luke," two of them said out of courtesy. "Good morning, young one," an elderly one said while smiling at Luke the best he could. "Happy to see you in good health, Teacher Mark," Luke directed his eyesight at the old man while he said that. The man laughed slowly in an elderly fashion, making the wrinkles around the eyes visible, and then said, "Is this young miss your daughter?" "One of my twins, the blue-eyed one, Aurora." "I haven't seen such interesting clear eyes during my lifetime." Upon the elder Mark commented, the rest of the men stared at her eyes, confirming his statement. "She truly doesn't look a bit like you, Luke. Is she really your daughter?" the Crown Prince asked curiously, thinking he may have been cheated on. Aurora took her mother Rosalind's side, though I'm unsure about the blue eyes, as her twin sister has green ones, and we both have brown eyes. "Sounds to me like you were blessed with two future beauties," the Crown Prince said, teasing him, making the men around laugh lightly. "That is so, Your Royal Highness," he replied, smiling a bit flattered and embarrassed. "So what do we have the honor of the extra guest?" the prince asked while making a serious expression, as not just anyone can walk inside without an arrangement, especially a peasant. Aurora then bowed light while peerlessly lifting her dress just to the height necessary for a perfect pose, startling the men and gathering their attention, and spoke. "I've come to bargain the kingdom fate with a chess match," she said expressionlessly while taking note of their reactions. Everyone except Luke, who's used to her eccentric personality, looked dumbfounded at the little girl's words. The Crown Prince, regaining his composure, replied in a proper manner, "I'm always up for a chess match. Lawrence, take Luke's to the one that needs the treatment." "At once, Your Highness." The man got up along with Luke, who didn't remain seated for long, leading him into a different room through a door located opposite of the one he came in. The men, upon hearing the prince's words, made space on the table, taking books and papers out of the way, and the young one placed a chessboard on top of the table. "You may rise, have a seat, Aurora, was it?" He extends the arm in her way while smiling kindly. "Yes," in a calm manner she replied while walking towards the seat in front of the prince, aligning herself with him and the chessboard. They look at each other while placing the pieces in the right order as they speak. "It seems you're interested in betting something with your peculiar words. Is it a position or a job you seek?" "I've only come on behalf of my sister Iris's order." Her sister ordered Aurora to come. "What kind of relationship does their family have? Seems like I should have kept Luke inside the room." "What did your sister ask from you?" "She said many things, truly. However, Dad mentioned that the Crown Prince is one who sees the true value of people." Upon hearing those words, the interest inside of the Crown Prince grew larger, and the curiosity to his unanswered questions too. Holding the speech right, she continued with her little one-sided talking. "She said for me to play 3 chess games where sister wrote the result of them in this paper." Aurora took a paper from her dress pocket and placed it on top of the table, positioning it next to the board. "Then she said I will bet my life on the line to get the prince's attention in the exchange for the control and management of the entire army of the Lumen Kingdom." The young one, who's in the direction of the teacher Mark, sitting left of the prince and right of Aurora, a tan-skinned man with black hair and dark blue eyes, started laughing at Aurora's proposition. As soon as he finished, voice came out through his mouth, "I am Ryu, the head of the Blue Rose family, the one titled of Strategist, who has commanded 60% of the army whenever it was necessary. In other words, if you were to beat the Crown Prince at least 2 times out of 3, I'm willing to let you control the 10% on my side. That's how much trust I have in the Crown Prince's chess ability. I, the Crown Prince, promise that if in the non-existent possibility that you beat me, the best chess player in the kingdom, that I'll give you a role in the wars to come to manage the 50% part of the army under me." This young girl's eyes aren't wavering, her expression remains absolute of this bet, the old man Mark thought, finding it mysterious, so he spoke to halt this joke by them. "Your Royal Highness, and Lord Ryu, I believe you both are being too hot-headed in this matter, betting the army like that against a little kid. It is fine, old man Mark. After all, I do value those who live in this kingdom, and if she truly was a strategist prodigy of some sort, I'd be able to focus towards regaining the control of the other factions." "May it be as you say, Your Highness," the old man, feeling defeated, said while bowing lightly. Aurora turned the chessboard so that she'd have the black-sided pieces. "Shall we start then? Time isn't everlasting after all," she smiled gently, being that the first expression since she received their attention. 30 minutes pass and she loses the first game by a small margin. "It seems like I overestimated this girl," Mark thought as he drank some tea, though for someone so young that was pretty good. "How old are you, Aurora?" the old man asked curiously, attempting to gauge her talent. "We're currently 8 years old." "We? Oh, She must have referred to her sister too. I see, it's a shame you'll be giving your life in this bet to the Crown Prince, otherwise I would have taken you as an apprentice, he laughed slowly due to age. A shame to serve me. The Crown Prince replied with a refreshing smile after the strenuous game. The old man laughed at such a question, knowing fully well no harm would come his way. It's been a while since I couldn't get into someone's mind or understand a play style fully well. The way she plays is abnormal, Ryu thought, mesmerized, as it felt like some moves could have been done differently, and some good chances wasted, but what surprised him was even creating such opportunities. They placed the pieces back again, and then the board turned, resulting in Aurora's taking the first turn along with the white pieces who start first. This time the game took longer, and after 40 minutes it resulted in the loss of the Crown Prince by a slow margin. After the game they took a little break. Meanwhile, Lord Ryu's thoughts started running wild. Despite her very close victory, her face remains without an expression, fully focused. This girl has been blessed with an exceptional concentration by the goddess. Not only that, but it felt like she dragged the game longer than it had to be. Does it have something to do with that paper? Perhaps her play style is still being refined? Maybe there's a chance she's still improving as she plays with someone very good like the prince. Who is this sinister sister that gets to order this girl around? Someone she looks up to? A girl she fears or respects? Maybe the sister is even smarter? Luke feels a lot more reasonable compared to this girl. In fact, are they truly father and daughter? They don't even look alike. Children usually take up to their parents, but 8 years old. That's not long enough to even perceive such deep traits. With how unnatural she always remains expressionless, almost like it's not a human being, having only smiled twice ever since she got here. Well, let's cross that. She's certainly a human, even smells the same way peasants do, but there's certainly something different about her. The dark blue dress, she's wearing colors that are unfit of a kid, clear blue eyes like ice, an initial cold tone, an eccentric proposal, a peerless etiquette, an extraordinary knowledge in a game as hard as chess. A paper with the outcome of the 3 games. The outcome? The result? Was this girl possibly blessed by the goddess in a way that she's able to predict the future for a few hours or something? No, that can't be, since not even the sane Tess can manage such a feat. Her play style is truly different, however, it was not one that would have used such an ability. She struggled in some stages, barely won. The sound of a door open and 2 men returned to the table, interrupting his thoughts. Welcome back, Luke. I didn't know you had such a prodigious daughter, the old man said while laughing in an elderly way, quite satisfied with how the games unfolded. A prodigy? Did she actually beat the Crown Prince somehow? The father let out a small smile without knowing what to reply. With a very serious expression, the Crown Prince wrote a letter and signed it with the royal stamp, placing it on the opposite side of the letter. Iris wrote. Your Highness. Ryu said in a shocked tone, confused about what he was doing. I'm a man of word, even though I'm not looking to lose, and now I get to play with the white again, ensuring my victory. After all, those who strike first hold the advantage, the old man Mark said while rubbing his short white beard. Exactly, that is my style, the Crown Prince replied, convicted of the result being favorable to him. Well, that is very true, and she already lost once while playing with the dark pieces, and barely won with the white ones, Mark thought, expecting her to lose but putting up a good fight. Mark then explains to the 2 who just sat at the table about everything that happened. Cold sweat drips from Luke's head as he hears it while seated. You better not lose, Aurora, or you'll become a slave to the Crown Princess, never again seeing the sister you adore so much. He gripped his fists under the table. I don't want to also lose a daughter for a job in the army, much less for a game of chess. He gripped his fists harder as the emotions took a toll inside. Ryu, noticing Luke gripping, started relaxing, ceasing himself of his worries. It seems like her father didn't expect this to happen, so it was indeed the work of the daughters, 2 8-year-old kids conspiring while using their father. That's truly fascinating. I'd very much like to meet the other one who seems to be the leader of the 2. As if reading his mind, Aurora said, my sister is one of the bearers of the white rings, so for that reason, I'm the one who has come in her place. Lord Alfred has chosen a peasant? Ryu asked, surprised, letting out a loud tone without meaning to. With a cold stare and a cold tone, Aurora replied, Lady Alicia has. Realizing his indelicacy despite being true, Ryu doesn't say anything else. It seems I offended her by offending the sister. In other words, she truly does see that girl in high standards, and apparently so does the White Rose family. To change a little the conversation, Luke said, in fact, a wagon from the White Rose family arrived at the same time as the Crown Princes, so my wife Rosalind and daughter Iris went with them. Was it the first invitation? The Crown Prince asked in a semi-serious worried tone. Yes, ever since she got the ring from Lady Alicia, Luke replied calmly while confused about the prince's expression. Then there's nothing to worry, despite peasant or noble, they give a fair chance to all who are chosen by the head successor, to learn their swordsmanship. I did not know that, but it does cease my worries as I didn't have the chance to go with them. The Crown Prince smiles at Luke. It is but a tradition, but if your daughter accepts, she'll have a chance to become truly strong with the sword. I'm not so sure she will, she's an ice wizard and loves magic. That's a pretty rare element, due to the concentrated lineages we have in our kingdom, there are not that many ice mages. How about this daughter, did she inherit your unique light element? Or it took your wife's element? Sadly, she was born very sickly for the first 5 years, almost dying multiple times. She survived her illness 3 years ago, but an element did not form. Sounds like the goddess blessed her with a good brain instead of magic talent, the prince replied in a way that would cheer up Luke. Thank you, your royal highness, Luke bowed lightly, showing sincere gratitude. Now then, Aurora, let's start the third and last game. He moved his rightest pawn 2 steps forward while smiling charmingly. Chapter 40 Adventurer Arc. As the game went, the pieces decreased from each sideboard. Sweat started falling both from the Crown Prince and the people around the table except Aurora. The room atmosphere felt warm and tight. Due to that, Ryu got up and opened the window a little, making the room gain a small breeze to recycle the air. Mark, having analyzed for quite a while, starts going into deep thinking. This girl is incredible. She hasn't sweated a bit, doesn't look nervous, and takes no time at all to play whenever her turn comes up, pressuring the prince with each play. The moment the Crown Prince moves a piece, she's already moving hers, and despite playing a second, she was able to gain the initiative and even give quite a tough time. Her moves are a lot sharper, and I haven't noticed a single mistake. Just what kind of brain did the goddess Arya bless her with? After a long time passing, the Crown Prince, who never resigned, was checkmated by a big margin of 7 pieces. For the first time since the prince was born, he applauded someone else's talent as the clapping would usually go to his own achievements. The men around the table followed the prince, especially Luke, who was proudly clapping with a lot of strength while smiling at his daughter, super excited and happy, relieving himself of the possibility of losing his daughter. Ryu, who could no longer help his curiosity, stopped clapping and opened the folded paper, unfolding it and placing it between him and the Crown Prince. In it was written 3 sentences: lose the first game as the black to entice the prince to go forward with this offer. Win the second game as the white by a very small margin to make him believe he could win the third game. Win the third game flawlessly to show your brightness. This is unexpected, the prince laughed awkwardly while placing his hand on the top of the head, followed by Ryu, who couldn't believe what had transpired in this room. He then pushed the paper to show it to Mark. It seems like I was totally played by this little girl. I can't help my interest growing on her amazing mind, that and the fact of the sister knowing how it would end. I wonder what skills Aurora's sister could have. It's truly phenomenal. These two will surely contribute to the kingdom in the future. The prince then made a motion for the butlers and maids and Ryu's subordinate who had come along with Luke to leave the room. Leaving himself, the old man, the head of the Blue Rose family, Luke and Aurora in the room then spoke. You're a special human with a great intellectual, however, I cannot trust in you with the kingdom's army. However, I have written that letter for you to be able to enter any place of this kingdom. It'll allow you to further deepen your knowledge. Be it in the Magic Institute, the Battle Academia, the Church, or even the Guild as a higher ranked. It's also written that you may even join our strategy meetings from this day onwards. What do you say? He asked her curiously while clenching the hands onto one another. She replied coldly, showing a bitter and sorrowful expression to those around, marking them further, as she hadn't made many expressions through the whole afternoon, by saying, I'll refuse all of them as that was not what we bet on, and I'll return home and spend my days doing quests at the Adventurers Guild that I and sister are already part of. Girl, it is the Crown Prince you're talking to, Ryu shouted, remembering Aurora of her place. The daughter then looks sadly at Luke and says with an ironic tone, it seems like in the end, your words did not reflect the rightful truth, father. She gets up from her chair and starts walking towards the exit. Hold it. I forbid you from leaving. Ryu shouted as he was starting to heat up from anger due to the earlier disrespect. She, who was already with the back to him, turned to Ryu, and then he felt overwhelmed by a glare, shaking everyone around her with an unknown skill to them. The killing pressure won. The guards from both doors entered and the aura ceased instantly the moment she heard it. Was that my imagination? Rudolph asked while looking at the guards on the other side, then looking at a little girl with an innocent expression standing between both doors while looking at Ryu. The man, regaining his composure, stated, "The crime to use magic in the presence of a member of the royal family is death," he said with a menacing tone, to what Aurora replied by saying, "I did not use magic, I do not have an element, after all, that was my life force for almost dying every day for 5 years, some people refer to it as life force manifestation." The guards then said that they didn't feel any type of magic, it was more like an aura similar to the head of the royal guards that Sylvia uses, but sort of more intense, which didn't make sense as she's just a kid. "I just wish to lead this kingdom towards a better path, as at any given time the dragon up the north can drop by and destroy us. The demons can come through the sea or the mountains, the south factions can come and conquer us. The sane Tess declared that humans will perish in the future, but seeing as negotiations didn't work, I'll do what I can alongside Iris. I believe that is not a problem, right, Your Highness?" Crown Prince Julius Lumen. She smiled kindly with her most adorable childish expression while bowing in the most educated way, swaying the different guards from both sides into taking her lightly. "Now I want you to work for me even more," the Crown Prince thought excitedly as his hands were still trembling from the earlier pressure, releasing him of any doubts as there was truly something unique to the girl. "I command you to join the army in 3 years by the time you're 11 as a tactician general under my orders, unless your talent allows it to be earlier," he said, mentally unfazed by everything that happened. "That's as much time as I'll still need to get the whole army under my command." Aurora stared at the prince's eyes and smiled lightly, then he continued speaking, "I am one who will use both nobles and peasants by their talent, and it'd be a waste to have you murdered in this room since you didn't break any laws. You will however learn discipline and the arts of war our kingdom has mastered through generations with the old man, the best teacher in the kingdom." Upon hearing that, Mark bows his head while smiling. "You will further learn the innovated principles by the head of the Blue Rose family, Lord Ryu." Upon hearing that, Ryu bows in accordance, knowing fully well that this is what would have happened from the outcome of the chess games. "With the 60% of the army I own together with Lord Ryu, I will allow you to show us your resolve and knowledge. I do not intend on making you the acting general based on a chess game alone. If you prove yourself and exceed the 3 of us in the art of war the same way you beat me today in chess," he regained his breath and then spoke, "if you do that, then you will have that right, leaving myself as the only person in the kingdom that you'll pay declarations to. This is my final offer and these are my conditions. Do they sound fair, Luke?" "Yes, Your Highness, but I'll leave it to my daughter to decide. Even if she's young, I believe in both of them, to the point of allowing them to choose the life Aurora wants to have." Luke smiles at his daughter nervously as he didn't expect the outcome to have such an impact, making him realize clearly that there was no irony on her words during the trip here. "What do you say, Aurora?" "I wish to inquire on some things and propose some conditions of my own for it to be a..." She makes a brief pause and then says, "a truly fair deal." This girl truly is taking the crown prince lightly, but she's a peasant, and a kid, so she has yet to learn her place in this world, Ryu thought calmly as his anger dissipated along with the prince's decision some moments ago. Julius placed his elbows on the table and put his head to rest on top of the hands and spoke, "Come and sit again, let us discuss such details. Guards, you can wait outside, everything is clearly fine." The guards moved out and closed the doors once again without saying anything, then Aurora sat down and started speaking. "First, I appreciate your conditions, however, I do not care about the teachings of these 2 men, as I can beat them both if we ever would war against one another with armies of similar sizes. Most likely half would be enough to handle either of them." Mark started laughing lightly, then said, "That may be very well true, but I'd still like to stay in my role as an advisor." He looked seriously at her. "That is fine, as long as you ultimately follow my decisions, no matter how weird they may sound. If His Highness doesn't complain, this old man won't either." Aurora's cold gaze strikes Ryu, who speaks as the attention of the other men also falls on him. "This lord promises to help you as long as achievements are earned in wars to come." The gaze then returned to the crown prince and she spoke. "Secondly, I will not sit back, I'll expand the Lumen territory southwards. I believe that's where the sane Tess premonition has fallen from." "That's correct, the Goblin King will arrive in a few years," Ryu added, wondering how she wants to expand through the dense forests on the south, a natural territory to the beasts. "If this truly happened, it would make our kingdom richer, especially with the woods and mines further south," Crown Prince thought as he nodded in agreement. "Thirdly, I'll reform the arts of war used by this kingdom. For that reason I'll teach them to both advisors, Mark and Ryu, who will assist me transmit them to the armies. I'll teach them a poorer version of the real thing just in case they betray us in the future," she thought to herself while calculating far, far away in the future. "So far so good," the Crown Prince replied seriously, wondering what else would come out of her mouth. "Fourthly, I want to make sure the church will not take control of this country while I'm out of the kingdom due to the fanatics. and as such I want the sane Tess to be part of the army along with their elites. With this, they won't move lightly in the shadows and the fanatics will fill the Crown Prince pockets every time there's an expedition, not only the church ones. A smile surged in the Crown Prince's face as he didn't expect such a request. This girl is making my life harder, however, the profits aren't small. He once again nods in agreement knowing that the alliance Julius shares with them isn't small. Fifthly, in case the Crown Prince is not able to gain control of the entirety of the army as he is not yet king, every faction will give a big percentage of their best troops for every expedition for the same reason as the fourth. Yes, in less than 3 years I believe I'll have the power necessary to have at least 80% if not 100% of the total army. Sixthly, I'll be teaching both advisors from my home so they should get a temporary house in the village as I still have to. She looked down thinking and then looked at the Crown Prince, and continued speaking, pay declarations to my sister. This girl sure is straightforward using my own words implying that there's someone she sees close to my level, such arrogance reminds me of ZYLPH since he's pretty eccentric too. I have a counter offer which is that your sister can easily come to the capital to study if she'd like, Iris would have all her living expenses paid for. Ryu starts writing a letter similar to the one the prince did towards Aurora. I'll leave the negotiations between the two of you in that regard even though I believe she wants to continue her work in the Adventurers Guild so I wouldn't waste my time. Nonetheless, I'll give her a recommendation letter. He extends the paper to the prince who seals with his emblem and then places it on top of the other one pushing both to her. One way or another, like this, both of you can have access to more things than the normal tournament recommendation, but we'll still want at least one of you to participate in it, and since you don't have an element, and normal mana might not be enough. I've already registered Iris to partake in the tournament in 2 years, Luke said as it was a surprise he was saving for the future. Even better, this will give some merit and face to the Crown Prince, especially if Iris manages to rank in the top 10, since you're both twins we can say that you were the one who got in such ranking of the tournament Aurora increasing the respect and morale of the troops. Since you're a rare case of not having an element, speaking of which can you even use mana? Yes, a bit, she makes a soft light appear in her hand to not cause trouble for herself. Very well, in that case, do ask that of your sister and on our side, we'll make it so that she's introduced with your name. That should be fine since she enjoys fighting, it would be a good experience for her. Seventhly, I wish to have access to all the documents inside the church and know the true reasons as to why they exile people with disgraceful classes since I seek to repair this issue and use both fame and disgrace classes in the army making it stronger. This one is to see how I can help Iris and perhaps even myself. That one will shift unnecessary attention to you and your sister which will be dangerous, both could even die, Mark advised with a low cautious tone. What's so wrong about such classes? Aurora asks making a startled expression as she doesn't understand how they could pose such a notable menace. Personally have read some of their books, however, I had the backing of the king back in the time, and it was His Highness' personal request, and apparently those classes come with troublesome abilities aggregated to them. How so? Since if they are troublesome as long as they are used rightfully it could bring a great change during wars. Aurora said full of conviction to her, startling the men around who got used to the expressionless side of her. For example, the class Berserker makes the person go insane the more they use their skills, and their strength increases exponentially. We've had to kill someone in the past due to killing random people for becoming fully crazy. It took a hero and some other strong people to do it, Ryu adds calmly to Mark's words. In a low tone, Ryu added information to the conversation, taking the lead of the conversation on the explanation side. Another example, and this is classified information, is the church Saint Tess' sister who was exiled for having her skill cursed and having the disgrace class which class like Iris? Her skill was cursed. Which one? The Saint Tess has a skill named Oracle. It is a blessed skill that was inherited by her mother, and that skill is said to have been given by the goddess Arya. Her sister received the same skill but cursed grade, so her visions are completely different than the Saint Tess, and they come in riddles, and there's a skill that she's unlocked that is extremely powerful and dangerous. When she was exiled she used it to kill a great number of priests who took her out of the kingdom as revenge. She has been gone ever since. We wanted to find more about her so that she could ally to the Crown Prince as he judges by character, but our scouts couldn't find her. Due to all those reasons she was exiled from our country by the church and is living somewhere in the southern territory of the monsters if she's still alive. She too has green eyes and green hair like the Saint Tess, but she's the younger one. What's her name? We don't say a witch's name. It is known that one can be cursed, though we don't know if it's true. Pretty sure it isn't. Even in my past world the strongest witches couldn't curse random people they didn't know from knowing their name alone. Is there a chance she'd pose a threat to any expedition I'd lead? Don't think so, in the end, even if the sane Tess tags along with, they're not on bad terms with one another, just the church with her. Isn't the sane Tess part of the church though? After a long dialogue between Ryu and Aurora, to this specific question, the Crown Prince replies. It's a complicated thing since she's the closest person to the goddess and because of that they force her to be part of it, but she only cares about the goddess and the human survivability, not the religion that the church defends. She always tries to harmonize the humans and to pass an equality image between the citizens. I favor her work. In other words, there's a chance I can get to reason with her, of course, that I'd need to show her enough achievements. In the end, they're giving me a chance to prove myself and will study my every move towards what I do to their army. If they don't like something they'll dismiss my services instantly. It's not like I'm not used to any of this, so it'll go well, just wonder if the soldiers will take my order seriously. How about the soldiers, will they take orders from a little girl such as myself? Understanding the problem immediately, the Crown Prince clarifies. After we see what you can do, we'll publicly appoint you as a general. If you pass all the tests meeting the conditions referred earlier, then we'll give you the royal crest emblem that will make every human in the kingdom know his place in your presence. Instant high level of authority to a random peasant such as myself. What about the nobles, will they accept it? I guess they wouldn't try to fight the royal family orders directly. Can I expect problems with the different noble families? There'll be many who will oppose the idea certainly, however, very few will attempt to do anything as to go against Julius the royal prince. After all, they want to do the exact opposite, be in his grace since he's the successor of the entire kingdom. On my side, everything is said then. Very well, Aurora. The prince extends his hand for a handshake while saying, I look forward to figuring out and eventually using your talents. The little girl handshakes with her delicate small hand, making the prince think about her. To think this is truly an 8-year-old girl. I can't wait to see her growth. Just what kind of woman will this child mature to? These humans are as dumb as the ones I met in my past life. She smiled gently towards the men in front of her. Yellow divine light started shining down from the sky, illuminating the entire capital. It seems the time has come for the heroes to arrive, the Crown Prince said in a light tone, turning behind, towards the windows. As they all looked to the light coming from the window while raising from their seats, a shadow from them formed covering the small girl behind, who was wearing an evil expression of a demon about to ravage the world.